Alan Russell, 1824–1919. Autobiography and Journal, 1824–1912. TypeScript, Russell Family History No. 1, February 17, 1897. Alan Russell, son of Jonathan and Nancy Wilson Russell, was born November 1, 1824, in the town of China, Genesee County, New York. My father and mother lived in Ontario County, New York. They lived at China until the year 1830 when I was in my 6th year. There was considerable excitement about the new country called Michigan. My father concluded to risk his fortune with others in the new country, seeing that 2 of my mother's brothers were already located there with their families, Horace Wilson in the city of Detroit, and George Wilson about 40 miles north of Detroit. At that time the territory of Michigan was thinly settled, the most part of it, and there were quite a number of Indians in the territory. About the middle of the summer of 1830, my father, having made ready, started for the new country with his family, consisting of my mother, my brothers, Martin, Lyman, and my sisters, Mary, Nancy, and Sally, leaving my oldest sister Janet, who was married to a man named Allen Twist, with a family of 3 or 4 children. The oldest named Darrell, Nielsen, and Lydia, the other I do not remember. Also my sister Anna. She had married Trumbull Walton. She had 2 children, the oldest James T., and the second Safrana. Also my brother Daniel, the oldest brother living. We had a brother older by the name of George who died when 12 years old and another brother named Lehman who died when he was 13 months old. When we arrived at Buffalo City, we took the steamer called Niagara, and crossed Lake Erie to Detroit. After landing at Detroit, we soon found where my Uncle Horace Wilson lived and moved our things to his house, and were all pleased to see each other. We stayed there 2 or 3 weeks and sent word to my Uncle George Wilson out in the country, and he came with 2 teams and wagons and took us to his home. This must have been about September or October. For I recollect helping them pick up potatoes, and they were gathering their crops. My Uncle Horace that we stopped with in Detroit had a wife and 3 children. Her name was Jarusha and her children's names I have forgotten. My Uncle George's wife's name was Eunice Arnold, but she died. Then he married her sister Rhoda, and I think Rhoda was the mother of all his children. He was a well-to-do farmer. We stopped there until he had gathered his crops, and then father and my brother Martin rented a log house about 2 miles from Uncle George's place and moved into it. My brother Lyman went to work for a man named Dudley for wages and got what he could for the family to live upon, for my father was not a wealthy man and it took considerable to keep the family. My brother Horace was born at that place. After we settled in our rented log house, we were quite happy. Then my father went 4 miles south and built a log house on any 80-acre piece of land that still belonged to government, on the Clinton River. And in the spring of 1831 we moved into it and established a squatter's claim. I was then 6 years old. Then my father and brother Martin went to work clearing off land for raising crops. I think in the fall my father went back to New York and got from my brother-in-law, T. Walton, money to buy the 80 acres of land of the government so as to have a good title to the land. When father returned and got the land paid for, he felt more at home. He continued clearing land and raising grain and other produce. Father, being a good hunter, killed deer, turkeys, and other game. So we had plenty of the best of meat, and we gathered much wild fruit that grew in the woods and along the river banks. In a year or 2 my brother-in-law moved with his family to Michigan where we were living. He had part of the land that he furnished the money to buy, and he took the place that father had built. Father took the west end of the 80 acres and built another log house to live in and commenced clearing off land again and raising crops and such things as necessary to live upon. By this time I was 8 years old and could help a little. We remained there several years clearing off land and supporting ourselves the best we could, and in the summer of 1832 or 1833 my brother Daniel married a wife by the name of Harriet Glistone. He moved to Michigan where we lived, and as father had but little land they thought best to sell out the place that father lived on, and get money to buy more land that they might all have plenty of land to cultivate. Father sold out for $400, got part money, part store pay, and part he never got. So father, my brother Martin, and my brother Daniel went north about 40 or 50 miles in Lapeer County, and took a 1/4 section and a half, and built a log cabin on it, leaving mother and myself to see to the things at home. During the fall and winter we all went to our new home in Lapeer County, town of Attica. While we were living in Macomb Company, we got acquainted with Elijah Fordham, the man that Joseph Smith, the prophet of God, raised from his sickness in Montrose, opposite Nauvoo, in Hancock Company, Illinois, and we got acquainted with Alanson Colby, and his brother Ransford Colby. They joined the Mormons in Michigan, where we lived. After we got settled in Lapeer Company, we cleared of land for raising crops, the land being very heavy timbered. It cost quite a sum to clear it off, for putting in grain. It cost us from $10 to $20 an acre to clear it off for grain. After we had been there about a year, my father built a log cabin on the other 80 acres, and moved into it a little south of where we had been living, and my brother Daniel lived on the old place, about 1/4 of a mile apart, and my brother Martin bought some land just north of us across the street and built upon it. He married a woman named Louisa Mowers, and he lived there. In a year or two my brother Lyman married Nancy Bird and bought him some land, about 1 mile west of where father lived, built him a log house and lived there. Trumbull Walton, my brother-in-law, who married my sister Anna, in New York, who assisted my father in buying his land in Malcolm Company. He bought some land about 2 miles from where we lived in Lapeer Company, and built a log house and lived there. Now I wish the reader to understand that my father was religiously inclined, although he belonged to no denomination, but he believed in the Bible. But he believed that all things therein written should be taken spiritual, but he could not agree with the Methodist nor the Baptist Church nor any other denomination. He would argue with them on the scriptures at great lengths, and as he thought would whip them all out. He was quite well acquainted with the Bible, for he read a good deal and could quote the Bible seemingly from morning until night, and took great delight in it. He taught the people wherever he had the opportunity to live a virtuous, honest, and upright life, and it would be all right with them in the end. This in short was his ideas with regard to religion. In the year 1840, Hiram Brown, an elder in the Mormon Church, who lived in Macomb Company, about 30 or 40 miles distance, came to our house in Lapeer County, and asked permission to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ, as he called it, to the people in that vicinity. Father told him that he could if he wished. Notice was circulated around the neighborhood that there would be a meeting at father's house on Sunday. The next day the neighbors came in and listened to the preaching of Elder Brown. It being something new, quite a number came and about filled the house. At the close of the meeting, he gave out another appointment in 3 weeks. Elder Brown made his home at father's house when he visited our vicinity. In the evening, he and father had a long talk. Father of course thought that he could wind him right up on the scriptures without any trouble. But when Elder Brown began questioning him of his spiritualizing the Bible, he soon found out that he had no foundation to work upon. All his foundation was knocked out from under him, and he began to think that he did not know it all. So during the next 3 weeks until the next meeting that was appointed, father had something to think about that he had never thought of before. When Elder Brown came again, they had another argument on the scriptures which cooled father down considerable. Some of the neighbors thought it had to be a strange doctrine after he had preached the second time. Elder Brown continued coming about every 3 or 4 weeks. He brought another elder with him named Race, who assisted him in his preaching. After a few meetings, father and one of the neighbors named Olmsted believed the doctrine and were baptized on July 26, 1840 by Hiram Brown. My brother Martin was very much opposed to Elder Brown's preaching, also my brother Lyman, as they had been to hear them several times and were much opposed to the new doctrine. As there was not a suitable place, except on my brother Martin's land, they got his consent and they baptized father and Moses Olmsted. While they were being baptized, my brother Martin said, "O foolish Galatians, who hath bewitched you?" Myself and others who stood by thought it a very foolish move. Then Elders Brown and Race continued coming and preaching in that place and vicinity from time to time until they baptized about 22 or 23. Consisting of my father and Moses Olmsted, who were baptized on July 26, 1840. Next was German Ellsworth, May 30, 1841, by Elder Race, Nancy Russell, my mother on May 30, 1841, Elmira Olmsted May 31, 1841. My father, Jonathan Russell, was ordained a priest and set apart to preside over the branch in that place, by Hiram Brown and Elder Race. Brown being the mouth Speed, the wife of German Ellsworth and Maria Ellsworth, were baptized October 25, 1841, by Hiram Brown. Alan Russell was baptized August 22, 1842 by Hiram Brown. Daniel Russell and Harriet Eggleston Russell was baptized September 11, 1842 by Elder Brown. George Springer and wife, September 11, 1842 by Hiram Brown. Hiram Olmsted was baptized September 11, 1842. Sally Russell, October 10, 1842. Also, David Baldwin, January 16, 1843, all by Hiram Brown. Lucy and Phoebe Brown were baptized January 24, 1843 by Elder Race. John and Sally Olmsted were baptized February 12, 1843, Horace Russell, February 12, 1843 and Daniel Ellsworth, May 9, 1843 all by Hiram Brown. Peaceable Ellsworth was baptized March 18, 1843 by German Ellsworth. Joseph and Caroline Gibbons were received into the branch in fellowship, May 11, 1843. I in the fall of 1842, myself, Elder Brown, and German Ellsworth, went to a conference held in Livingstone Company, called Livingstone Center, about 100 miles, and walked the most of the way there and back. That was the first conference that I ever attended. I in the summer of 1843, my father, my brother Daniel, and Moses Olmsted sold out their farms and all prepared to go to Nauvoo, Illinois, to the bosom of the church. George Springer and Elders Race and Hiram Brown got ready and started for Nauvoo. When we were about 50 miles, Elder Brown's wife took sick, so we had to leave them there at Brother Harrington's, and we traveled on to Illinois. We stopped at a little town called La Harpe. We stayed there until about January or February, and then Father moved into what was called the Ramas branch about 10 miles from La Harpe. My brother Daniel stopped at La Harpe. Moses Olmsted stayed at Nauvoo. When we got into the Ramas branch, we rented a house for a short time until we could build us a log house on a piece of land that we took up that was still government land. We got our house built. We moved into it, and when spring came, we put in some garden and did some fencing. Father, being crippled with rheumatism, did not do much work, except shoemaking. So most of the work fell upon me and Horace, my youngest brother, he being 13 and myself about 17 years old. We lived there the forepart of the summer and did some fencing. We rented 10 acres of ground, put it into corn, and tended it, until it grew into roasting ears. During the forepart of the summer, I worked at different places for grain and other things that we needed to live upon. Early in the spring, we were at a meeting where old Father John Smith, who was a patriarch of the whole church at that time, was presiding. He ordained Father a high priest. In a few weeks after that, I was ordained a priest in the Aaronic priesthood by Brother Perry. We lived 3 miles from the town of Ramus, in what was called the Page Settlement. Some of the time we went to Ramus to meeting, and some of the time we held meetings at Brother Parks, one of our near neighbors. Sometime in the summer, I think before Joseph Smith the prophet and his brother Hiram were killed in Carthage jail in 1844. Father, Mother, my sister Sally, my brother Horace, and myself, went to the creek where Patriarch John Smith was baptizing, and we were rebaptized by Patriarch John Smith and confirmed by his son George A. Smith at Water's Edge. Baptized about May 10th, and confirmed sometime in the month of June. Myself with about 20 other young men, were called into Nauvoo, a distance of about 25 miles, to protect the city and the saints from mob violence. We started from home about 3 o'clock in the afternoon with our guns and ammunition, on foot, and traveled about 21 miles. That afternoon, we stopped just at dark at Mr. Ray's house, about 5 miles from Nauvoo. The house was small and we were very crowded, for there were 1 or 2 other companies reached there that night besides us. We all stayed in one room. Mr. Ray's family stayed in the other room, and we had to stand up all night, for there was no room to sit down or lay down. It rained hard all night. It was very tiresome and a terrible long night it seemed to be. In morning we started on through mud and water, and were about halfway when Joseph Smith the prophet met us with his guards and the brass band. They played a few tunes, and Brother Joseph spoke to us a short time, telling us what he wanted of us, that he expected we would have to fight the mob if they came against us. Then we went on to Nauvoo. We took quarters in a large brick building. We had taken cornbread and boiled beef, not much of anything else. When our food was gone, we remained there a few days, until some orders came from some officer in the state, for the men therein to disperse, so we were released and went home. Shortly after that, I was going to mill for a grist that I had taken there a few days before, and on my way there and back, I felt very gloomy. I did not know what was the matter. It seemed like all nature was in mourning. I felt more like crying than anything else. I drove on home. When I reached there, the news came that Joseph and Hiram Smith were killed in Carthage jail. It caused a great gloom and sorrow to come over the Latter-day Saints throughout all the country. To think that our prophet and seer and patriarch were killed, in the land of America, in cold blood, without any ceremony, either by judge or jury. But so it was, and being a small handful of people, so to speak, the saints in former days had to bow their necks to the yoke of oppression, and say as Job, "The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away, and blessed be the name of the Lord." In the spring of 1844, I rented 10 acres of land, put it into corn and tended it, and had a good crop growing. About July or August, Finley Page came to our house, he being one of our neighbors, and told my father that there was a man in Nauvoo that had been appointed by the leading men in the church to take a company of saints out west into the wilderness among the Indians, to find a place among the Indians where the saints could settle down in peace, where mob and wicked men would not molest them. He prevailed on my father to take his family and go too, for he was going and promised that he would go with us and help what he could, telling father that the church would soon have to leave and go among the Indians for protection, and that the company was organized in Nauvoo under the direction of the 12 apostles, and if he would settle up his affairs and fit up a team and wagon, we could all go together. And we did it. As near as I can remember, we started about the last of August, crossed the Mississippi River at Fort Madison or near there, some miles above Nauvoo, into the territory of Iowa. We traveled up in the country between the Mississippi and Iowa rivers. Our course was westward, and a little to the south. We came near the Iowa River and traveled up the river and did not leave the river until spring. If I remember right, we went about 150 or 200 miles until we reached the last settlement on the river. A council was held there in Jackson, Stewart and family, and myself was appointed by the leading men and sanctioned by the company to take his family and team up the river and hunt bees and game that we could find for the company. While the rest were putting up hay and seeing to the other things, the Stewart family and myself started up the river to find what we could. We had not traveled but a few miles until we came to a stream of water about 3 feet deep. Brother Stewart drove in not knowing what kind of a bottom the creek had, and when we were about halfway across, one of the wheels went into a hole and upset the wagon with all its contents, which consisted of all we had: bedding, provisions, wife, children, and other things. We all got out and commenced carrying out the other things, which we could find. It took us until nearly dark, and we had to dry ourselves and bedding by the fire the best we could, and had to lie down in wet clothes during the night. That ended our hunting trip at that time. So we returned. The men at the camp had commenced cutting hay, so I went out to help them, but soon found that by sleeping in my wet clothes, I had taken a very severe cold and could not work like I had before. I went to our wagon where father and mother were camped, and told mother that I was sick and could not work. She asked me how I felt. I told her I had a fever and was chilly. She fixed me some medicine. I took it but felt no better. She said I had the fever and ague. I remained sick for about 1 month, being delirious part of the time. I continued poorly all winter up to the spring of 1845. The place being a prairie country, any amount of hay could not be cut. We cut some and then went to building log cabins to live in during the winter. I will now return and say a little bit about those who came up the Iowa River on the flat boat which Finley Page had told us about before we started from Illinois. There were 8 or 10 men that fitted up a flat boat, loading it with goods and provisions for the company, and rowed it up the Iowa River, as the Iowa River emptied into the Mississippi River not far from Nauvoo. According to their report, they had a hard time getting it up the river, where we had stopped for the winter, not far from the last settlement up the river. I will give the names of the men in that company as near as I can remember. James Emmett and family. He had a grown son named Simpson who afterward married Parthena Holt, who traveled in our company. William Potter and family. John L. Butler and family. Armstead Mogret, a single man. The people who came up in our wagon company 1 month before were Finley Page, Jonathan Russell, my father and family, Lyman Hinman and family, Zachariah Wilson and family, Thomas Wilson and family, Thomas Edwards and family, William Edwards, John Riddle, William Holt, Jackson Stewart, Jude Allen, Mr. Wynne, Burns, Jesse Hobson, Castile, William Hutchins, Gardner Potter, and all their families, Lucinda Young, a widow and her family, Harriet Hutchins, a sister of William Hutchins, and a widow named Abai and her family. I cannot remember the rest of the names, it being about 67 years ago. Now I will continue my story. When we had our cabins built for the winter, we made 2 or 3 trips to the settlements and traded some harness and horses for provisions and other things that we needed. The company had entered into an agreement to live together and have all things in common. No man called anything his own. James Emmett was captain or president of the company, and John L. Butler, his first counselor. James Emmett, after he had got things pretty well fixed up for the winter, called all the men together and talked to them and told them they had started out on a hard trip, and if there were any that did not feel that they could stand the trip, and all fare alike, and be willing to put up with the hardships, and do so without murmuring and finding fault, and if the worst came to the worst, to be willing to divide one with another, even dividing the last coon's foot, they were at liberty to draw out, and they should have enough to take them back to the settlement where they could get work and make a living. There were a few that accepted the offer and went back. The rest stayed together, and when our hay was all fed out and the range eaten up by our stock, the only alternate for us was to take our things and travel up the river, making short drives nearby every day. Sometimes when we got to a good place, with feed for our stock, we could stay there for 2 or 3 days. As near as I can remember, we left our cabins about December 12th, for I well remember after we had gone up the river a short distance, we came to a large bottom where there was plenty of feed that our stock could live on. We stopped there several days and spent Christmas. The 23 and 24 of December was spent in hunting game, such as squirrels, pheasants, turkeys, prairie hens, and quails for the feast on Christmas. The women did the cooking in good style. We had a good time considering the time of the year. As it happened, we had an open winter. When the snow came, we had to drop down trees for our stock to live on. It caused us much work to keep enough for them to live on. After we had traveled several days, we stopped again. While there, 2 of the brethren from Nauvoo came to us and told us not to go too far. But when we found a good place to make a living, to stop and settle down and communicate with the church, telling of our whereabouts. If I remember right, it was Alma's Lyman and Orson Spencer. When they returned, we traveled up the river until we came to another large bottom with some feed. We stayed there about a week or 10 days. We found some honey there and different kinds of game. While there, some of our company got discouraged and went back. Among those who went were Thomas and William Edwards. We called that place the Valley of Division because there we divided and some went back. We then started on our journey again. As we traveled on, the weather grew warmer and our stock did better. The snow went off gradually, and we came to another place with feed for our stock. Up to this time, in consequence of the snow and cold weather, many of our cattle had died. A few days before this, Finley Page married my sister Sally. He became discouraged and persuaded my father to go back. He wanted me to go also. Father and mother asked me if I wanted to go back, and I told them not unless they insisted on it, for as I had started on the trip, I desired to see the end of it. Before father left, he laid his hands upon my head and blessed me, and said I should live to return to the saints. He gave me some good instructions before we separated. That was about the last of February or the 1st of March. I then went to live with Lyman Hinman. After father, mother, my brother Horace, Finley Page, and his wife started back, the rest of the company started on up the river where there was better feed than we had left. As the snow had gone, the green grass began to grow. So our cattle began to recruit. While there, we gathered wild potatoes and wild peas, killed some game, caught some fish, and was repairing our wagons, harness and ox yokes, and getting ready to make another start. At our great surprise, here came an officer with about half a dozen men to take Emmett and Butler and some others as prisoners back to Iowa City, to be tried for swindling some of the company that had left and gone back. It happened that William Potter was down the river. He saw them coming near our camp. He ran to camp and told Emmett, Butler, and some others, and they escaped into the brush and across the river and kept out of their way. When the officers found they could not get the leading men, they took old Father Hinman and Gardner Potter back to Iowa City to be tried for swindling those that had gone back. They took them back to Iowa City. The next day was set for their trial. When the time arrived, they appeared before the justice. No man appeared against them. When the justice had waited a reasonable time, he told them they were at liberty to go where they pleased. They got provisions enough to last them and started back to camp. While on their way back, Brother Gardner Potter had to carry Father Hinman on his back across some of the streams which had swollen by the melting of the snow. They were about 40 or 50 miles from camp when they left Iowa City. When they reached camp, there was a time of rejoicing, for we were all glad to see the old man return in safety. Gardner Potter said it all he could do to stand up in some of the streams while Hinman was on his back. The old man was his father-in-law and he thought a great deal of him. Potter was a stout, young man and has been married only about 3 or 4 months. After their return, we all prepared to start again. The grass was getting good, so our stock could exist. We traveled up the river some distance, then we left the river entirely, traveling south, crossing streams after streams. How long I cannot tell. We did not go very far in a day because our teams were weak. But the grass soon got taller and more strength in it. This country was a wide rolling prairie, only a little timber. Sometimes it would be days we would not see any timber. We were in the Sioux Indian country, but as Providence would have it, we did not see an Indian until we reached the Missouri River. We met some French traders that were living at Fort Vermilion. They were hunting buffalo. They came to our camp and inquired who we were and where we were going, what our business was in that Indian country, traveling as we were, saying we were in great danger of our lives, and they were very much surprised that we had not been killed before. They said we had better go with them to Fort Vermilion, and they would use their influence to protect us from the Indians. They said if we went on and tried to cross the Missouri River, that the Indians would kill all and take all we had. Brothers James Emmett, John L. Butler, and the rest of the company thought we had better go and see what kind of a place it was at the fort. If I remember right, it took us a day and a half to go to the fort. Reaching there, we found 4 or 5 log cabins with about 10 or 15 acres planted in corn. It was up about 4 inches, ready to plow the first time. Brother Wynn rigged up a plow and they hired him to plow it. It was growing nicely. Fort Vermilion was situated on a beautiful place, close to the Missouri River on the north side. On the east, down the river was a large grove of timber, large and small, such as cottonwood, hackberry, elm, and other kinds, but chiefly cottonwood. On the west up the river was another grove of timber of considerable size. On the north was a large bottom perhaps 2 or 3 miles wide. Beautiful for cultivation and about 20 or 30 miles long. On the south, across from the river, was a narrow bottom. But it soon came to a bluff which arose into a rolling prairie, interspersed with small groves of timber. Soon after we arrived we decided to stop for the summer. The French traders wanted some building done, such as building granaries to put their corn in to keep it from the Indians and scaffolds to dry their corn. We all went to work and put up hay and plowed up some new land. We sowed buckwheat and turnips but the cattle destroyed it, and we got nothing for it. We made a corral for our stock at night. I was appointed to herd the stock and take care of them the first part of the season. When haying time came, they set me to making hay racks. The granary was made by cutting down large cottonwood tree and having them on 2 sides. The buildings were about 20 feet in length and 8 feet wide and about 10 feet high. We made a small door in one end, large enough for a man to get in with split timber, hay, and dirt for a covering. During the summer we went hunting buffalo and in that way we got our meat. We put up a considerable lot of hay for the traders and some for ourselves. We put a good solid fence around it. In the fall it got afire and all burned up. In the fall and winter we kept our stock in the bottoms. They fed on rushes, pea vines, and brush of different kinds in the fall or latter part of the summer. Brother Emmett went back to Nauvoo. I suppose to get counsel what to do and where to go. When he returned, brothers Sherwood and Fulmer, if I remember right, came with him. They stayed with us a few days and talked to us considerable. When they returned, John L. Butler went with them and stayed until spring. James Cummings came back with him with instructions for us to go down the Missouri River to meet the main company of the Saints that was leaving Nauvoo. This was in 1846. When Butler and Cummings came to us, we had put in some garden and were preparing to put in more. While at the fort, we killed deer, turkey, ducks, prairie chickens, elk, and other game to help us out during the winter of 1846. When Butler and Cummings told us what was wanted, we went to work with energy to fix up our wagons, ox yokes, and whatever was necessary to repair for traveling. When all was ready, we started. Although we had little to eat and to wear, we were happy to think that there was a prospect of getting back to the main body of the church again, even if it was traveling in the wilderness towards the Rocky Mountains. It seemed to put new life into the people. At that time the grass had grown a little so our animals could get a little green grass with the dry. We had to cross streams quite often, some on rafts, some on bridges, and some we forded. The farther we traveled the better the grass was for our animals. It always appeared that the kind hand of Providence was over us, so that in all our travels, when we were in a small company, we never met a war party of Indians. As far as Indians were concerned, we were not troubled except in the fall of 1845 while at Fort Vermilion. The Indians came in from their hunting trip and for some cause, I never knew what, they took it into their heads to kill all the white people. One of the war chiefs told one of the French trader's wife, who was a squaw, that he was going to do bad. She asked him what he was going to do and he said he was going to kill off all the white people. She begged him not to be so cruel. She went to the other wives of the French traders who were squaws and told them, and they all with the traders themselves pled for the white people, telling them they had never harmed them in any way. After a few days they gave in and let us alone. I have always felt to acknowledge the hand of the Lord in preserving us from the hands of the savages. When we left Fort Vermilion, we went to Council Bluffs. When we were within a day or two drive from Council Bluff, we stopped by a stream of water for the night. It started to rain and it rained very hard all night, so hard that we could not cross in the morning on account of high water. We concluded to stop until the water went down. After it stopped raining, the sun came out and was pleasant overhead. The women decided to wash up their clothes. The men concluded to divide up the property and each have his own to do with as he pleased. From the time that we came together in the fall of 1844 on the Iowa River, we had all things in common and no man called anything his own. A committee of 3 was appointed by the company to divide the property that was left according to the size of the family to the best of their judgment. Most of it was divided up before dark. What few things that were left undivided were divided afterwards when we camped again, down on the line of Missouri. Next day the stream had lowered so we crossed and started on our journey again, feeling pleased that we had our property divided without any dissatisfaction. At Fort Vermilion, I was married to Harriet Massina Hutchins the 21st of March, 1846 by James Emmett. John Riddle was a witness. I think we reached Council Bluffs the next day. There we got some corn meal and made some corn bread which was very acceptable. We moved on down to the line of Missouri and camped there 2 or 3 weeks. We got some more corn meal there. We had been living on rations for about 1 year and had not had one good meal of bread of any kind. Our ration was generally pint of corn per day. Now there was not much grumbling in our camp. We had entered an agreement before we started that we could not complain, but would divide one with another if the worst came to the worst, to divide even to the last coon's foot. That agreement Brother Stewart and I carried out. We caught a raccoon one day, dressed it, and cooked it, divided one of his feet and ate it. When we had camped there a few days, we received word that the main company of Saints with President Brigham Young at their head, was nearing the Missouri. If I remember right, James Emmett and John L. Butler were the men that went to see President Young and get orders for our company. He sent word for us to fit ourselves up the best we could and join Bishop George Miller's company and travel with them to the west. While we were near the line between Iowa and Missouri, the main company of Saints stopped near Council Bluff to rest and recruit their teams and other cattle and fix up for crossing the Missouri River to go west. When Colonel Allen, a United States officer, came to their camp and demanded 500 of their best men to go and help fight the Battle of the U.S. in the Mexican War, which demand was promptly filled by volunteers from the main body of the company. I wrote this in the forepart of January 1899 and continued on from time to time as I had an opportunity. About the time we were ready to start, we heard that Brother George Miller was ready to cross the Missouri River at or near Council Point, as it was called at that time. When we reached Council Point, Bishop Miller's company, consisting of about 50, were almost ready to be ferried across, so we did not have to wait long before we were ferried over. 2 other 50s, Brigham and Hebers, crossed later. The next day we started out to the prairie for the west. We traveled on across the Horn and traveled on up the Loop Fork of the Platte River until we came to the Pawnee stations. The day before we got to the stations, James Emmett and 2 or 3 others went on ahead to the station on horseback to see if all was friendly there with the Indians. When they reached there, all of the Pawnee Indians had gone out on their buffalo hunt, and there were only a few government men there who had been sent there by the government to teach the Indians how to farm and to educate their children. When James Emmett and company arrived there in the afternoon, 8 or 10 Sioux Indians, a small war party, came into the fort, which frightened the government men. They counseled with Brother Emmett what was best to do, for the men that were living there were afraid that this little war party of Sioux Indians would rob and plunder what they desired to, and then burn the fort. They decided that it was best for Emmett and one of his party to go back to the main camp and get 20 or 30 men well armed and come back that night and get there if possible by daybreak, as the Indians were tired. They thought there would be no mischief done until daylight. They returned and got 25 or 30 men well armed and went back to reaching there at daybreak and found all quiet and the Indians asleep. When it was light, we all marched in the double file. When the Indians saw us march into the fort well armed, they arose and were very friendly and shook hands with us all. They got ready and left in peace. The main camp came up about 2 or 3 o'clock that day. Everything was quiet. The company formed a half circle near the fort. A small creek running between us and the fort furnished water for culinary purpose and for the stock. While the camp remained in that place, for the safety of our stock, we corralled them at night in a large substantial corral that the government men had built for their stock. After we had been there about 3 days, about midnight, one of the guards saw an Indian crawling up towards the corral. The guard shot at him, and that stampeded all of the cattle and horses that were there. They burst through the bars and ran down through the creek, up through the camp, and run over 3 wagons, breaking 2 of them very much, and injuring the other one considerable, and hurt one woman very much. But she recovered in a few days. It took 4 or 5 days to gather the stock again. They were badly frightened. In a few days after this, as near as I can remember, 8 or 10 Indians from the Puncha Nation or tribe came and stayed with us 5 or 6 days. They asked many questions in regard to why we were there, and where we were going. There was a Frenchman in our company that had been an Indian trader up and down the Missouri River for years and had learned the Indian language. He acted as interpreter for our leading men of the company. When the Indians found that we were intending to cross the Rocky Mountains, they told our leader that we were too late to cross the mountains that season, and that we had better stop and wait until spring, as they knew we could not possibly get through that season. Our leaders asked where would be the place to winter our stock. They said their country was good for stock to winter in, and if we would go there we should be welcome. While we were at the Pawnee Station, our leaders kept up communication with President Brigham Young and the 12 who had come to the conclusion that it was too late to undertake to cross the mountains that season, and thought we had better turn aside somewhere in a place where we could winter our stock and prepare to go on in the spring. Through the influence of the Punca Indians, and the counsel from President Brigham Young, we concluded to go across to the running water which empties into the Missouri River where the friendly Indians lived. As soon as this move was agreed upon by vote of the whole company, we gathered up and started the Indians, leading the company over the prairie with good feed and water for our stock all the way. Soon after we started, the Indian guides sent 2 or 3 of their men ahead to inform their chief of our coming to their country to winter. There being 3 organized 50s, each 50 made a road for themselves, leaving good roads behind them formed 4 to 6 rods apart. While on our way, Bishop George Miller told James Emmett that he wanted a man to act as captain over the stock and see there was none left behind or strayed away. Brother Emmett asked me, Allen Russell, if I would accept that position, and I said I would if it was desired by the request of the leading brethren. I started taking care of all of the stock of 350s, which kept me busy late and early until we reached running water about 2 or 3 miles from its mouth, where it empties into the Missouri River. We reached there about noon after we turned our teams out on the grass. The old chief and some of his best men came and with our leading men, sat down on the grass and had a good talk. The old chief asking many questions being answered principally by Brother George Miller, John Batties, acting as interpreter. After matters had been explained satisfactory, the old chief made us welcome to go where we pleased. It was a beautiful country for raising stock and it appeared good grain-growing country. After looking around a while the next day, Brother Miller and brethren decided to locate their camp across the river on the west upon a beautiful bench or table land where there was an abundance of prairie grass to cut for hay. But the first work to be done was to build cabins or log houses to live in during the winter and get our stock located where they could be herded and recruit up for the winter, then cut hap as opportunity afforded. Along up and down the running water river and on the Missouri River there was plenty of cottonwood timber for fuel and making log cabins and corrals, and etc. As much as possible, each 50 herded their stock by themselves. 150 took their stock up the running water and another up the Missouri River. Jude Allen, Jesse Hobson, and myself took the stock of George Miller's 50 down the Missouri River. The stock did well that winter as there were great quantities of prairie grass, peas, vines, and rushes. We were about 100 miles up the Missouri River from winter quarters. During the winter, some of the brethren went with their teams down there to get provisions and other necessaries, to go on in the spring to the Rocky Mountains. Sometime in the latter part of the winter we got news that President Brigham Young had received a revelation from the Lord concerning the company of saints that were traveling westward. The revelation was sent to us by some of the brethren, to us in the Punka camp, as it was then called. The people of the camp were called together to see if they would accept the revelation as being from the Lord. After some explanations were given, there was a vote taken of the Punka camp and they unanimously sustained it. After that word came that a first presidency was organized, and there was counsel for us, the Punka camp, to move down to winter quarters and recruit up a little until they could go west, to a resting place of the saints. When they found when spring came and the grass began to grow a little, the camp gathered up their stock and other things and started for winter quarters. This was in 1848. We arrived in time to put in spring crops such as garden seeds, corn, buckwheat, and potatoes. Brigham Young was sustained as the first president of the church, December 27, 1847. We, the Punka camp, settled on a little creek about 3 miles west of winter quarters, where the main body of the saints were located. Before we reached there, the pioneers had started for the west with President Brigham Young at their head. The Punka camp, or part of the camp, stopped there and raised our crops and some went to other places. We raised good crops of what little seed we had. In the summer, we cut hay for winter, hauled logs and made log cabins to live in. In the beginning of the winter, I started back on the old Mormon trail to Des Moines River to get my father and my brother Horace and got as far as Pisgah. I heard that father and Horace were on down to Council Bluffs or winter quarters. I supposed I had missed them on the road, but it was a mistake as they were still living on the Des Moines River. While at Pisgah, I stopped with Moses Olmsted, an old neighbor of mine in Michigan, and had a good visit with him and family. After visiting there one day, I returned to winter quarters and spent the winter there. It was here my first child was born, Ellen, on March 10, 1848. In the spring of 1848, Jude Allen and myself left winter quarters, crossed the Missouri River and built us log cabins near Canesville. We rented some land of Henry W. Miller and put in some corn and potatoes, and raised a fair crop that summer. After I had put my crops in, I started again after my father to the Des Moines River in the state of Iowa. Canesville was also in the state of Iowa. When I reached there, I found father and Horace in good health. We had a good time of rejoicing when we met. They were willing to come with me as soon as they could settle up their affairs. We started and came to Canesville. My team was 1 yoke of oxen. I was gone 1 month and my corn got quite weedy. I went to work and soon cleaned them out. I thought I would like to have a farm in the Missouri bottoms. I went and staked out a piece of ground on the bottoms below Canesville. I put me up a log house, cut some hay for the winter, and moved there during the winter. My father and his wife that he had married after he got to Canesville, and Horace, all lived in one room. The next spring 1849, myself and Jude Allen not being fully satisfied to stop there, went up north and took us each up a farm and built us each a house on our claims, and commenced putting in corn, potatoes, and garden seed. We moved up there and made us quite comfortable homes and intended to stay there until we got enough around us to emigrate to Salt Lake reasonably comfortable, as we had traveled nearby all the time since 1844, and had not much to make our families comfortable. But in the fall or winter 1851, orders came for all the saints to leave Iowa and come to Salt Lake Valley. Orson Hyde and Ezra T. Benson were to organize companies of 50s and 10s and place captains over each company for the convenience of traveling. During the winter of 1851, we were preparing to move west in the spring. When spring came, all that could get ready gathered near the ferry and were organized into companies and crossed with their captains, by 50s and 10s, and started for the Salt Lake Valley. Benjamin Gardner was appointed captain over the 50 that I traveled in. I was captain over one of the 10s in Gardner's company. We traveled on without much difference until the cholera broke out among us. Then we had a terrible time with that awful disease. 16 died in Captain Gardner's company. My father, his wife, my stepmother, and my brother Horace traveled with me. We traveled on until we came near the Black Hills to a stream called Deer Creek. We stopped there a day for the women to wash and straighten up a bit. Jude Allen, Jesse Hobson, and myself went out on a hunt. It being a very warm day, I got very thirsty, and came very near dying by drinking too much alkali water. We killed one buffalo and returned to camp that night. We started on the next day, but I had to get another man to drive my team. I suffered terrible all that day and all night, not being able to care for my team. Next day I was still worse, and I told Captain Gardner that I could not travel that day, but they could go on, and if I lived, I would come on. And if I died, I could be buried there as well as anywhere. He said they would stop that day and perhaps I would be able to travel the next day. I suffered terrible that day. They kept giving me grease and vinegar and sour bullberries until the strength of the alkali water killed. I then began to feel better. The next day we traveled on. I kept getting better, and in a few days, I was able to drive my team. That was the first time in my life I thought I was going to die. We continued traveling on, and on September 24th, we arrived in Salt Lake City. By inquiring a little, I found my wife's brother William B. Hutchins. We stopped with him a few weeks, and I thrashed some wheat for him with my oxen, borrowed a fanning mill and cleaned it, and he gave it to me. I worked for some others and got some more wheat. Then father, his wife, Horace, and myself started for Fillmore. While I was in SLC, one of my oxen died, putting me out considerable. But I managed to reach Fillmore. When I arrived there, I found a small settlement of 17 families, namely, Anson Call, Josiah Ball, Peter Robison, George Black, N.W. Bartholomew, Thomas R. King, S.P. Hoyt, Thomas Charlesworth, John Webb, Orange Warner, George Catlin and his father, Orson Tyler, Lehman Brunson, J.H. Dame, Lauren E. Kinney, and Alfred P. Safford. About the 1st of November, President Brigham Young organized these families into a branch with Anson Call president, Peter Robinson his first, and Thomas R. King his second counselors. Noah W. Bartholomew, bishop, and Samuel P. Hoyt, his counselor, who had come here October 28, 1851. President Brigham Young came with them also. Brother Jesse Fox, a surveyor, and surveyed the town site. When Father, Horace, and myself arrived, I started to work for provisions a short time to live on and rented one of the lumber cabins that the men had been laying the foundation of the State House had built to live in. We lived there until January 24, 1853, when I built me a log house and moved into it. I then went to cutting, fencing to fence in some land that I had taken up for raising a crop the coming season. I raised some wheat and potatoes, nearly enough to live on the following season. On July 8, 1853, word came that war had broke out between the Saints and the Utah Indians in Utah Valley near Utah Lake, and for the Fillmore people to ford up and defend themselves in case of an attack by the Indians. Immediately we began to prepare to defend ourselves. The people that first came to Fillmore were at that time mostly living in their little three-cornered fort that they built near where Bartholomew's old grist mill now stands. He commenced building it in the spring of 1853, but 2 or 3 had built on their lots. They were required to take them down and move inside the fort, and to make ourselves safe, we must fortify ourselves, and we had no time to delay, for the Indians might come upon us any time. We had our crops to take care of and to water and harvest when ripe. Captain Henry Standage was our military officer. We were all put under military law, and we had to go in companies with our arms and ammunition to get wood, water our grain, and harvest it. We were not allowed to go off single-handed anywhere. I with the rest pulled down my house, took it into the little three-cornered fort, and put it up and lived there during the summer and fall. Sometime in the forepart of July, George A. Smith and Jesse Fox, a surveyor, came to Fillmore and surveyed out a larger fort. The people took up lots inside the big fort. We drew for our lots. We moved our houses so as to form a part of the fort. Being about 16 feet apart, and the back of each house was on a line with each other, the space between the houses were built up with rocks and mud, or pickets, so as to have the fort fully enclosed to defend ourselves against an attack from the Indians if necessary. During the summer, we were compelled to go in companies wherever we went and stand guard every night in our turn. I drew my lot on the west side near where the big gate was afterwards built, put my house up there and lived there during the winter of 1853, 185 Ford, and the fall of 1853, Captain Gunson and party of 7 men were killed on the Sevier River near where Deseret now stands. In 1854 the Indians became more quiet and we could go when and where we pleased, but we had to carry our guns with us. In 1854, Anson Call was released from the presidency in the Fillmore branch and John A. Ray placed in his stead. That fall, the walls of the State House were put up. That same year, the Indian chief Walker died near Meadow Creek in Millard County. In 1855 the grasshoppers destroyed the crops in Fillmore fields. This was called the First Grasshopper War. In 1855 myself, Allen Russell, Ephraim Tompkinson, Alfred P. Safford, Orson Tyler, Thomas Charlesworth, and William Payne plowed up several acres of land and sowed it with wheat, down on the Beaver River where Beaver City now stands. We watered it twice and it grew nicely and looked well, but was killed by frost on account of its being put in late July. My father, Jonathan Russell, died in Fillmore in 1855. That year Hiram B. Bennett and myself plowed the first furrow, starting from Fillmore to make the ditch and carry the water from Chalk Creek to the Sink Farm. I plowed up 5 acres of land and sowed wheat, but the season was so dry that the wheat did not come up until the next season in 1856. From that year forward, I raised grain at the Sink Field until I sold my farm to John Kelly and James A. Melville in 1894, as near as I can remember, when father, his wife, Horace, myself and family reached Fillmore in 1852. The foundation of the State House was about 3 or 3 feet high, but the walls were not put up until a year or 2 later. Father was crippled up with rheumatism, and he could not work much, but being a shoemaker by trade, worked by making and mending shoes, which helped him to make a living. But Horace and I went to the canyon and got out some logs to build us a house. We got some land outside the field. We cut fencing, hauled it, and enclosed our field. We made our fields a little larger in the spring of 1853. Besides, we rented some land in the old field. In the winter of 1854, my 2 boys died, John and William. Both in February, which was a trial to us. That fall I think it was my wife Harriet and I went to Salt Lake City with an ox team and got our endowments. In 1856, I raised the first grain at the Sink Field, and from then on I raised wheat, barley, oats, and rye until 1894. I think it was when I sold my farm to John Kelly and James A. Melville, excepting in times of grasshoppers or drought. Some years raising more than others. One year Abe Kimball thrashed for me 300 bushels, small grain, though generally from 400 to 1,000 bushels. In 1855, I think it was, I hauled logs from the canyon and got them sawed at the mill and put into it, besides farming on the old field and some at the Sink Farm. It was 24 years from the time my first child was born until the last one was born. Allen Jr. born March 10, 1848 and Janet born March 12, 1872. In those 24 years for me, it was a season of very hard work. I built 4 log houses in Pottawatomie County to live in, crossed the plains and came to Utah building 3 more houses. Opened up 2 more farms and helped build public buildings. After reaching Utah, I served as a road supervisor 10 years, and city marshal several years. I do not recall how many years I served as city councilman, 1 term, 2 years, served in the Indian Wars for several years, helped make roads into the canyons, and in hauling hay when Fillmore was first settled. It was from 25 to 30 miles, and crossing the plains. I was captain of TEN.AT the time Johnson's army came to Utah. We had to pay $5 per bushel for wheat to live on and sometimes could not get it for that or any price. In 1880, or about that time, my wife Margaret and her children went to St. George. Alan, Flora's mother went with us from Beaver City and done some temple work for father, mother, and some other relatives, and some for the Ashley family. About that time, either before or after, I bought the brick house that I lived in afterwards. I bought of Nephi Pratt and gave him $800 for it, $400 down, and $400 on trust. I borrowed the money from Alman Robison at 18% interest per year. I got a job of hauling supplies for J.S. Black & Company and in a few days started on the road with a 4-horse team and 2 wagons and went up Spanish Fork Canyon to the depot on the D&RG. There we loaded with supplies and started out for Thompson Springs. We got 3 cents per pound for hauling them from there. We, Joseph Barney, my son Alan, and myself, hauled supplies all summer, and in that way I paid for my house mostly that summer. I was away from home for 8 months and did not get home until January. From that time on, I worked on my farm, some of the time freighting some, and hauling or at Bristol Prioc and other places. From 1860 until 1892, I kept no daily journal or diary, so the dates that I have made may not be exactly correct but are as near as my memory serves me. The most of this history, I have been eyewitness to, and some I have obtained from other records and sayings of other people. But that my children might know where I was born, and who my parents were, I made this short history, that others might know I have passed through many trials and hardships, and that my life has not all been a flowery bed of ease, but mixed up with unpleasantness, but thanks be to God that it was no worse and that I am still alive. My history up to this point has been memory mostly. March 1, 1892, I attended High Priest meeting and listened to a lecture given by Alexander Fertai on the Second Coming of Christ, which was very interesting. March 3, attended fast meeting, it being at the time diphtheria was raging in Fillmore. Alan Russell offered up a prayer in behalf of the sick. 3 babies blessed, 5 bottles of oil consecrated, J.D. Smith being mouth. My wife Margaret was quite sick. Sunday 6, attended meeting, Frank Hinckley and A. Fertai were the speakers. Monday 7, John Ashman and myself administered to William Brunson's babe. Wednesday 9, I visited old Sister Carling, she seems to feel quite well and cheerful. Friday 11, Brother Ashman and myself administered to Sister Mitchell. Sunday 13, I attended meeting, J.D. Smith, James Payne, and Bishop Callister speakers. I let Brother Ashman and Brother Beauregard have a horse to go to Petersburg on a home mission. James Hatton was appointed superintendent of Sunday school, Miller first and Orson Whitaker second assistant. Monday 14, Brother John Ashman administered to Clark Callister. Tuesday 15, Brother Ashman and myself administered to Charlotte Swallow's baby as it was sick with the croup. Wednesday 16, Brother Ashman and I went to Sister Clothier's and blessed the little babe of Charlie Christopherson's, which was very sick but it died that night. Thursday 17, I offered up a prayer at the funeral of Christopherson's child at Sister Clothier's. Saturday 19, Charlotte Swallow sent for me to come see her babe as it was sick. I went, but it did not seem to be very sick. Sunday, March 20, 1892, Abraham Freer Carling administered to Charlotte Swallow's babe. Monday 21, I went and saw Sister Swallow's babe. It was better. I then went and saw Margaret McMahon, she was quite sick, and chopped them a little wood. Tuesday 22, I attended prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. We, Brother Ashman and I attended High Priest's meeting and listened to a lecture given by John Powell on tithing and on things that took place when Johnson's army came to Fort Bridger and wintered there, and then the next spring came to Salt Lake Valley. C. Anderson was the next speaker. He spoke on the fulfillment of prophecy of the prophet Daniel. Thursday 24, Brother Ashman, Jesse Ty, and myself administered to Lydia Ty Ashman. In the evening, Brother Melville and I assisted N.S. Bishop in administering to his little babe named Ward. Saturday 26, attended priesthood meeting. President Hinckley and Stevens and about 26 in all were present. I spoke with President Hinckley about selling the hay. Joe Dearden left with me to help pay on the W.H. King's note. He said if I could get $3 per ton to sell it. Sunday 27, I attended meeting. James A. Melville, John Hanson, and Ed Hinckley were the speakers. Bishop Callister called for the donations to pay interest on money that Alfred Gould borrowed before he died. In the evening, Brother J. Ashman made me a visit for 1 hour. Tuesday 29, Isabel Swallows sent for me to come and see Tommy Dearden as his throat was sore. I went but did not think him dangerous. In the evening I attended High Priest meeting, President Anderson not being present. I took charge. I gave a lecture on the different organizations of the church. When I finished, N.S. Bishop spoke a short time. Next Alexander Fertai spoke a short time. Wednesday 30, Thomas Dearden sent for me again. I went but did not think he was dangerous, but told him I would come in the evening and soak his feet, which I did. Thursday 31, went to see Thomas again and found him much better. Brother Ashman and I administered to Thomas and he said he felt a little better but feared it would result in quinsy. I went to get Cordelia Warner to come and see him. She said it looked like quinsy. Frank Warner came up from the sink for medicine. He said the baby was sick. Friday, April 1, 1892, went to see Thomas Dearden in the morning and he was asleep. But he got well all right. Then I went to Lydia Ashman's and spent the evening there with Brother Ashman. Lydia seemed to be getting better. Saturday 2, called on Thomas Dearden and he seemed about the same. Sunday 3, about 7 inches of snow on the ground and snowed some during the day. I went to meeting, about 40 present. Richard went to the sinks on Tinker. Tuesday 5, Brother Henry Davis and I administered to Thomas Dearden. Thursday 7, I attended fast meeting, only a few present. Sod Melville had her baby blessed. There were 3 bottles of oil consecrated. Sunday 10, Brother Ashman and I went to Petersburg as home missionaries. I spoke of the relationship that we held one with another and to our Father in heaven and of the benefits we would derive by keeping the commandments which He had given, such as keeping the Sabbath day holy, attending to our meetings, partaking of the sacrament when worthy and strictly keeping the word of wisdom, and etc. We, Brother Miller and myself, assisted James Hatton in administering to his wife, then came home. Tuesday 12, George Olson came home from Skull Valley, said his family was well, and the people there were getting along fine. I attended prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Brother A.D. Robison talked on the great and marvelous work of the last days and the necessity of preparing ourselves for the events of providence. Saturday 16, Brother Ashman, Mother, and I went to Deseret as home missionaries. We stopped at Brig Crandall's. My son-in-law left my wife to visit with her daughter while Brother Ashman and I drove to Deseret. I notified the bishop that we would be there Sunday as home missionaries, then drove back to Brig Crandall's and stayed all night. We walked down to Sunday school and listened to a lecture by Brother Webb on the sacrament before the advanced class. When the program was ended, Brother Ashman and I spoke a short time to the children. We then went and had dinner with the bishop. At 2 p.m. we talked to the saints on repentance and remission of sins. The Spirit of the Lord bearing testimony to the words. At 5 p.m. we attended religion class and spoke to the children a short time. Then we went to the bishops and had supper. Then went and talked to the saints in their evening meeting. We spoke on the subject on atonement, and Brother Hale drove us to Briggs. We stayed there all night and we were kindly received, and all had courtesy extended to us that could be desired. Monday 18, we returned home. It hailed, rained, and snowed quite hard. Tuesday 19, rained and snowed nearly all day. I attended prayer meeting and Brother Ashman's. Brother A.D. Robison met with us. Our principal talk was concerning repentance, remission of sins, and the atonement of Christ. Wednesday 20, rained and snowed nearly all day. Brother Ashman made me a short visit. We were conversed on the subject of the atonement of Christ and the consequences of men's personal sins. Friday 22, Orson Campbell told Joseph Dearden and A.D. Robison that he would try and pay Alan Russell all he owed him, summer interest and all. Sunday 24, I attended meeting, speakers W. P. Payne, Joshua Greenwood, Bishop and T. C. Callister. In the evening Brother Ashman, J. L. Allred, and Samuel Western made me a short visit. Allred and Western being on their way home from Petersburg as home missionaries. Monday 25, about 10 o'clock, I went and administered to Maria Swallows as she was sick in confinement. I went again in the evening and administered to her. Tuesday 26, J. D. Smith and I administered to Maria again. Also in the evening I attended prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Wednesday 27, I administered to Maria in the morning. About noon Brother Ashman and I administered to her again. Dr. Maneri assisted Jessie Huntsman, then Sister Carling came and did the best she could. The Sister Stringham came and took the child with instruments. The babe was dead. Brother Hickman and J. Greenwood administered to her 2 or 3 times before the child was taken and once afterwards. I attended prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's as 'twas the first anniversary of Meadow Ridge. April 27, 1891, when our prayer meetings we first started. Thursday 28, I assisted in burying the little babe of William Swallows. I offered a short dedication prayer of the grave. Hiriam Mace, William Swallows, and Joseph Swallows, being present. Miriah Beeston Swallows died at 11 o'clock. Friday 29, I set out some large onions for seed. Uncle Peter Robison and Aunt Mary came. I went to Brother Ashman's to get Uncle Pete to come to dinner. Saturday 30, I assisted in putting Miriah S. in the coffin, then went and greased Brother Ashman's wagon, then got ready for the funeral. I hitched my team onto the buggy. My wife, Brother Ashman, and his wife went with me. A. Russell, J. Greenwood, J. Hickman, and T. C. Callister were the speakers. After returning from the graveyard, I attended priesthood meeting. J. D. Smith resigned being superintendent of Sunday schools in Millard Stake. Josiah Greenwood was placed in his stead. Sunday, May 1, 1892, I attended fast meeting. Quite a large attendance. Speakers were Frank Noyes, Clarence Merrill, President Hinckley, N. S. Bishop, Alan Russell, Thomas Turner, and T. C. Callister. Sacrament administered by J. Hickman and Ed Hinckley. Monday 2, Fred Swallow and I consecrated a part of a bottle of oil, then we administered to Fred's wife. After that, Brother Ashman and I administered to Father Mitchell. Tuesday 3, Brother Ashman and I went to see him early in the morning and consecrated a bottle of oil, then administered to him again. I loaded up 1 load of hay and put it in the barn. Thursday 5, attended fast meeting. 3 babies blessed and 2 bottles of oil consecrated. N. S. Bishop presiding. I blessed the Rasmussen baby. Jed Warner came and attended the Republican rally and stayed all night. I received a letter, also a picture from my sister Sally Page, which was kindly received. Brother Ashman made me a short visit. Our subject of study was the binding up of the law, and the sealing of the testimony to the Gentiles. D.C. Sector 88 verse 84. Friday 13, rained and snowed nearly all day. I attended prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our study was the authority and the responsibility that rests upon those who preside over different organizations of the Church of Christ. I went to Margaret's and stayed about 1 hour, then called in to see Sister Stokes. She was better. Sunday 15, Brother Ashman and I went to Meadow on a visit, found Brother Abraham and Brother Reply there as home missionaries. They spoke first and used what time they wanted. Then I spoke a short time upon people falling away from the truth unless they had someone to prompt them continuously. Brother Ashman spoke a short time. Monday 16, 1892, I had a short visit with old Sister Carling. She seemed to be quite cheerful. I plowed Sister McMahon's garden, harrowed it, planted potatoes and sweet corn, being worth $1.25, but I gave it to her because her husband was on a mission. I then went to James King and plowed his garden once. In the evening went to Brother Ashman's and bathed his hip with liniment, because of lameness. Thursday 19, finished plowing and harrowing and planting for James King. I then hoed a row of peas. Went to bathe Brother Ashman's hip again, but his wife had done it before I got there. Saturday 21, Brother Ashman, C. Anderson, and myself went to Deseret to conference. We stopped at Mary Crandall's, had dinner, then drove to Deseret where we found Chris Peterson, who took myself and Brother Ashman to his home, treated us very kindly and until conference adjourned. Saturday 21, we attended the General High Priest meeting, and I gave in our report, and listened to some good instructions given by President Lyman and Joseph F. Smith. Sunday 22, we attended conference where many good instructions were given. Also, at 2 p.m. with good instructions. It was in that meeting that Peter Robison had his priesthood restored again to him, and all of his former blessings. Also Mary his second wife had her former blessing restored to her again. F.M. Lyman being mouth. That evening President Joseph F. Smith, F.M. Lyman, President J.N. Hinckley, President D.R. Stevens, J.D. Smith, J. Hickman, and C. Anderson met at Brother Hale's, where some questions were asked and answered. One was whether Peter Robison's children should all be sealed to him. The answer was yes. Brother C. Anderson phrenologized some heads. Monday 23, attended conference again at 10 o'clock with good instructions given at recess. The bishops and high councilmen met with President Hinckley and Stevens, and talked on the affairs of an academy. Some money was gathered for Brother Hickman. Attended meeting again at 2 p.m. after which conference adjourned until August. We went to Mary's and stayed overnight. We heard that Martha Robison was hurt. Tuesday 24, we came home and brought one of Brother Bennett's girls with us to work for Ted Davis. After I reached home, I worked some in the raspberries, peas, and radishes. I attended prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Wednesday, June 1, 1892, I worked on the Melville Ditch all day, and spoke to the mayor about having the matter settled between the Melville Ditch and Crofts Mill, and the cleaning out of that ditch. Thursday, June 2, I attended the funeral services of Benjamin Stewart, and opened the meeting by prayer. Alexander Fertai was the speaker. I cleaned out a piece of a ditch for Lydia Ashman, taking about 1 hour and pulled weeds from among the currants. I administered to Joseph Swallow's baby. Friday 3, I hoed in the strawberries. Saturday 4, I hoed in the strawberries. Sunday 5, Mother and I went to the Sinks to see Newell Warner. He was very sick. Jed, Warner, and I administered to him. We poulticed him all that day and part of the night and he seemed to get better. We stayed that night and went home the next morning. Monday 6, I attended prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Brother Gardner and Bishop Styler being present. Our subject was preparing the saints for the hour of judgment in the world and in the world to come. I administered to Isabel Swallow, and to her babies. Wednesday 8, administered to Isabel's babe again. Friday 10, Violet Warner was very sick. Saturday 11, I let Brother Ashman take my horse Tinker, to go to Hinckley on a home mission. Violet Warner being sick, I did not go. Sunday 12, attended meeting. Speakers were C.P. Beargard and home missionaries. Also a brother from Parowan. In the afternoon, Mother and I went to the Sinks and brought Violet home with us. Monday 13, Brother Ashman returned from Hinckley. Tuesday 14, I fixed up my mower and cut lawn on Lydia's lots. I attended prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject was the condition of the people and what should be done to prepare them for the future. Wednesday 15, I washed my harness. Thursday 16, I greased my harness and up to this date we had picked 15 quarts of strawberries. Friday 17, I raked and cocked up hay for N.S. Bishop, his friend from New Zealand, and a little girl came down to the field where we were working. Sunday 19th, attended meetings. Preachers were N. Noyes and Ed Hinckley. Saturday 25, I attended priesthood meeting. President Hinckley purposed giving his salary to assist in the academy and called on his counselors to do the same, also the bishop. Sunday 26, I attended meeting, Isaac Carling being speaker. Friday, July 1, 1892, I got Hans Peterson to put a pinion wheel in my mower. Sunday 3, Brother Ashman went to Petersburg and talked to the people on repentance. I attended prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject was the necessity of the missionaries, and magnifying their calling in the ministry. Sunday 10, Brother Ashman and I went to Holden as home missionaries, our subject being, prepare ourselves for a place in the celestial kingdom by keeping all the commandments God has given us. We met J.D. Smith, Isaac Carling, and company on their way to the Manti Temple, and old sisters Carling and Smith. Sunday 17, attended meeting in the afternoon. Speakers Eddie Mace and I.N. Hinckley Sr. Friday, August 5, I was sick all day and did no work. Sunday 7, Brother Ashman and I went to Kanash's Home Missionaries and spoke on the subject of preparing ourselves for the hour of God's judgments. Monday 8, William Payne brought another load of lumber for my house. I helped him overhaul it to see what was lacking on the bill. I attended prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject was, the gifts of the gospel in the church, their benefits to the saints, how to attain them, and use them to the glory of God and our salvation. Uncle Peter Robison came to my house and spoke to me about trying to get a pension from the government for his service in the Indian War in 1853 to 4 and 5. Mother and I attended relief meeting. My wife and I went to Young Ladies Mutual Conference, which was quite interesting. Sister Howard spoke to the congregation. In the evening, I pulled up some of the flooring to dry. Friday 12, I saw J.S. Giles and spoke to him about the pension that was to be given to those who served in the Indian Wars in 1853, 4 to 5. Sunday 14, I went to meeting. Speakers were A. Greenwood and John Trimble. They spoke of the world and exhorted the saints to live their religion. I attended prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's, our subject being, the condition of the people and the officers of this take of Zion, that they were walking in darkness at noonday, and also visiting those that should be baptized. Accordingly we visited James Swallow and wife. We appointed Monday evening, the 15th, to baptize. I visited Joseph Dearden and wife, Edward Davis and wife. They manifested a desire to be baptized when convenient. I selected a place to be baptized at Crofts Mill. At about 7 o'clock, William Swallow, James Swallow and wife, Joseph Dearden and wife, came and I baptized them. Witnesses present, J. Croft, and Margaret A. Russell. Wednesday 17, John Ashman and I confirmed those that came to be confirmed, which was William Swallows, James Swallow and wife. Saturday 20, I went with Brother Ashman to Brother J. Mitchell and administered to him as he was sick with cholera mortis. Sunday 21, I attended conference in Fillmore. Brother Texterius came home with me and had dinner. We went to meeting in the afternoon. Also priesthood meeting in the evening, all very good representation from the wards. Joshua Greenwood was voted in as a high counselor, Jesse Giles as president of the first quorum of elders, Alma Greenwood to preside over Young Men's Mutual, and Joseph Dameron to preside over the third quorum of elders. Considerable was said about the academy, but 'twas left until the next day to be decided upon. Monday 22, went to conference, had a good meeting with very good instructions. At noon it was decided to continue the academy this coming winter. In the afternoon, the general and local authorities of the church were presented and unanimously sustained, and good instructions given by President Thompson and Stevens. Also President C. Anderson gave good instructions and commended the high priests to their fullest capacity. Tuesday 23, in the evening, Brother Ashman and I administered to his wife Botilda at his house. Sunday 28, I visited Philander Stewart and had a good talk with him and Benjamin Stewart's wife on religion and about what Benjamin Stewart said to me just before he died. At 2 p.m. Mother and I went to meeting. Preachers were H. Mace Sr. and J.D. Smith. P.J. Wilkerson was sustained as preceptor of the deacons' quorum. Monday 29, I hauled the first load of hay for Christian Hansen of his second cutting and he stacked it for me by moonlight. Tuesday 30, I hauled the second load of C. Hansen, George Wade, and his boy helped me stack it. Sunday 4, J. Ashman and I went to Petersburg and preached to the people on preparing ourselves for the coming of the Savior. We had dinner at Orson Whitaker's. James Hatton and wife were there. Monday 5, about noon J.T. Ashman told me the county court wanted to see me. I went to the courthouse and saw them. They said for me to go to Meadow and do what I could for the sick. I went to the drugstore and got some medicine, then went to Meadow with Hiram Safford. We found Neil Stewart and told him my business. He went with me to see the bishop and I asked him if he had any instructions to be given. He said, "No, but go and do the best you can." So NS Stewart and I started out to find the sick. I found 2 of Robert Edwards' children quite sick. Elias and John with ulcered sore throats. I commenced putting sagebrush poultices on John's throat that night and continued putting them on every 15 minutes until we had put on 6. Then we changed to pork and mustard poultices and giving sweet spirits of niter and canker medicine. At 2 o'clock, I lay down and slept a little. In the morning Elias' throat was worse. We gave him the same treatment as John. Then we went to see George Littlewood's girl and she seemed better. I then went to see Lorenzo Adams' little girl and she seemed to be getting better. In the morning we examined Joseph Edwards' throat, which we had to do by main strength, and found it badly ulcered. We poulticed his the same as the others. The children being small, it was quite difficult to see into their throats and see what condition they were in. Wednesday 7, the children seemed to be some better and we continued our treatment. I sent home for some of Brother Jesse Ty's medicine to take off ulcers. In the afternoon, I spent a little time conversing on religion and the duties of the saints, and in the evening I had an interview with George Littlewood on the same subject. Thursday 8, I examined the children's throats. The oldest and youngest seemed better, but John seemed to be a little inflamed, and with consent of his mother, and Stewart and I administered to them all. In the evening I examined their throats again. In the youngest there were no ulcers to be seen, but in the other 2, there was a little left. I fixed some sulfate of potash and gave it alternately with the canker medicine. Friday, I examined their throats again and they all seemed a little better. Daily Journal from September 9, 1892 until Tuesday, May 9, 1893, lost. Tuesday, May 9, 1893, I took Mother, my wife, out riding in the cart. In the evening I attended High Priest's meeting, and I lectured on the organizations of a stake in Zion, in the brick schoolhouse. Wednesday 10, Brother Ashman, C. Anderson and I washed and dressed Brother Daniel Olson and put him in his coffin. Thursday 11, I took the yellow flag down from John Powell's as his boy was getting better. Sunday 14, I attended meeting in Fillmore. Brothers J. D. Smith, H. Peterson, and D. B. Warner speakers. After meeting, the bishop called on the teachers to report their labors and hand in their money that they had gathered for Sister Mathena, who had been appointed by the stake presidency to work in the Manti Temple. I gave one of the teachers 50 cents for her. Then Christian came up and I was to visit him in the capacity of a priest. Monday 15, I helped put Brother John Anderson in his coffin and attended funeral services. Went with them to the graveyard and dedicated the grave. Tuesday 16, in the meeting I attended High Priest meeting. Saturday 20, Brother Ashman and I went to Hinckley to conference. Stopped at N. Peterson's. We attended High Priest's meeting in the evening and reported our missionary labor and listened to a lecture given by A. Jensen on the propriety of keeping a faithful record and of important events, also one given by B.H. Roberts on the priesthood, which was very interesting. Sunday 21, we attended meeting at 10 a.m. where some of the bishops made their reports. A. Jensen spoke again on the necessity of the saints keeping a record of all the most important incidents that happens under their notice. At 2 p.m. another session, B.H. Roberts spoke of the sacrament and the atonement with much earnestness. Monday 22, attended conference where good instructions were given by different speakers. In the afternoon B.H. Roberts spoke of the blessing of the temple and many other important things. After conference adjourned we went to Brig Crandall's and stayed overnight. Tuesday 23, we assisted in settling a difficulty between Brig Crandall's and Bishop Styler and then came home. Julia came partway with Brother C. Hansen and finished with T.C. Callister. Wednesday 24, I worked for Brother Ashman mixing mortar. In the evening myself, J. D. Smith, President Hinckley, and C. Anderson met at the office of C. Anderson and made arrangements for collecting means to pay the stake debt. Thursday 25, it rained and snowed and commenced working for Brother Ashman again. Friday 26, I mixed mortar for 8 hours. Sunday 28, I made H. May Sr. a short visit and received some dates of the first settling of Fillmore. Mother and I went to meeting in the cart. Brother Andrew Jensen and McMahon speakers. We also attended meeting in the evening. Brother A. Jensen gave a historical sketch of the travels and persecution of the saints in Missouri. William Charles and Joseph Swallow started for the Manti Temple. Monday 29, Andrew Jensen met with H. Mace, A. Russell, D. B. Warner, James Starley, J. Ashman, Delilah Olson and others and took down a historical sketch of the first settling of Fillmore which he received there. Also a sketch of the organizations of the Elders Quorum, other organizations and associations. Tuesday 30, I attended High Priest meeting in the schoolhouse. Speakers, R. N. Rowley, A. Russell, and A. Furtai. Thursday, June 1st, I attended fast meeting and offered up a prayer of thanksgiving, blessed Riley Wade's baby, and spoke to the saints a short time. #babies were blessed and 3 bottles of oil consecrated. Sunday 4, I attended meeting. Will Kelly, C. Ray, Young Hinckley, Brother Simons, and J. A. Melville speakers. After meeting B. P. Callister, N. S. Bishop, J. D. Smith, and I went to George Wade's and administered to old Sister Wade as she was quite feeble. Afterwards she seemed more cheerful. Then I went to J. D. Smith and with Brother Crane, got my papers for collecting means to pay the stake debt. I attended High Priest's meeting in the brick schoolhouse. Brother Alexander Melville spoke of his experience in the Nauvoo persecutions. A. Russell also spoke on the scenes of Nauvoo. I with Bishop Callister, N.S. Bishop and Alexander Melville went and administered to Sister Ralph, she was quite sick. Sunday 11, myself and Brother Ashman went to Kenosh. Got there just as SS was dismissed. I went to SS and Brother Ashman went to Brother Abraham's. I had dinner at the bishop's and then we went to meeting. Brother Ashman did not go because he was sick. Brother Charles Watts, first speakers, he spoke of the divine mission of Joseph Smith. Then I spoke a short time upon the duties of the saints. After meeting closed the bishop asked the brethren to stop a while and they did so, that is, some of them did. The bishop laid the matter before them of getting means to pay the stake debt. I spoke 2 or 3 times on that subject and several others spoke their feelings, some were willing to pay their share and some were not. Brother Christensen laid it before them in a very plain and simple manner. It was proposed that the bishopric look into the matter and if they thought it a fair portion, they would pay it. Before the meeting was out, Brother Ashman came with a horse and buggy, had to wait until meeting was out, then we came home, leaving an appointment at Meadow for the next Sunday. Sunday, June 18th, Brother C. Hansen went to Meadow in the interest of the stake debt. We stopped at Bishop Bennett's, his wife was sick. Bishop C. Hansen and I attended SS. I spoke to them with such good order that it was a credit to both students and officers. About 12:30, Brother Ashman and wife arrived. She had dinner with us, but he remained in another room until time to go to meeting. We all went together. C. Anderson was first speaker. He spoke of the blessings we as a people enjoy and exhorted the saints to faithfulness. I spoke next on the faithfulness of the prophet Joseph in doing what the Lord told him to do and the unfaithfulness of some of his brethren who bore false witness against him. Before I closed I spoke of the stake debt. Afterwards Brother Ashman, C. Hansen, and the bishopric spoke quite freely. They thought their share could be raised. Melissa Greenwood died. Monday 19, Uncle Peter Robison and Aunt Mary came on a visit. Also George Olson and Melissa came. I attended funeral services of Melissa Greenwood. I went to High Priest's meeting and the evening where a lecture was given by John Powell on the signs of the times, given in much plainness. Mr. Hendrickson and wife made us a visit in the evening. Attended priesthood meeting at 10 a.m. and High Council meeting in the evening. The case before the High Council was Sorensen and Ova Peterson. Brother Jesse B. Martin had dinner with me. Sunday 25, Brother Ashman and I went to Petersburg as home missionaries. Attended SS and spoke to the children a short time. At 2 p.m., we spoke on improvement in temporal and spiritual things. Leora Olson was very sick but Sisters Rhoda Holbrook and Eunice Turner nursed her and she seemed to get better. Tuesday 27, I attended High Priest's meeting. President Anderson spoke on the power and authority of the priesthood, which was very interesting. Sunday, July 2nd, I visited Dan Melville as a priest and preached the gospel to him and also attended meeting in Fillmore, James McMahon speaker. I attended teachers' meeting. After meeting closed, I reported to NS Bishop my visit to Chris the tailor. Wednesday 5, Bros James McMahon, Melville, and I administered to Sister Jane Melville. She was quite sick. Thursday 6, I attended fast meeting. AF Carling presiding. I spoke a short time and assisted in blessing 5 children and was mouth and blessing 1 child. Joshua Nichols, its name was David. Also 3 bottles of oil were blessed. An appointment was given out for baptism at 2 p.m. John Ashman presiding, C. Anderson spoke a short time on baptism, then I was called on to speak. I spoke a short time on the same subject. Notice was given to prepare for the water, which was done at Crofts Mill Race, where 4 were baptized by J. Ashman and confirmed at the same place by Bros C. Anderson and A.F. Carling. Mother attended the services. Friday 7, old Sister Carling had a paralytic stroke which caused her to lose the use of her left side. I went to see Sister Melville and with Brother Melville, administered to her and she seemed better. Sunday 9, I went to meeting, Bryant Hinckley speaker. After meeting I reported to the bishop my visit with Chris. Tuesday 11, in the evening I attended High Priest's meeting. Ian Hinckley Jr. spoke on proper methods of settling difficulties in the church. Sunday, July 16, 1893, old Sister Carling died at 1 o'clock in the morning. I attended SS and preached to the people in meeting as home missionary. Brother Ashman was not feeling well and did not address the saints, but closed the meeting. In the evening, Mother and I went up to Margaret's in the cart. Tinker pulling us for the last time as he died the next day. Monday 17, I hoed a little in the garden and attended funeral services of Sister Carling. Sunday 23, Brother Ashman went to Kenosh's home missionaries. I did not feel very well, so stopped at Brother James Gardner's. Brother Ashman went to SS and talked to the children a short time. At 2 o'clock we preached to the people on being educated in the gospel. I attended High Priest's meeting in the evening and gave a lecture on the respect that should be given to each officer in the church. Remarks were made by Brother Fertai and President Anderson. Saturday 29, I attended priesthood meeting in the afternoon, where the High Council gave in their report to the presidency of the stake, what they had done in regard to gathering means to pay the debt of the presidency. All the wards had been visited except Scipio. In the afternoon, President Hinckley turned the matter over to the chairman of the Finance Committee and Alan Russell. The chairman called on all present to say what they would do in gathering the means to pay the debt. All expressed a desire to do all they could to gather the means, and that immediately. The Bishop of Holden said he had $45 to turn over to the treasurer. Then meeting adjourned until conference. Sunday 30, Brother Ashman and I went to Meadow as home missionaries. Our subject was gathering means to pay the stake debt. We received $12 that day. Also attended SS and talked to the children a while, and then came home. Tuesday, August 1st, Brother A and I went to Meadow again and canvassed the town and got $6.75 more. Then I came home in the cart and attended High Priest's meeting in the evening. Brother Ashman stayed at Meadow. Wednesday 2, Brother Ashman went to Petersburg before breakfast and made arrangements with Uncle Peter Robinson to collect what he could. Then Brother Ashman went to Kenosh and I met him there and saw Ferna Robinson about the $20 tuition that she owed. She said she would turn out sheep to pay back the tuition. I found Brother Ashman and the bishop and we arranged to canvass the town. Brother Ashman and the bishop took the west part and Brother Abraham and I took the last part. We got $15 and turned it over to Stephen's treasurer to be credited to Kenosh Ward. Also $6.75 from Meadow Ward. We stayed all night. Next day finished up, and came home. We attended fast meeting. Saturday 5, Brother Ashman and I went to Hinckley as home missionaries and stopped at the bishop's. He was sick. We also attended SS. At 2 p.m., we preached to the saints and encouraged them to be faithful in keeping the commandments of the Lord, that peace and prosperity might attend us as a people. After meeting, we attended their priesthood meeting and listened to the reports of the teachers and gave some instructions to the teachers in regard to their duties. We then went to Oasis and stayed at Dan Olson's. In the evening we preached to the people thereon, union and love towards God and the saints. Monday 7, we came home. It rained and there was a little flood. I went to J.S. Smith and had the statement of the condition of the academy explained to me. Then I went to the courthouse and Alma Greenwood gave me some information in regard to the expense of the academy. Then to C. Anderson's and he gave me some more points concerning it. Wednesday 9, Brother Ashman and I went to Scipio to gather means for the stake debt. We stopped at the bishop's and told him what we had come for. He said he would help us what he could. He appointed a meeting at 8 o'clock in the Bowery for us to explain to the people what we wanted and the cause of the academy being in debt so much. We visited Jesse B. Martin and P. Nielsen, then went and put up at Thomas Mamet's. At 8 o'clock we went to the meeting house. A good congregation was assembled. We told them our errand. Thursday 10, Brother Peter Nielsen went with Brother Ashman and Brother Greening went with me and canvassed the town and got $11.25 in cash to bring home and $38.50 promised, $49.50 in all. Friday 11, we settled up with the bishop and came home. Before I got home, Uncle Peter Robison and Richard Hatton had been to my house and left $7 from Petersburg Ward. Saturday 12, I finished cutting my wheat, pulled some weeds, hoed cabbage, picked some peas, then went to Brother Beauregard and found him sick. Sunday 13, Mother and I went to meeting. John Ashman preached on the subject to reform. Mother made old Sister King a visit. I went to see Brother Beauregard and he seemed better. I told the city marshal that I had heard that there were some dead cattle in Chalk Creek and he had better see to getting them out. I attended the funeral services of Sister Christensen's and offered the opening prayer. I had an interview with B.P. Callister. We divided the ward into 4 sections and Brother Ashman and I take the 2 north sections. The bishop said he and Brother Melville would commence canvassing on the 16th. Tuesday 15, Brother Ashman and I commenced our sections continuing until we had visited every house, but did not find them all at home. Saturday 19, Brother C. Hansen, Alexander Fertai and I went to Holden for conference. Put up at Brother Johnson's and were well cared for. Sunday 20, I attended stake conference. Elders F.M. Lyman and Felstead present. Good instructions were given. Monday 21, I attended meeting and in the afternoon, came home. Thursday 24, Uncle Peter Robison came and we had a good visit, and I let him have a bushel of lime. Saturday 26, Brother Ashman and I went to Kenosh and stayed overnight, collected what we could for the academy. Attended SS and talked to the children a short time. At 2 p.m. we talked to the saints on the subject of being thankful for the good peace, health, and prosperity which attends us as a people, and then we came home. Tuesday 28, I went and stayed with Margaret's sick babe nearly all day and night. Nellie was very sick. Margaret was a daughter of Alan Russell. Wednesday 29, we brought Nellie down to our house. I commenced loading up my wheat to be thrashed. Thursday 30, I took the wheat to Bartholomew's to get it thrashed. I had 8 bushels. Brother Reese brought it up to me and I brought up part of the straw. Eddie Bartholomew said he would give me 1 bushel for my work. Friday, September 1st, in the morning we thought Nellie Dearden was dying. She was so very sick. Saturday, September 2nd, 1893, poor little Nellie Dearden died about 4 o'clock in the morning. Nellie was a grandchild of Alan Russell's. Sunday 3, at 10 o'clock funeral services were held at my house. John Ashman and I were speakers and also N.S. Bishop. After which we followed her to the graveyard and placed her in her grave. A. Russell gave the dedication prayer. The procession consisted of 8 vehicles. Monday 4, Richard and I took 10 bushels of wheat to the mill and receiving 300 pounds of flour, some shorter bran. Tuesday 5, I set out strawberries, attended prayer meeting in the brick schoolhouse. Sunday 10, John Ashman and I went to Holden as home missionaries. Our subject was, preparing ourselves to build up the New Jerusalem and every other work that the Lord requires of us. Sunday 17, Mother and I went to Uncle Peter's on a visit. Uncle Peter and I went to meeting. Brothers Johnson and Bennett were there as home missionaries from Holden. I attended High Priest's meeting in the evening. Tuesday 19, Richard and Frank Warner hauled 1 load of hay for C. Hansen to tithing, 1817 pounds, and unloaded it at A.F. Carling's for John Ashman. Uncle Peter and his wife and Uncle Richard Hatton came up and stayed all night. I picked bushel of tomatoes and let Aunt Mary take them home with her. Brother Ashman brought bu of peaches and we held our prayer meeting in the schoolhouse. Saturday 23, John Ashman and I went to Deseretta's home missionaries. We stopped at Brother Hale's. Sunday 26, we attended SS and talked to the children a while. At 2 p.m. we preached on the fulfillment of prophecy. We had dinner at William Black's and supper at Samuel Western. We spoke again in the evening on the subject of those holding the priesthood, to cleanse themselves from all sin, that they might be entitled to the Holy Ghost, to direct them in their ministry. Monday 25, we came to Melissa Olson's and stopped a little while. Bishop Styler's wife gave me $3.50. We then went to Mary Crandall's and stopped a while and came home thanking the Lord for his mercies towards us. Tuesday 26, I picked peaches north of the milk house and then went to Ova Peterson's and administered to 2 of his children, with H.C. Hansen, James Payne, and himself. In the evening, Brother Ashman and myself administered to them again. Saturday 30, snowed on the mountains. I went and administered to Ova Peterson's boy Daruz and sat up with him until 3 o'clock. It rained and snowed nearly all night. Josiah Gibbs and the printer got off the road and was out in the rain all night. Sunday, October 1, 1893, it snowed and rained. I attended meeting in Fillmore, President D. Thompson and J.F. Gibbs speakers. Also, High Priest meeting in the evening speakers, R.N. Rowley, Alexander Fertai, Alan Russell, John Ashman, I.N. Hinckley. I went to Brother Ashman's and got some of the Academy accounts from his books. Thursday 5, I attended the fast meeting and spoke of the disunion caused by politics. Friday 6, I swept out tithing granary and tightened up the 2 north bins to put Academy grain in. In the evening, attended a primary meeting of the Democrat Party, called Citizens' Nomination for City Officers to School Trustees. Eddie Bartholomew was nominated mayor. Sunday 8, Brother Ashman and I went to Meadow as home missionaries. Our subject was the studying of the scriptures. When I reached home, Mother was sick, cramp in the stomach. Jed and I administered to her and she got better. Tuesday 10, I commenced laying the floor in my kitchen. In the evening we held our prayer meeting in the brick schoolhouse. I let Gragery have 2 bushels of lime, William Robison got it. Saturday 14, Brother C. Hansen commenced working on the porches to my house. Sunday 15, Brother J. Ashman and I went to Kanash's home missionaries. Our subject was being faithful in the duties of our callings, believing that when we are in the service of our brethren, we are in the service of our God. We left 14 sacks with brother _________ to put Academy grain in. Monday 16, I cut lucerne for C. Hansen on his lots and he worked some on the porches. Tuesday 17, he helped me on the porches. We got up the posts and some of the rafters on the west side. Wednesday 18, in the afternoon I raked his lucerne. Thursday 19, Richard and I hauled it, 3 loads. Friday 20, C. Hansen helped me on the porches to my house. Saturday 21, he helped me and we got the sheeting on the west porch. Sunday 22, attended meeting. J.D. Smith, I.N. Hinckley, and Gabriel Huntsman speakers. I attended High Priest's meeting in the evening. Tuesday 24, Richard and I dug C. Hansen's potatoes and some of mine. Wednesday 25, I commenced shingling the west porch. Richard commenced hauling brick to build Jed's house. Terry Robison stayed overnight with us. Saturday 28, I got 12 bushels and 42 pounds wheat of H.C. Hansen on binder account. Sunday 29, I attended meeting. Henry Mace and John Ashman speakers. Tuesday 31, held our prayer meeting in the schoolhouse subject, the redemption of the dead. Wednesday November 1, 1893, Richard and I put part of the shingles on the east porch. Thursday 2, I helped Jed Warner put the sleepers on the foundation of his house. Friday 3, I put some shingles on the east porch and went with Brother Ashman and administered to Violet Warner. Violet was Alan's granddaughter. Saturday 4, Brother Ashman and I went to Leamington as home missionaries. We stopped at the bishop's overnight. Sunday 5, we attended SS and talked to the children a short time. We had dinner at Brother Testorius and at 2 p.m. talked to the saints, subject being, faithful in keeping the commandments of God in all things. After meeting we visited Chris Overson and invited him and others to attend meetings in the evening. Also, Brother Strange and J.P. Johnson, we had supper with him. At 7 o'clock we preached to an attentive congregation, subject, studying the scriptures, becoming acquainted with them, and living according to their precepts. We assisted the bishop in setting apart Rufus Day to teach their religion class in their ward. Alan Russell being mouth. Monday 6, we came home, found all well. Jed Warner had started his bricklaying. Tuesday 7, I did some shingling on the east porch. Richard helped Jed on his house. Brother Ashman and I administered to Violet Warner. I attended prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Brother McMahon called in. Wednesday 8, I finished shingling the east porch and took some lime from the pit for plastering my house. We administered to Violet Warner twice a day for 1 week. Saturday 11, Brother Ashman plastered on my house. Brother Scott came as a home missionary and stayed overnight to my house. Sunday 12, I attended meeting. Brothers B. Scott and Reeves preached as home missionaries. I attended high priest's meeting in the evening. Brother Ashman administered to Violet Warner twice that day. Monday 13, Brother Ashman plastered on my house. Tuesday 11, I was sick. Brother Ashman plastered and Richard attended him. In the evening, Brother Christian Anderson and Brother Ashman administered to me. Wednesday 15, Brother Ashman plastered and Richard attended him. Thursday 16, Brother Ashman plastered and Richard attended him. I still remained sick. Saturday 18, Brother Ashman took our high mission report to the high priest meeting. Sunday 19, conference commenced, I did not attend. Monday 20, conference closed. Tuesday 21, I was still sick. Brother Ashman and McMahon came and we held our prayer meeting at my house. Our subject was, gathering means to pay the stake debt. Thursday 22, I still remained sick, but improved a little. Weather quite cold. Saturday 25, Brother Ashman started for Petersburg and Kenosh to gather means that was promised in those settlements. I was still sick. Tuesday 28, I was still sick but mending slowly. Brother Ashman came and we held prayer meeting at my house. Wednesday 29, I went to the store to see what dried fruit was fetching. I wrecked a letter from Alan and one from Eliza Hutchins. November 30th, I answered Alan's letter and received another from Eliza, stating she would try and meet Alan at the Manti Temple December 4th. Wednesday, December 20th, 1893, I finished sawing off the ends of the boards on the west porch. Thursday 21, Brother Ashman and I went to Scipio with Nell and his buggy. We stopped at Brother Thomas Mamet's who received us very kindly. Friday 22, we visited a few houses in the ward with the teachers and found things not as favorable as we would have liked to have found them. Saturday 23, it stormed all day, so we did nothing but read the Book of Mormon, Document and COV, History of Joseph Smith and other books. Sunday 24, we visited Brother Martin about an hour and Bishop Yates and took dinner with him. We preached at 2 p.m. Our subject was, the continuance of our repentance and forgiveness to one another. From the time of the dedication of the Salt Lake Temple and forward, we went there for the purpose of gathering up their donations to pay the Stake Academy debt, and put it in the hands of the bishop, but it stormed so we did not gather it but got Peter Olson to do it for us and take it to the bishops. Monday 25, we came home feeling we had done some good. Tuesday 26, I went to see Rhoda Holbrook. She said she preferred J.S. Giles and my place to assist in settling her affairs between her and her husband. I went to the store and got 2 lights of glass that I had sent for and brought them home. We held our prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject was, Scipio Ward. Wednesday 27, I helped Brother Ashman saw wood. We drawed off some of our academy accounts. Thursday 28, we drawed off some of our academy accounts. Friday 29, I went twice to see Brother C. Anderson to get some information in regard to making out the Academy report. Saturday 30, I attended priesthood meeting of where some good instructions were given, more report called for so few present for the Academy. Sunday 31, I went to meeting, speakers Levis Olson, Elmer Hinckley, Willard Hanson, Frank Olson, and William E. Rideouch. Monday, January 1, 1894, I was about home and took a book home to Brother Powell's I had borrowed called The Atonement, and spent an hour and a half with him receiving an explanation from him concerning some book that had been published in regard to the pyramids of Egypt and other things. Brother Ashman and I held our prayer meeting at my house. Our subject was, how we could spend the new year to the best advantage. Wednesday, January 3, 1894, I helped Mother wash. Friday 5, I read some in Parley P. Pratt's history. Saturday 6, I read some in Parley P. Pratt's history and chored around the house. Sunday 7, I attended meeting in Fillmore. G. Huntsman spoke of the Savior laying in the tomb 3,000 years in place of 3 days. F. Merrill and John Jackson spoke a short time. Monday 8, I spoke to J. S. Giles about the damage done me in April 5, 1853 by the Indians, also visited Brother H. Mace, and Arthur Brunson and wife in capacity of a priest, and taught Brunson and wife the gospel of Christ. Tuesday 9, I received a letter from the packman and I showed it to J. S. Giles and G. Huntsman. Brother Ashman and I held our prayer meeting at my house. J. Ashman, McMahon and I present. Our subject was, Faith in Christ. I went to Brother Powell's and he gave me some good instructions in regard to Daniel's vision. Wednesday 10, I visited Lamra Brunson in the capacity of a priest and taught her the gospel and encouraged her to be faithful to the end for her own sake and the children's. Thursday 11, we held our prayer meeting at my house, J. Powell, J. Ashman, and James McMahon present. Our subject was, the principle of faith. I visited Hiram Brunson as a priest and taught him and his wife the gospel and exhorted them to attend to their meetings and their family duties. I went to Jenny Warner. She had the sore throat. Sunday 14, I attended high priest meeting in the evening. A lecture on the atonement by J. A. Melville, I spoke a short time on the same subject. President Hinckley thought it not good to get into deep water. Monday 15, weather very cold. I did not work. Just sat around the fire. Tuesday 16, Brother Ashman, McMahon and I held our prayer meeting at my house. We studied the principles of faith from third lecture of faith in the Doctrine and Covenants. Wednesday 17, I spent most of my time reading. Thursday 18, I helped Mother wash and clean the kitchen floor. Prayer meeting at my house. J. Ashman, J. McMahon, and I present, subject, Principle of Faith, from third lecture in Document and COV. Friday 19, I went to the tithing office and partly settled my tithing. Saturday 20, it was cold and stormy. Sunday 21, I attended meeting. Joseph V. Robison spoke on, the Atonement. Monday 22, I was at home reading, prayer meeting at my house. J. Ashman and J. McMahon present subject, Faith in the Gospel of Christ, as given in the lectures. Brother Ashman held his deacons meeting at my house. 12 deacons present. Wednesday 24, I was at home reading most of the time. Thursday 25, I saw George Crane and got his report of those who donated to the Academy and then visited the southwest part of Fillmore and solicited donations of them for the Academy. Friday 26, I visited the south part of town and solicited donations for the Academy. Saturday 27, I attended priesthood meeting of the stake and gave my report of what we had gathered during the summer, which amounted to about $450 including what was promised. In the evening I attended ward priesthood meeting where good instructions were given. Sunday 28, I attended ward conference in the forenoon. In the afternoon, high priest's meeting and in the evening listened to a lecture given by Alma Greenwood on faith. Monday 29, I went to see James Day about what I had drawn out of that 5 bushels and 14 pounds of grain that James Hatton brought up from Petersburg. Tuesday 30, I chored around home. We held prayer meeting at my house. J. Ashman and J. McMahon present. Our subject was, Faith in the Gospel. Wednesday 31, I paid Brother Kelly for the bolts I got of him and fixed the rocking chairs and not feeling very well. I stayed in the house most of the day. February 1st, 1894, Mother and I attended fast meeting. James McMahon and I held prayer meeting at my house. Our subject was, the cause of these prayer meetings. Friday 2, I got 2 bushels and 16 pounds of wheat of Brother Ashman's to pay what I drew out of what J. Hatton brought from Petersburg for the academy. I delivered the order of 5 bushels and 14 pounds to Brother Ashman. I visited Ova Peterson and he donated $1. Also Martin Hansen said he would do something. Saturday 3, Brother Ashman and I went to Oasis as home missionaries. We stopped at Mary Crandall's overnight, visited Bishop J. Stiles a short time in the evening. Sunday 4, we started for the meeting house. Brother Ashman stopped at the SS and I went on the George Olson's. At 2 p.m. we preached to an attentive congregation. Our subject was, leaving off all our wrongdoings and preparing ourselves for the blessings that are promised. After meeting, the bishop called his teachers together to hear their report of the ward. We stopped and listened. At 7 p.m. we talked again, subject, faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. We then went to Mary's and stayed overnight. Monday 5, we came home feeling our labors were not in vain. Thursday 8, I attended prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Brother J. McMahon present, subject, faith in the gospel of Christ. Friday 9, I looked up the receipts that I took of Alman Roberson, found they agreed with the endorsements of the W. H. King's note. J. Ashman paid Alman Roberson and took up the W. H. King's note. Sunday 11, I attended meeting. Speakers, Brother Swinson and J. Greenwood. I went to High Priest's meeting in the evening and spoke on the subject of repentance and of the saints becoming holy, that they might stand in holy places, and not be moved when destruction comes upon the wicked. Prayer meeting at my house. J. Ashman and J. McMahon present and made arrangements with C.P. Beauregard to get his light wagon and horse to go to conference. Wednesday 14, I put the first board for Cornish on my house. Friday 16, it snowed and blowed a blizzard. I put some Cornish boards on while it snowed. Saturday 17, I posted a letter to Allen and made Brother Ashman a visit. Sunday 18, attended meeting, speakers is C. Anderson and J. Powell. Subject, the prodigal son. Tuesday 20, I worked around home and we held our prayer meeting at my house, Brother Ashman present. Wednesday 21, it snowed nearly all day. Brother Frampton died at 5 a.m. Thursday 22, I attended Brother Frampton's funeral. Saturday 24, I sawed and planed some lumber for cornice. Sunday 25, I attended Sunday school in Fillmore, also meeting at 2 p.m. where I.N. Hinckley Jr. reported conference at Deseret. N.S. Bishop and J.D. Smith spoke a short time. I went to see Brother Ashman as he was ill and we held our prayer meeting there, McMahon and I being present. Wednesday 28, I went to see Brother Ashman before meeting and after. Thursday, March 1, 1984, I attended fast meeting and spoke a short time, 1 baby blessed and 2 bottles of oil consecrated and Sister Carlson was administered to, myself being mouth. Friday 2, Brother Ashman was still sick. Saturday 3, I went to Brother Ashman. He was getting better. Sunday 4, went to Brother Ashman. He was improving. I attended meeting, W.P. Payne and T.C. Callister speakers. At the close of meeting, the teachers held a meeting. T.C. Callister and N.S. Bishop present. I remained to witness what was done. Arrangements were made for a reunion of the ward. Monday 5, called at Brother Ashman's. He was improving. Brothers Hatch and Pratt were present. I went to the bishop and made arrangements to get a load of tithing hay at the sinks of Alonzo Robinson. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was, could we be satisfied with a drunkard to act as a justice of the peace, and a murderer sit in judgment against our brethren? Thursday 8, Brother Ashman came to my house for a few minutes, the first time since he was taken sick. I helped Jed Warner shingle some on his house. Friday 9, Julia was taken sick early in the morning. Frank came for me and I administered to her and she got better. Sunday 11, I attended meeting, also Mother, Margaret Ashley Russell, Brothers Hellem and Horn speakers. Held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was, the expensive lawsuit in our town, that our poor people have to pay, and the about men who said they saw Jesus come to town and talked to some of the people. We went to Liberty Hall where the reunion of the ward was conducted with satisfaction. Sunday 18, I went to Petersburg as home missionary, it being very muddy. I did not get there until Sunday school was out. I stopped at James Hatton's. Word was sent to Uncle Peter and Mary, all turned out and we had a good congregation. I spoke on the subject of the sacrament. All attentive. I came home and attended a high priest meeting. President Hinckley gave up his time to President Anderson, who occupied the time by treating on the subject of the divine authority of the priesthood. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject: where does the spirit of a person go when it leaves a body, and where it is located? I went to Seymour Brunson's as a priest and taught them the gospel. Sunday 25, I attended meeting, J.A. Melville and President Hinckley speakers. I attended high priest meeting in the evening and gave a short lecture on the gifts of the gospel. Brother Fertai continued on the subject. Monday 26, I worked for Brother Ashman chopping wood and moving his wife Lydia into her house. Richard dug the parsnips. Had about 5 bushels. Prayer meeting held at my house. Brother Ashman present. Subject: the gifts of the Spirit. Saturday 31, I attended priesthood meeting. Brother Ashman reported his labors in getting means and paying the W.H. King's note that A. Roberson held against the stake, but did not say where he got the means. Sunday, April 1, 1894, went to meeting, home missionaries from Meadow, and M. Stewart and Labrams and President Daniel Thompson speakers. Brother Ashman and I started to conference. We stopped overnight at Brother Walsh's in Scipio. Tuesday 3, we drove to Juab. Got there a little before 12 o'clock. Took train at 2 and arrived in SLC at 6 o'clock p.m. Brother Gill found us a room to sleep in during our stay in the city. Wednesday 4, we had a short interview with President Wilford Woodruff. We walked up and down Main Street 4 blocks and seen some things there, then attended the funeral of Brother Jesse W. Fox in the Assembly Hall. Thursday 5, attended fast meeting in the 5th Ward. Listened to the testimonies of the brethren and sisters. We had dinner at Brother Gill's. After dinner, Brother Ashman went to the deaf and dumb school to see a mind, then to see Brother Smith, and other places, while I went to see the Weinegar family and found his first wife had died 6 or 7 years ago, but his second wife Margaret was living and I had a good visit with her. Then went through the Union Pacific Depot, then to Deseret News office and found Brother Ashman, then went to our quarters, having had a pleasant time. Friday 6, we attended conference in the forenoon and remained in the tabernacle during intermission and listened to the good instruction given. We attended priesthood meeting in the evening where President Woodruff and Cannon and Brother Winters and other gave some practical instructions. Saturday, April 7, 1894, attended conference where much good instructions were given, remained in the tabernacle during the intermission. At 2 p.m. very good instructions were given. Sunday 8, went to meeting again and listened to the remarks of President Woodruff and Cannon on the subject of sealing and adoption ordinances. We remained there until 2 p.m. When the tabernacle was filled and overflowing, the galleries and every standing place occupied. President Cannon made some remarks on the United Order, after which President Woodruff arose and spoke on the same subject and bore testimony to what Brother Cannon had said. Monday 9, attended priesthood meeting in the Assembly Hall where instructions were given to presidents of stakes, high councilors, and ward bishops. Tuesday 10, we took train and came to Juab, then came in the buggy to Scipio, stopped at Brother Walsh's, gave a short lecture to them in the evening. Wednesday 11, we arrived home and found all well. We're thankful to our Father in heaven for the same. Jedediah Warner had moved into his new house and I went and got C. Hansen to come and put the door in. Sunday 15, I attended meeting, President I.N. Hinckley, Brother Ashman, and I reported some of what was said in the General Conference in SLC by President Woodruff. Prayer meeting was held at my house. Our subject was faith and repentance. Prayer meeting held at Brother Ashman's subject, the mission of John the Baptist, concerning his baptism and ordination, and who administered the ordinance. Saturday 21, Brother Ashman and I went to Scipio as home missionaries. We stopped at the bishop's overnight. Sunday 22, we attended Sunday school and talked to the children a short time. At 2 p.m. we preached to the saints in the relief hall upon the necessity of preparing ourselves for the labors before us. We had dinner at Brother Hatch's and were treated with all the kindness that could be desired. We talked again in the evening upon the same subject. Monday 23, we arrived home and wrecked a letter from Uncle Horace Russell. Prayer meeting was held at my house. Subject: the preparations necessary to be made to receive the gifts of the Spirit and especially the gifts of healing. Brother Ashman and I administered to John Carling's little boy Arnold Williams. I visited Virgil Baldwin's family as quarantine officer, hearing they had diphtheria, but it was only a case of ulcered sore throat. Brother Ashman and I went and administered to the boy again. He seemed to be getting better. It commenced snowing about 2 o'clock and snowed all night. I attended priesthood meeting. Sunday 29, clear overhead but sloppy underfoot. I went to meeting, speakers, Joshua Greenwood and President Daniel Thompson. After meeting, I went home with J.D. Smith and received some information from him in regard to the division of the earth to the nations of Israel as recorded in the 32nd chapter and 8th verse of Deuteronomy. I also attended meeting in the evening present, C. Anderson, J.D. Smith, Isaac Wicker, A. Russell. President Anderson and Brother Smith spoke of the gifts of the Spirit. I made Brother Ashman a visit. He read President Woodruff's testimony to the young people concerning the great work of the last days. I attended fast meeting, spoke a short time. Saturday 5, Brother Ashman and I went to Desiretta's home missionaries. We stopped at Mary's and had dinner, then to Brother Hale's, and stayed all night. Sunday 6, we attended Sunday school and talked to the children a short time. At 2 p.m. we talked to the people in their new meeting house, subject, of faithfulness in keeping the commandments of God, and of learning of their follies and all their wicked works. After meeting we came to Oasis and talked to quite a congregation upon the same subject. Monday 7, we reached home about 6 o'clock and held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. I went to see Virgil Baldwin's child that had a swelling on her neck. Flossie Holbrood and John A. Ray were drowned in Chalk Creek. Sunday 13, Brother Ashman and I went to Meadow as home missionaries and stopped at Bishop Bennett's. Attended Sunday school and talked to the children a short time. Also talked to the saints at 2 p.m. on the subject of being faithful to God in all things. Attended the funeral of the 2 children drowned. Elders F.M. Lyman and J. Greenwood speakers. Thursday 17, I helped Mother wash and wrote a letter to Nancy, brought my temple clothes home and attended meeting. F.M. Lyman spoke. I got Brother Wicker's horse to take Mother over and back. Saturday 19, I dug among the gooseberries. Brother Ashman and I went to Holden and attended High Priest's meeting in the evening. Reported our home missionaries' labors and received some good instructions from Elder F.M. Lyman. We stopped at George Nixon's. Sunday 20, at 10 a.m., we attended conference and had dinner at Brother Sibley's and went to meeting in the afternoon. I rode home with A.F. Carling, Abraham Freer Carling. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject was, not weaning children from their parents but drawing children to them. Thursday 24, Mother and I went to Uncle Peter's and made them a visit. Saturday, May 26, 1894, Brother Ashman and I started for Manti and stopped overnight at Brother Walsh's and had supper and breakfast and then drove to Manti, stopped at Brother Isaac Riddle's during our stay in Manti. Monday 28, we gave our recommends and donations, $1 each in the afternoon, and we had a talk with Brother J.D.T. McAllister and got some instructions from him. Tuesday 29, I was baptized in the font for Uncle Lewis Wilson. After that I worked in Sister Riddle's garden. Wednesday 30, I was endowed for my Uncle Lewis Wilson. Thursday 31, I was endowed for my brother Lyman Russell. Susanna Blackburn was endowed for my sister Janet Russell. Clara Berry was endowed for my sister Anna Russell Walton. Friday, June 1, 1894, I was endowed for my brother George Russell. Susanna Blackburn was endowed for my sister Mary Russell Allen. Clara Berry was endowed for my sister Nancy Russell Caldwell. Saturday 2, we started home before sunrise. Sunday 3, Mother and I went to meeting. Samuel King speaker. Thursday 7, I attended fast meeting, spoke a short time. Sunday 10, I went to meeting, F.A. Robison and Frank Olson speakers, also Sunday school high priest meeting in the evening, J.V. Robison speakers. Newell Warner, grandson of Alan Russell, had the croup, his father and I administered to him. I stayed all night with him and before morning he got better. Tuesday 12, Newell was better, Brother Ashman, his father, Jedediah M.G. Warner, and I administered to him again. We held prayer meeting at my house. Sunday 17, I attended Sunday school at 2 p.m. Brother Ashman and I preached on the subject of making suitable preparations to receive each blessings the Lord has to bestow on the faithful saints. I attended priesthood meeting in the evening and listened to a lecture of the history of F.A. Robison as he told it himself. After meeting, President Hinckley, J. Ashman, C. Anderson, F.A. Robison, and N.S. Bishop administered to Ella Reese. Prayer meeting was held at Brother Ashman's. Saturday 23, Brother Ashman and I went to Oak Creek as home missionaries and stopped at Brother Bishop Anderson's and called on Joseph A. Lyman and had supper with him. Sunday 24, we attended Sunday school and talked to the children a short time. In the afternoon we talked to the people on the subject of temple work. After meeting the bishop asked the brethren to stop and we laid before them the necessity of paying $15 more to make up the $60 that was allotted to their ward as the $30 head of sheep only brought $45. They made their donation to that effect. Wednesday 27, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject varied. I administered to Ella Reese. Ellen Mathena was present and assisted. July 1 Sunday, I went to Sunday school also meeting at 2 p.m. Brother Ashman preached as home missionaries. Also A.J.A. Melville spoke a short time. Bishop Callister, J.D. Smith, Abraham Freer Carling and myself went to Sister Partridge's, washed and anointed John Partridge and administered to him. Brother C. Anderson and I consecrated a bottle of oil and administered to Sister Reese. I went to high priest meeting. Lecture given by I.N. Hinckley Jr. Tuesday 3, held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman, subject, prepare for famine caused by the gathering of people here from the nations. Thursday 5, I attended fast meeting and spoke on the subject of purifying ourselves, that we might abide the day of the coming of Christ. Saturday 7, Brother Ashman and I went to Leamington. Stopped at the bishop's. Sunday 8, attended Sunday school and talked to the children. At 2 p.m. we preached to an attentive congregation on the duties of the saints in being prepared for that which is coming on the earth. Monday 9, we came home, met George Finlinson. Spoke to him about C. Overson. Told George the best way to prove a man's sincerity in the gospel was by looking at his tithing, for the man that paid a full tithing was the only man that had the promise of not being burned. Saturday 14, Brother Ashman and I went to Hinckley as home missionaries. Stopped at Bishop Pratt's. Sunday 15, attended Sunday school and talked to the advanced grades. Subject, the gathering of Israel and the return of the 10 tribes from the land of the north. At 2 p.m. we preached to an attentive congregation. Subject, repentance and living lives of righteousness. After meeting, Brothers Ashman and Pratt went to Deseret to see about plastering the meeting house. I made Sister Scott a visit, then attended conjoint meeting. Monday 16, went to Sister Scott's, blessed her and got some button onions of her and came home. Prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's, subject, Doctrine and Covenants section 101. Sunday 22, I attended Sunday school meeting. Saturday 28, I commenced hoeing my corn and attended priesthood meeting. Sunday 29, I went to Sunday school at 2 p.m. meeting. President Hinckley and C. Overson speakers. Attended high priest meeting in the evening, speakers J.V. Robison, C. Anderson, and John Powell. Sunday, August 5, Brother Ashman and I went to Holden as home missionaries. We talked in Sunday school to the children. Also at 2 p.m. Subject, improving our lives and becoming saints indeed. We went to Scipio as home missionaries. Left our horse at Brother Walsh's, visited Bishop Yates, J. Martin, and stayed overnight at Brother Mehmet's. Had supper and breakfast there. Then went to Brother J.B. Martin's and visited with him until Sunday school time. I remained with the intermediate and advanced grades and Brother Ashman went with the primary grades. I spoke on the subject of baptism. We had dinner at the bishop's at 2 p.m., talked to the saints on the practice part of our religion, blessed them and came home. Thursday 16, prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. I attended high priest meeting in the evening. Sunday 19, Mother, Richard, and I attended conference in the forenoon also afternoon. I attended high priest meeting in the evening where Dafferty was chosen second counselor to Alma Greenwood in the presidency of the Mutual. Monday 20, Mother and I went to conference. Prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject, the preparation needed to abide the day which is to come when the veil of the covering of my temple and my tabernacle which hideth the earth is taken off and all flesh shall see me together. Sunday 26, I went to meeting, James A. Melville and Thomas C. Callister speakers. Sunday, September 2, 1894, Mother was sick and I did not go to meeting. Monday 3, she was still sick and waited on her most of the day. Jesse Huntsman came and prescribed for her a bottle of sarsaparilla. Julia Russell Warner, was very attentive to her mother. Tuesday 4, she was a little better. I got a bottle of Peruvian bitters for her. Wednesday 5, I waited on her and done the work in the house mostly for 3 days. I got 3 pounds ham for her from Sister Frampton. Sunday 9, Mother was better and called for more bread. I went to meeting. Speakers I.N. Hinckley and J.T. Ashman speakers. The MIA was organized in the evening. I.N. Hinckley Jr. President. Sunday 16, attended meeting. C. Anderson and Bishop Callister spoke of Nathaniel Baldwin going to school and asked the people that could to assist him to do so. Brother Reese and I administered to his child and it got better. Sunday 23, Brother Ashman and I went to Kenosha's Home Missionaries. We attended Sunday school with pleasure and talked to the people at 2 p.m. We were kindly received by the bishopric and all. I wrote a patriarchal blessing for Brother Ashman given by Patriarch Croft. Then we consecrated a bottle of oil and administered to Brother Ashman and he got better in a short time. Sunday 30, attended meeting. Brother Wicker and J.D. Smith attended high priest in the evening. Saturday, October 27, 1894, attended priesthood meeting. Listened to the President Thompson and Hinckley conflab over their political feelings a while, then by permission, I came home, went to work again putting the cornice on my house. Sunday 28, I went to meeting. H. J. McCullough, James McMahon, and T. C. Callister speakers. E. Whitman was received as a member of Fillmore Ward. Wednesday 31, finished putting the cornice on my house. Thursday, November 1st, attended fast meeting. 2 babies blessed and 2 bottles of oil consecrated. Colbert King and H. J. McCullough speakers. Sunday 4, Brother Ashman and I went to Meadow as home missionaries. Stopped at Bishop Bennett's. We went to Sunday school and talked to the children. At 2 p.m., we talked to the people. Sister Cripps died about 10 o'clock in the evening. I attended her funeral. Sunday 11, went to Sunday school in Fillmore and talked to the children, attended meeting, J.D. Smith and Alma Greenwood speakers. J.D. Smith and I went with Brother Starley to administer to John Starley's baby William. Friday 16, John Partridge died. Saturday 17, I got Sister Melville's buggy and Mother and I went to Oasis, had dinner at Mary Crandall's, daughter, then stayed overnight at Melissa Olson's, daughter. George, son-in-law, and I went to meeting. The lecture was given by Commissioner Lewis on education. Sunday 18, I attended conference. Some of the brethren criticized. I attended high priest meeting in the evening. Monday 19, I attended meeting that day and then came home. Sunday, November 25, I attended meeting, J.D. Smith and C. Anderson speakers. Also high priest meeting in the evening where A.F. Robison, J. Ashman, and President Hinckley reported some of the conference news. Saturday, December 1st, I went to Oak Creek as home missionaries and Brother Ashman went to Hinckley. I put up at the bishop's. Sunday 2, I attended Sunday school and talked a short time. There was no one present to take part on the program. At 2 p.m., I talked to the people and in the evening I attended mutual lecture given by Alexander Melville on civil government. After that I spoke to them. Monday 3, I come home well satisfied with my trip. We held prayer meeting in the upper room of the tithing office. Thursday 6, I attended fast meeting. 6 bottles of oil consecrated, 3 prayers offered, besides opening and closing prayers. I went to Brother Powell's to get my family genealogy placed properly on the ward record. Sunday 9, I went to meeting, Frank Hinckley and F.A. Robison speakers. Also high priest meeting in the evening. Held prayer meeting in the upper room in the tithing office. Wednesday 12, I went with J.D. Smith to his field to assist in administering to his son's Joseph Smith's little boy. We stayed there nearly all day, then started home, got about mile when Alma Powell overtook us and said the boy was dead. We went back, stayed a few minutes, then came home. I went to meeting, J.V. Robison speaker, then Rev. Mr. Somebody, a member of the United Brethren, spoke a while. I attended high priest meeting in the evening, lecture given by Brother Furtai. Prayer meeting was held in the tithing office. Subject: Can we live near enough to the Lord that we may become acquainted with Him? Sunday 23, I went to Sunday school and opened the school by prayer. Subject in the advanced grades was church history, and the first mission to the Lamanite of Oliver Cowdery, Parley P. Pratt, and Ziba Peterson, near the western boundaries of Missouri. I attended meeting. Speakers Elmer Hinckley, Robinson, and C. Anderson. He spoke on church history. I went to high priest meeting, lecture on divine authority by John __________. Monday 24, it snowed nearly all day. Brother Ashman gave me a rooster for a Christmas present. Saturday 29, I attended high priest meeting. Sunday 30, went to meeting. Speakers were Alexander Melville, Raymond Ray, and J. Jackson. I went to high priest meeting in the evening. James McMahon lectured on divine authority. I spoke of what I knew about Joseph Smith about the time of his martyrdom. President Hinckley thought I was out of my place in speaking as I did, as a question had not been answered concerning the duties of deacons and teachers. Monday 31, Mr. Stewart, the lawyer, was fixing to leave for Deseret. Mr. William Payne came and wanted to see me about the pack Mecham brought to me and the lawyer, and he said they wanted to see me at Gabriel Huntsman's. Jed took his wagon away. January 1, 1895, I went to see G. Huntsman and asked for the pack that Mecham left by his porch. He said he would not let it go unless the firm Mecham belonged to sent for it, and paid him $50 storage. Wednesday 2, I helped Mother wash. Lawyer Stewart and W. P. Payne came from Deseret. Stewart and I went to see J. S. Giles. He was not at home. Returning, we met A. Loader and he asked Stewart for his pay for serving the summons on me. Thursday 3, I opened fast meeting by prayer and spoke a short time. President Hinckley took charge. 2 babies blessed and 4 bottles of oil consecrated. After meeting J. Greenwood and I met Mr. Stewart at the courthouse. They talked about planning a suit against G. Huntsman, but they did nothing. Mr. Stewart had dinner at my house, then he proposed that I should go and see G. Huntsman and tell him they were going to plant a suit against him unless he would give the pack up or compromise in some way, but he refused unless they would bring orders from Mecham and pay storage. Friday 4, the summons for the pack was made on G. Huntsman by Constable William Jackson. Stewart and I left for Richfield by way of Scipio. I took 10 pounds carrots, 6 pounds cabbage, 17 pounds flour, and 4 pounds pork as fast offerings to the tithing office. I had a talk with Marshal Payne about G. Huntsman case, also with Judge Greenwood. I asked G. Huntsman if he would leave the matter with 3 disinterested men and let them decide. Him pick one, me one, and the 2 pick the other, but he said no. Sunday, I went to meeting. N.S. Bishop and J. Greenwood speakers. Also a public meeting in the meeting house. Lecture given by C. Anderson, professor on Israel travels. I skipped from January 6 until February 3. Sunday, February 3, John Ashman and I went to Petersburg as home missionaries. At 2 p.m., we talked on temporal blessings that we enjoy. In the evening I spoke on the different degrees of glory that men might attain by keeping the laws, that those blessings are predicated upon. We stopped overnight at Brother Orson Whitaker's. Monday 4, while at breakfast, we were sent for to come and administer to a sick woman at Peter Robeson's. We did so and then came home. February 4th, Richard, son, and I went to the courthouse. The suit had already commenced against G. Huntsman. The jurors were impaneled and I gave in a part of my testimony. Court then adjourned until Tuesday 5 at 10 o'clock. Tuesday, Richard notified J. Ashman to come to court as a witness. He did not come and went for him. He came in the afternoon and gave his testimony. They kept calling witnesses and asking questions until about 4 o'clock, then the pleading commenced. John Hanson opened for the plaintiff. J. S. Giles pled for the defendant and then J. Greenwood made the closing remarks. The court charged the jury, and then I came home. Wednesday 6, I started for the courthouse and met J. Ashman and William Payne on the store steps. Brother Ashman offered William Payne, the marshal, $10 to pay G. Huntsman for storage, that the jurors decided was mine, but Payne said we had better wait, for G. Huntsman might appeal it. We went to the courthouse and saw Judge Greenwood. He said the jury had brought in a verdict in my favor, and in due time the pack would be given to me. Then John Ashman gave Judge Greenwood $10 to pay for the storage on the pack. I went home and chopped wood, went to Joe Dearden's, got my horse and cart. Judge Greenwood said the pack was ready for me. I took it home, then went to see the marshal and he said to bring the pack to him and he would give me my note and return the execution on fully satisfied. Mr. Ben and McKinley came and stayed overnight. They said they were traveling with Mr. Stewart. We kept their team and gave them supper, breakfast, and dinner. W.P. Payne gave me my note and a receipt to clear me from any further obligations to the Ogden Bank. I came home and went to fast meetings. 1 baby blessed and 5 bottles of oil consecrated. In my absence, Frank McKinley gave my wife one of the line table clothes that was in the pack. After dinner, they started for Petersburg. I chopped a little wood for Lydia. We held prayer meeting in the upper room of the tithing office. Brother Ashman assisted me in consecrating a bottle of oil for Margaret Dearden. I went to Thomas Turner's and with him blessed Huldah's babe. Friday 8/1895, Judge Greenwood and James A. Melville came and told me that there was diphtheria at Arthur Burnson's and wanted me to see about it. So I examined the children's throats and pronounced it ulcerated sore throats and not diphtheria. I came home and stopped at the courthouse and reported to Judge Greenwood what I thought about it and came home. Saturday 9/1895, I attended the funeral services of Sister Beeston. Then I went to see Brother Beauregard to see if he would go with me and visit the high priests that was allotted to me to visit as a teacher. Sunday, February 10, 1895, I attended meetings in Fillmore. T. Turner speaker, also high priest meeting in the evening. Wednesday 13, I chopped wood at the tithing office. I received a letter from Brother Reeves of Hinckley stating that Brother Wicker's child that had diphtheria had died and that Isaac Canhon had it and Dr. Rogers was attending it. Thursday 14, it was a very cold day. In the evening, I went to a meeting to consider the propriety of building a meeting house. Elder F.M. Lyman was present, voted to build one. Saturday 16, Brother Beauregard did not come to go with me to visit Brothers Croft and Melville as members of the high priest, so I went alone. I attended high priest and 70s meeting in the evening, where the following were ordained high priests: Hiram Mace Sr., Thomas Turner, A.F. Carling, and Hans Peterson, F.M. Lyman Mouth in the ordination and under the direction of Brothers Wells and Kimball, presidents of the 70s. Brother Beckstrand of Meadow was acknowledged, senior president of the 42nd Quorum of 70s. Good instructions were given by Brothers Wells, Kimball, and Apostle Lyman. Sunday 17, conference commenced. 3 bishops represented their wards: Thomas C. Callister, H. B. Bennett, and Jesse Hopkinson, Apostle F.M. Lyman made some interesting remarks on loyalty and said we should be united in regard to the building of our meeting house. He advised us to build it on the northwest corner of the State House block, where President Young said to build it. In the afternoon, Brother Wells spoke of the difference between the Church of Christ and other churches. Said there were only 2 churches, the Church of Christ and the Church of the Devil. President John Golden Kimball spoke of the duties of the saints and told them not to sell their homes but keep them beautiful and attractive. Apostle Lyman spoke of the priesthood meeting and wanted them all to come. High priest on the west side of the building, the 70s on the east, the elders in the center. In the evening, John Cooper and B.H. Watts was ordained high priests. F.M. Lyman being mouth. Charles Watts was set apart as president of the 42nd Quorum of 70s by F.M. Lyman and then spoke on tithing donations and fast offerings. J. Golden Kimball spoke to the 70s. Monday 18, Bishop Yates, Moody, and Styler represented their wards. Bishop Yates said there was something he was obliged to admit that he did not like. That was the Young Ladies Mutual Association was in a better condition than the young men's, but he was willing to make considerable allowance for the young men were away freighting and herding sheep so much. In the afternoon, Lyman gave instructions on many subjects and especially on the duty of the teachers, said they should be faithful and in case they found difficulties in families, they should seek diligently to settle the matters and not report it to the bishop's court and high council, that each one should work with all diligence and humility to settle matters that came before them, so there would be no need of an appeal to a higher court. In the afternoon, Brother John Ashman was ordained a patriarch by Apostle Lyman by the unanimous vote of the people. In the evening, the meeting house was considered and it was decided to build it on the northwest corner of the State House block. Sunday 24, I attended meetings in Fillmore. Brothers Thomas Mamet and H. Mace were the speakers. Wednesday 29, I received a letter from F.M. Lyman stating that President Brigham Young had ordained Joseph F. Smith an apostle. President Brigham Young having been ordained in the early days of the church, by the three witnesses to the Book of Mormon, David Whitmore being mouth. Saturday, March 2, Patriarch John Ashman gave me a patriarchal blessing. Francis wrote it. Sunday 3, Brother Ashman and I went to Meadow. We went to Sunday school and I spoke a short time. At 2 p.m., we talked to the people. We held our prayer meeting in the tithing office. I attended fast meeting, 6 bottles of oil consecrated. Sunday 10th I went to meeting in Fillmore. James Abraham speaker, also high priest meeting in the evening. Sunday, March 24, 1895, I attended Sunday school meeting in Fillmore. Solomon Wixom speaker, also high priest meeting. Tuesday 26, we held our prayer meeting at my house. Friday 29, Sister Ashman, John Ashman's wife fell and hurt her in front of the meeting house. Saturday, I assisted Brother Ashman in consecrating a bottle of oil and we with J. Payne, administered to her. I was mouth. I attended priesthood meeting, President Stevens presiding. The subject was of the utilizing of the water in the county. After meeting, I called on Sister Ashman and took her some wormwood for poultices. Sunday 31, I went to Sunday school and spoke a short time. I.N. Hinckley Jr., G.A. Black, and T.C. Callister were speakers in meeting. I also attended meeting in the evening. Alexander Fertai spoke on the deity. Bishop Callister, J.D. Smith, H. Peterson, A.F. Carling, J. Ashman, and myself administered to Sister Ashman and she got better. Tuesday, April 2nd, we had prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject was, the reason why Martin Harris lost the manuscripts that Joseph entrusted him with. Friday 5, Brother McMahon, J. Ashman, H. Peterson, and myself went and administered to Brother Wicker's little boy Elijah who was very sick. Saturday 6, Brother McMahon, Ashman, and myself administered to Elijah Wicker again. At noon I called on him again. At night Brother Ashman and I administered to him again. He seemed very ill. Sunday 7, myself and Brother Ashman went to Meadow and talked to the people upon the practical part of religion. I attended high priest meeting, lecture given by I.N. Hinckley Jr. Tuesday 9, we held our prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject was the absolution doctrine in the Catholic Church and the doctrine of Christ as he requires a pure heart and clean hands to administer in the ordinances of the gospel. Wednesday 10, we administered to Brother Wicker's little boy. Saturday 13, Brother McMahon and I administered to Kate Milgate. Sunday 14, I attended meeting. Bishop Callister, President Hinckley, and C. Anderson speakers. Also high priest meeting. Lecture on the subject of death. Tuesday 16, I administered to Ella Reese and to Hazel Watts. Notes on Death. Pearl of Great Price, page 8, of every tree of the garden. Pearl of Great Price, page 10, hast thou eaten of the tree? Pearl of Great Price, page 11, for thou shalt surely die. Compendium page 8. For all old things shall pass away, for it must needs be in opposition in all things. 2n page 62, for he showeth unto all men that they were lost because of the transgression of their parents. 21 verse, also 27 verse. Wednesday 17, Brother Reese and I consecrated a bottle of oil and then administered to his wife Ella. Thursday 18, about 10 o'clock Emily Ray came and wanted me to go to Holden and assist in doctoring Edney Badger. I hesitated a short time but went and rode with Sidney Teeple's wife in her buggy. The child was very sick, but we worked with it until midnight with hopes of conquering the diphtheria, but found our efforts in vain. She died about 1 o'clock Friday morning. I requested Brother Teeples to tell the Bishop of Holden to meet some of the brethren in prayer meeting and ask the Lord to turn away the diphtheria from Holden. After breakfast, I returned home on horseback and found that Margaret Dearden, daughter, had a little girl. Friday 19, not wishing to expose the folk to diphtheria. I worked in the garden the rest of the day and slept in the barn that night and did not go into the house until noon the next day, Saturday. Saturday 20, hoed my strawberries. Jed Warner, son-in-law, started to Scipio for grain. In the evening, Brother McMahon came in and anointed Margaret and I was mouth and administering to her. Her pains left to a considerable extent. Sunday 21, I did not attend Sunday school not meeting, nor high priest meeting, thinking it not advisable to go to any public gathering after being with diphtheria. Brother Ashman called 3 times during the day and we a very good time. Monday 22, I tied up my raspberries. I went in the morning and evening with Thomas Turner to administer to John Woolley's little boy Vern. Tuesday 23, watered in the garden. In the evening Jose was missing and we thought she was lost. But she was up to Mary Wade's. Sister North got her leg broken. Sister Turner quit working for Margaret. She worked 4 days. I planted some in the garden. Wednesday 24, we held our prayer meeting at Brother Phelps' house. Brother Ashman read a sermon delivered by President Woodruff on the 7th of April, 1895. Brother Ashman and I went and administered to Sister Mariah North, who had broken her leg the day before. Thursday 25, received a letter from Sid Teeple stating that one of Brother Ashby's boy had taken sick with diphtheria. I answered it the same day. Uncle Peter and Aunt Mary, Alan's wife Margaret's sister, made us a visit. Friday 26, Brother Ashman and I consecrated a bottle of oil for Sister Mariah Jensen and then administered to her. She had pleurisy in her left side. I worked in the garden. Saturday 27, I trained rosebushes and built an arch at the gate. I attended priesthood meeting. The principal topics spoken upon were farming, taking care of the water, building mills, factories, dairies, and reservoirs. We held our prayer meeting at my house, it being the 4th anniversary of our conversion to prayer meeting at Meadow Ridge. Our subject was how we had spent the last 4 years of our lives, whether good or bad. Sunday 28, myself and Jay Ashman attended Sunday school at Petersburg. We spoke to the children a short time. We put up at Uncle Peter's, Robison's. At 2 p.m. we preached to a small congregation. I spoke on the subject of the sacrament. After meeting, Brother Ashman went home with Brother Whitaker and gave blessings to him, his wife, and Bert Whitaker. I made Theodosia Hatton a good visit, then returned to Uncle Peter's and Aunt Mary's. About 6 o'clock, Brother Ashman came. Bert came with him. Patriarch Ashman gave Uncle Peter and Aunt Mary blessings. Bert recorded them or wrote them down. We went to meeting and preached to the people again. I spoke on the principle of always receiving or accepting a blessing when it was offered to us and not refuse. Monday 29, we went to James Hatton's and Brother Ashman gave his wife a patriarchal blessing. I wrote it down. We then came home. I worked in the garden. Richard made a bargain for a ton of hay with H.C. Hansen for $4.50 in work. It rained nearly all day and part of the night. Tuesday 30, Richard and Frank went to the sink and got the hay. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was, did the priesthood come down through the lineage of the fathers? May 2nd, Thursday, I attended fast meeting and made the opening prayer. 1 bottle of oil consecrated. Brother Ralph and Sister Rasmussen, wife of Hans Rasmussen, were administered to. A good spirit prevailed throughout the meeting. Friday 3, Jed and Frank started for Juab. Saturday 4, I went and saw Samuel King. He had seen Halstein Warner, who said that he could not pay anything on the note now, but would if he was ever able. King saw Q. Campbell and he could not pay anything now, but perhaps could in the fall. Brother Ashman came in the evening and read the 13th chapter of Alma in the Book of Mormon. Thomas Dearden and Smith started for Snake Creek. Sunday 5, I attended Sunday school and spoke to the children a short time. H. Peterson, J. Ashman and myself talked in the meeting. After meeting, the bishop called for donation for the Pioneer Monument. The teachers were to collect it. Monday 6, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Saturday 11, Brother Ashman and I went to Oak City, got there about 5 o'clock and put up at the bishop's. Found all well. Sunday 12, Patriarch J. Ashman gave Bishop Anderson and Edie Anderson each a patriarchal blessing. I acted as scribe. We went to Sunday school and talked a little, and then to George Finlanson's and had dinner. At 2 p.m. we preached to the saints. The Spirit of the Lord rested upon the congregation and they bore testimony to what we said. Brother Ashman gave blessings to Frederick Lyman, Martha, Bishop Anderson's wife, and 3 or 4 others, and I wrote them. I had a good visit with George Lovell and wife. We administered to Fred Lyman. Brother Ashman anointed and I being mouth. We reached home about 4 o'clock. Sunday 19, I attended Sunday school at 2 o'clock. James A. Melville, Elmer Hinckley, and Rosal from Salt Lake City were the speakers in ward meeting. We held teachers' meeting at the end of the services and in the evening high priest meeting. Brother J. Ashman was to have given a lecture but not feeling well in mind. He gave the subject to Bishop Callister and he gave us a very interesting lecture on the fourth estate of man, punishment for the wicked, and reward for the righteous. I went to the surprise party for the missionaries at the meeting house for Elmer Hinckley. Rufus Day and Charles Smith, President Hinckley, and F.M. Lyman were present. The services were late in commencing and it caused uneasiness in the crowd. C. Anderson resided. F. M. Lyman preached at the meeting house in the evening. Mother, Richard, and I attended. May 25, 1895, my wife and I went to Deseret for conference. We stopped at my daughter's Mary Crandall's. We went with John Golter's horse and our cart to high priest meeting in the evening. After the quorum business was attended to, Elder F.M. Lyman spoke upon the duties of those who held the priesthood and said that no man should neglect an opportunity of speaking words of comfort and encouragement to those who needed it. Sunday 26, I went to conference. The house was nearly full. Elder Lyman spoke of the offices in the church of receiving the inspiration of the Spirit of their several callings. In the afternoon, he spoke on the untimely deaths by not learning to observe the laws of nature and health. Monday 27, I attended conference. They spoke on different subjects. One was the statehood and another was the Millard Canal. After the meeting was dismissed, the board of directors of the canal presented the matter to the people that remained. Wise Cropper, the president of the association, explained the advantages that would come from building the canal ourselves and not allow rich men to come and take possession of the water. Jane Watts and Fern Robison stayed at our place Sunday and Monday night. Tuesday 28, we came home. The wind blew hard, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and it rained on us all the way home. Wednesday 29, it rained nearly all day. Saturday, June 1, 1895, I made some preparations to start to the temple the next morning. Sunday, June 2, myself and John Ashman started for the temple. We reached Daniel Thompson's at Scipio about 4 o'clock and had dinner there. After dinner was over with Dan Thompson, we administered to Thomas Robbins, who was very ill. I anointed and Brother Ashman confirmed. After we were through, he said it was the first time he could breathe natural for 2 or 3 days. Then we went to meeting. Peter Nielsen gave a short report of the last conference and said some said it was the best conference we had had for a long while. He did not think so, as he would not hear but very little. Jesse B. Martin was the next speaker. He spoke of the conference and said he could not hear much that was said. I arose and spoke a short time on the word of wisdom and told the saints to be faithful in keeping all the commandments of the Lord that we might be entitled to all his blessings. Brother Ashman spoke on patriarchal blessing and said he was ready to give them to all who desired them after meeting. At the close, a priesthood meeting was called and many good remarks were made by the brethren. I went back to Thompson's and had a good visit with him and his wife, while Brother Ashman went to Peter Nielsen's and gave him and his wife each a patriarchal blessing. We stayed overnight at Daniel Thompson's. Monday 3, we started out before breakfast but stopped at the bend of the river for breakfast and then went on to Fayette and dined, then to the Sampich River and on over to Manti. We went to Isaac Riddle's, reaching there about 6 o'clock, and his wife said we could stop there. We had a good visit. My daughter Nancy was there with them that evening. Tuesday 4, I had no baptizing to be done, so I worked in the garden a little. When Brother Ashman came home from the temple, he gave Claytie Snow a patriarchal blessing and I acted as scribe. We held our prayer meeting in one of Brother Riddle's rooms. Sister Mary Ann Riddles, Nancy Riddle, and Claytie Snow were present. Brother Ashman desired me to speak a short time and relate the circumstances that happened to us on Meadow Creek Ridge, so I related it in short. Then Brother Ashman spoke a short time. Sister Riddle related some manifestations of the power of God towards her in her life. Then Nancy Riddle related some of the incidents of the manifestations of the Spirit of the Lord to her in different times, which gave her great satisfactions. After that, Claytie Snow related some of the experiences of the manifestations of the Spirit to her, and in all we had a very pleasant time and a time of rejoicing. Claytie Snow said it would be long remembered by her. Wednesday 5, Nancy, daughter, and I went to the temple, and I went through for Daniel Snow and she for my grandmother Russell, and we had her and my grandfather Russell sealed. Brother Farnsworth said that he thought he could find more of my genealogy. I told him I would be very glad. We went to Brother Riddle's place and Brother Ashman gave Nancy a patriarchal blessing and I wrote it. I took Nancy to the depot and she went to her husband Isaac. Thursday 6, I went through the temple for George Fenner. I think he is my uncle. Nancy came back and we went to a social party at Sister Turnbow's. Brother Callister was present. Friday 7, Nancy went through and got endowed for my sister Anna Russell Walton and I for William W. Boothman, a friend of Brother Ashman's. I gave Brother Farnsworth $1 for recording the work in my book I had done last June and also this year. Then I went to Sister Riddle's and fed and watered the horse and fixed up our things. Then took Nancy's luggage to the depot and started on to Salina. We reached there about dark and found Isaac and his father there. Nancy got there a little before we did. We stayed overnight at Brother Crane's and were well treated. Saturday 8, we had a short visit with Isaac, his father, and Nancy and then started for Scipio. We nooned at Round Valley Lake and went on to Scipio, fed our horse at Brother Thomas Memmott. We reached home about 10 o'clock. Sunday 9, I attended Sunday school. The lecture was given by C. Anderson. Subject on the mission of Eliza. I went to High Priest meeting and listened to a lecture given by James McMahon and others on the fall of man. Saturday 20, 1895, I attended priesthood meeting. President Hinckley, D. Thompson, and D. R. Stevens were present. The subject of irrigation on a scientific plan was spoken of, also gathering means for Sister Mathena. Sunday 21, myself and Brother Ashman went to Petersburg as home missionaries. We talked in Sunday school. At 2 p.m., I preached to a small congregation. I had a good talk with James Hatton on the doctrines of the church. We came home and attended High Priest meeting. Thomas Turner spoke, also President Hinckley. Sunday, June 7th, I attended High Priest meeting and spoke a short time, also Eddie Hinckley and his brother spoke. Brother Fertai spoke on faith and President Hinckley spoke on financial affairs and found some fault because there was no playgrounds nor dancing hall for the young people. Monday 8, court was set up. Honorable W. H. King presiding, Cooper Court concerned. The pack came up and the witnesses on both sides were examined and court adjourned until 10 o'clock. Tuesday 9, I attended court and heard the pleading and the charges given the jury. Then they followed their bailiff to a room and was gone about 1 hour. Judge King gave recess until 2 p.m. I came home and did the chores. I was late and did not hear the verdict from the mouth of the court, but Greenwood informed me that the verdict was given in my favor and Huntsman was to pay the court and return me the $10 that I gave him in the Justice Court last winter for storage on the pack. I borrowed $3 of J.D. Smith and let G. Greenwood have $4.45 to pay G. Huntsman with for witness fees so the suit might go on. Thursday 20, I went to John Woolsey's and with James Payne and administered to a sick child. Saturday 22, Brother Ashman and I went to Hinckley as home missionaries. We had dinner at my daughter Mary's and then went on and stopped at Bishop Pratt's. Sunday 23, Brother Ashman gave patriarchal blessings at Bishop Pratt's. Sunday 23, Brother Ashman gave patriarchal blessings at the bishops and I went to Sunday school and attended the advanced grade. At 2 p.m., we talked to a small crowd. On account of measles, there were not many present. Monday 24, we came home. Sunday, July 14, 1895, Brother Ashman and I went to Holden as home missionaries. We attended Sunday school and spoke to the children with much satisfaction. At 2 p.m. we talked to an attentive congregation upon the blessing we enjoy as a people and upon the word of wisdom, showing that if we expected to receive all the blessings that the Lord gives and promises, that we must keep all His commandments. After meeting, Brother Ashman gave 4 patriarchal blessing and then we went home. Sunday 21, I went to the meeting Bishop Styler and J. Greenwood, speakers. I attended High Priest meeting in the evening. Abraham Carling gave a lecture on faith. Saturday 27, Brother Ashman and I went to hold to priesthood meeting. President Hinckley and Stevens present about 30 in all. Tuesday 30, Frank Scottern was killed in the canyon by a fall of a tree. August 1, 1895, I attended fast meeting and funeral services combined and I went and administered to Olive Olson, granddaughter, in the morning and again in the evening. Sunday 4, Brother Ashman and I went to Kenosha's home missionaries. Brother Ashman attended Sunday school at 2 p.m. We preached to an attentive congregation, then we came home rejoicing in our labors. Sunday 18, I attended meeting in Fillmore, Henry Mace and D. Thompson speakers. I went to High Priest meeting in the evening and spoke on tithing and having our names on the church records and being sealed up unto eternal life by those who had authority. Tuesday 20, I administered to Amelia McCrae. Wednesday 21, Bishop Callister and F.M. Lyman administered to Amelia McCrae. Saturday 24, Brother Ashman and I went to Scipio to conference. We stopped at Thomas Mamet's and administered to William Mamet, his father. I anointed and he sealed. At 2 p.m. we attended Relief Society meeting. President Hinckley and D. Thompson present. At 8 p.m. we attended High Priest meeting. Gave in our report as home missionaries. Peter Robison was accepted by the quorum to be ordained a high priest. Good instructions were given by President Felsted and J. H. Smith. Alma Greenwood's resignation was presented and accepted as president of the YMM and Association. Sunday 25, Thomas Mamet, J. Ashman, and myself administered to Julia Mamet. J. Ashman anointed and I confirmed it. At 10 a.m. conference commenced. Present on the stand were President I.N. Hinckley and D. Thompson, Apostles John Henry Smith, and Heber J. Grant. Also Christian D. Felsted of the 7 presidents of the 70s. Good instructions were given by them. At intermission Peter Robison was ordained a high priest by Heber J. Grant. At 2 p.m. conference commenced with good instructions. At 8 p.m. meeting was held with good instructions given. Monday 26, conference convened and good instructions given by visiting gentlemen. Brother Joseph Dameron was sustained press of the YMMIA and then conference adjourned. We had dinner and then came home feeling like we had a good conference. Brother Ashman and I administered to Lily Lambert. He anointed and I sealed the anointing. I attended funeral services of Agnes Douglar. Sunday, September 1, 1895, about 9 a.m. I went and assisted in administering to Sister Amelia McCrae. N.S. Bishop anointed her and I sealed the anointing and we dedicated her unto the Lord. She died about 6 p.m. that night. I attended Sunday school meeting, N.S. Bishop and C. Anderson speakers, also High Priest meeting. I went to the funeral services of Amelia McCrae at the meeting house. Brother Ashman and I administered to Brother Wicker. He anointed and I sealed and Brother Wicker got better. Saturday 14, Brother Ashman and I went to Leamington. We stopped at Oak Creek and fed our horse and had dinner at Joseph Lyman's. Brother Ashman gave his wife a patriarchal blessing and we spoke to him about the academy, then drove on to Leamington and put up at the Bishop's. We found Jesse B. Martin there. He had come to give patriarchal blessings. Sunday 15, we attended Sunday school. Also meeting at 2 p.m. and preached to an attentive congregation upon the cleansing of our hearts, thoughts, and imaginations that we may be prepared for the indwelling of the Holy Ghost. We talked in the evening on the word of wisdom. There was a good turnout at both meetings. Monday 16, it was a very windy day. We reached home about 5 p.m. feeling well satisfied with our trip. Thanking the Lord for our blessings and for the good spirit that went with us. Lightning struck Susanna Robinson's house and splintered up one window frame, then there was a heavy shower. Sunday 22, I went to meeting. Haywood and President Hinckley spoke. I attended priesthood meeting and spoke on the fourth faith of the Doctrine and Covenants. Brother Ashman and I went to George Wade's and administered to his mother and dedicated her to the Lord. Sunday 29, I attended Sunday school, also meeting. J.F. Gibbs spoke of the good other churches have done to prepare the way for the restoration of the gospel. I attended high priest meeting. J.D. Smith and A. Furtai spoke a short time. Monday 30, I attended funeral services of Sister Wade. Speakers, A. Furtai, Bishop Callister, and T. Turner. October 1, 1895 Tuesday, about 1 a.m. I was taken sick and suffered extremely from gravel more seemingly than I could bear, but with the help of the Lord and the assistance of Sister Jessie Huntsman, Dr. Keene, my family and the assistance of others, I was enabled to survive, for which I am thankful to God and all who assisted me in any way. Sunday 6, I was some better so that I could walk around. Brother Ashman got home from SL City about 6 a.m. and assisted me in all he could and gave me $5 to assist in my sickness. Monday 7, I was some better and continued during the day. Brig Crandall and Mary, daughter, came up from Deseret. Tuesday 8, I was improving. Brig brought me a small barrel of Lethia water and it seemed to do me good. Melissa, my daughter, moved into her new house. Wednesday 9, I was not feeling so well, so kept my bed most of the day. Brother Ashman was very kind and did all he could for me. Thursday 10, I was better but kept to my bed most all day. Dr. Keene made me a friendly visit in the afternoon. Friday 11, I was still better and sent letters to my son Alan and one to Nancy telling them how I was. Saturday 12, I had felt a little better in some respects. I rode with Brother Ashman down to see doctor, but he was not at home. Had gone to set Huntsman's broken leg. Sunday 13, I was a little better. I took a ride with Brother Ashman to see Dr. Keene and met him on the road to see Huntsman, and I did not get to talk with him. Brother J.D. Smith came in the evening and made me a short visit. Monday 14, the doctor came and said he expected his medicine next day. Wednesday 16, Brother Ashman took me riding in the forenoon and I let him have the $5 back. Wednesday 23, the medicine came and I commenced to use it. Doctor said to leave off all other medications. I was still getting better. Thursday 24, Richard started for Snake Creek with Thomas C. Callister to teach school by the way of Frisco. Saturday 26, I attended priesthood meeting. Instructions were given by President Hinckley and T. Turner which were interesting. Sunday 27, I being sick did not attend services. Monday 28, I made Brother Croft a visit and got very cold. Wednesday 30, I mailed John Giles a letter about the wheat he owed me. Thursday 31, visited Brother Croft, spoke to him of the duties of priest's office and the benefits that would grow out of our labors. Alan and his son Howard came and stayed with us overnight. He gave me a 17-pound cheese for a birthday present and about 200 pounds flour. In the evening, Brother Ashman and his brother-in-law John Wild made me a visit. November 1, 1895 Friday, Alan left for Millard and Brigg for Oasis. Brother Ashman came to see me in the evening. Saturday 2, Brother Ashman and Hans Peterson went to Oak Creek as home missionaries. I being sick did not go. Sunday 3, I went to meeting. Home missionaries were A.F. Robison and Joshua Greenwood. Brother Robison's subject was the sad condition the saints were in. Brother Greenwood's the necessity of the saints living so as to have the revelations of the Lord by His Spirit continually, to direct us through life. I did not go to high priest meeting, my health being poor. Monday 4, it snowed and rained. I paid my county taxes and received my pay for going out to Cedar Springs, Holden, as quarantine physician when Brother Badger's child had diphtheria. Tuesday 5, I went to the courthouse and voted the Republican ticket straight as far as the state was concerned and the Democrat straight as far as the county and city was concerned. I settled my city tax with A.N. Hansen. Prayer meeting was held at my house. Subject was, when will the lesser priesthood be organized and be set to work according to order? Thursday 7, I attended fast meeting and I was administered to by F.A. Robison. Anointing and President Hinckley sealed it. Ellis Bishop also was administered to, one baby blessed and a few bottles of oil consecrated. When I got home I found Mary Robinson, her son William, Laura, and her husband, Fowler. We had a good visit with them. Sunday 10, I attended meeting, lecture given by F.M. Lyman upon the practical part of our religion. He said he was going to Mexico to appoint Brother Ivans as president over that mission and release Elder Teasdale. Monday 11, I walked down to the DR and got another bottle of medicine and talked with him on the gospel and the travels of the church, and he wanted to know why Mormons stopped and located in such a barren desert as these valleys. Tuesday 12, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Thursday 14, Brigg brought me 2 barrels of water. Friday 15, James Hatton and wife came to see the races. Brigg, Jed, Julia, and mother went to the races. Mandy got beef. Saturday 16, I called to see the doctor but he was not home. Sunday 17, I rode with Brother Ashman to see the doctor and met him on the way. I described my condition to him as well as I could and he said he would come to see me at 4 p.m. We drove to J.T. Ashman's and stopped a while, then came home. After we had been home a short time, we went back to J.T. Ashman's and administered to him. Brother Ashman anointed him and I sealed the anointing. We talked with him, giving him good advice in regard to living his religion, and then we came home. The doctor did not come. Brother Ashman came and we had a good visit. The funeral services over the remains of Brother Alonzo Hinckley's child was held that died through being poisoned. Tuesday 19, Dr. Keene and Brother Ashman came and doctored me and told me I must quit lifting or doing any hard work. We held our prayer meeting at my house. Our subject was the dreadful condition of the people. Their blindness, and no one seemed to take any interest in them to teach them the gospel of salvation. Sunday 24, first day of conference. J.H.S. Smith and Golden Kimball present. I did not attend, my health being poor. In the afternoon, James Robison of Snake Valley made us a visit and gave us a letter from Richard saying he was getting along fine with his school. Brother Abrahams of Kenosh and Brother Mehmet of Scipio called to see me. Monday 25, Brothers Frank Hinckley and Beckstrand called in and I showed them the letter that I had received from Holstein Warner. Tuesday 26, prayer meeting was held at my house. Subject was, the gospel being taken to the Shakers, and the earth reeling to and fro like a drunken man, and the mountains to be brought low and the faithful to be taken up in a cloud. Wednesday 27, Brigg started for his mine. Brother Mace made me a short visit. Thursday 28, Thanksgiving Day. Masquerade ball at night. Sunday, December 1, 1895, we did not attend meeting on account of ill health. Mother had sore throat and high fever. Lyman Robison was speaker. Monday 2, Mother was worse, so I gathered sage brush leaves and made poultices and out it on her throat. I put it on 6 times, then changed to pork and mustard. In the evening she seemed better. Brother Sid Teeples came and spoke to me about his pay for his services while at Brother Badger's when his children died with diphtheria. Tuesday 3, Mr. Wills, the tree man, came to see how many trees had died that we had bought of Mr. Eddy. In mine there was 1 grape, 50 strawberries, and 7 gooseberries missing, and in Briggs, 5 apple tree, 3 orange, 1 Siberian crab, 2 cherries, and 4 plumes trees missing. I took cold and was worse than I had been for some time. Thursday 5, fast day, but I did not attend. was in bed most of the day. Friday 6, I bought mother a bottle of medicine. Sunday 8, I still kept my bed. Doctor called to see me. Tuesday 10, doctor came and gave me some medicine which seemed to help me. Thursday 11, I was on the improve and sat up a little in the evening. Frank and Jed slept at our house to help when needed. Friday 13, I bought a bottle of Shiloh's consumption cure for mother. Mandy and Hummingbird ran a race. Mandy beat 30 feet, winning the prize. Sunday 15, I sat up all day. Brothers Abraham F. Carling and J. Swallows brought me the sacrament. Monday 16, mother was very ill with the cramp. Julia, daughter, stayed all night and waited on her. We sent for Jessie Huntsman. She came and we did all we could for her. Jed went to George Greenwood and got her some brandy. Elsie Gonder and daughter came and spent the night. Brother Ashman, Jed, son-in-law, and I administered to her. I anointed and Brother Ashman sealed. Tuesday 17, we were both better. Frank went for wood. About 6 inches of snow on the ground. J.T. Ashman being sick, also mother, we did not have prayer meeting. Wednesday 17, Brother Ashman brought us a sugar bowl, got it at Greenwood store 70 cents. Friday 20, Sister Melville brought us a bottle of currant wine. Uncle Peter and Aunt Mary came to town. Stopped at Elsie's. The weather was mild. Israel Roski the Jew died at J.V. Robeson's. Saturday 21, Richard, son, came from Snake Valley. Uncle Peter and Aunt Mary came over to see us. Brother Croft came to see me. Sunday 22, I did not attend meeting. Brother J. Swallow brought us the sacrament and said Eddie Hinckley preached. Uncle Peter and Aunt Mary went to meeting in Fillmore. I spent the day reading the news about the difficulty between America and Great Britain in regards to the Venezuela question. Monday 23, Mother and I were improving. Brother Ashman came and said John T. Ashman was not much better but that he would pull through. Uncle Peter and Aunt Mary went home. Wednesday 25, we were getting better. Melissa, daughter, cooked our Christmas dinner. Sunday 29, it was a very cold day. Brothers Alex Melville, Seymour Brunson, E. Brunson, C. King, Richard Russell, and Joshua Greenwood were speakers. Joseph Swallows brought us the sacrament. Monday 30, Violet Warner, granddaughter, was sick. Brother Ashman made me a short visit in the evening. Tuesday 31, Violet was worse and the doctor came over and gave her some medicine and she rested quite well during the well. We held prayer meeting at my house. Subject, the condition of the people in the stake. No meetings of the 70s, elders, nor the YMMI Association. Wednesday, January 1, 1896, our health was improving. Violet was getting better and I went to see her. While there, the doctor came. Thursday 2, we were still improving. Mrs. Gonder Shoemaker and Mrs. Clay came to see us. Melissa had the sore throat and came to our house and stayed all day. Friday 3, Richard started for Burbank in Snake Valley. Saturday, January 4, 1896, the territory of Utah became a state in the Great Republic. Sunday 5, Brothers Abraham F. Carling and J. Swallows brought us the sacrament. Bishop Callister, J. A. Melville, N. S. Bishop, James McMahon, and T. Wicker called in after meeting. In the evening, Brother Ashman came. Monday 6, a big meeting and the firing of guns and the bank was out to inaugurate Utah as a state. Brother J. Croft came to see me and Brother Ashman came in the evening. We talked quite freely upon the labors that are performed for the redemption of the dead. Tuesday 7, between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning, the big dancing hall south of Greenwood store was burned down, shortly after the big dance that was to celebrate the inauguration of Utah as a state. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was, is it absolutely necessary that men and women should have their ordinations, endowments, and sealing ordinances all attended to before they can be resurrected? Sunday 12, Brother Ashman and I went to Petersburg as home missionaries. We stopped at Sunday school and spoke to the children and drove to Peter Robeson's. At 2 p.m. we preached to an attentive congregation. Our subject was, the first principles of the gospel. At the close of meeting, Brother Whitaker told the people that there would be a meeting at Peter Robeson's in the evening and that all that desired could attend. So at 7 p.m. meeting commenced. About 23 or 4 were present, mostly women. Many good instructions were given by John Ashman and Alan Russell, mostly on temple work. Hiram Robeson, James Hatton, and Orson Whitaker each spoke a short time and expressed his desire to be more faithful in the future. Monday 13, patriarchal blessings were given. H. Robeson and Wife, by John Ashman, and then we came home feeling well satisfied with our labors and that the Spirit of the Lord had been with us. Tuesday 14, we held our prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject was, Baptism for the Remission of Sins. Brother J. Croft came and made us a visit. Our subject was, the restoration of all things spoken of by the mouths of all the holy prophets since the world began. January 18, 1896, I went with John Ashman and administered to John T. Ashman, son of John Ashman. I offered a short prayer and John Ashman anointed him. I sealed the anointing. Sunday 19, I attended meeting at Fillmore. Brothers Beckstrand and Greenwood were the speakers. Monday 20, I settled my tithing. I had $17.75 to my credit. In the evening, Brother Ashman came and said John T. Ashman was better. We held our prayer meeting at my home. Brother Croft was present. Our subject was, the experience Brother Ashman and myself had on Meadow Creek Ridge. Wednesday 22, I went to the post office and got the Deseret News and read the sermon of Joseph F. Smith, which was very interesting. Thursday 23, I spent the day in reading considerable. Friday, January 24, 1896, John T. Ashman died 6:30 a.m. Brother J. Croft came and made me a visit. Saturday 25, I attended priesthood meeting in the forenoon. Many good instructions were given by the presidency of the stake. They called for donations for Sister Mathena, as she was in great need of money to pay her way in Manti. In the afternoon, the High Council met and listened to the charge against Peter Greenhalgh for profanity, lying, swindling, and other unchristian-like conduct, which was decided that each party should compromise and try to do better in the future and forgive one another and cease their quarreling. Sunday 26, I went to the funeral of John T. Ashman, son of John Ashman Sr., and found it too cold for me to sit, so I came home. I got in company with Daniel Thompson and talked a little with regard to the duties of priests and teachers. At the funeral services of John T. Ashman, the Holden Choir came and sang, which was a kind act. Saturday, February 1, 1896, Mother and I were improving in health. Sunday 2, I ate dinner at Julia's daughter. Uncle Peter and Aunt Mary were also there. I attended meeting in Fillmore and preached on the subject of the sacrament and also of the parents' teachings of the doctrines of Christ. Monday 3, Mary, daughter, gave birth to a baby boy. Cordelia Warner and Dr. Keene were in attendance. Mary was very sick all day. Tuesday 4, Mary was better. Mother's health was improving. Wednesday 5, Mary was improving. In the afternoon there came a heavy wind from the north and blew down the north end of George Olson's house. Broke down 2 bedsteads and smashed up some lumber. Thursday 6, I was at home doing the chores. Mary was still improving in health. Saturday 8, Mary's health was still improving. Sunday 16, I attended meeting in Fillmore. Lafitte, Huntsman, Charles Swallow, Charles Brunson, Eddie Mace, and T.C. Callister were speakers. February 18, 1896, I wrote 2 letters. One to Richard, son, and one to Nancy, daughter. I received a letter from Dan Russell from New Mexico. I attended a high priest's meeting in the evening. Sunday 23, I attended conference in the forenoon and in the afternoon, also priesthood meeting at the close of the afternoon meeting. When Francis M. Lyman criticized the presidency of the stake and the High Council alternates to the High Council, and the bishops and their counselors, with few exceptions, were quite favorable. Monday 24, I attended conference in the forenoon. In the afternoon, Elder F. M. Lyman, President I. N. Hinckley, Daniel Thompson, and Bishop T. C. Callister came to my house and administered to Mary Crandall, daughter. President Ian Hinckley anointed her and Elder Lyman confirmed. In the afternoon meeting, Elder Lyman gave much valuable instruction, and among other things, he said that the Latter-day Saints should prepare themselves for the future and spare no time. At 4 p.m., Elder Lyman went to Oak Creek. In the evening I got Brother Ashman and Isaac Wicker to come and administer to Mary again. Brother Wicker anointed her and Brother Ashman confirmed. After all, she had a very restless night. Sister Turner stayed with her all night. Tuesday 25, we held our prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject was, what principles were more important to lay before the people in this stake by the home missionaries? Faith, repentance, and baptism. I got Brother McMahon and we administered to Mary. I anointed and sealed. Brother Ashman and I administered to Mary Crandall, he anointed and I sealed the anointing. We then went to a meeting called to see about the building of a dancing hall and some other things. I went and made Brother Sagers a short visit. He was very sick. In the evening Mary was worse. The doctor said she had inflammation of the bladder. I got Brothers McMahon and Ashman and we administered to her. Brother Ashman prayer. McMahon anointed and I sealed the anointing. Jed Warner and I administered to Mary Crandall. He anointed and I sealed the anointing myself and Brother Ashman administered to Mary in the evening. I anointed and he sealed the anointing. Sunday, March 1, 1896, I had a short talk with Dr. Keene on religion. I attended meeting in Fillmore. Alexander Furtai speaker. I did not attend the organization of the Mutual Improvement Association in the evening because Mary was worse. We held our prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject was, what was the most needed to be taught to the saints in the ward? Tuesday 3, 1896, I chopped some wood and got a porous plaster for Mary to put on her back. Sunday 8, I attended meeting in Fillmore. H. G. Faust and George Crane were speakers. Sister Trimble's funeral was held in the meeting house. Saturday 14, I was taken with chills and fever and was very sick. Brothers J. S. Smith and Thomas Mamet of Round Valley came and administered to me and I got better immediately and had a good night's rest. Sunday 22, I attended meeting in Fillmore. James Abrahams and A. Reply were speakers. The home missionaries, after Sunday services were over at the bishop's. They asked the people which they wanted to build, a dancing hall or a meeting house, and after some talk it was put off until the next Sunday to be decided by the people of the ward by vote. March 29, 1896, I went to the courthouse with Sidney Teeples and made a statement in regard in quarantining William Ashby's house and seeing that their wants were looked after, and that Teeples might get his pay for his services. I attended meeting, Brother Ashman first speaker, he dwelt on temple work. A. F. Robison next. He dwelt partly upon the same subject, all was very interesting. We held our prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject was the strict obedience to the law of God, that we might become perfect so as to possess more of the power of God. Thursday, April 2, I attended fast meeting, 9 babies blessed and 3 bottles of oil consecrated. Sunday 5, speakers in meeting were Alma Greenwood, and Ian Hinckley Jr. Near the close of meeting the bishop called on the congregation to manifest by the show of hands whether they wanted a meeting house or not. The vote was unanimous, he said they would go at it in earnest. Sunday 12, I attended meeting. J. D. Smith, Joshua Greenwood, and C. Anderson speakers. They reported conference news. I went to teachers' meeting and heard their report. I dismissed meeting. I also attended a meeting in the interest of the new meeting house. Tuesday 14, I finished writing a letter to my sister Sally in California and posted it. Wednesday 15, I commenced writing to my brother Horace in New Mexico. Sunday 19, I attended meeting, J. S. Giles and Ian Hinckley speakers. The bishop wanted another committee man to go on with the meeting house. Saturday 25, I went to priesthood meeting and opened it by prayer. Brothers C. Anderson, President Hinckley, and T. Turner and J. D. Smith, speakers. Sunday, April 26, 1896, Brother Ashman and I went to Petersburg. We spoke in Sunday school and then went to Uncle Peter's. At 2 p.m. we preached to the people the principles of the gospel. All seemed to listen attentively. The wind blew fearfully. Richard, son, started to Nephi to meet George Olson, son-in-law. March 27, it snowed part of the day. We held our 5th anniversary at Brother Ashman's and had an enjoyable time. I paid Brother Ashman $10 that he paid the court to pay G. Huntsman for storage of the Mecam pack. Thursday 30, George Olson and Richard came with goods. Friday, May 1, 1896, Brig Crandall came from Tintic. A surprise party at Gonder's. Saturday 2, Mr. Gonder called on us in the evening before leaving. Sunday 3, I attended Sunday school and pronounced the benediction. Also attended meeting. George Olson and J. Greenwood speakers, and a meeting house, meeting after meeting. Tuesday 5, Hiram Mace Jr. called on us. He looked well. Thursday 7, fast day, I attended meeting and spoke on the subject of teaching our children the gospel and referred to the time when Alma and King Mosiah had trouble with young people in their day because of the hardness of their hearts and would not believe in resurrection neither in Christ. Friday 8, it snowed and rained. Brother Wicker and I administered to True Peterson Robison, he anointed and I sealed. Her father and husband assisted. Saturday 9, Brother Wicker and I administered to Sister Ralph. He anointed and I sealed. Brother Ralph assisted. Sunday 10, I attended meeting, Adalbert Webb and A. Greenwood speaker. I assisted Ova Peterson and F. Robison in administering to True Peterson Robison. I anointed and Peterson sealed. Tuesday 12, Brig, Richard, and Frank helped me move the back kitchen. Brother T. Turner, O. Peterson, and I administered to Frank Robison's wife, and before I left, I gave my idea with regards to the state of mind people should be in to receive the blessings of the Lord through administrations of the elders. I had dinner at Joe Dearden's and talked to them a little about Henry Dearden throwing a rock and hitting Alice Turner in the forehead. I went to see Sister Turner, then went back and talked with Thomas and Joe Dearden. After considerable persuasion, I got Joe to agree with me to leave it to 3 disinterested men. I told Turner about it and he seemed quite stubborn and that he used some unbecoming language towards me. Wednesday 13, I went up to Dearden's and Turner's to assist in getting the matter settled up, but Turner had put it in court and Henry had to go and plead guilty for the act and pay Turner $5 and $2 to pay the court. They settled unsatisfactorily. Friday 15, I went to see Brother H. Mace, Eddie Mace, and I blessed him. Then to James King, he seemed a little better. Sunday 17, I attended Sunday school and meeting. C. Anderson, J. Greenwood speakers. I had a little chat with Josiah Call's wife. After meeting, I called on H. Mace. He seemed a little better. Tuesday 19, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman. Our subject was the necessity of preaching the gospel to the saints. Brother Ashman brought me a notice from the bishop that I was to assist him in gathering means for Sister Mathena. Thursday 21, we visited 14 families in Sister Mathena's interest. Friday 22, same as yesterday, visiting and gathering means. Saturday 23, attended High Priest meeting in Holden. The big boxing match came off. McKingy champion. Sunday 24, I went to Holden to conference with Brother Smith's team. Got nearly there when we missed a burr. I went back mile and found it. Brothers Sherrington and Paul assisted in putting it on again. Reached there in time to hear most of Brother H. J. Grant's sermon on fast offerings and tithing and other things. I had dinner at Brother Johnson's. Went back to meeting. Brother Grant spoke on the testimonies that he had received on the truth of the gospel and the signs following the believers and said that the tree was to be known by its fruit. Monday 25, having no suitable way of traveling, I did not go to conference. I visited Brother H. Mace. He seemed a little better. Dr. Thurgood was there. Tuesday 26, Brig and Mary came from Springville. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was, the so-called manifesto and its branches. Wednesday 27, I administered to Brother James King before I left. N.S. Bishop came and I left him there. Thursday 28, I went to see H. Mace, also Sister Davis, and with Nephi Bates administered to her. Her right side was paralyzed and her speech was nearly gone. Friday 29, it rained several times during the day. I received a letter from Alan. He was in Loa. Saturday 30, Brother Abraham and Reeves came from Holden and stayed overnight. I called to see Brother Sager, also James King. Sunday 31, I attended meeting. Samuel Hinckley, Nathaniel Baldwin and T.C. Callister speakers. I called on Alman Robison and talked to him on the Bible, then to see Brother Mace and then to see Sister Davis. Monday, June 1, 1896, Brig Crandall came from Eureka and said his Thankinson mine was a failure and that Mary stood the trip very well. Tuesday 2, I wrote a letter to Allen and posted it. Visited Brother Mace. District Court set in Fillmore. Wednesday 3, Henriette Call and Helen Colgrove called to see us. Richard Hatton made us a visit. Thursday 4, I attended fast meeting, for babies blessed and 2 bottles of oil consecrated. Brothers Virgil Kelly and Nephi Bates were present and spoke a short time. I offered a prayer of thanksgiving to God in the meeting. I took my fast offerings to the tithing office. Lydia Ashman received them. I called to see James King, anointed and administered to him. Sunday 7, I took 1 quart of strawberries to Brother Mace. He was pleased with them and seemed a little better. I received a letter from my brothers Horace and Dan Russell in Espanola, New Mexico. He said his health was quite poor. I administered to J. King. He did not seem any better. I attended meeting, Frank Noyes and George Crane speakers. I had a nice talk with Alman Robison on the Bible. Wednesday 10, I went to Brother King's, washed, anointed, and administered to him. Sister King came me $1. Thursday 12, I washed Brother King, anointed and administered to him. He seemed a little better. Sunday 14, I went to see Sister Ralph. She was in a very bad condition. I attended meeting, J.V. Robison speaker. He spoke in regard to the fulfillment of prophecy. I had another talk with Alma Robison on the Bible. He had read the Old Testament. Monday 15, I washed, anointed, and administered to Brother King. Richard went to the ranch to get a team of almonds to go to Oasis after water. Tuesday 16, I performed my labors with John King. Brother Ashman sealed the anointing. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Richard started to Oasis for Lethia water. Wednesday 17, Brother Ashman and I went to Brother King's. He washed and anointed him and I sealed. We commenced selling milk to N.S. Bishop's Creamery. Sold a little every morning. Thursday 18, Richard reached home at 2 a.m. Friday 19, we called at Brother King's but he was sleeping so we came away and did not bother him. Saturday 20, I attended priesthood meeting in the evening. Sunday 21, I attended ward conference in the forenoon and afternoon. Tuesday 23, I washed, anointed, and administered to Brother King. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Wednesday 24, Brother Ashman called in and read me a sermon of Orson Pratt's. Thursday 25, Brother Ashman and I collected means for Sister Mathena in the afternoon. We visited O. Peterson, George Day, Albert Day, John Day. Brother Ashman and I administered to Marion Owen's girl. She had St. Vitus dance. Ova Peterson gave us 25 cents for Ellen Mathena. I went to see Brother King but he was asleep. Saturday 27, Brother Ashman and I called again, I washed and anointed and he sealed. I attended priesthood meeting and spoke a short time. 8 present. Sunday 28, I attended meeting. Brother J. A. Melville and Ova Peterson speakers. I made Brother Ashman and Reeves a visit in the evening. Tuesday 30, held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. July 1, 1896, I got Brother Ashman to help me clean house. I performed my duties with Brother King. Thursday 2, I attended fast meeting, 2 babies blessed, 2 bottles of oil consecrated. I attended high priest's meeting. Brother Powell spoke on the prophecies of the Book of Mormon. I spoke a short time. Saturday 4, I went to see Brother King again and waited on him. He seemed a little better. Sunday 5, Brother Ashman and I went to Holden. Attended Sunday school and spoke a short time and also to the advanced class. 2 ladies spoke in that class. Tuesday 7, I called to see Brother King but Brother Ashman had been there and washed him. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Thursday 9, we went to Brother King's, washed, he anointed and I sealed. He seemed to be improving. Sunday 12, I attended meeting. FM Lyman speaker. Brothers FM Lyman, Bishop Callister, and I administered to Brother King. Callister anointed and Lyman sealed. I called on Brother Mace and made him a short visit. Monday 13, Brother Ashman and I waited on Brother King. I washed and anointed and he sealed. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. In the evening, there was a big flood and it washed everything before it. Tuesday 14, I waited on Brother King. The men got the water back in the Melville ditch 11:00 am. Another big flood came down Chalk Creek. A nice shower today. Wednesday 15, I visited Brother King twice. He seemed very low. Also Brother Mace and he seemed very low. I received a letter from my brother Horace. He wanted to know how to join the 70s in the place where he lived. I was not able to tell him so I showed FM Lyman the letter and he said send it to Brother Beckstrand and get a recommend from the 42 quorum and then send it and the letter to him in SL City and he would take them to Seymour B. Young and have it fixed and sent to Horace. He thought that would be the best way. Thursday 16, I went to Brother James King and he was dying and his wife wanted me to dedicate him to the Lord and let him pass away as quiet as possible. I did so and he only lived about 5 minutes longer. I went home and ate my breakfast and then went back and made ready to wash and lay him out. The doctor came and taped him and took about 7 gallons of water from him, then we washed and laid him out. Saturday 18, I was not feeling well. Sunday 19, I attended meeting. Speakers were Brothers Partridge and Fertai. Tuesday 21, I was not feeling well and was very tired. I had been watering Monday night until 12 p.m. I kept to my bed most of the day. I got Mother a bottle of medicine. It was an exceedingly hot day. Saturday 25, it rained nearly all day. I stayed indoors most of the day. Brother Ashman got home from Burbanks. I wrecked a letter from Flora E. Forsyth stating the death of her husband. Sunday 26, it rained a little. I attended meeting. It being the day of the funeral of A.H. Cannon. The speakers were President Hinckley, J.D. Smith, C. Anderson, Bishop Callister, and others. They spoke with regards to the good character and labors of Brother Cannon. Tuesday 28, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. We were very busy picking our raspberries. Thursday 30, Brother Ashman and I went out collecting means for Sister Mathena. We got $3.50. Friday 31, we went out again to try our luck. Saturday, August 1, 1896, Brother Ashman and I went to Leamington as home missionaries. We stopped at Brother P. Anderson at Oak City and rested an hour, then drove on and put up at Bishop Nielsen's. Bishop and wife had gone to Oak City on a visit. Also George Lovell and wife. Sunday 2, we attended Sunday school. Brother Ashman spoke to the children a short time. We had dinner at Brother Texterius and talked to an congregation at 2 p.m. We drove over to Oak City and stopped at Bishop Anderson's and at 8 p.m. talked to a crowd of saints. Brother Ashman and I went to J.A. Lyman's and offered up a prayer and Brother Ashman anointed his leg and administered to him. Monday 3, we reached home at 3 o'clock. Tuesday 4, held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. I went to see Brother H. Mace. He was quite feeble. Also Sister Davis. She was feeling a little better. I posted a letter to Nancy Riddle, daughter. Wednesday 5, we were busy picking raspberries and peaches. Thursday 6, I attended fast meeting and spoke a short time. 2 babies blessed and 1 bottle of oil consecrated. I went to high priest meeting. Friday 7, Brother Ashman and I gathered means for Sister Mathena. Got $2.25. Brother Ashman came and read me a sermon of Orson Pratt on the United Order. Mother was quite ill. I sold my peaches as soon as they were ripe. Sunday 9, I intended to go to Meadow but Mother being quite ill, I did not go, but went to meeting. George Crane and Eddie Hinckley speakers. Their talk was good. Tuesday 11, I wrote and posted a letter to FM Lyman concerning Horace. Held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Wednesday 12, Brother Ashman and I went to Meadow to attend the funeral services of Brother Greenhealth. President Hinckley and Neil Stewart, speakers. I visited Sister Bushnell a few minutes and then came home. I let Brother Ashman have the money we had collected for Sister Mathena, $8.10. Saturday 15, I received a letter from my sister Sally Page. Mother's health was quite poor. Sunday 16, I attended meeting. J. Peterson and J. Ashman speakers. In the afternoon, Seguin, one of his sons and his daughter Alta and Jenny Robison undertook to cross Chalk Creek during a flood and were upset into the water. They all got out but Jenny Robison. She was drowned. Frank Webb found her about 3 miles from the place she went under. They brought her to my house, washed and dressed her and put her in her coffin. Her father came and took her home Monday morning. Monday 17, we heard of the death of old Sister McBride, Marianne Anderson McBride, wife of Reuben McBride Sr., died August 16, 1896. Also Joseph Turner and Henry Davis were dead. Funeral services of Jenny Robison were held at Kenosh AST 10 a.m. and Sister McBride's at Fillmore at 3:30 p.m. I was ill and did not work. Tuesday 18, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Clarence Merrill came and told me I was appointed quarantine physician by the city council, but on account of my poor health, I did not accept. Wednesday 19, I went to see Brother Lyman and had a good visit with him. Brother Henry Davis' funeral was held at his residence. FM Lyman, speaker. Friday 21, I commenced to sell melons. I wrote Horace a letter and posted it. Mother was very ill. Sunday 23, before daylight, Frank Robison came for me. His wife being ill. I anointed and sealed the administration. Ova Peterson and F. Robison assisted. I attended meeting. Brother Fertai speaker. I closed the meeting. Tuesday 25, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Wednesday 26, wrote Mary a letter. Richard worked at the brickyard. I went to see Mr. Mace. He was so low he did not speak to me. Friday 28, Brother Mace died about 6:40 in the evening. Saturday 29, went with McMahon to see Marsilius Warner's child Lawrence. He had a bad throat. I anointed and he sealed. Sunday 30, I attended the funeral services of Brother Hiram Mace. President Hinckley, a Russell, and Bishop T.C. Callister speakers. Monday 31, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Thursday, September 3, 1896, I attended fast meeting and offered a prayer of thanksgiving and asked the Lord to bless all the sick and to remove the diphtheria from the Scipio ward. I spoke a little on the principle of too much religion being taught to the young people. I attended High Council meeting and spoke. I let Brother Ashman have $120 tithing and 25 cents fast offerings. Sunday 6, Brother Ashman and I went to Petersburg as home missionaries. We attended Sunday school and spoke to the children. At 2 p.m. we talked to an attentive congregation, then came home well satisfied with our trip. Monday 7, I worked on the meeting house. Tuesday 8, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject was concerning the sacrifices that were made by the anti-Nephi Lehites that were converted by Ammon, Aaron, and their brethren. Thursday 10, I received a letter from Alan stating the death of his child. Sunday 20, Brother Ashman and I started for Snake Valley in the western part of our county as home missionaries. We stopped at Petersburg and held a meeting there at 2 p.m. We had dinner at O. Whitaker's, then drove home on to Beaver Bottoms and stopped at DeWitt Reed's and she gave us supper and a bed. Tuesday 22, we went to Frisco then on to Wawa Springs and stayed there overnight. We paid $1.50 for our stay there. Wednesday 23, we crossed the big desert 40 miles and stopped at Mr. Clay's. He treated us very nice. He kept the post office. Thursday 24, after breakfast we went with him to his pasture. We went to James Robison's and had dinner and went to see the steam thrasher at Mr. Lacey's. It did good work. Then to Mr. Brick Hockman's, and from there to Mrs. Ketchen's and had supper, then back to Brick Hockman's, and there we had our first public meeting. There were about 20 present and were very attentive and asked us to visit them again. We stopped overnight at Mr. Clay's and had a good gospel talk with him and Mrs. Shoemaker. Friday 25, we drove down to Mr. Atcherson's and stopped an hour. Talked with the women, he being laid up with the rheumatism and in another room, we did not see him. Then drove down to the big dam that Ray and Melville put in, took a view of it, then drove down to James Robeson's, put up there and made it our headquarters. We visited among the people and got acquainted with them. Saturday 26, we visited among the people and received the consent of the trustees to hold a meeting in the schoolhouse. We notified the people, and cleaned the house and made ready for the meeting the next day. Sunday 27, we commenced our meeting at 3 p.m. About 30 present. We sang, "Glorious Things of Thee Are Spoken." Prayer by Alan Russell. Sang, "Come all ye sons of Zion." I spoke on faith in God and repentance, baptism, and the laying on of hands for the gift of the Holy Ghost. John Ashman spoke on Sunday school matters. Sang, "O Jesus the Giver." Benediction by J. Ashman. We stayed overnight at James Robeson's. Monday 28, we drove to Baker's and stopped at Thomas Dearden's and made arrangements with him to give notice of a meeting the next Friday night. Brother Dearden gave us each $1. We then drove on to George Robeson's and made arrangements for a meeting at his house that night, then went to the schoolhouse and told the children to tell their parents that we would hold a meeting at George Robinson's house at 7 p.m. We went up to Mr. Gragery's and invited them, then drove down to G. Robeson's. We preached on the first principles of the gospel and they paid strict attention. Tuesday 29, we drove up to Mr. Gragery's. He put 2 shoes on our horse and gave us some apples to eat on the road. We drove to Osceola and asked Mr. Glasscock for the dancing hall to preach in that evening. He said we could, but was afraid there would not be many present as most of the men were away in the mountains. We had dinner at the Schofield restaurant, then drove to George Swallow's and stopped overnight, where we had a good visit with George and his wife talking upon the principles of prayer and the sacrament. With the assistance of the Spirit of the Lord, we explained these 2 principles seemingly satisfactory to all. Wednesday 30, George being ready to thrash, went ahead with it. The morning was very cool but the day quite pleasant. We had a little talk with his wife, but she had to cook for the thrashers and did not have much time to listen to us. Brother Ashman wrote 2 letters home and I wrote one. In the afternoon, we drove up near the mountain along the spring, and in the shade of a cottonwood tree we offered up prayers of thanksgiving to our Heavenly Father for His blessings that we enjoyed. We sang 3 hymns and administered the sacrament one to the other. We returned home and then read the Bible, then exchanged our ideas one with the other. At 7 p.m., we preached to George's family and the men that were there helping George thrash, upon the first principles of the gospel. All seemed to be interested. After meeting we had a sociable chat with George and his wife and had family prayers. Fillmore City, Utah, September 15, 1896. Elders John Ashman and Alan Russell. Dear brethren, you are hereby appointed to hunt up and visit all the scattered saints in the Millard Stake of Zion, to counsel, advise, and preach the gospel and administer in the ordinances thereof. May the blessings of God our Heavenly Father attend you in all your labors, and be upon all who will receive you as servants of God. Your brethren in the gospel I.N. Hinckley, Daniel Thompson, David R. Stevens, Stake Presidency. Chr. Anderson, Clerk, Fillmore City, Utah, September 17, 1896. To whom it may concern, the bearers John Ashman and Alan Russell are hereby authorized to visit among the scattered saints of the Fillmore ward, to counsel with them concerning matters belonging to the ward, to bless and baptize the children of the members of the Fillmore ward. Thomas C. Callister, Thursday, October 1, 1896, Fast Day. Brother Ashman, George's wife, and I fasted. We spent time talking upon fasting and prayer. Because of George having to thrash, we were not satisfied and concluded to stay another day so we could talk to him. He finished about noon. We held a meeting with Swallow's family and administered the sacrament to George and his wife. There we explained to the children the subject of faith, repentance, and baptizing and the laying on of hands for the gift of the Holy Ghost. We blessed their baby, Brother Ashman being mouth. After meeting, we explained to them the law of tithing according to the best of our ability. They appeared to be well satisfied. The men were still there and wished us to hold another meeting, which we did that evening, and explained the principles of our church as plain as we could, especially on faith and also the manner in which our Sunday school wards were conducted. Friday too, we bade them adieu and drove on to Osceola and then to Baker, where we had left an appointment to preach to them. When we reached Brother Dearden's, the thrashers were there and had broken up the arrangements he had made for us. The house he had arranged for us to preach in was occupied with the thrashers, so we went back to George Robeson's and stayed overnight. Sunday 4, at 2 o'clock, Sisters Carter, Young, and William Meacham came from Warm Creek and we commenced our meeting. After the opening exercises, we each blessed a child. J. Ashman blessed Sister Estes, and blessed Sister Carter's babe. I spoke of the blessings that the Lord had promised to his faithful saints. Then John Ashman spoke, then I spoke on the sacrament, after which J. Ashman blessed the bread and me the water, and we passed it to the saints. After singing, prayer was offered by A. Russell. George Bishop gave Brother Ashman 15 cents to help Sister Mathena. We drove up to William Meacham's and stayed all night, and they made us welcome. Thursday 8, after breakfast, George Meacham's wife came in, and finding that they were lacking in understanding why polygamy was stopped and they were bothered about tithing and did not understand it. We explained to them seemingly satisfactorily. Sister Meacham's mother, Sister Peterson, being sick, we administered to her at her request. We started for Baker. We stopped twice on our way and asked the Lord to pour His Spirit upon us in great abundance so that we could teach the Word in power to the convincing of those who would listen to us, and especially on Saturday when the Robeson family should come together in a reunion. We arrived at Mr. Gandy's about 4 o'clock. We were made welcome and treated kindly. In the evening we had a good talk with Mr. Gandy's, his wife, his daughter, Mrs. Hickerthorne. In the night I was sick with sore throat and fever, but before dawn I was better. Friday 9, I told Mr. Gandy to give the principles due consideration that we had presented before him last evening to see if he could see any good in them. We went into the parlor and talked and answered questions for an hour. We left for Mr. Rollins, reached there about 11 o'clock, fed our horse, and had dinner and talked to him a while. His wife being in the canyon picking berries, we did not see her. We started for James Robeson's and reached there about 5 o'clock. Saturday 10, I felt better. Sister Robeson made me some composition tea which seemed to loosen my cold. We went to see Mrs. Harmon on Sunday school matters, also to Mrs. Grayjerry's, then to Brig Young's and chatted with him on the principles of the gospel, and from there to Mr. Lacey's. He showed us a squash that weighed 76 pounds and measured 61 inches around it. We went back to J. Robeson's and found George Robeson and wife there and had a good visit with them. We held meeting at Mrs. Grayjerry's. After singing, prayer was offered by John Ashman. Sang again. I occupied about half an hour explaining the ministries of the Savior, his mission among his disciples, his crucifixion, his ministry to the spirit in prison, and the commission that he gave to his disciples. Then John Ashman spoke on the personality of God and the authority that men must hold and have their ministry acknowledged by God and be effectual among the people. Also in regard to the people in Snake Valley, putting up a grist mill. On account of bad colds, singing was dispensed, benediction by A. Russell. We stopped after meeting and had a nice talk with some. Sister Harmon had some little girls sing part of 3 hymns, which sounded very nice. We stopped at James Robeson's overnight. Sunday 11, it was cloudy and James Robeson said it was likely to storm and we ought to have a bottle of brandy to drink on the way home, also some for the horse. His son Isaac said we should drink the brandy and rub the bottle on the horse. We went up on the bench and each offered a prayer to our Father in heaven that he would bless us and also the people in Snake Valley, and the vicinity round about. We thanked him for his blessings which he had bestowed upon us since we had left our homes and asked him to bless our wives and children. Then we went to Mrs. Gregory and chatted with she and Elsie Gonder. Then to Brig Young's and taught them the principles of the gospel in great plainness and bore a faithful testimony to them and asked them to consider the principles we had laid before them, then called on Mr. Lacey and Mr. Gronder. We had dinner at James Robeson's. We called to see Mrs. Hickerthorne and we visited with her mother a while, then bade them goodbye. We attended Sunday school. There were 26 in attendance. Verghese Hickey did well for his first time. J. Robison spoke in praise of the Sunday school. We went home with J. Robison, sang hymns, and chatted concerning the flour mill. He said he was willing to let a few more settlers come in and use the land and the water. Monday 12, thanking James Robison and family for their kindness towards us, we drove up near the big dam when J. Ashman stepped from the buggy, lifting his hands to heaven, blessed the people, the valley land, and the water that they might prosper. We stopped at Mr. Clay's a few minutes then to Mrs. Ketchum's and stopped there overnight. Mrs. Ketchum wished us to ask T.C. Callister to write a petition for the legislature to change the number of children from 20 to 10 for a school district to send it out there for the people to sign. Tuesday 13, we started about 6 o'clock am for home, drove across the bottoms and through the bars when Brother Ashman missed his teeth. He had left them on the dresser in the bedroom, so I drove back and got them. We drove halfway across the desert, stopped and fed our horse. We stayed all night at Wawa Springs. In the evening, we talked with Mr. Hawkins, a hired man of Mr. Grover's. He said he did not believe in the Bible, neither in Jesus Christ, but I soon found out he did not know what he did believe in. Our bill there was $1.25. Wednesday 14, we started at 6 a.m. and drove to Frisco, stopped and fed, then on to Beaver Bottoms, fed again, then on to Antelope Springs, fed and watered there, and then to Big Twin Peak, found 2 freight wagons there. Got some hay of the boys and stayed there that night. Thursday 15, we started at 5 a.m. and reached Petersburg. Stopped at Peter Robinson's, fed and had breakfast, then drove on to Fillmore. Reached there between 3 or 4 p.m. well satisfied with our mission. I will give an account of the labors we did in the mission field in Snake Valley and Nevada in White Pine County, Shoshone, Nevada, October 1, 1896. Ida Pearl Swallows born April 23, 1894. Blessed October 1, 1896 by John Ashman, Alan Russell, and George Swallows assisting. Baker, White Pine County, Nevada, October 3, 1896. Edmund Howard Robison born July 19, 1891. Blessed by Alan Russell, J. Ashman assisting. Parents, Edmund Brand Robison and Mary Jane Ramsey. Baker, White Pine County, Nevada, October 3, 1896. Ezra Lade Robison was born Petersburg, Millard County. Blessed by John Ashman, Alan Russell assisting. Parents, Edmund B. Robison and Mary J. Ramsey. Snake Valley, Meacham Ranch, Millard County, Utah, October 5, 1896. Emory Jeremiah Meacham, born May 29, 1892 at Meacham Ranch, Millard County, Utah, blessed by John Ashman, Alan Russell assisting. Parents, Emory William Meacham and Amanda Peterson. The rest born at Meacham's Ranch, Millard County, Utah, and blessed there. Claudius Victor Meacham, born September 5, 1893, blessed by Alan Russell, Patriarch J. Ashman assisting, Emory William Meacham and Amanda Peterson. Parents, Elizabeth Bornetti Meacham born November 30, 1895, blessed by J. Ashman, Alan Russell assisting. George Emory Meacham born June 2, 1895, blessed by Alan Russell, J. Ashman assisting. Son of George and Dora Bigelow Meacham, Hazel Bonetta Estes born May 13, 1896 at Smithville, Millard County, Utah. Blessed by Patriarch J. Ashman, Alan Russell assisting. Daughter of Curtis Estes and Emma Bishop Estes, Alice Mildred Carter was blessed by A. Russell, J. Ashman assisting at Smithville, Millard County, Utah. Now I continue on with my journal after Patriarch J. Ashman and I reached home on October 15, 1896. November 1, 1896, it was my birthday. John Ashman and I went to Kenosha's Home Missionaries and talked mostly upon the law of tithing. We came home that evening. We had lovely weather until Christmas, but the New Year came in with a little snow and very cold weather. Brother Ashman and I held our private prayer meetings mostly at his place on Tuesdays. The first Sunday in January 1897 was Fast Day. Apostle F.M. Lyman was present but did not speak. He spoke in the evening concerning Moses Thatcher. I did not attend. It was very stormy and I could not do much. January Saturday 30, High Council was called on Doherty and Christensen's case. Priesthood meeting in the forenoon. A board of trustees were chosen to take charge of the religion classes. Joshua Greenwood, George Crane, Dan Stevens, and Brother Bennett of Meadow. Monday, February 1, 1897, prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was faith in the Word of God and works of righteousness to secure the greatest blessings. Tuesday 2, I settled tithing. Wednesday 3, I received 25 cents from J. Peterson and 25 cents from Melissa for Ellen Mathena. Sunday 7, it being fast day, I attended meeting. Monday 8, Sobequan, an Indian, called to see me and I gave him some flour and some nails. Tuesday 9, it snowed all day and nearly all night. I took 10 pounds flour to the tithing office and donated it for the poor. Prayer meeting at John Ashman's. Subject was the kingdom of God that the prophet Daniel spoke of as having its origin in the state of Utah. Saturday 13, I went up to see Alan Olson, grandson, who was ill. Sunday 14, I was sick all day. Brother Ashman came to see me. Wednesday 17, I was improving. Mother received a letter from her brother William Ashley. Friday 19, I finished writing to William Ashley and also to Margaret Billinger. At the General Conference held in SL City on April 6, 1851, in the absence of Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball presided. The following remark was made by Apostle E.T. Benson, this church will not become of age until we all pay our tithing and live up to all the commandments binding us, then we will be free indeed, for it is a gospel of freedom. Brother F.D. Richards said that the Lord required his people to bring their tithes and offerings to his storehouses from all parts of the earth, wherever they were found, for it was a law of the celestial kingdom, and none could enter into the fullness of eternal life unless they keep this commandment in connection with all others. And the gods watched those things which they had ordered until they were obeyed. Pearl of Great Price, page 43. Alan Russell was ordained a high priest and set apart, also a high counselor, March 9, 1869 by Joseph F. Smith, Erastus Snow assisting, they being members of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. Joseph F. Smith was ordained by President Brigham Young, he being ordained by the 3 witnesses to the Book of Mormon, David Whitmer being mouth, and he by the prophet Joseph Smith. The prophet being ordained by Peter, James, and John, and they by Jesus Christ, our Redeemer. February 21, conference at Holden on account of bad weather and poor health, I did not attend. Tuesday 23, I posted a letter to Alan and got Brother Mace's journal to get some items of history from it. Prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Lecture on faith. Wednesday 24, the MIA gave the old people an entertainment and dinner. Took them in wagons, carts, and buggies. It was very muddy. Visitors present were F.M. Lyman, Peter Robison and wife, and President David R. Stevens and wife. Sunday 28, I attended meeting. Missionary speakers were James Kelly, Harry Melville, and John Peterson. George Greenwood, also A. Greenwood, spoke in regard to the rise and the fall of the nation. March Thursday 4, 1897, President McKinley took his seat at the White House. Saturday 6, I went with Brother Ashman and administered to Brother Beeston. In the evening, Brother McMahon and I administered to Sister Ralph. Sunday 7, the wind blew terrible. I did not attend meeting. Tuesday 9, prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject, the conditions of the people. It seemed as though they were like sheep without a shepherd. Brother Ashman talked of organizing a religion class in the near future. I received a letter from Mary. She was well. Wednesday 10, I attended high priest meeting. Lecture given by Brother C. Anderson on fulfillment of his own prophecies. Brother McMahon and I administered to Sister Ralph. Sunday 14, I went to meeting. Dan Stevens speaker. Subject, pre-existence of spirits. Tuesday 16, prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject, religion classes. Sunday 21, religion class organized. N.S. Bishop president. I attended meeting. Patriarch J. Ashman and A. Greenwood speakers. Monday 22, I spoke to Bishop Callister on temple work. Tuesday 23, prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Our subject was, Where did the light go during the 3 days of darkness at the crucifixion of Christ? Thursday 25, Brother Ashman and I administered to Sister Ralph. He anointed and I sealed the anointing. Saturday 27, I attended priesthood meeting. Presidents Hinckley and Stephen, Brothers C. Anderson, A. L. Robison, J. D. Smith and James C. Owen speakers. Subject, How can we prevent the evil that is going on in our wards in this stake? Sunday 28, Brother Ashman and I went to Holden. We attended Sunday school, then drove to Bishop Stevenson's and put up there. Went with the bishop to meeting. I spoke first on tithing, explained the loss people would sustain by neglecting to comply with that law. Brother Ashman spoke on the same subject. I did not attend joint mutual, it being stormy. Monday 29, we went with the bishop and administered to Brother Stephen's little babe. Brother Ashman gave patriarchal blessings to Charles Rawlinson and wife Catherine, Ada and Hannah Rowlandson, and John Crossland. Ada wrote her father's and mother's and I wrote the rest. We had dinner there. Many tears of joy were shed on the occasion. We had supper at the bishop's. Then Brother Ashman blessed one of his boys, James A. Stevenson. About an hour was spent in music and singing hymns. Tuesday 30, we came home through snow and mud. We administered to Widow Ashman's son, Brother Ashman anointing and I sealed. Wednesday 31, I was to give a lecture in High Priest's meeting, but being late, President Hinckley had commenced speaking of the conditions of the saints in Fillmore. My subject was held over until the next meeting. April Thursday 1, 1897, Brother Ashman started to conference. Saturday 3, teachers came to see us, William Brunson and William Swallows. Sunday 4, I attended fast meeting and opened by prayer and prayed for the sick whose names had been handed in. After meeting, I had a talk with Brother Fertai on the coming of Christ. Sunday 11, I attended meeting. J. D. Smith and President Hinckley related a little of the General Conference. Wednesday 14, I attended High Priest meeting. It was voted that we discontinue our meetings. The committee for the meeting house commenced work again. Saturday 17, Brother Ashman and I administered to John Carling's little child. He anointed and I sealed. Also to Lavina Noyes. I anointed and he sealed. They both seemed better when we left. Sunday 18, I attended meeting. Josh Greenwood speaker. Subject, Each person taking stock FO themselves and building of the meeting house. Thursday 22, Brother Ashman and I administered to Mitchell. He anointed and I sealed. I administered to Olive Olson. Saturday 24, at High Priest meeting I took charge until after roll call when President Stevens came. He spoke on tithing and other subjects. C. Anderson, J. Ashman, and Bishop Callister spoke. Brother Ashman and I administered to Olive Olson, granddaughter. He anointed and I sealed. Sunday 25, Brother Ashman and I went to Meadow and spoke to the saints there. We administered, assisted the bishop, to William Stratt Jr.'s wife, her husband being on a mission to England. Then we came home. Tuesday 27, we held prayer meeting almost regular at Brother Ashman's. Sunday, May 2, 1897, I attended fast meeting. Henry Melville, James A. Kelly, and Arthur Gull were presented before the meeting to be ordained priests and were accepted. Alan Olson, grandson, and 2 or 3 others were presented for ordination to the office as deacons and were accepted. Tuesday 4, prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject, The necessary preparations to meet God. Brother Ashman and I administered to Sister Dearden again. Sunday 9, I attended meeting. Brothers Abraham and Reply speakers. Home missionaries. Sunday 16, Brother Ashman and I went to Kanash's home missionaries. Attended Sunday school and preached at 2 p.m. The Spirit of the Lord was with us. I had dinner at Brother Abraham's. Friday 21, we started to conference. Stopped at Oasis with Lars Hansen overnight. Saturday 22, attended Sunday school conference. Apostle Lyman and George Goddard present. Superintendent Joshua Greenwood presiding. After Sunday school, We went back to Oasis and Brother Ashman gave a patriarchal blessing to Brother Hanson's boy. We stayed there that night. Sunday 23, went to conference. Had dinner at Brother Reed's. Attended conference in the afternoon. I stopped at Brother Pratt's overnight. Monday 24, attended meeting. Had dinner at Hiram Disnip and in the afternoon also. Stopped overnight at Brother Thurstenson's. Brother Ashman gave patriarchal blessings to 4 of his children and to Brother Anderson's girl. By invitation Brother Reed and wife and son, Brother Hanson and wife, Brother Christensen and wife and father and mother of Sister Hanson came and listened to the blessings. We the brethren all spoke a short time. Tuesday 25, after breakfast, we came home. Journal lost until November 1897. Friday November 19th, Brother Ashman and I went to Hinckley Ward. Saturday 20, we drove up to the Oasis Depot to meet President Woodruff and Brother Cannon. They put up at David Day's Hotel. About 9 a.m., Press Woodruff, Cannon, and their wives, Brother Hales, L. John Nuttall, Wilkins, President Hinckley, his son Frank, B.P. Pratt, David Day, Brother Ashman, and myself in buggies started from Oasis up the river about 7 miles where about 40 men and teams were at work making a dam. The dam and reservoir to hold water from the Sevier River. We drove on 2 or 3 miles to where the present dam and bridge was located, where they let the water out for irrigation. President Woodruff said not to take this dam out, as if anything should happen to the reservoir dam, we could use this. Then drove over to the west side of the river where the men were at work, talked with them and drove around. Then drove down to Bishop Pratt's where the President and Cannon had dinner. Brother Ashman and I had dinner at Brother Reeves'. I was not feeling very well and did not attend High Priest's meeting, which I regretted very much. November Sunday 21, we drove down to Hiram Disnip's and put up our horse and attended Sunday school. Sunday school commenced at 9 a.m. Joshua Bennett presiding, opening prayer by Alan Russell. At 9:45 class exercise commenced. G. Cannon spoke to the children and asked them questions on the word of wisdom. President Woodruff spoke and said he was glad to meet with the children. After Sunday school closed, conference commenced. Singing by the ward choir, The Morning Breaks, The Shadows Flee. Opening prayer by Bishop T.C. Callister. The Scipio ward was represented by Bishop Thomas Yates. Remarks by Presidents Cannon and Woodruff. At 2 p.m. meeting commenced and good instructions were given. Priesthood meeting was announced. Brother Ashman and I went back to Brother Reeves and stayed overnight. I was awakened in the night with a heavy chill and was very sick. Brothers Ashman and Reeves administered to me and I felt better. Sister Reeves gave me some ginger tea and I rested better. Monday 22, we went into conference. Attended forenoon and afternoon sessions. Patriarch Ashman gave 2 patriarchal blessings, then we drove to Lars Hanson's and stopped there overnight. Tuesday 23, we came home and found all well. I attended the organization of the teachers' quorum where 6 teachers were ordained and I ordained my grandson, Franklin Warner, as a teacher. Wednesday 24, I made 3 mortar boards for the meeting house. It commenced to snow so I came home. I attended High Priest's meeting and spoke of the conference and the building of the meeting house. It snowed about 4 inches. In the evening the curtains of the meeting house caught fire and broke the windows. Thursday 25, Patriarch John Ashman gave a blessing to George Albert Ashman at my house. I acted as scribe and recorded it in the evening. Saturday 27, Patriarch John Ashman and I went to Canosh. Put up at William Hunter's. We attended High Priest meeting in the evening. Present, President I.N. Hinckley, Daniel Thompson, and D.R. Stevens. Counselors, Christian Anderson, State Clerk, A. Russell, J.D. Smith, Joshua Greenwood, James Abraham, and William Hunter. Alternates, John Ashman, F.A. Robison, and A.F. Webb. President Hinckley announced the object of the meeting, that was that Christian F. Christensen be Bishop of Canosh Ward. There were 2 or 3 nominated, but Christensen was voted in with James Gardner as his first counselor. We went back to him and explained to him the condition that he was in and exhorted him to faithfulness in keeping the commandments of the Lord and not give way to the temptations of the evil one. Sunday 28, we attended Sunday school where Charles Watts resigned his position as superintendent of Sunday school in Canosh Ward. At 2 p.m. Brother Christian Christensen was sustained by the ward as bishop with James Gardner as his first and Joseph Millard Robinson as his second counselor and Joseph W. Dameron as superintendent of Sunday school. Edwin Tunis Reply as his first and John Black as his second assistants. Monday 29, Patriarch John Ashman gave blessings to William Hunter and his wife. His son William Jr. acted as scribe. Then he gave William Jr. one and I wrote. Then we started on our preaching tour. We went to Bishop Christian Christensen's and talked with the bishopric a while. Then to James Gardner and talked to him and his family a while and had dinner. Then to John Prouse's and administered to a little boy that was very sick. Brother Ashman gave a patriarchal blessing to Anna MacDonald. I acted as scribe. We called to see Jane Watts. Then on to see Brother Henry Barnes and administered to his daughter Margreta Erickson. She had twin babes. Then went back to see Brother Hunter and explained the scriptures to him. Tuesday 30, we visited with Brother James Abraham and Patriarch John Ashman gave him a blessing. I acted as scribe. He seemed to appreciate our visit. We called up Brother Barnes and administered to their daughter again and had a good visit with him. Then on to B.H. Watts and visited him and family. We went back to Brother Hunter's again. Talked to him and exhorted him to faithfulness. December Wednesday 1 1897, we went to Ammon Replies and had a good visit with him and family. It snowed nearly all day. We had supper at Joseph M. Robinson's and had a good visit there. We went back to our stopping place. Snow was 2 feet deep in the morning. Thursday 2, we went back to Brother Replies and administered to his wife. She had fell and hurt herself. Patriarch John Ashman gave his wife and daughter a blessing and I wrote it. James Gardner came and we went with him to the bishops and gave in our report and stayed there that night. We visited Sister Christensen. Brother Ashman gave her a patriarchal blessing. I acted as scribe. We had dinner there. Then we went to Brother Replies' second wife's home. Brother Ashman gave she and her daughter a patriarchal blessing. I wrote it and we administered to them both. We went back to the bishops and stayed all night. Saturday 4, we went to Brother Barnes and administered to their daughter again. Then on to B.H. Watts. He being absent, we visited his first wife Jane. We taught her the gospel in great plainness. While there, Brother Barney, spelled different in same paragraph, brought his daughter there for Jane to take care of. Jane desired a patriarchal blessing so Brother Ashman gave her one and I wrote it. We called to see Sister Hopkinson's, then to Mary E. Kimball, and then to Bishop Christensen's and stayed all night. Sunday 5, we fasted and went to Sunday school. After it closed, we went to Fern Robison's and Brother Ashman gave her daughter Ferna Lorinda a blessing. I acted as scribe. At 2 p.m. we attended fast meeting and listened to the testimonies of the brethren and we each spoke a short time. After meeting we went back to the bishops and Brother Ashman gave patriarchal blessings to Elizabeth Bodiford. I acted as scribe. Also on to Amelin Chloe Christensen. I wrote it. That evening Brother Whitman brought the plan for the Fillmore Meeting House to Brother Christensen's and we had a view of it. Monday, December 6th, we came home and found all well, for which we were very thankful. Wednesday 8, there was a blizzard from the north and snow with it next morning. There was about 5 inches of snow on the ground. Thursday 9, it was quite pleasant. Mother, Richard, son, and I attended a social meeting at N.S. Bishop's. Friday 10, I was at home and recorded patriarchal blessings. Sunday 12, I recorded James Watts' blessings. Attended meeting. John Powell speaker. Monday 13, I wrote a letter to Alma Russell in Springville and one to Nancy Riddle and received one from my brother Horace. Brother Ashman and I administered to Sister Mitchell, also a sick chief in his house. Tuesday 14, I posted a letter to Nancy. We held prayer meeting in the tithing office. Wednesday 22, not feeling well. I did not attend high priest meeting. I had been sick a week. Saturday 25, I was feeling a little better and we had Christmas dinner at George Olson's. Sun 26, I attended meeting. Samuel Greenwood, Bert King, and Alma Robison speakers. Brother Ashman and I blessed and Beckworth's baby. John Ashman being mouth. Monday 27, I recorded patriarchal blessings and took Brother Powell the record of the babe we blessed and he recorded it. Tuesday 28, attended prayer meeting with Brother Ashman in upper room at tithing office. Then went to Brother Powell's to get the record of my family to put on the new ward book. I paid 25 cents tithing. John Ashman, Abraham Carling, George Lovell, and I administered to Harriet Lambert. A. Carling offered a prayer. George Lovell anointed and A. Russell sealed. Wednesday 29, I was looking up genealogy and went with Brother Ashman to administer to Harriet Lambert. I anointed and he sealed. Thursday 30, I got my record put on the new books and administered to Mrs. Lambert again. He anointed and I sealed. Friday 31, Mother, Richard, Joseph, Margaret, George, Melissa, and families and myself had dinner at Jed Warner's and we had an enjoyable time. January 2, 1895, I was sick but attended fast meeting. Bishop Callister, J. D. Smith, Sister Wicker, and Gabriel Huntsman speakers. 2 bottles of oil consecrated and 3 babies blessed. I went with Jed Warner to Brother Powell's to get his family genealogy to put on the new book. I got what we could and put it in the book. Wednesday 5, I attended High Priest's meeting where good instructions were given. There were 10 young men present. They paid good attention. I spoke a short time upon the blessing that were to be obtained. Thursday 6, not feeling well. I filled out the blanks for the ward teachers. Saturday 8, I assisted Brother Ashman in administering to Harriet Lambert. He anointed and I sealed. Sunday 9, I went to meeting. A.D. Robison and Daniel P. Callister speakers. I attended teachers' meeting after ward meeting. Tuesday 11, I went to the tithing office and settled up my tithing. I had paid $13.49. Wednesday 12, I attended High Priest's meeting lectures given by T.C. Callister on the Lesser Priesthood and after meeting went with Brother Ashman, McMahon, and A.F. Carling and administered to Harriet Lambert. I anointed and McMahon sealed, and she felt better. Thursday 13, I went and administered to DeRuse and Cordelia Warner and they felt better. I posted my letter to Horace in Arizona. Sunday 16, I attended meeting. James A. Melville, Dan Stevens, and J. Greenwood speakers. J. Greenwood spoke of him, Joseph E. Ray, George Crane, and J. A. Melville visiting the spiritualist and other meetings the Sunday before. Monday 17, I visited Bishop Callister and got genealogy that was glad to receive and spoke to him about those men visiting the other churches and as asked him his opinion as to the propriety of such conduct and then placing it before the public. Thursday 18, I went to see Joshua Greenwood and spoke to him about those boys attending those meeting in SL City. He said he did it out of curiosity, not meaning any harm in doing so. He thought it would do young people good to see the difference between that which was sensible and that which was not. I talked to Greenwood and he said he thought he could take 50 of our young people into a meeting of that kind and do them no harm and thought it would do them good to see the difference between truth and error and thought it would make them stronger in their faith. I asked him how he would feel if he should by his precept and example cause one or more to be led astray from the church. I told them both not to indulge in visiting such places anymore. Saturday 22, Brother Ashman and I went to Kenosh's Home Missionaries. Put up at Ammon replies. Went to B.H. Roberts and Brother Ashman gave patriarchal blessing to him, myself acting as scribe. He gave blessings to 2 of his children and Brother Roberts wrote them. We went back to Brother Replies and had supper and breakfast. Snowed nearly all day. Sunday 23, we attended Sunday school. Lecture given by Owens, the drummer, and one given by Charles Mamet. We went home with J.M. Robison and had dinner. At 2 p.m. listened to a lecture given by missionaries. We both spoke a short time. We went to Henry Barnes and administered to their daughter. Brother Abraham offered up a short prayer. I anointed and Brothers Ashman, Abraham, Reply, Barney, and myself laid our hands upon her and blessed her. Brother Ashman gave her a patriarchal blessing. I acted as scribe. We stayed at James Robison's overnight. Monday 24, Brother Ashman gave Sister Mary George a patriarchal blessing. I wrote it and we had dinner with her. Then we went to B.H. Watts and talked with him and preached the gospel to him. Then we called to see Jane Watts. Went back to B.H. Watts and had dinner with him. Then to Henry Barney's to see his daughter. At deacons' meeting, I spoke on the duty of priests, teachers, and deacons. I ordained Alfred Watt, Cat or Cal, to the office as a deacon, and Brother Ashman ordained one of Brother Prow's sons. After meeting we administered to Brother Abraham, I being mouth. We stayed overnight at Joseph Robeson's overnight. Tuesday 25, I went to Bishop Christensen's and asked him if he had any objection to our talking to Brother Watts and wife about the decision that was made by the bishopric 2 or 3 years ago in dividing the property, giving Jane 1/3, Emma 1/3, and keeping 1/3 for himself, Mr. Watts. He had no objections. I went to Ammon Reply and with Brother Robeson we went to see the bishop. We found Brother Ashman there and he gave Brother Reply a patriarchal blessing. I acting as scribe. We went to see Jane Watts and had dinner with her. We talked with her 2 or 3 hours. Brother Ashman gave patriarchal blessing to Betsy Alice, and Letty and Watts and I wrote them. We called at B.H. Watts and told him we would like to have a talk with him Thursday. Then went to Henry Barney's and administered to his daughter. Then on to High Priest's meeting. We both spoke a short time. We administered to Brother Abraham. Brother Ashman being mouth. We put up at James Robeson's that night. Wednesday 26, we went to William Hunter and talked with him and found him in good spirits, then to Charles W. Watts and had dinner with them. We talked with him on repentance, baptism, and forgiveness. We went to see the bishop but he being absent, we went to see Eleanor Reply. Brother Ashman gave patriarchal blessing to Brother Roberts and Brigham Henry Roberts acted as scribe. We administered to Eleanor Reply and then went back to the bishop's and had supper. We went to him to elders' meeting after the program. I spoke on studying the principles of the gospel and carrying them out in our lives. Then Brother Ashman spoke. We stayed overnight at James Robeson's. Thursday 27, we called to see Brother James Abraham and Sister Hopkinson and talked a while with each of them. We started to see B.H. Watts but was called in to administer to Ed Reply's sick child. The child had not been named, nor blessed. We blessed it. Brother Ashman blessed it, then I anointed and he sealed it. We talked to B.H. Watts about 3 hours concerning his family affairs. He said he was willing to settle the water question but as far as Jane was concerned, if she would have the property divided up, she would have to go for time and all eternity, he would have nothing more to do with her. In our talk with Jane a few days before, she said she would not live with him any more in this life. Then we went to Henry Barney's to see his sick girl. We went back to James Robeson's and Brother Ashman gave patriarchal blessings to the father, mother, and 3 children. The oldest girl did the writing. Friday 28, after breakfast, he gave the oldest girl a blessing and I wrote it. We hitched up and drove home. Reached there 2:30. Saturday 29, I attended priesthood meeting where good instructions were given. In the evening I attended ward priesthood meeting and listened to the reports of the teachers and with the rest of the congregation, was chastised by Christian Anderson. Good instructions were given by the presidency of the stake. Sunday 30, I attended ward conference. Instructions given by the presidency and C. Anderson, the general and local authorities were unanimously sustained. Tuesday, February 2, 1898, I went to see Elman D. Robeson and wife to inquire if she had any dates that she could refer to and find out when her husband had baptized some children in the race up at Raleigh's Mill some years ago. I then went to William Hatton's and got the dates. It being in 1891 when Jenny Warner was baptized on July 2, same day. I reported it to Jed and Julia. Friday 4, Jed and I attended 70s meeting in the upper room at the tithing office. Sunday 6, I attended fast meeting. A large congregation present. 2 babies blessed and 8 or 9 bottles of oil consecrated. Friday 11, I went with Jed Warner to John Powell and got genealogy. I got Margaret Dearden's record and put it on the ward record. I went with Brother Ashman to administer to Jane Pack before she left Sister Olson's to go back to Petersburg. Saturday 12, I visited Hatton's to get the name of the one that confirmed Jenny Warner, granddaughter, but could not find it. Sunday 13, I attended meeting, John Ashman and Porter Callister speakers. Each spoke of the necessity of building the meeting house and keeping the commandments of God. After meeting, the bishop said he wanted Woodhull to burn brick. Monday 14, Melissa Olson, daughter, gave birth to a boy, a 9-pounder and 6 ounces. George and I administered to her before confinement and she got along nicely. Tuesday 15, I attended prayer meeting. Wednesday 16, I attended the Missionaries' Council meeting in the upper room in the tithing office. Present, I.N. Hinckley, Joseph W. Dameron, Alma Greenwood, Bishop Callister, Alonzo Robison, John Ashman, 6 or 7 of the Mutual Missionaries. Brother Clyde gave out a line of their wishes in regard to their labors among the young people in Fillmore City. Thursday 17, myself and Brother Ashman administered to Sister Mitchell, who was very sick. Then we came back and administered to Sister Harriet Lambert. Friday 18, I went to see Sister Mitchell and prayed for her and talked encouraging to her, trying to inspire hope and faith in her to get well and overpower those evil influences, then stopped in at the Lamberts and found she and her daughter Anna better. February 19, Patriarch John Ashman and I went to Holden to conference and put up at Heber Johnson's during conference, who made us welcome. At 2 o'clock we attended Relief Society conference and listened to the reports of the sisters of their wards. In the evening we attended General Priesthood meeting and reported our missionary labors in Kanosh. Sunday 20, at 9 o'clock we attended Sunday school and listened to the exercises of the classes until 10 a.m. At 10 a.m., conference commenced. Joshua Greenwood read a letter from SL City inquiring if there had been a masquerade ball held in Millard Stake to obtain means to support the Sunday schools, which the General Board thought very improper. Thought that the little good received from the dance would be overbalanced by the evil. The bishopric reported their wards and I pronounced the benediction. At 2 p.m. conference commenced. More reports were given, after which Brother Clyde spoke of the mutual improvement and his labors in this stake as a missionary among the young people. I had a little talk with Brother Watts and advised him not to cast off Jane, his first wife, until the Lord said so. Charles Mamet reported his missionary labors. Dr. Stevens spoke a short time. In the evening at priesthood meeting, George W. Badger was put in president of the Young Men Mutual Improvement Association. David F. Stevens' first counselor, Jesse Giles, was voted in as president of the first quorum of elders. Frank Robison as first and Don C. Wixom his second counselor. Monday 21, conference continued. Almond D. Robison gave a report of his mission while in England. In the afternoon the general and local authorities were presented and unanimously sustained. After which C. Anderson spoke a short time on keeping correct records in wards and in quorums and in all institutions of Zion. Then President D. Thompson spoke upon the duties of the saints, after which President I.N. Hinckley spoke in praise of the saints in Millard County. Tuesday 22, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was the tame olive tree as spoken by Jacob in his book in the Book of Mormon. 5th chapter, I attended a meeting called by the missionaries regulating the Mutual Association. Brother Dixon and partner Barney. At 10 o'clock we attended meeting. I opened it by prayer and witnessed the ordaining and setting apart of the bishopric of the Kanosh ward. Lecture given by F.M. Lyman and Golden Kimball. We went back to Brother Hunter's and got our horse and buggy, and then to James Gardner, had dinner, got home just before dark, somewhat cold. Wednesday 23, I attended High Priest meeting. Lecture given by J. D. Smith on the Gospel as being a progressive work. Thursday 24, we attended a public meeting and listened to a lecture given by Golden Kimball and some remarks given by F.M. Lyman. Both were interesting. Friday 25, Golden Kimball spoke in 70s meeting in regard to their duties. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was, can a man raise his hands to cut a person off the church when he himself is equally guilty himself? Saturday 26, I attended priesthood meeting in the forenoon and high council in the afternoon. Sunday 27, I went to meeting. F.M. Lyman speaker. After meeting Brother Ashman and I administered to Brother Alexander Melville, then to a little boy at Thomas Turner. Brother Ashman anointed and I sealed. I had a good talk with them on family duties and taught them the benefits that was derived from the union of the family circle. Wednesday 30, I felt a little better. Brother Ashman and I administered to Brother Turner's grandson Earl Bent. Thursday 31, I talked with Cornelius Furbush on the origin of the Book of Mormon. Friday, April 1, 1898, Thomas Turner and I administered to his grandson Earl Bent. Sunday 3, I attended meeting. Jack Jackson, Mr. Wixom, Charles Swallow, Leon Peterson, and Frank Melville speakers. Monday 4, I administered to Earl Bent. Sunday 11, Brother Ashman and I went to Meadow as home missionaries. We preached to the people there and came home. Wednesday 14, I received a letter from my brother Horace stating the death of his daughter Lydia Celestia Bryan. Thursday 15, I posted a letter to Horace. Saturday 17, Brother Ashman and I went to Oak City as home missionaries. We put up at George Finlanson's. Sunday 18, we attended Sunday school and spoke a short time. At 2 p.m. we talked to the saints. I spoke upon the subject of tithing. We spoke in the evening also. Brother Charles Memmott spoke a short time. Brother Ashman gave patriarchal blessings to Sister Betsy Dutson and Joseph Finlanson. We came home and found all well. Alma Russell and wife started to St. George. Friday 23, Harriet Lambert died. Her father, John Ashman, and myself dedicated her to the Lord. I being mouth and she died in about 10 minutes. She went off easy. I attended funeral services and dedicated her grave unto the Lord. Mother went to the graveyard with me. Sunday 24, I attended meeting. The bishop spoke of the new meeting house which took up most of the time. Samuel Greenwood, James Anderson, and Alfred Robison were accepted to be ordained elders. Sunday, May 1, 1898, Fast Day. I attended meeting. James Anderson and Samuel Greenwood, missionaries, spoke. I spoke a short time and offered a prayer of thanksgiving unto the Lord for his mercies and blessings unto us as a people in these valleys of the mountains. Saturday 7, Brother Ashman and I went to Oasis as home missionaries. We put up at Lars Hansen's. Sunday 8, we attended Sunday school and spoke to the children a short time. At 2 p.m., we preached to the saints upon tithing. We had dinner and supper at Brother Styler's. We held a meeting in the evening and spoke on temple work, sealing ordinances, and patriarchal blessings. Monday 9, we came home and found all well. Tuesday 10, Joseph H. Dearden and Margaret, son-in-law and daughter, started for Snake Valley to run the U.S. mail in that county and are there yet. Brother Ashman and I consecrated 2 bottles of oil for Cordelia Warner at her request. Brother Ashman was mouth. Sunday 15, I attended meeting, Brothers H. Peterson, Theodore Rogers, John Ashman, and President I.N. Hinckley speakers. Subject, the new meeting house. Saturday 21, Brother Ashman and I started to conference. Stopped at Jacob Hawley's. Attended General High Priest meeting and gave in our report as home missionaries. Sunday 22, we went to Sunday school and saw the Sunday school children pass over the stand and shake hands with President Woodruff as he sat in his chair. At 2 p.m. we attended meeting, instructions given by President Woodruff, Joseph F. Smith, and others. At priesthood meeting we answered to roll call, after which Joseph F. Smith spoke upon tithing and told the people to pay their tithing in full if they wanted the blessings that were promised. Monday 23, we attended conference in the forenoon and listened to good instructions. I opened the meeting by prayer. After meeting was dismissed, we went back to Brother Hawley's and Patriarch Ashman gave blessings to Brother McLean and I have forgotten the name of the other man. We started for home but it rained so we stopped overnight at Norton's. Tuesday 24, we came home in the rain and found all well. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject, the awful condition of the people in the Fillmore ward, in not being taught the gospel. We consecrated a bottle of oil and sent it to Seymour Brunson. Thursday 26, I received a letter from Henry Russell. Brother Ashman and I made Seymour a visit and administered to him and he seemed to feel better. Friday 27, we called on Seymour Brunson again and talked encouraging words to him and administered to him. I anointed and he sealed. We administered to Sister Mitchell. He anointed and I sealed, then administered to Brother Melville. I anointed and he sealed. Also administered to Sister Melville. Saturday 18, Brother and Sister Melville celebrated their golden wedding. Sunday 19, I attended church. Lyman Robison, President Ian Hinckley and Bishop T.C. Callister speakers. Frank Warner brought Mary Crandall from Oasis. Brother Ashman and I administered to Seymour Brunson. He anointed and I sealed. Wednesday, June 1st, Brother Ashman and I administered to Bishop T.C. Callister. I anointed and he sealed the anointing. Small fruit has commenced to ripen. Most of my time is taken up with my fruit. Saturday, August 20th. Brother Ashman and I went to Kanashta Conference. We put up at William Hunter's. We were present at General High Priest's meeting in the evening. Sunday 21, we attended Sunday school and listened to the instructions given by Apostle Teasdale. 10 a.m. Sunday school dismissed and conference commenced. Good instructions were given by President Hinckley, Brother Miller and Apostle Teasdale. At 2 p.m. we had a good time listening to reports of returned missionaries, Elder Kimball and others. In the evening Apostle Teasdale spoke upon the Aaronic priesthood, its duties, told all the bishops to put their quorums of the priesthood in order and set men to work among them and teach the people the gospel, that all may understand their duties. Monday 22, Conference. Many good instructions were given by Elder Golden Kimball and returned missionaries. At intermission, the High Council was called together to consider the case of George Bishop of Snake Valley and decided that he should be forgiven and restored to all his former blessings. A. Kimball of Kanosh was chosen to be a High Counselor in Millard Stake to fill the vacancy caused by the death of Christian Hansen. Brother Abraham was chosen as counselor to Bishop Bennett of Meadow. At 2 p.m. the general and local authorities were unanimously sustained. Then Apostle George Teasdale gave us a lecture on the existence of God and our relation to Him. Conference dismissed and we came home and found all well. Sunday, September 4th, I attended fast meeting in Fillmore. Friday 9, I attended the funeral of Sister Lizzie Partridge. Sun 11, Brother Ashman and I attended meeting in Fillmore as home missionaries. We spoke upon the law of tithing. We showed the benefits of keeping the law and also what a person would lose by not keeping it. Monday 12, I administered to Emmett Olson by request of his mother and from there to Sister Callister and administered to Grant Lyman by request of his mother. Sunday 25, I attended meeting. Brother Clough and Partridge speakers. They spoke on education for and in behalf of the Brigham Young Academy at Beaver. Sunday 9, I attended meeting and opened by offering the opening prayer. Clarence Merrill and James McMahon speakers. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was a person who did not believe in the principles of tithing, nor pay any. What foundation had he to build upon and what hope has he of eternal life? Brother Ashman and I went to Hinckley with fruit to sell and coming home he fell out of his wagon and was hurt very much. When he reached home, I administered to him and he got better but had to keep to his bed for days. Tuesday 24, B.H. Roberts and others came and gave us a political lecture. Tuesday, November 1, 1898, N.S. Bishop and I administered to Kathy Hatton. He anointed and I sealed. Thursday 3, I received a letter from my sister Sally Page. Sunday 6, I went to church. Fast day. Henry McCullough, President Hinckley, and others were speakers. Sunday 13, Brother Ashman and I went to Holden as home missionaries. Our subject was the necessity of being faithful in keeping the commandments of the Lord in all things. Tuesday 15, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was the destination of the righteous, also of the wicked as is recorded in the Doctrine and Covenants, 88 section. Thursday 17, Joseph M. Robison called to see me. Saturday 19, Brother Ashman and I went to Deseret to conference. We attended Relief Society meeting. We were then invited to go to John W. Reed's to stay during conference which we gladly accepted. President Hinckley wanted us to stop to High Council meeting which we did. When the High Council was organized, Apostle F.M. Lyman called up Bishop Milton Moody and his confession of committing adultery in his heart with the girl that was working for him to which he confessed quietly. Then we drove up to Reed's and stayed all night. Sunday 20, we attended conference. Good instructions were given by Apostle Lyman and others. Bishops gave in their reports. Afternoon meeting was dismissed and High Council was called again. Bishop Moody's case was brought up and disposed of by taking his bishopric from him, and depriving him of his priesthood, leaving him only as a member. Monday 21, we went to meeting and the findings of the High Council in Bishop Moody's case was sanctioned by vote of the conference and a new bishopric organized. Frank Hinckley bishop with Brother Warnick as his first and Brother Hales as his second counselor. Good instructions were given during conference. At the close we drove up to Oasis and stopped overnight at Lars Hansen's. Tuesday 22, we came home and found all well. December 4, 1898, I attended fast meeting. 1 babe blessed and 4 bottles of oil consecrated. Had a good meeting. Wednesday 14, Brother Ashman and I visited 6 families in the capacity of priests, to wit James Peterson, Isaac Mitchell, and Isaac Wickers, and taught them the gospel of Jesus Christ. Thursday 15, then we visited Brothers Milgate and A.F. Carling and families and taught them in the gospel. We attended priesthood meeting in the evening. 7 present and we all spoke a short time. Saturday 17, we visited in the capacity of priests in the houses of Christian Anderson, Helen Callister, Douglas Reese, J.M. Warner, Charles Swallow, J.D. Smith, President I.N. Hinckley, and Lydia Ashman, preaching to them the gospel of Christ. We went to the tithing office and found Bert Warner and Francis Thompson and we talked to them. Sunday 18, I attended meeting, speakers Charles Memmott and Andrew Peterson. At the close of the meeting, I was set apart to act in the priest's office in the Fillmore ward. Also C.P. Beauregard and James Peterson in the same position. Monday 19, Brother Ashman and I visited Brothers Alexander Melville, Dan, and Brig Melville in the forenoon, and Brothers Wicker and James McMahon, William Swallow, and Milo Warner in the afternoon. Tuesday 20, we called on James Swallow but he being absent went and visited Sister Day. Emily Ray and son, and an evening visited Dean Mace and wife in connection with Bert Warner and wife and preached the gospel to them with cheerful hearts and all seemed to enjoy themselves listening to our words. Thursday 22, we visited N.S. Bishops, P.B. Stewart, Margaret Baldwin's, and Virgil Baldwin's homes and talked to them and attended quorum meeting in the evening. Wednesday 28, settled up my tithing for 1898 amounting to $17.05. My income was $150, principally from my garden. Thursday 29, we administered to Viola Rasmussen. I anointed and Ashman sealed. I had a good talk with Marcellius Webb in regards to his being dropped from the quorum of 70s, then I administered to Viola Rasmussen. Sunday, January 1, 1899, I attended fast meeting where many testimonies of the truths of the gospel were given. 1 child blessed and a number of bottles of oil consecrated. I administered to Viola and she seemed better. Wednesday 18, I visited 6 families in the capacity of a priest, namely, Marcellius Webb, Young Speakman, Luke Witchley, Frank Cummings, Marcellius Warmer, and John Golter, and taught them the gospel of Jesus Christ. During the day I heard that J.S. Giles had left town. Thursday 19, I visited 4 families, James Baldwin Jackson Clovier, William Cooper, John Egan, and William Golter, and their families. Tuesday 24, I administered to Harvey Warner's Babe Owen. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject, the coming of the Savior as recorded in D and C section 42. Thursday 26, I wrote a letter to Sally Page, my sister in California. Old folk party today. My wife not feeling well. We did not attend. Saturday 28, I attended priesthood meeting. Subject was Old Folk Parties. C. Anderson clerk read a circular from the president of the church requesting the presidents of each stake in Zion to see that there was a committee appointed and the presidents should see to it that each ward have a committee and for them to get up a party twice a year, at least for the old people, one in the summer and one in the winter without regard to sick, race, or color. The age to be determined upon the committee of each ward. Some other matters were brought up, then meeting adjourned. Meeting did not commence until 3 o'clock on account of tardiness. Prayer by Joseph A. Lyman, counselors present: James Abraham, William Beeston, Alan Russell, B. Stringham, Scott, Hinckley, Lyman Robison Kimball, John Ashman, McMahon, J. D. Smith. President Hinckley said that Marcellus Webb was the one that was before the council. He asked Webb if he still wished to hold his standing in the church. He said he did. On the quorum books, Webb had 5 credit marks. A letter from Golden Kimball stated that Webb could be dropped for contempt if he was guilty of it. Members that were slack should be visited by the members of the Council of the 70s and all reasonable means to save them. Sunday 29, I attended meeting. Missionaries were the speakers in the interest of Young Men's Mutual. Good instructions were given. Friday, February 3, Brother Ashman and I visited Mr. Smith as priests and taught him some of the principles of the gospel, and he seemed to enjoy our visit. Thursday 9, I signed a petition for W. H. King to be senator. Sunday 12, I attended meeting. Joshua Greenwood speaker. Many doctrine points. Then he spoke of the meeting house so that when people came to church, they would have a comfortable place. Said the committee owed Albert Day $50 for brick. A collection was started and the congregation subscribed $59. Monday 13, Brother Ashman and I gathered up most of the means that was donated. In the evening Brother Ashman and I administered to Sister Iverson. Tuesday 14, we administered to her again and she was much better. We paid John Day $8, then to Alfred Day, and paid him $15 what we were owing him. We saw President Hinckley and he told us that Richard's name was on the mission list with others. Saturday 18, I explained the gospel to Julia Warner, daughter, as is recorded in the Pearl of Great Price, page 21, also to Jedediah Warner, son-in-law. Sunday 19, I attended and opened the meeting in Fillmore. Abraham F. Carling presiding, Alexander Fertai speaker, subject, Personality of God. In the evening, I visited Joseph Carling and wife and preached the gospel to them. Tuesday 21, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman. Our subject was the necessity of purifying our hearts that the Holy Spirit might dwell in us to direct our minds and thoughts in our ministry among the people. In the evening we administered to Sister Iverson. We attended High Priest's meeting in the evening. F.M. Lyman present. McMahon spoke a short time and Brother Lyman dismissed the meeting. Brother Ashman and A.F. Carling and I went and administered to John Brunson's wife. Brother Carling anointed and I sealed. Wednesday 22, by my request, Elder F.M. Lyman laid his hands on my head accompanied by President I.N. Hinckley and gave me a comforting blessing, which I appreciated very much. In the evening, Brother Ashman and I administered to Sister Iverson. Thursday 23, we went to see her again. Saturday 25, Mother being ill, I did most of the work in the house. Sunday 26, Jed Warner and I visited Frank Brunson, William B. Stan, and family in the capacity of priests and we taught them the gospel. Monday 28, we held prayer meeting, subject, necessary preparations to be made for the second coming of Christ, as recorded in Doctrine and Covenants section 29. Wednesday, March 1st, I was taken sick with la grippe. Saturday 4, I was still sick and Brother Ashman and Richard Lambert administered to me. Brother Ashman being mouth. Sunday 5, they came again. Brother Ashman anointing and Lambert sealing. Wednesday 8, I was improving all week. We heard that Low Reed Warner was dead. Thursday 9, it snowed in the afternoon and a good part of the night. Sunday 12, I did not attend meeting. Spent most of the day reading. Tuesday 14, my wife was sick with pain in her head. Friday 17, I went to J. D. Smith's and consecrated a bottle of oil and administered to Daniel Smith who had been ill several days. Saturday 18, I visited in capacity of a priest. Ed Brunson, George Carling, Sod Melville, Abe Carling, Joe Allen's wife, Charlie Christofferson and wife, Orson Huntsman, George Olson and taught them the gospel in plainness. Sunday 19, I attended meeting. J. A. Melville, a Greenwood, and Bishop Callister, speakers. George Olson and family joined the ward. Wednesday 22, I administered to Harvey Warner's twin babies. Also to Newell Warner, grandson. He had asthma. Richard got him a bottle of King's New Discovery. He took it and was better. Saturday 25, I administered to all three again. Sunday 26, I attended meetings. Frank Hinckley, Henry Thompson, and I.N. Hinckley for speakers. I administered to the twins again. Wednesday 29, I administered to Harvey Warner's little boy. Thursday 30, I asked Brother Ashman how many families he and McMahon had visited on that block that Brig Melville lived on, and he gave me no satisfactory answer but said I had visited the ones he had given to McMahon and James Peterson. He did not seem to like it very well, but we fixed it up all right. Sunday 22, I attended meetings in Fillmore. Christian Anderson and F. A. Robison speakers. In the evening I assisted Brother John Ashman and Abraham Freer Carling, son-in-law to John Ashman, in administering to Sister Ann Ashman, wife of John Ashman. He anointed and I sealed. Monday 23, I administered to Harvey Warner's baby Owen. Thursday 26, I was writing a letter to Sally Page in California. There was an old people's party. My wife was ill. We did not attend. Saturday 28, I attended priesthood meeting. First subject up was old folks parties. C. Anderson read a circular from the first presidency requesting the president to attend the parties. Sunday, April 9th, I attended meeting. A. D. Robison and Rufus Day speakers. I went to teachers' meeting. Subject, care of the meeting house. Bishop Callister gave some good instructions to the teachers. Monday 10, Wilford Brunson got his arm broke. Tuesday 11, Brother Ashman and I administered to Sister Giles. Prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject, the blessings that God promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Wednesday 12, we administered to Sister Giles again. Sunday 16, I attended meeting at J. D. Smith. Thorpe and Charles Smith speakers. Wednesday 19, prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject, the necessity of every man holding the priesthood to so live that he would always be ready to officiate in any ordinance that was necessary for him to officiate in. Sunday 23, I went to meeting. Brother Tanner spoke on the consequent sufferings of the children of Israel of old because they strayed from the commandments of God, also the sufferings that would follow the latter-day saints if they strayed from the Lord. Tuesday 25, prayer meeting was held. Subject was, going to the temple. Friday 28, it snowed nearly all day. I visited in the capacity of a priest, Isaac Wicker, A.F. Carling, John Kelly, and their families. Saturday 29, I attended priesthood meeting and gave the opening prayer. Sunday 30, went to meeting. Speakers, Nathaniel Baldwin and another young man. Bishop Callister came and made us a visit. Then we went and administered to Sister North. I anointed and he sealed. Monday, May 8th, Brother Ashman and I started for Manti. We stayed overnight in Scipio at Bishop Yates. I had forgotten my recommend, but he went to one of the counselors of the stake and got one for me until I could send home for mine. We had breakfast and fed our horse at Round Valley Lake, nooned at Gunnison and then on to Manti and put up at Isaac Riddle's. We were made very welcome. I went to Brother Farnsworth and told him what I desired, and he said he would do all he could for me. Wednesday 10, we went to the temple and did what we could. I went through for Philip Russell and Brother Ashman for James Russell. Thursday 11, I did work for William and was baptized for my health and a man for Brother Ashman, then I was administered too. Friday 12, I went through for Edward Russell and Brother Russell went through for William Rose for me. After dinner we administered to Brother Riddle. He was troubled with rheumatism, then started for home. We reached home Saturday about sundown. Sunday 14, I went to meeting. Brother A. for Thai speaker. Monday 15, I sent my recommend to the president of the temple. My wife took very sick. I went to see Brother Blackburn and he said he would come to see her about 11 o'clock. He came and pronounced her in a very serious condition and advised me to send for some liver medicine. I sent for the medicines which he told me to. Sunday 21, I attended meeting and spoke a short time. Brother Ashman and I administered to my wife and she seemed better. Jessie Huntsman was waiting on her. They poulticed her and she seemed better. Wednesday 24, we administered to her again. President Snow and company came and I attended meeting at 3 p.m. and was pleased with the speaking. I did not attend in the evening. Sister Olson sat up with my wife until 2 a.m. Thursday 25, she was some better. We administered to her again. The sisters came and washed and anointed her and sealed it, they laying on hands with me. Brother Ashman and I administered to her again. Saturday 27, I did not go to meeting. My wife was worse. Joseph, Margaret, and the children came. Monday 29, she was very ill and I waited on her most of the day. Tuesday 30, Mary came. She was no better. Mr. Jukes found the box of medicine we had sent for. The mail driver had lost it. He gave it to the young speakman and he brought it to my house. In the evening she had a chill and was very sick. Wednesday 31, she was a little better. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's, more especially to pray for my wife. We administered to her again. Anna Bishop and Margaret sat up with her. Thursday, June 1, 1899, she seemed a little better. I got her some more medicine. Sister John Kelly sat up with her the forepart of the night. Brother Ashman and I administered to her again. I received a letter from Dr. Blackburn and medicine with directions as how to give them. Thursday 8, I paid $1.50 to tithing. Saturday 10, Dr. George Robison came and examined my wife and said that if she did get well, there would have to be an operation performed upon her which would cost $150. And unless that was done, she was apt to die any minute. I received a letter from Aunt Mary Robison, Margaret Russell's sister, asking me to keep her posted about Margaret's health. Sunday 11, she was a little better. I attended meeting. President I.N. Hinckley and F.M. Lyman speakers. President Hinckley said there was a lack of patriarchs, high counselors, bishops, and counselors. Elder Lyman at the conference spoke very plain on the law of tithing. He told me that he would give Brother Turner and his wife a blessing. Tuesday 13, J.D. Smith and I administered to my wife and she felt better. Saturday, June 29, I attended priesthood meeting. Reports given by President Hinckley and counselors of the General Assembly at SL City in the Temple. Attended High Council meeting in the afternoon and listened to the charge Seymour Brunson had brought against President Hinckley. Margaret Dearden sent me $1 to aid me in my sickness expenses. Sunday, July 6, Mother seemed a little better. She ate and drank some. Sunday 20, she was a little better. I attended conference in the afternoon and listened to the lecture given by Brother Teasdale on divine authority. The best I ever heard given by mortal man, and a lecture given on tithing by F.M. Lyman. Thursday 31, Old Mother Robison died. Tuesday, September 5, my wife was about the same. Julia, daughter, came up from the sink in the night. Wednesday 6, my wife died at 9:00 p.m. after some nervousness. Thursday 6, Brother Ashman gave me $7 to help me out in my expenses. Friday 8, the funeral services of Margaret Russell was held in the meeting house at 10 a.m. Speakers, N.S. Bishop and John Ashman. 7 vehicles followed the remains to the cemetery. Sunday 10, I attended meeting. Dan Stevens and Joshua Greenwood speakers. Tuesday 19, we held prayer meeting at my house. I offered up opening prayer. John Ashman spoke of the many scenes the Lord had brought us through up to the present time. I read the sermon preached by President J.F. Smith at Ogden July 31, 1899 and made some comments on it and admitted that it was the best explained of my lectures that he had ever heard on the law of tithing. Friday 22, I attended the reception for the home missionaries from the South. Saturday 23, Brother Ashman and I went to Kenosha's home missionaries. We stopped at Bishop Christensen's overnight. We went with him to Brother Wheelsy's and administered to a sick child. Sunday 24, we went to Sister George's and Brother Ashman gave her another patriarchal blessing, myself acting as scribe. We had a little visit with Brother Hunter, then went to Sunday school. We each spoke a short time. We had dinner at Sister George's. At 2 p.m. we preached to the saints upon the subject of unity and the benefits of partaking of the sacrament. We reached home about 7 o'clock. Thursday 25, Brother Ashman and I went to Hiram P. Robeson's and talked with him about temple work, and he said he and his family would go. Also to James Hatton's family, and they promised to go. Friday, October 20th, 1899, Brother Ashman and I started for Manti. We stayed overnight at Bishop Yates, then on to Fayette and stayed with Bishop Bartholomew, who treated us kindly. Sunday 22, we laid over and attended Sunday school. Each spoke a short time. We also spoke a short time in meeting. Brother Ashman gave several patriarchal blessings. Monday 23, we went to Manti and put up at Horace Thornton's place and were treated kindly. Tuesday 24, we went to the temple and Brother Ashman sat as a witness. I was baptized for my health and administered to Horace Thornton being mouth and Brother Van Stewart baptizing me. Wednesday 25, I was endowed for Joseph Russell. Brother Ashman was endowed for Walter Russell. Thursday 26, I was endowed for Walter Russell. Brother Ashman was endowed for John Russell. Friday 27, I was endowed for Philip Russell. Brother Ashman was endowed for Samuel Blackington. Through some mistake, it did not count, and the next Wednesday, Brother Ashman went through for Israel Blackington. During the week, Patriarch John Ashman gave blessings to Mary and Black and George Black. Myself acting as scribe and recorder. Saturday 28, I did not feel well. Stayed at home. Sunday 29, we attended funeral services. Elder Teasdale spoke of there being temples on the other side. Monday 23, we went to see Brother Jeremiah Stringham and he felt better. Then we walked up Main Street to Lawyers Cherry's and visited them and borrowed a lantern and came home in the rain. Tuesday 31, we went to the temple and I was baptized for about 50 of my relatives. Brother Ashman sat as witness. Then we went and did what we could for J. Stringham. Wednesday, November 1st, 1899, my birthday. November 1st, I was endowed for Mr. Russell. Brother Ashman was endowed for Israel Blackington. Thursday 2, I was endowed for Mr. Russell. Brother Ashman was endowed for Mr. Russell. Friday 3, I was endowed for Mr. Russell. Brother Ashman was endowed for Mr. Russell, hoping sometime we might get their given names and place them here. We called on J. Stringham and he and his wife expressed many thanks for what we had done for them. We stayed at John Henry Tuttle's overnight. Patriarch John Ashman gave blessings to Brother Tuttle and wife and 2 or 3 others. Brother Bruce Cox wrote 2 and I wrote the others. Saturday 4, we drove to Fayette and stopped overnight at the Bishop's. Sunday 5, we attended Sunday school and each spoke a short time. We attended ward meeting at 2 p.m. when the YMMIA missionaries were present and we each spoke a short time and we had an enjoyable time. Patriarch John Ashman gave some blessings there. Monday 6, after a good hearty handshake, Thomas William Dykes and Bishop Bartholomew, his wife, and family and thanking them for their kindness. We drove to Scipio and stayed there overnight at Brother Yates. In the evening, Patriarchist John Ashman gave a blessing to Susie Rebecca Yates. Bishop Yates acting as scribe. Tuesday 7, we drove on home and found all well, for which we were thankful. Wednesday 8, I wrote a letter to Nancy, Joseph Dearden, and William Stevens. Thursday 9, I took 12 pounds of flour to tithing office as fast donations. Friday 10, recorded a patriarchal blessing. Sunday 12, Brother Ashman and I went to Meadow as home missionaries. We did not get there until after their Sunday school had commenced and witnessed a part of their exercises. I spoke a short time on their energies in building good comfortable buildings. At 2 p.m. we preached to the saints upon the subject of tithing and their being strict in keeping the commandments of the Lord that they might become pure in heart, the Zion of God. Saturday 18, Brother Ashman and I started to Scipio to attend conference. Reached there about sundown and put up at Spencer Walsh's where we were treated kindly. In the evening I attended General High Priest meeting and reported our home missionary labors. Sunday 19, we attended Sunday school at 9 o'clock. When it dismissed, conference commenced. Uzra Hinckley opened the conference by prayer. After the usual exercises, the time was mostly taken up with bishop reports. Some instructions were given by elders F.M. Lyman and Seymour Young, president of the 70s. Christian Anderson closed the conference by prayer. In the afternoon, good instructions were given by Seymour and Young and Elder Francis M. Lyman on tithing. He told what it was for and why the Lord required it, to build up the Church of God upon the earth. Conference adjourned, benediction by Alan Russell. Young Men's Mutual was held in the evening. Prayer by J. Greenwood. Reports were given from the different wards. Elders Lyman and S.B. Young gave good instructions. Monday 20, conference commenced, prayer by Bishop Callister. Then the general and local authorities were presented and unanimously sustained. Elder Lyman said it was proper for John Beckstrand, superintendent of the YMM for the stake, should have a counselor in place of Rodney Badger, who was teaching school at Leamington. Alonzo Kimball of Kenosh was put in his place. President I.N. Hinckley was ordained a Patriarch of Millard Stake in Zion by Elder F.M. Lyman, assisted by Patriarchist Ezra Hinckley, John Ashman, and B.J. Stringham. Next, Elder Lyman read the 85th section in the Doctrine and Covenants, which showed plainly the reward given to those that will pay a full tithing. President S.B. Young spoke sharply on cleaning up our toilets and carols at least once a year and our outdoor yard clear of all filthiness, and the air among our homes pure as to prevent sickness. Conference adjourned to be held in Deseret in February 1900. Benediction by President I.N. Hinckley. Patriarch John Ashman gave blessings to Lydia Walsh, Burnett Walsh and Mariah Cornbug. Tuesday 21, Patriarch Ashman gave a blessing to Carling Wiseman, then we drove home. Wednesday 22, it rained nearly all day. I copied 2 blessings and went to see Brother Ashman. He was a little better. I attended High Priest meeting in the evening. Thursday 23, I took John Ashman to the tithing office and President Lyman to the cemetery. I told him my feelings about going to California to see my sister and about James Hatton's family in regards to going to the temple. Sunday 26, attended meeting. Speakers John Peterson and F.M. Lyman. After meeting closed, I went with President Lyman and assisted him in blessing Sister Eunice Turner, and then I assisted Brother Ashman and Wicker in administering to Sister Wicker. Monday 27, Brother Ashman and I went to Corn Creek to see Hiram Robison and wife about going to the temple. Then to James Hatton's, but he was not at home. We talked to Dosha, Jim's wife, and Richard about temple work. We stayed overnight at A.A. Kimball's and attended the meeting of the officers of the YMMIA. And I assisted the bishop in setting the ward missionaries apart. Brother John Hinckley being present. Tuesday 28, after breakfast I made Ferna Robison a visit, then came back and listened to a blessing given by John Ashman to A.A. Kimball. Then we drove home and found all well. Wednesday 29, I recorded patriarchal blessings. Friday December 1st, I recorded patriarchal blessings. Sunday 3, I attended Fast Day and I spoke a short time of my gratitude to God for His blessings and bore my testimony to the truths of the gospel. Sister Powell bore her testimony also. Josiah Hickman spoke a while stating his love for the people and some of the manifestations of God through faith, fasting, and prayer. He delivered a lecture on the persecuting of the church from a historical standpoint. Sunday 10, I attended Sunday School Jubilee where much was said about the increase of Sunday school since 1849 by Brother Richard Valentine. All the names of the workers in the Fillmore Sunday School since 1856, they were recorded and my name was with the rest. They were sent to S.L. City to be recorded with all the Sunday school workers throughout the church. After Sunday school was out, Brother Ashman and I administered to Seymour Brunson. I talked to him a while on the principles of the gospel. Also to his wife. Sunday 17, I attended meeting. Brother Harry Melville spoke to the saints and exhorted them to faithfulness. After that the subject came up as to renting the meeting and was discussed a long time. That was the first time that I knew we had no meeting house to meet in. Monday 18, I visited in the capacity of a priest, Sister Giles, George Melville, William Swallows, Joseph Swallows, Orson Huntsman, and others, but the men were not home. Tuesday 19, I visited brothers Alexander Melville and several others. Wednesday 20, Jedediah Warner and I visited Abraham Carling and wife. They seemed pleased with our visit. Friday 22, Brother Ashman and I administered to old Seymour Brunson and comforted him what we could. Tuesday 26, Russell, grandson, was quite sick. His father and I administered to him. He anointed and I sealed. Prayer meeting was held at my house. Subject: what we could do the coming year to draw close to God. We decided more fasting and praying. Wednesday 27, Russell Warner was worse. We administered to him again. I stayed there most of the day and night. Sister Rhoda Holbrook came and used turpentine on him and he seemed better, but through some neglect, he grew worse. His father, Brother Ashman, and I administered to him. Saturday 30, at 8 o'clock am, they changed the poultices from turpentine to chickens and put one on every hour until they used 5, then to onions. Sunday 31, they changed to flaxseed and charcoal. We administered to him and after Sunday school was out, Bishop Callister, F.M. Lyman, N.S. Bishop, President I.N. Hinckley, John Ashman, and myself administered to him. Bishop Callister anointing and F.M. Lyman sealing. I attended meeting. Bishop T.C. Callister, N.S. Bishop, President I.N. Hinckley, Elder Lyman, and myself speakers. Before I returned from meeting, Dr. Robison came and examined Russell and said he had appendicitis and he could not live without an operation. Said he could come Monday at 9 a.m. Friday and Saturday I stayed at Jed's. Monday, January 1, 1900, Dr. George Robison came and with the assistance of Joseph E. Ray and others, performed the operation at 10 o'clock. He took almost 4 quarts of pus and corruption and after the operation, he seemed better for which we were all thankful. Tuesday 2, doctor came and examined him and said he would come in a short time and attend to him. I broke my fast which commenced Saturday morning, 3 days and 3 nights. I was almost constantly praying for Russell's recovery and I do believe that the prayer, faith, and work saved the sick and God in His great mercy raised him up and he has been a strong healthy man to this day and I hope he will be faithful in keeping the commandments of God. Wednesday 3, Russell was improving. I finished counting up my income which was $126.99 and had paid $15.95 tithing. Monday 8, I visited Albert Warner and taught him the gospel. Sunday 16, I attended Sunday school and meeting. Speakers were Orange Warner, James Peterson, Harvey Melville, and James Kelly. I received a letter from Brother Farnsworth stating the number of names he had work done for my ancestors. Monday 15, I stayed at Jed Warner's with Julia so he could go to the sawmill. Saturday 20, Brother Ashman and I started for Oak City, dense fog around us, we reached there about 3 o'clock and put up at Frederick Lyman. In the evening, Glassman lectured on expansion of the USA. Sunday 21, we attended Sunday school. Each spoke a short time. I spoke of the sacrament and he spoke on Sunday school matters. At 2 p.m. we preached on the general duties of the saints, more particularly, on tithing. Saturday 27, I attended priesthood meeting. After it was dismissed, I stopped and listened to what the presidency had to say to the board, that was to look after the religion classes. Sunday 28, I attended Sunday school. President of the stake present, he gave good instructions to the school and I enjoyed it myself. At 2 o'clock, I attended ward conference where good instructions were given by the presidency. Thursday, February 1, 1900, Brother Ashman and I went to Meadow and got $5 for Ellen Mathena. Russell was improving. Sunday 4, I attended Sunday school and spoke to the children. Wednesday 7, I attended the birthday of John Ashman, age 77 years at Abraham Freer Carling's. After dinner, H.C. Hansen and I went to a meeting where 3 trustees were elected for the church property in the Fillmore ward, namely John Jackson, Hans C. Hansen, and N.S. Bishop. T.C. Callister, Alan Russell, John Cooper and above named present. Monday 8, McMahon and I administered to Thomas Turner. We consecrated a bottle of oil for them. Saturday 10, Brother Ashman and I went to Oasis as home missionaries. We put up at Jacob Halley's. They treated us very kindly. Sunday 11, we went to Sunday school and spoke a short time. At 2 o'clock we preached to an attentive congregation. In the evening we attended conjoint. Monday 12, Brother Ashman stayed at Oasis calculating to stay in the neighborhood until the stake conference. I reached home at 4 o'clock. Thursday 15, I went to see old Jacob Croft and he felt quite cheerful. I sent a letter to William H. Folsom to see if he could give me any clue to my estate. Friday 16, I visited 3 families in capacity of a priest, namely Ed Brunson, George Carling, and Joseph Melville. Saturday 17, Josiah Wixom and I went to Deseret to conference and I put up at Chris Peterson's. I attended High Priest meeting. I.N. Hinckley Jr., First Counselor presiding Rufus Day Clerk. Apostle A. Lund spoke concerning the religion classes. Sunday 18, I attended Sunday school. Elder Lund and S.B. Young gave good instructions taught he children. At 10:30 conference commenced. President I.N. Hinckley presiding, prayer by J.D. Smith. President Hinckley reported the condition of the stake, then President Young spoke on the history of the church and referred to Zion's camp going up to the Missouri and the big rainstorm that the Lord caused to fall which raised the fishing river so that the mob could not cross and destroy the camp. Then Elder Lund spoke on church history. Then Elder Lyman spoke on tithing and on death. At 2 p.m., choir sang, opening prayer by Alan Russell. Good instructions given by visiting brethren. Sister Yates reported the Relief Society and said they were in good condition. Benedictions by President I.N. Hinckley. In the evening the Mutual gave in their reports. Monday 19, prayer by William Black, then F.M. Lyman read from the Doctrine and Covenants section 64 that men should forgive one another and he, God, would forgive who he would. At 2 p.m., singing and then prayer by Joshua Greenwood, benediction was pronounced by F.M. Lyman. Brother Ashman and I drove to Oasis and stopped at Lars Hansen. Brother Ashman and I gave patriarchal blessings to Brother Daniel Thompson's wife and Sister Graining and I acted as scribe. After supper he gave blessings to each of Brother Hansen's twin babies and we wrote them. Tuesday 20, we drove to Jacob Hawley's and administered to his sick babe and to Violet Hawley. Then drove home and found all well and were thankful for the kind treatment we all received while at conference. Wednesday 21, we attended High Priest meeting. Conference news was reported by 5 or 6 of the brethren. Friday 23, I attended the dedication of our new brick schoolhouse. Singing by the Ward Choir, prayer by T.C. Callister. There were 2 or 3 speeches made and the house was dedicated by President I.N. Hinckley. Song and music were given, benedictory by Christian Anderson. Saturday 24, I attended at 2 p.m., lecture given on education by Professor Hickman. Sunday 25, I went to Sunday school in the new brick schoolhouse for the first time and attended meeting in the afternoon. Elder Lyman's son preached and also Brother Terry and Brother Booth. Wednesday, I attended High Priest meeting in the evening. John Cooper spoke on the wheat and the tares. Thursday, March 1, 1900, I made Brother Ashman a visit. Also Brother Thomas Turner and preached the gospel to him and administered to him for he was sick. Saturday 3, Brother Ashman and I administered to John Powell and we consecrated a bottle of oil for him and we administered to his son Jesse and he felt better. Sunday 4, I attended Sunday school and then I went to see Brother Turner and he seemed a little better. I administered to him. At 2 p.m. I attended fast meeting and spoke concerning the many blessings that the Lord has provided for his people. 3 babies blessed and 3 bottles of oil consecrated. Tuesday 6, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject, when men speak by the Holy Ghost, their word is Scripture, is the word of the Lord, is the mind of the Lord, is the power of God unto salvation to them that believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. I attended High Priest meeting. Friday 9, I took Russell Warner a riding. Dr. Robison came to see Russell and thought he was doing fine. Saturday 10, Brother Ashman and I drove to Oak City and stopped at Fred Lyman's and had dinner, then drove on to Leamington. We stopped at Bishop Nielsen's. Found them well. There were 2 children blessed. We each blessed one. Sunday 11, we attended Sunday school and each spoke a short time. St. 2 p.m. a good congregation was present. I spoke on the education of the children. Brother Ashman spoke on the same subject. After meeting closed, we were asked to go and bless Thomas E. Tabbitt's child. The mother asked Brother Ashman to give it a name and bless it and he named it all to Ashman and then blessed it. Bishop Nielsen and myself laying on hands with him. Patriarch Ashman gave and blessing to Grant L. Nielsen, son of Lewis Nielsen. In the evening we preached to the mutual. Subject was, preparing themselves for the events that awaited them in the near future and the labors required of them. Monday 12, after bidding Bishop Nielsen's wife a goodbye, we drove to Thomas E. Tabbott and bid them goodbye. Then we drove to Oak City and had dinner at Fred Lyman's, and then we went to Peter Nielsen's and administered to him, he being very sick. Tuesday 13, I visited Thomas Turner and he seemed better. Sunday 18, I attended Sunday school and closed it by prayer. Also funeral services of Frank Brunson's little girl that was burned to death by playing at a bonfire. J. D. Smith opened services by prayer, closing prayer by N.S. Bishop. Saturday 24, Brother Ashman and I went to Scipio as home missionaries. We put up with Brother Yates and were treated very kindly. We had a good visit with Brother Greenings concerning the gospel and asked him to consider the course he was taking. We then returned to the bishops and had supper. Sunday 25, we attended Sunday school and both spoke a short time. We called on Brother Greenings and showed him in part what he would lose unless he would turn around and keep the Lord's commandments, then we drove home. Tuesday 28, I attended Sunday school and teachers and fast meeting and made the opening prayer and prayed to the Lord to send rain and snow when we needed it, to water the earth. 2 children blessed and 6 bottles of oil consecrated. Sunday 15, I attended Sunday school and ward meeting at 2 p.m. and listened to conference news by Dan Stevens and J. Greenwood and N.S. Bishop. Monday 16, I administered to William Williams' oldest daughter. I had a good talk with old though. Dearden upon religion and he seemed to enjoy it. Tuesday 17, Joseph Dearden and his daughters Josephine and Jenny Warner started for Snake Valley. I attended funeral services for Joseph Holbrook, Joshua Greenwood and Bishop Callister speakers. Saturday 21, Brother Ashman and I started for Abraham as home missionaries. The wind blew very hard and cold. We stopped at Bishop Pratt's overnight and they treated us kindly. Then we drove on in time for Sunday school. Sunday 22, Joshua Greenwood and Robison came and organized Sunday school. We attended and listened to the instructions given. At 2 p.m. we preached to the people on tithing and loving our neighbor as ourselves that we might become the Zion of God. Then we drove to Bishop Pratt's and stayed overnight and all day Monday. Monday 23, it rained nearly all day. We went with Bishop Pratt and administered to Brother Crackles, he being hurt by a horse. Tuesday 24, we drove to Bishop Styler's and stopped overnight and had a good visit with them. Wednesday 25, we reached home and found all well, for which we were thankful. Thursday 26, I assisted Brother Ashman in administering to his youngest child Ada and then we administered to Seymour Brunson. I called on Thomas Turner and he felt better. Tuesday, May 1st, I made Brother Beeston a short visit and we had a good time. Sunday 6, I attended Sunday school and called on Brother Turner. He was better and then went to fast meeting. Georgia Black and Sheriff Virgil Kelly, principal speakers. We were all thankful for the rain and snow and many other blessings. Russell Warner was ordained a deacon by Bishop T.C. Callister, N.S. Bishop, John Ashman, and his grandfather Allen Russell. Allen Russell Mouth. N.S. Bishop and I administered to Earl Allen and then to Fanny Allen, the mother of the child. Tuesday 8, Hiram Robison and wife came and stopped at Julia's and we talked about going to the temple. May 8, I donated $1 to the Schofield disaster and sent it to Bertie Robison. Friday 11, I visited in the capacity of a priest, William Williams, Jackson Clothier, Young Speakman, Luke Critchley, Glover, Warner, and Bill Cooper and taught them the gospel as long as they would listen to me. Sunday 13, I attended Sunday school. J. E. Riches and William F. Wrigley met with the school. Their mission was to invite people who wanted homes to go to Snake Valley, Idaho, and get them good homes. I attended ward meeting AST 2 p.m. Rufus Day and John Peterson, home missionaries, then Brother Ricks, and Wrigley spoke to them about getting new homes. Brother Ashman and I administered to Marion Owens. Monday 14, we administered to her little babe and it was better. Also to her boy who was ill. I took Brother Ashman to IN Hinckley and he signed my recommend. We held prayer meeting at my house. I opened and he closed. Subject: strict obedience to all the commandments of God to obtain the blessings we desire. In the evening I administered to Leora Olson, granddaughter. Saturday 19, Brother Ashman and I went to Holden to attend the conference. We put up at Heber Johnson's, who treated us kindly. At 2 p.m., we attended Relief Society meeting. Brother Ashman opened by prayer. We listened to reports given by the different wards in Millard Stake, after which Sister Yates gave instructions in regard to their duties. Then Elder Lyman spoke concerning their duties and Elder Kimball spoke concerning the Christian Science leading away of our sisters from the truths. Meeting was dismissed by President Dan Stevens. We went back to Brother Johnson's and Patriarch Ashman gave blessings to Fred Stevens Johnson, I acting as scribe. At 8 p.m., we attended General High Priest meeting, opening prayer by Alan Russell. I.N. Hinckley Jr. presiding. Elder Lyman said that the Lord called upon President Snow to wake up the saints and tell them to live their religion and keep all the commandments of God that they may enter into the 19th century in good condition. Then Elder Golden Kimball spoke concerning what Brother Lyman had said. A few remarks were made by the presidency of the stake, also Counselor I.N. Hinckley Jr. closing prayer by F.M. Lyman. Sunday 20, a beautiful clear morning. Sunday school commenced at 9 a.m. Opening prayer by Joshua Greenwood, Elder Lyman gave good instructions to the children. Benediction, Golden Kimball. Conference commenced. Opening prayer by B.J. Stringham. After a few instructions by Elder Lyman, the bishops gave in their reports. Then he gave more instructions. Then President Hinckley reported the condition of the stake. Then Golden Kimball spoke a short time. Benediction by Bishop T.C. Callister. Sunday 2 p.m., conference commenced. Opening prayer by Alan Russell. Elder Lyman first speaker. He read part of section 41 which reads as follows, Hearken, O ye my people. Then from Luke 14 chapter, he that hath not his father and mother and etc., and explained it intelligently. Then he spoke in regard to temple work and said it would be a credit to a man to do his own work and not trust others to do it for them. President David Thompson next speaker. President D.R. Stevens third speaker. Monday 21, after conference adjourned, Brother Ashman and I drove to Scipio and stopped at Bishop Yates overnight. We started at 5:30 for Manti and put up at Horace Thornton's. Wednesday 23, I was endowed for Hubbard Russell. Brother Ashman was endowed for John Dickens. Thursday 24, I was endowed for Mr. Wilson. Friday 25, I was endowed for Jason Russell. Brother Ashman was endowed for John Russell. After dinner we drove to Fayette and put up at the bishop's. That evening we administered to his father Joseph Bartholomew. Saturday 26, we drove to Scipio and had dinner and administered to Sister Yates. We reached home about 6 o'clock and found all well. Sunday 27, I fasted all day and attended Sunday school. Listened to a lecture given by C. Anderson on the building up of Zion of this continent. Also attended ward meeting. Speakers, James Kelly and Harvey Melville. Strawberries began to get ripe. Brother Ashman and I administered to Sister Ellen Mathena and made Old Father Croft a short visit. Friday, June 1, 1900, I attended fast meeting and opened by prayer and asked the Lord to send us rain to water the earth and prayed for the sick. It rained a little in the evening. Brother Ashman and I administered to Ella Reese. She was quite sick. Wednesday 6, Melissa Olson gave birth to twins. A boy and a girl. I paid $2 tithing and received a receipt. Sunday 10, I attended Sunday school in the advanced grades and listened to their concert exercises and closed the school by prayer. Thursday 14, Hiram P. Robison and wife came from Manti and stayed overnight with us. Friday 15, C. Anderson and I administered to J. Starley's son William who had ulcered sore throat. Saturday 16, I went to J. Starley's again to see his boy and offered up a prayer to God in the room where the child was sleeping. Talked with John a few minutes and came home. Sunday 17, I attended Sunday school conference and was pleased with the way it was carried on after Sunday school. Bishop Callister and I administered to William Starley again and he seemed to be getting better fast. Monday 18, Sister Hinckley and Thompson came to me and inquired of me about the graveyard in the Punka camp on Running Water, near the Missouri River. July 3, Brother McMahon and I administered to Brother J. Croft. Tuesday 5, I assisted William Swallow in putting temple clothes on Brother Croft. Funeral services commenced a little after 10 o'clock. J. Greenwood, President I.N. Hinckley, John Powell, and Bishop Callister speakers. Closing prayer by Alex Fertai. 6 carriages followed the remains to the graveyard. Small attendance was owing to smallpox. Wednesday 25, I administered to John Ashman and fixed his door. Sunday 29, I received a letter from Richard, son, with a $10 greenback in it. Sunday, August 5, 1900, I attended fast meeting and bore my testimony to the truth of the gospel. 3 babies blessed and a number bore their testimonies. Elder Lyman spoke a short time. Sunday 12, I attended ward meeting. Charlie Swallows and James McMahon speakers. Tuesday 14, I administered to William Williams' boy. Saturday 18, myself and Brother McMahon went to Deseret to attend conference and met with the quorum of high priests and answered to roll call. Good instructions were given by C. Anderson and President Hinckley. Sunday 19, I attended Sunday school which commenced at 9 o'clock and closed at 10 a.m. The school was interesting. Conference commenced at 10 a.m. Opening prayer by Alan Russell, first speaker President I.N. Hinckley reported the conditions of the stake. Next Bishop T.C. Callister gave in his report as being in fair condition. 3. Bishop Yates reported Scipio being quite good but not as good as he would like to. 4. Samuel Greenwood returned missionary. 5. Ed Hinckley spoke very interesting. 6. Golden Kimball gave good instructions. Meeting was dismissed by Patriarch John Ashman. At 2 p.m. singing, Hail to the Prophet who communed with Jehovah. Prayer by J. Greenwood. Singing, Arise O Glorious Zion. Sacrament administered by the Bishopric of Deseret, then 5 returned missionaries spoke with much zeal, reporting their labors. To wit, Charles Webb, Dal Pack, William McLeod, Lon, and Elder Blake. A.C. Christensen next speaker and Golden Kimball next. Meeting dismissed by Daniel Cahoon. We attended the mutual meeting singing, All Hail the Glorious Day. Monday 20, conference commenced. Prayer by Charles Mamet, singing on page 218, Brother Bextron spoke next. Susa Robison. Third speaker Joshua Greenwood. Next a solo by Miss Moody. Golden Kimball said that the board did not approve of so much changing of officers. When they got a good man in office to keep him there unless some reasonable cause for removing, and that the local missionaries should continue their labors. Solo given by Miss Dameron. President Golden Kimball said that the superintendent and the stakes of the presidents were to meet in a convention in Salt Lake City to receive instructions in their duties. Prayer by Charles Smith. August Monday 20, meeting commenced at 10 a.m. Singing, How Firm a Foundation Ye Saints of the Lord. Opening prayer by William Black. Singing, Know that every soul is free to choose his life and what he will be. First speaker President Daniel Thompson. He spoke of grasshoppers, crickets, Johnson's army, and drought. President Dr. R. Stevens next. Said we should all do right and keep the commandments of the Lord that his blessings might attend us. Third speaker, Golden Kimball spoke on the laying on of hands to heal the sick. Then Christian Anderson presented the general and local authorities of the church in Millard Stake. Next speaker was Sister Zena D. Horn. Next was Joshua Greenwood. President I.N. Hinckley said that the next conference would be held in Kenosh. He commended the choir for their good singing. Then he pronounced the benediction. After meeting we went to Betsy Cahoon's and had dinner. Then we drove home at dark and found all well. Tuesday 21, I administered to Brother John Powell who was quite sick. Then Brother Ashman and I administered to Nellie Holbrook and then to Eleanor Holbrook. Sunday 26, Brother Ashman and I went to Meadow as home missionaries. We attended Sunday school and each spoke a short time on education. At 2 p.m. we preached to a small congregation of saints upon the subject of faithfulness and obedience to the Word of God. Saturday, September 1st, 1900, I went to Kenosh with Brother Ashman and stopped overnight at Bishop's. I went to Dosha's Hatton. She was very sick. Sunday 2, we went to Ammon Replies and visited his family a short time. He was not at home. We visited William Hunter's family and Brother Abraham. Then went to Sunday school and listened to their exercises, which was very interesting. We each spoke a short time. After Sunday school we talked to Fernie Robison a while on the sidewalk. Then to George Crane's, then to James Hatton's and administered to his wife Dosha's and then to meeting. We talked to them a while and listened to testimonies of others. After meeting was dismissed, we came home. Monday, September 10th, 1900, I received a telegram from Mary Crandall, daughter, saying her little girl Laura was dead. Julia and I started for the train and arrived the next morning. We attended the funeral in the afternoon and went to the cemetery and saw it laid in the silent tomb to rest. Next morning we took the train and came home. Sunday 16, I attended meeting in Fillmore. Harvey Melville and Samuel Greenwood speakers. I attended funeral services of Emily Frampton, possibly Frampton. The choir sang, Kneeling at the Open Door and Jesus is Waiting There. Opening prayer by Alan Russell. President I.N. Hinckley first speaker, Alma Greenwood, speaker, J.D. Smith third, Joshua Greenwood fourth, George Crane. Bishop Callister, then Brother Crane spoke a few words again. Singing by the choir. Benediction by John Ashman. The lid was taken from the coffin for those who wished to view the corpse. The rest of 1900 and part of 1901 is gone. May 1st, 1901 Saturday, Brother Ashman and I started for Manti. We drove to Scipio and stayed all night at Brother Walsh's. He gave us supper and lodging and Brother Hatch furnished hay and grain for the horse. Sunday 19, we drove to Round Valley Lake, stopped and had breakfast and fed our horse, then drove to Gunnison, stopped at Brother Gledhill's and attended the 2 o'clock meeting. We each spoke a short time on tithing and donations. After meeting we went back and stopped overnight. Monday 20, we drove to Manti and stopped to see Brother Horace Thornton. Tuesday 21, we went to the temple and witnessing the baptizing going on in the temple. Brother Farnsworth got Sister Emma J. Moulter to be baptized for about 30 for me. We then went into a room in the temple of God and offered up our prayers of thanksgiving to God for his mercies and blessings to us, and we went home to Brother Thornton's. Wednesday 22, I was endowed for Daniel Russell. Brother Ashman was endowed for Jedediah Clark. David Crandall was endowed for Jonathan Russell. Sister L.I. Snow was endowed for Rebecca Adams. After we were through, Sister S.A. Tuttle assisted me in the sealing of 9 couples. After the work was done, we went into a room and offered up our prayers and thanksgiving to our Father in heaven for his loving kindness towards us with a broken heart and a contrite spirit. Thursday 23, we went to the temple and after some preliminary remarks, I was endowed for Mr. Coley. Sister L.I. Snow was endowed for Francis Luter. Then we went back and had dinner. After dinner we went to Brother John Tuttle's and I gave a patriarchal blessing to Sister Esther Philena Cox Snow. Brother Tuttle wrote it, then I gave one to Sarah Adeline Tuttle, Sister Anna R. Keller acting as scribe. Friday 24, I was endowed for Mr. Ashley. S.A. Tuttle was endowed for Mary Adams. After we were through she assisted me in the sealing of 6 couples at the altar. Then we administered to Brother Joseph Fairbanks. We went to Brother Thornton's and had dinner and settled up with him, then drove to Brother Cox and got some oats, then to Brother Tuttle's and bade them goodbye, then on to Gunnison. We went to the store and got some crackers and stopped overnight at Brother Gledhill's. Saturday 25, we started before sunrise and reached home about 6 o'clock and found all well. We attended General Priesthood meeting. President Thomas Memmott presiding. Sunday 26, I attended Sunday school. Quarterly conference about 11 o'clock. Elder Teasdale present and I.N. Hinckley presiding. D. Thompson. In the afternoon there was another session of conference and in the evening there was a joint meeting of the Young Men and Young Ladies Mutual. Monday 27, conference commenced at 10 a.m. and another meeting held at 1 p.m. Much good instructions were given by Elder Teasdale and others. Sunday, June 2, 1901, at 2 p.m., I attended fast meeting. Brother Jones spoke a little on the life of Brigham Young. I spoke a short time on the peace that we had at the present time, also related a little of the circumstances that happened after the death of the prophet Joseph Smith and Hiram. Sidney Rigdon came and desired to become the guardian of the church. Several others spoke a short time, and then Bishop Anderson called some names and asked them to remain after meeting a short time. Accordingly 18 stopped. President Hinckley said he wanted to make arrangements for forming a prayer circle. John Ashman was appointed to take the lead. When meeting closed, I went home. Friday 7, Brother Ralph Nephi Rowley died about 7 o'clock, and Brother Ashman and I washed and laid him out. Will Williams helping us. Brother Ashman and I put his temple clothes on ready for burial and then attended services. I opened services by prayer. T.C. Callister, John Ashman, John Powell, Alexander Fertai, and C. Anderson speakers. James McMahon closed by prayer. I received a letter from Simeon Russell, who was on a mission in Tennessee. Thursday 13, I being desirous to know my true standing before the Lord, whether I was doing His will or not. In the morning about 4 o'clock, the Lord opened my eyes of my understanding and saw plainly my sins and my iniquities, and I did seek from the bottom of my heart for forgiveness of my sins in prayer and supplication before Him. And then I realized the importance of the saying in the Book of Mormon, "The Lord gives unto men weakness that they may be humble," and the Lord did accept my humble acknowledgement and did forgive me of all my sins, according to His promise, and the Spirit of the Lord did rest upon me in great abundance. So much so that I did thank and praise His holy name for His loving kindness and His tender mercies towards me, and a time that I never shall forget. The Lord has said, "How great is His joy in the soul that repent." Doctrine and Covenants, section 18, verse 13. June 15, I received a letter from Lydia Russell, wife of my youngest brother Horace Russell of Espanola, New Mexico, informing of his death, which took place June 6, 1901. Sunday 16, I went and had a good talk with Walter Rowley, son of Ralph N. Rowley, and said he believed the gospel to be true and he desired to be baptized when the bishop desired to attend to it, and I told the bishop about it and he set the time for the following Sunday. He attended the meeting with his wife and 2 or 3 children and was the first speaker, then another young man to speak. The bishop spoke. Thursday 20, I went to see Charles Mace and we had a good visit. Then I gave him a patriarchal blessing to him, also one to Irena Baldwin. Sunday 23, I attended the 9 o'clock meeting in the circle room and then attended Sunday school and opened it by prayer, then had dinner at Julia's and then went to Walter Rowell's and talked with him a short time and then went to meeting and listened to President Hinckley's boys preach. Then went to Virgil Balding and preached the gospel to them. Wednesday 26, I spoke to Bishop Anderson about the saloon keepers and told him I did not think they should be fellowshipped in the church. Saturday, July 6, I went to see William Wade and asked him if he would listen to me talk on the principles of the gospel, and he said he would. Sunday 7, at 10 o'clock I went and preached the gospel to William Wade and he treated me with respect, but he did not see and believe as I did. Then I asked him if he valued his standing in the church worth anything to him, and he said it did not. I asked him if he would rather change the life he was living than comply with the rules of the gospel, and he said he would, and then I came home and attended fast meeting and went to see Bishop T.C. Callister and had a good talk with him. Tuesday 9, I administered to Ellen Beeston, her father assisting me, and then he and I administered to Frank Brunson's babe. Sunday 14, Brother Ashman and I went to Meadow and put up at N. Bennett's, who was very glad to see us. We had dinner and went to meeting with him. Brothers I.N. Hinckley and his father, I.N.I. Hinckley spoke first, then his father. Then Brother Ashman and I spoke 10 minutes, then the bishop arose and expressed his great satisfaction for our being there and for the good instruction given. We then came home feeling well paid for our trip. Saturday 20, Brother Ashman and I went to Kenosh and stayed overnight at Brother Gardner's. Sunday 21, we called on Brother Replie's 2 wives and then administered to Antone Christensen. We went to Sister Abraham's and had dinner, then administered to Sister Hunter's. We called to see Joseph Robeson's and they were not at home. Then went to the meeting house and chatted with our old friends until meeting commenced. President Hinckley and Bishop Anderson came in with the crowd and I being first made a few remarks upon strict obedience to the commandments of God, and urged the saints to study the scriptures that they might know the will and mind of God concerning them. Then Brother Ashman spoke a short time, then President Hinckley and Bishop Anderson spoke, all good instructions. We went home with James Gardner and had supper, then came home and found all well. Saturday 27, I attended priesthood meeting, subject, telephone and the reports of bishops. Sunday 28, I attended prayer circle and Sunday school and offered the closing prayers. At 2 p.m., I went to the ward meeting. Bishop Yates first speaker, and D. Thompson second speaker. I made William Beeston a visit. In the evening, I went and heard Professor Tanner lecture on education, and he spoke favorably of the Beaver Academy and said it was doing a good work. Tuesday 29, Brother William Beeston and I had a good talk with Joseph Swallows and wife. William and Charlie Swallows being present. Brother Ashman and I administered to Jane Milgate. Sunday 11, I attended prayer and ward meeting and listened to J. Greenwood and Brother Wells giving good instruction. Sunday, October 20th, 1901, I attended prayer circle and was mouth in the meeting. Also attended funeral services of Sarah Day, who died October 18, 1901. I opened the funeral services by prayer. After the services were over, Brother Ashman and I held a short meeting of our own. Thursday, October 24, 1901, in the evening I attended a public meeting to encourage and arrange for the celebrating of the semi-centennial day or settling of Fillmore in 1851 to take place October 28, 1901. Public speakers on the occasion: John Ashman Chairman, First Speaker Joseph E. Ray, Second Edwin Bartholomew, Third Alma Greenwood, Fourth C. Anderson, Fifth Dan Stevens, Sixth Alan Russell, Seventh J. V. Robison. Sunday 27, I went to the tithing office to circle meeting. There were not enough present, so we held a council meeting in regard to organizing the lesser priesthood, and Bishop Anderson asked me if I would assist. Brother Ashman is preceptor and I said I was willing to do the best I could. Monday 28, I attended the celebrating of the 50th year of the settling of Fillmore and acted as chaplain, many from other settlements present. Reuben A. McBride, Joseph E. Ray, first aid, and Virgil Kelly second. It went off nicely. Tuesday 29, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's, subject, the power of a patriarch, order of the priesthood and its effects, and the organization of the church and what it had accomplished. I attended deacons' meeting, Bishop Anderson presiding, and I spoke a short time. John Ashman, Virgil Kelly, and I all spoke. I attended priesthood meeting for the first time this fall, 9 present. Thursday 31, I attended ward teachers meeting and listened to their reports, which were very poor, and heard Bishop Anderson read the questions that the bishops would have to answer at conference in the future. Friday, November 1st, 1901, I gave patriarchal blessings to Delia and Melissa Olson on my birthday. Saturday 2, Brother Ashman and I went to Holden to attend conference, and put up at Heber Johnson's. In the evening I made Brother Teeples a visit and found him quite sick. We administered to him and went back, but Brother Ashman stopped and gave 2 patriarchal blessings, then he came. Sunday 3, fast day. We did not eat. We went up to Brother Johnson's and had a short visit, Brother Hales being there. We went to Brother Teeples and talked to him on the principles of the gospel and administered to him again. Then called on Brother Rawlinson. Leaving Brother Ashman there, I went back to see Brother Teeples and read the 27th chapter of the Doctrine and Covenants. The bell rung. We went to meeting or special conference to sustain the action of the 12 apostles in organizing a first presidency. Joseph F. Smith as president of the church, John R. Winder his first counselor, and A. H. Sund, second an apostle to fill the vacancy. Monday 4, Brother Ashman and I went to Brother Smith and administered to Brother Woodard. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was, going to the temple and how to manage the deacons. Monday, December 1st, 1901, Richard wrote down the genealogy of Horace Russell's family in my old record book. December 25, 1901, George, Richard, Portia, Olive, Melissa, Leora, Alan, and Frank Warner and Violet indulged in some beautiful singing, after which George and myself thought it would be good to continue to practice singing at least once a month. We met for our circle meeting, but not enough came. President I.N. Hinckley talked about settling tithing. Monday 30, I settled my tithing. It came to $19.37 for the year. Wednesday, January 1st, 1902, I had New Year's dinner at Julia Warner's with the rest of the family. Sunday 5, I attended Sunday school. Also ward meeting and assisted in blessings and was mouth and blessing Rodney's and Jenny's babe, also assisted in blessing the oil. I attended a teacher meeting. Tuesday 7, I attended deacons meeting and opened by prayer and talked and read the duties of teachers and deacons as recorded in the Doctrine and Covenants. One of the deacons dismissed as I told him what to say. Wednesday 8, I attended priesthood meeting. 5 high priests, and 1 elder present. All of them spoke on the first hymn that was sung, "How Firm a Foundation Ye Saints of the Lord." Also teachers meeting. 4 teachers ordained. Brother Ashman, L. Robison, C. Anderson, and myself each ordained 1 and then to deacons meeting. Brother Black was set apart as president of the first quorum of the deacons. John Golter and Elmer Carling were dropped from the quorum because they would not promise to quit swearing. Wednesday 15, I called to see the boys and talked encouragingly to them and tried to get them to overcome their faults and stay with the quorum. I called on Sister Mace. She seemed better and was pleased to see me. In the evening I attended High Priest's meeting. Bishop Anderson gave a good lecture on the discipline of the church. Brother Ashman and I went to Holden and stopped at William Stevens. We administered to Brother Sidney Teeples. Next morning we washed and anointed him and administered to him and decided to stay another day. We had a good talk with William Stevens on the subject of prayer and many other important subjects. Saturday 18, we administered to Brother Teeples. Called to see Brother Rawlinson. Went back to Stevens and had dinner, then went home. Sunday 19, we administered to John Carling's little girl and she seemed a little better. Monday 20, I read in the Bible part of the day. Brother Joshua Greenwood, T.C. Callister, and I administered to Heber Mitchell's little girl who was very sick, also to 2 more that they thought was coming down with diphtheria. Also their baby we blessed, it not being well enough to take out to meeting. T.C. Callister being mouth. Tuesday 21, Hans Peterson, one of the city council came and told me that they had appointed me chairman of the Board of Health and wanted me to go immediately and quarantine John Carling's house and Heber Mitchell's and examine William Speakman's children and if necessary quarantine their house. When I went to Speakman's house, Jesse Huntsman went with me and we decided it not necessary to quarantine them. I went down to the store and met James McMahon and he said John Golter complained to him that H. Mitchell had sent his children to their grandmothers and he thought that they ought to be quarantined. Jessie Huntsman told me that she had disinfected them and put on clean clothes before she sent them. We appointed a meeting for the Board of Health at 3 o'clock to consider what was the best plan to keep the diphtheria from spreading. James McMahon and myself of the Board of Health and George Vela, mayor of the city, present. We met in the State House. Corrosive supplement is for disinfecting a room where diphtheria has been. 56 grams of supplement to 1 gallon of water, soak the clothes 2 hours, wring them out and wash the walls and would work with what is left. I called to see all of my patients and they were improving. I went to see James Day where complaints had been made and found them all well. Thursday 23, I called on them all again and found them all improving. I went to see Brother Ashman and found him sick but not diphtheria. I attended priesthood meeting and opened it by prayer. Good instructions were given. I went to see Brother Ashman and helped him all I could. I talked to Richard and wished him to attend High Council meeting. We both went and I asked him for a little more time for Richard to consider whether he desired to retain his standing in the church any longer or not. They gave him 2 months to ponder this over in his heart after cutting Willard Hanson off the church for apostasy. They dismissed. Sunday 26, I called to see my patients and they were all improving. I went to see Brother Ashman then to meeting. They had none so I went back and stayed with Brother Ashman. He seemed better and had a good night's rest. I got a letter from Margaret Dearden. I went back to Reuben A. McBride's to learn more about the law governing quarantine matters. I heard that John Nichols' boy was sick. I called to see but found it was a mistake. February 1, 1902, I called to see Brother Ashman and he was not feeling so well. Also to Heber Mitchell's and they were better. Sunday 2, I visited with the doctor and he thought Sunday school and meeting could be continued without any danger. I called on my other patients. Tuesday 4, I fixed up my quarantine account and presented it to the city council. The clerk read it and did not say whether it was all right or not for 10 3/4 days work. In the evening Julia Warner and Jesse Goskin started for Joseph Dearden's in Garrison is Snake Valley. I took down John Carling's flag. I called to see Brother Furtai and he was almost despondent the flags had been up so long. Felt most like he had been in prison. I wrote a letter to the Manti Temple requesting that Brother Ashman and Elijah Wicker be prayed for another week at least. In the evening I presided over Deacon's meeting. Bishop and his counselors present. Wednesday 12, I went to Warren Black's as a priest, he not being at home. I preached the gospel to his wife and children. I attended high priest meeting. J. Ashman presiding. Thursday 13, I visited Jessie Milgate, her daughter Elsie and Daniel Ralph and preached the gospel to them, then went back to Brother Milgate's and with him administered to Elsie that her hearing might be restored to her again. I attended priesthood meeting. The bishopric told the ward teachers to visit the ward. Friday 14, I went with Brother Ashman and administered to Elijah Wickers, then to see Alan Olson. He had the mumps. I heard John Carlings had the measles but it was a false report. I visited D.B. Warner in the capacity of a priest. Saturday 15, I called to see Alan Olson, grandson. He was not much better. Brother Ashman and I went to see Will Williams' wife and administered to her and blessed her babe. I being mouth and gave it the name of Leroy Williams. We consecrated a bottle of oil for them. I visited John Golter in capacity of a priest. Emma Swallows came in and we insisted on her staying. I sent a letter to the Secretary of the State Board of Health for blanks to keep accounts of births and deaths. Sunday 16, Brother Ashman and I went to Canosh. Put up at J.M. Robeson's. We went to meeting. I spoke hour and Brother Ashman spoke. There was a very small turnout, mostly women. When meeting closed, we went back to J.M. Robeson's. Brother Ashman gave a patriarchal blessing to his son-in-law. Then I called on Baldas Wad's two wives, James and Richard Hatton, but James and wife were not at home. I went to Charlie Watts and wife to Brother Robeson's and spent the evening. Monday 17, Brother Ashman and I went to see the bishop and had a good talk with him, then to see Eleanor reply about getting money for Sister Mathena, then to William Hunter's and talked about 3 hours to him and told him he had better throw his troubles off his dross and turn to the Lord and keep his commandments in all things and help his bishop all he could and prepare to go and get his higher blessings before he passed away. We drove to Meadow. A storm came up and we stopped at Bishop Stewart's overnight. Tuesday 18, we drove to James Fisher's and talked with them a while. Then to H. Bennett's. He was not at home but we visited with his wife. Then we drove to Fillmore. Wednesday 19, Brother Ashman and I administered to Seymour Brunson in my house. I anointed and he sealed. Also to Alan Olson at his father's house and did it again in the evening. Myself and Robert Wickers went down to Will Williams and administered to his wife and attended high priest meeting. Thursday 20, we administered to Alan Olson and spent about an hour talking to Richard, explaining to him the condition he was in and advised him to turn to the Lord his God and serve him the remainder of his days. Brother Ashman, T.C. Callister and myself administered to Sister Williams. Friday 21, Brother Ashman and I went to Deseret to attend conference. We drove to Hinckley and put up at Bishop Pratt's. They were both improving. We made it our home until Monday morning. Saturday 22, we drove to Brother Wright's and visited them, then on to see Brother Reeves, then to I.N. Hinckley Jr., then to Alonzo Hinckley. Next to Benjamin Scott's, he not being at home, we visited with his wife. While their brother Crackles came and wished us to administer to him and we did so. We fed our horse at Peterson's, then drove to Deseret to Relief Society meeting. It was very interesting. That evening by request we administered to Brother Pratt and his wife. Sunday 23, after a good night's rest, before rising, I related some of my thoughts to Brother Ashman on the law of obedience, charity, and humility. After breakfast we drove to Deseret to Sunday school. Prayer by J. D. Smith, first speaker I.N. Hinckley. He reported the condition of the stake. Said his counselor Dr. Stevens had been away 7 months to Canada and said the apostles had called on him for 10 missionaries to go preach the gospel. Bishops reported their wards. M.W. Cowley said no one can be a Latter-day Saint unless he enjoys the Holy Spirit found in the 26th section of the Doctrine and Covenants. All things should be done by common consent. Officers should be selected by the Holy Spirit of God, and if we see faults in our leaders, we should not stand in the streets and tell them to our neighbors. Apostles must abide the same principles. Teachers should not root out iniquity. The law of consecration will come. The law of everlasting covenant will be established, and we should uphold the presidency of the stake, for they are mortal. The rules of united order must be complied with to sustain one another. You do not have to follow presidents or bishops if they do not follow out their own covenants. This country shall be peopled by saints, for God has given it to you. It is not the business of the 12 to come and settle difficulty. Closing prayer by Dr. Stevens. Monday 24, 10 a.m., choir sang, Come, come ye saints, no toil or labor fear. Prayer by J. S. Black. Singing, For the strength of the hills we bless thee. They released W. H. Pratt and voted his son as bishop, Alonzo Hinckley as first counselor. Also the general and local authorities of the church. Walter A. Lyman said he enjoyed his mission and that there were 1,200 members of the church in Chicago and 3,000 in the conference. Next speakers were John Anderson, Robert Scott, and McMurrin. Benediction by I.N. Hinckley Jr. 2 p.m. Singing on page 95. Prayer, Thomas Yates. Singing on page 473. Speakers, Daniel Thompson, Dr. Stevens, Elder A.O. Woodruff. He said not to let birds build nests in our hair or let evil spirits remain in our hearts. 2 Nephi 8th chapter. M.W. Cowley said the presidency should look after the quorums, Jeremiah chapter 31. Isaiah, God bless you in the name of Jesus Christ. President Hinckley endorsed all that had been said. Benediction by Joseph W. McMurrin. We stayed overnight at Brother W. Reed's and had a good talk with his family. Tuesday 25, we drove home and found all well, for which we thank the Lord. We attended Deacons' meeting and Bishop Anderson reported some of the conference news. Wednesday 26, it snowed and rained most of the day and I wrote in my journal. I attended High Priest meeting and spoke. 10 present. John Ashman presiding. Thursday 27, it snowed and rained. Brother Ashman said he wished I would see N.S. Bishop and to say if he would not go north, thought he would. I told him to visit James Starley, Alex Fertai, and Alex Melville and he said he would. I visited Thomas Turner and C.P. Beauregard. Sunday, March 9th, I attended Sunday school and opened by prayer. Also went to ward meeting discourse given by Rufus Day. After meeting, Bishop and counselors and myself administered to Seymour Brunson. A.F. Robison anointed and I sealed the anointing. I consecrated a bottle of oil for Dave Day. Monday 10, I visited Mr. Alman Robison and Mr. Sweden, his father-in-law, and preached the gospel to them, but they did not believe. Wednesday 12, I went to High Priest meeting. President John Ashman present. Lecture given by John Cooper on the Melchizedek priesthood. Bishop Anderson spoke on the same subject. President Ashman asked C. Anderson to speak on same subject next meeting. Friday 14, I assisted J. Payne, J. Wickers, Charles Swallows, and William Swallows in administering to Seymour Brunson and he got better. I went to see Robison's in the capacity of a priest and spent the afternoon. Saturday 15, I visited Walter Rowley and Orrin Rogers and preached the gospel to them. Sunday 16, I attended Sunday school and ward meeting and opened it by prayer, also prayer circle. 8 present and then went up to Mr. Seguin's and talked with him on the principles of the gospel. I attended Sunday school meeting commemorating the day that Joseph Smith first organized the Relief Society in Nauvoo. I opened by prayer and then went to Jed Davies and talked to him on religion. Wednesday 19, while at High Priest meeting, I heard that Alexander Fertai was dead. I presided. 10 priests present. Bishop C. Anderson gave his lecture. President Hinckley said for us to pay our respects to Brother Furtai. Thursday 20, I went to Warren Black and told them I would call to see them next night as a priest. I visited Jacob Davis. Friday 21, I visited Brother Black and family. Saturday 22, I went to see Brother Ashman and he felt better then. I helped put temple clothes on Brother Furtai. At 2 o'clock I attended his funeral. T.C. Callister, George Crane, F.A. Robison, William Beeston, and C. Anderson speakers. Wednesday 26, I went to High Priest meeting. John Ashman presiding. Saturday 29, in the afternoon, I met with the High Council and Richard Russell's case came up. I was called away on business and I suppose at that meeting Richard was cut off from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Sunday 30, I attended Sunday school and ward meeting and circle meeting. Also visited Brother Dennis and preached the gospel to him. Monday 31, I visited William Swallows. While there John Peterson and wife came in. I read them the news from Japan. Also a sermon given by Joseph F. Smith of recent date. Tuesday, April 1, 1902, I paid Bishop 10 cents for fast offerings and attended deacons' meeting. 17 deacons present. Bishop Anderson changed the time for meeting to once a month and it being on the first Tuesday of each month and that fast offerings were to be gathered by deacons on Saturday before fast day. Sunday 6, I attended Sunday school and ward meeting and opened both by prayers. Speakers, A. D. Robison and John Ashman. I attended circle meeting and practiced a little with Rufus Day and Albert Robison. Then I administered to Sister Turner and then called on Seymour Brunson and he seemed a little better. Sunday 13, I attended Sunday school and also ward meeting. Brother Ashman opened by prayer and I closed. Nephi Anderson spoke in both. Sunday school and meeting relating his experiences of his mission in Texas. I attended circle meeting and opened by prayer and with Charles Swallows, administered to Old Father Woodard. Sunday 20, I attended Sunday school and listened to good instructions. Also ward meeting and opened it by prayer and prayer circle and was mouth in the circle and then we administered to Brother Woodard again. Wednesday 23, I administered to Melba Olson and with J.D. Smith administered to Brother Woodard. I attended priesthood meeting and opened it with prayer. Brothers McMahon, Wickers, and myself administered to Melba Olson and Brother McMahon was mouth consecrating a bottle of oil. Saturday 4, I got a paper of Lydia Ashman with one of Heber J. Grant's sermons in it and Richard read it to 5 or 6 of us. Brother Ashman and I started for Manti. We stopped at Spencer Walch's. Next day we went to Gunnison and I stopped at Bishop Madson's. Both attended ward meeting and spoke a short time. We administered to the bishop that night, also his wife. 3 or 4 inches of snow fell. Our horse being sick, we did not get to Manti until 4 o'clock. We put up at Brother Thornton's and fed our horse at Brother Johnson's. Tuesday, May 19th, we went to the temple then to see J. Tuttle and wife. He being sick, we administered to him. We administered to Brother Alstron. Wednesday 21, I was endowed for Israel. Brother Ashman was endowed for Samuel Russell. Thursday 22, I was endowed for John Russell. Friday 23, I was endowed for Patton Russell. Brother Ashman was endowed for Spencer Russell. Sarah Baker was endowed for Sarah Russell for me. Sister Sidwell was endowed for Almira Russell for me. When we were through we went into the prayer room and offered up a prayer of thanksgiving unto God for his blessings. We had dinner then started home. Stayed overnight at Gunnison then drove to Scipio. Put up at Thomas Wason's to attend conference. We attended General High Priest meeting and answered to roll call. Sunday 25, we attended Sunday school. Elder Teasdale present and gave valuable instructions to the children. Brother Joshua Greenwood gave opening prayer. Sunday school dismissed. Conference commenced. Good instructions were given by President I.N. Hinckley, Thompson, Teasdale, and others. Benediction by Brother Waston. Conference commenced at 2 p.m. President Hinckley reported the condition of the stake. 3 bishops gave their reports. Elder Teasdale spoke on tithing very plainly and pointedly. Monday 26, meeting commenced at 10 a.m. Teasdale said for the brethren not to take up too much time so all would have a chance to bear their testimony. Quite a number spoke. Conference adjourned. Patriarch John Ashman blessed the conference and all the saints and pronounced the benediction, and then we came home and thanked the Lord. Tuesday 27, I went to Brother Iverson's in capacity of a priest. He not being home, I promised to come Sunday forenoon. I called on Brother Seguins and talked with him a short time. He being busy and I promised to come again Sunday afternoon. Then I went to see Charles Robison and talked on gospel principles. Then to see C.P. Beauregard and wife and talked to them. Wednesday 28, I was quite sick but attended high priest meeting. John Ashman presiding. Sunday June 1st, I preached the gospel to Brother Iverson. Attended fast meeting with the rest of the saints. Spoke of the goodness of God towards us. After meeting I attended prayer circle. Wednesday 4, by request, I assisted Brother Ashman in putting temple clothes on John Powell, dead, also attended the funeral and spoke. Prayer by A.F. Carling. I spoke encouraging those present of the faithfulness of Brother Powell. Patriarch John Ashman, President Hinckley, and Bishop Anderson spoke. Benediction by Harvey Melville. I did not go to the cemetery. Friday 5, I went to Mr. Seguins and preached the gospel to him and his wife. George Olson drank poison. Alan brought him home from the farm. Emily Ray, Clinton, and Cordelia Warner came and helped fight the poison. They conquered it and he got well. I went to Mr. Seguins again and left some sermons for them and his wife to read. I went to meeting and opened it by prayer. Sermons by two missionaries. Joseph D. Robison and Rufus Day spoke on duties of the saints. I went to John Days and preached to him, then to Albert Days. He not being at home, I talked to his son Albert an hour or so. At 6 p.m. Thursday, I visited Albert Day as a priest and found him more faithful than he had been before. J. Kelly came for me to administer to his mother while I was away. I went down but someone had been there and she was asleep. I visited as a priest, James Day, H. J. Mitchell. Sunday 15, I attended Sunday school and listened to instructions given. I called on John Starley and asked him how he felt towards Brother Callister. He said sometimes he felt like letting it drop and do nothing more about it, and I asked him if he could let it all go and forgive him, and he said no. Then I asked him if he realized the condition that he would be in if he dropped it and still held hard feelings against him. He said he did not know fully. I told him it would leave him in a very bad fix. I came home and went to meeting and opened by prayer. Wednesday 18, I attended old folks' party. All seemed to enjoy the gathering. Much pains were taken by all to make it enjoyable to all. Sunday 22, I called at Seguins for my papers and pamphlets and he was not at home. I called on Albert Day and read part of section 45 in the Doctrine and Covenants. Also part of section 88, and I explained it to him the best I could and he asked me to come again. I attended Sunday school and had a talk with the bishop regarding Starley and Callister. Also my labors as a priest. Tuesday 24, I made my report as a priest in Bishop Anderson's house. He expressed satisfaction. June 24, Frank Warner and Kate Carling were married in the Manti Temple. Wednesday 25, I attended meeting and gave lecture on priesthood. Sunday 29, I visited Albert Day and explained things to him that seemed hard looking at them from a natural standpoint, then went home and attended ward meeting, also teachers meeting, and was appointed by the bishop to collect $20 from the Fillmore ward for Ellen Mathena. I went up to Arthur Brunson's while on my way. I met George Wade and had a little talk with him, then went on my way. I asked Brunson if he would be willing for me to talk to him on religion and he said, yes. Then I went to Richard Ashley's and asked him and he said yes to come in Sunday forenoon. I visited Sister Mace, John Nicholas, and wife and received 25 cents from Frank Robison for Sister Mathena. Sunday 6, I visited Richard Ashley and wife and they both seemed to enjoy it. I attended ward meeting and spoke a short time on obedience. After meeting I went home with Brother Callister and talked to him on the Starley case. Then to James Day and preached to him. Saturday 12, Brother Ashman and I went to Hinckley and put up at Brother Pratt's and we administered to him. Sunday 13, we drove to Abraham as home missionaries. Stopped at Bishop Seaman's and with him and his wife attended Sunday school. At 2 p.m. after opening services, Brother Ashman spoke upon the reunion of the stake and I spoke on union of the saints and the necessity of doing what we are told. After meeting we drove to Oasis and stopped at Brother Anderson's overnight. Monday 14, we drove to Fillmore and I went to the polls and voted for one trustee of the school district. Saturday 1902, Brother Ashman and I went to Oasis and put up at Bishop J. Styler's and blessed him and his farm and all that pertained to him while we were in the lower part of his field. Sunday 20, Brother Ashman went to Hinckley and preached there and stayed at Oasis. I attended Sunday school and meeting and spoke by request of the bishop. I as a patriarch blessed the Oasis ward, the land, water, flocks, herds, houses, families, and all that pertain unto them. Monday 21, Brother Ashman came for me and I went to Deseret with him and stopped at Charles Cahoon's. We talked to him concerning his ward, also his father. Then we went to the meeting house where they were decorating the house for the reunion, then went back to Cahoon's and chatted a short time. Then William Dugans came for us to administer to his wife. Then we administered to him, then went back to see Cahoon's and talked on the doctrines of the church, which was very pleasant. Tuesday 22, we attended meeting. Patriarch John Ashman chairman. Choir sang, "For the strength of the hills we bless thee." Opening prayer by Joshua Greenwood. Master of Ceremonies Bishop Seaman of Abraham Ward. At 12 o'clock, benediction by A. Russell. At 2 p.m. meeting commenced. Speakers in the fore and afternoon by different persons appropriate for the occasion. Benediction by Patriarch J. D. Smith. We hitched up and drove home in the moonlight. Reached there about 1 o'clock. Sunday 27, I visited George Day and wife as a priest. At 2 p.m., I attended meeting, speakers, Samuel Hinckley, and Bishop Frank Hinckley spoke of the course some people took to lead away the youths of Zion. Then Ed Hinckley spoke on education and how hard some men worked to get one. Also the necessity of there being an academy started in Fillmore. Sunday, August 3rd, I visited as a priest George Day, and Davis, and Mr. Seguin, and they seemed pleased. I had a talk with Milo Warner on the gospel and urged them to turn around and live the lives of saints. I explained to them the benefits of a faithful life in the gospel. I explained to Sister Ward and Ruby Davis the principles of eternal life. Tuesday 5, Bishop Anderson said that Ruby Ray's name was not on the ward record. I went to see T.C. Callister and he could not remember baptizing her. I went to see Sister Robison and she said she was present when Thomas baptized. We found it in the old book. Thursday 7, I visited Daniel Ralph, also Mr. Seguin and wife, and Joseph E. Ray as a priest and explained to them in part what they were going to lose if they did not keep the commandments of God. Friday 8, Brother Ashman and I went to Deseret as home missionaries. Stopped at John W. Reed's and preached Sunday in Deseret. They wished us to come again. Also stopped to their teachers' meeting. The teachers gave very good reports of their wards. Then I went to William Dugans and gave him a patriarchal blessing. Also one to Dora Catherine Maynard, then William Duggins took me to Bishop Styler's and I visited with them and gave blessing to 4 in his house. I went over to Jacob Hawley's. He was not home but I visited with his wife. Then I went to Deseret with John Styler. I was not feeling well. Sister Styler gave me some ginger tea and a sling. They soaked me feet and I went to sleep. Tuesday morning we started for Fillmore. I felt better and reached there at 3:30. Thursday 14, I attended funeral services of Sister Mace. Speakers were John Cooper, T.C. Callister. I pronounced the benediction. Friday 15, I went to see Bishop Anderson concerning my ordination, so a patriarch being sent up to President J.F. Smith. Sunday 17, I visited John Golter and taught them many things pertaining to their duties and the necessity of going to the temple while their children are with them. I administered to Brother Ashman and he felt better. I attended ward meeting and to see J. Starley but he was not at home. Monday 18, I gave blessings to Leora Olson, granddaughter, and Martha Seguin. Tuesday 19, I wrote patriarchal blessing. I talked with Bishop Anderson on patriarchs. Wednesday 20, I wrote letters to Alan and Isaac. With William Swallows, I administered to Brother McMahon. We then had a social chat. Thursday 21, I visited James A. Melville as a priest. He seemed to be doing pretty good. A little slack in the temple work. Friday 22, I recorded patriarchal blessing and gave in my report as a priest to the bishop, and he was satisfied with my labor. Saturday 23, I attended primary where good instructions were given by Sister Stevenson and others. Also Relief Society meeting and Joint Mutual and officers of the Mutual. I attended Mutual in the evening where Sister Campbell spoke of her labors as a missionary in Salt Lake City, acting as a guide to strangers that came from the East, sightseeing among the Mormons and witnessing their surprise as how the Mormons get along in the mountain region. Sunday 24, I attended Sunday school and listened to good instructions given there. Elder Smoot and others and joint sessions FO the Mutual and listened to Bryant Hinckley, Sister Campbell, and Elder Smoot. They all seemed to enjoy the instructions that were given. I attended priesthood meeting right after Sunday school conference. Instructions were given by President Hinckley, D. Thompson, and others. Monday 25, I attended conference at 10 a.m. Good instructions were given by returned missionaries. Sister Yates and Elder Smoot spoke on the duties of the young men and women. After meeting, I asked Brother Smoot how he understood the meaning of the words. The offices of elders and bishops were appendages to the priesthood, and he said that all the offices in the church were appendages to the Melchizedek priesthood. Tuesday 26, I spoke to President I.N. Hinckley about my going to Escalante to see Isaac and Nancy and help them out in their troubles, and he said he thought it would be all right. Wednesday 27, I took my genealogy and patriarchal ordinations to Bishop Anderson to send to the Patriarch John Smith. Thursday 28, I gave patriarchal blessings to Brother Charles Alfred Robison, his wife, son, and 2 daughters. Also one to John H. Davies. I received a letter from Isaac J. Riddle saying he would send a team for me the last of the week. Friday 29, Brother C. Robison gave me 50 cents for blessings. I gathered donations for Sister Mathena. Sunday 31, I attended ward meeting and the funeral service of Will Williams' little babe and also spoke. Also Brother McMahon spoke. I gave Sister Hanson a patriarchal blessing. Portia Olson Scribe. Monday, September 1, 1902, I spent most of the day gathering donations for Sister Mathena and got enough for 1902 amounting to $20. I took it to John Ashman and recorded Sister Christina Hanson's blessing. Tuesday 2, I took Sister Hanson's blessing to her and received a letter from Isaac stating they could not come for me until after the 8th after his father's trial was over and wished me to meet him at Salina or Richfield. In the evening I visited Charles Robison and family and taught them the gospel. Wednesday 3, I visited Thomas Turner and taught him some of the principles of the gospel and he was well pleased. I visited Old Lady Carlson and administered to her. Also Peter Beauregard and talked with him concerning his and John Starley's case, and I told him as I told John Starley before that I thought they had better drop it or try to do the best they could with the irrigation board. The rest of 1902 is lost. July 4, 1903, I caught cold watering the lot and did not attend the celebration. I was sick for 10 days. I got a letter from Isaac. August Sunday 9, I attended Sunday school and meeting. Sunday 16, I attended Sunday school and meeting. Sunday 23, Brother Ashman and I went to Kenosh to attend conference. We put up at William Penny's, who treated us well. We attended all meetings Sunday where good instructions were given. Monday 24, we attended meetings. House crowded to overflowing. Present on the stand, Stake President Seymour B. Young, Sisters Wells and Alder. We had dinner at Emma Watts and made Jane Watts a short visit. Then we went back to William Penny's and talked on the duties of the saints. Tuesday 25, I gave Virgil Baldwin's wife a patriarchal blessing. H. Melville Scribe. Thursday 27, Brother Ashman, N.S. Bishop and I administered to Ella Bassett and she seemed to be on the improve. Saturday 29, I borrowed $5 of William Swallows to help bear expenses while we were in the temple. Sunday 30, I attended Sunday school and meeting in the evening. Hiram Robison, wife, and mother came up to go to Manti and stopped overnight. Monday 31, we all started for Manti and stayed overnight at Round Valley Lake. Tuesday September 1st, we nooned at Gunnison and reached Manti at about 6 p.m. Put up at W. Riddle's and they let us have 2 rooms without charge. Wednesday 2, I was endowed for John Williams. Hiram Robison was endowed for a name for me. Mary and Anna were endowed for the Ashley family. Thursday 3, I was endowed for David Russell. Hiram was endowed for his son. Mary and Anna were endowed for names of M.F. Farnsworth. Friday 4, we all went through the temple, then drove to Gunnison and stopped overnight and then on home the next day. Sunday 6, we held a meeting in my house and we all spoke on temple work. I attended fast meeting and spoke on temple work and the necessity of doing it. Monday 7, I received a registered letter from Richard with $7 in it. Friday 11, Mrs. Dame died. Sunday 13, I attended ward meeting. Instructions were given by J. A. Melville, Joseph D. Robison and John Ashman. I dismissed meeting and called on Sister North. Sister Powell came and we had a good time. Monday 14, Bishop C. Anderson and I administered to Sister Swallows. Sunday 20, I attended Sunday school, then went with John Ashman, N.S. Bishop, and J. McMahon and we administered to Brother Payne and he felt better. I talked with him about an hour and he seemed to enjoy it. At meeting, instructions were given by N.S. Bishop, Nephi Anderson and Brother Partridge. Monday 21, I administered to Zena Anderson who was sick with lagrip. Sunday 27, I attended ward meeting and opened by prayer. I called on James Payne and made him a short visit, then to James Anderson and preached the gospel to them. Monday 28, I went to see Hans C. Hansen and talked to him about hunting up genealogy of the Ashley family in Wales. Tuesday 29, I wrote a short letter and gave it to Hans C. Hansen to take with him to England to assist him and F.M. Lyman in arranging with the elders to get the genealogy of the Ashley family, and I gave Brother Hansen $1 to help pay expenses. I attended his farewell party where $43.35 was gathered up to help him on his mission. Alma Greenwood, Chairman. Wednesday 30, I gave Brother Hansen a patriarchal blessing. October 1st, I saw him off for his mission and got a letter from Nancy. Sunday 4, I attended Fast Sunday and opened by prayer. Brother Ashman closed it. Quite a number bore testimonies. Monday 5, I received a letter from Washington that my claim for a pension was not allowed on the grounds that they could not find any record of my alleged service nor of paying me anything for service. Sunday 11, I attended ward meeting and opened by prayer. John Cooper and Nephi Anderson speakers. They gave a short report of conference. Monday 12, I saw T.C. Callister and he said he thought I would get my pension after a while. Wednesday 14, I attended high priest meeting. Sunday 18, I attended Sunday school. Subject was, Daniel in the Lion's Den. Also ward meeting. J. D. Smith speakers. I went with A.F. Carlings and we administered to Frank Brunson's wife. I anointed and he sealed. Thursday 22, I went to see T.C. Callister and he made out the papers for me to send to Washington. My number of the war claims is 7,775. Saturday 24, I saw T.C. Callister and he said he would mention my request for a remittance of my taxes. Sunday 25, I attended Sunday school. Brother C. Anderson lectured on the rise and fall of the Jews. Isaiah 45 chapter. Also meeting lecture on the duties of the saints given by Bishop Anderson and President T.C. Callister. Mr. Taylor lost his little girl. Monday 26, Brothers William Swallows, James Anderson and myself administered to Nellie Brunson and she seemed to be better. I signed as a witness for Reuben A. McBride an application for a pension. Tuesday 27, I went to Mr. Taylor's little girl's funeral. Then Brother Callister and I administered to Frank Brunson's wife Nellie, and I talked about an hour on the principles of the gospel and they seemed to enjoy it. I went home then on to teachers and priests meeting. Wednesday 28, I went to high priest meeting with Brother William Swallows and Brother Beeston and administered to Nellie Brunson. Brother Beeston anointed and I sealed. Saturday 31, I attended priesthood meeting and it seemed like a reformation was going to be started in the Millard stake from the teachings of the president of the stake. Sunday, November 1st, 1903, my birthday. We had an excellent time and dinner. At ward meeting, Ed Hinckley spoke on education. Said all young men and women should be educated, that the work might be for their being here and that new inventions might be brought forth for the benefit of man. Tuesday 3, with Brother Beeston, I administered to Nellie Brunson, then went to the polls and voted, and with N.S. Bishop, we went again. Then I went to teachers and priests meeting. Bert Ashman gave the lecture and spoke a short time. Wednesday 4, I attended High Priest meeting lecture given by J. Greenwood on the conversion of Cornelius the Good Man Gentile. Friday 6, I attended a meeting, lecture given by Professor Nelson, State Superintendent of the District Schools. Saturday 7, with N.S. Bishop we administered to Nellie Brunson. With Abraham F. Carling, I administered to Sister Carling. He anointed and I sealed. Sunday 8, I attended ward meeting, remarks made by Bert King and J. Greenwood. With J. Peterson and A. F. Carling we administered to Nellie Brunson. In the evening, I had a good talk with Brother McMahon on duties of the bishop, priests, and teachers and their callings. What they would obtain if they were faithful and what they would lose if they were not faithful. Tuesday 10, I attended the Old People's Party. We all had a good time. I spoke a short time. Wednesday 11, we administered to Nellie Brunson and attended High Priest meeting lecture given by Nephi Anderson on the Apostle Peter being liberated from prison in the days of King Herod, by an angel through prayer. Frank Brunson, James Peterson, and I administered to Nellie Brunson. She seemed better. Sunday 15, I called to see Sister Brunson. She was asleep but better and I did not awaken her. We had home missionaries, Brothers Willard Johnson and John Hunter of Holden. I called on Sister North. Sister Powell came in and we had a good time and preached the gospel to them both. Wednesday 18, I was taken very sick and continued sick for several days. Sunday 22, I was a little better. We had conference. Apostle Teasdale present. Tuesday 24, I received a letter from Edgar Riddle saying the mill was running day and night and they all had good crops. Thursday 26, I was some better and had Thanksgiving dinner at Lizzie's. What was left of the dinner she gathered up and sent to the poor. Saturday 28, I felt a little better. Got a letter from my sister Sally Page. I received a letter from Richard with $5 in it for which I was very thankful. Sunday 29, I was still sick. Did not attend meeting. Brother Ashman came to see me. Monday 30, Anna Hansen came and talked with me a while and told a little of Han's experience in crossing the sea and said it would cost him about $10 a month while on his mission and he had enough to keep him 5 months. Tuesday, December 1st, 1903, I paid $1 for tithing. Wednesday 2, I received a letter from Elder George Minns of Liverpool, England, who is appointed by the Church or Genealogical Society of Utah for the express purpose of gaining the required information for genealogical patrons. I sent a letter to Richard thanking him for the money. Thursday 3, I wrote a letter to Brother Farnsworth asking him to send me the date of births of Richard and Elizabeth Hughes Ashley and what other items he thought necessary for Brother Minns to have to enable him to gather up genealogy of the Ashley family. Monday 7, I was very sick with pneumonia. Wednesday 9, I was feeling a little better and wrote a letter to Mary Robison giving her a little more time to gather her money to send to Liverpool, England. Also one to Margaret Dearden. January Saturday 2 1904, started March 11th, I sent $12 to James Jack for him to send to England to George Minns for genealogical purposes for the Ashley family. Sunday 3, I attended ward meeting and listened to the instructions given by Bishop Anderson, J. D. Smith, McMahon, and others. Bishop read an article of Joseph F. Smith. Monday 4, I finished writing my letter to Brother George Minns in Liverpool, England. Tuesday 5, it snowed about 1 foot. Sunday 10, I attended ward meeting, lecture given by N.S. Bishop and one from Frank Day. Monday 11, I made Charles Lambert a short visit. Then he went to his work and I visited with his wife. I came home and had dinner. Then with A.F. Carling consecrated a bottle of oil and we administered to John Brunson. He had his big toe off and it was troubling him very much. Before we left, he felt better. Wednesday 13, I made Charles Lambert a visit in the capacity of a priest and taught he and his wife the gospel. They both seemed well pleased. I attended high priest meeting. Friday 15, the doctor came to see Truman and pronounced it tonsillitis. Saturday 16, I read in the Book of Mormon. Newell and Truman were better. Brother Ashman spoke to me about high priests having a social gathering. Sunday 17, I was not feeling quite well but went to a gathering at Frank Warner and had a pleasant visit with J.S. Giles. I talked on the principles of the gospel. Thursday 21, I visited William Swallows as a priest. He seemed pleased with the doctrine that I taught him. I received a letter from Richard with $5 in it. Friday 22, I answered the letter. I paid 50 cents tithing. Sunday 24, I went to ward meeting and listened to a lecture given by Clark Callister, John Cooper, and others. I closed the meeting. After meeting, I went to Hans C. Hansen's and listened to Sister Hansen read the letter she had received from Hans from Denmark. I preached the gospel to Heber Jackson and wife. Had dinner with them and administered to him and then came home. Friday 29, I went to see Walter Rowley. He being not at home, I went to Brother Beeston's and we had a good visit talking on the principles of the gospel. He read some in a book that spoke concerning the pyramids of Egypt. Saturday 30, I attended priesthood meeting and listened to the good instructions given. Sunday 31, I attended meeting. A good sermon given. I discussed the meeting and came to Frank Warner's. Had a good visit and preached the gospel to him. February Monday 1, 1904, I visited Walt Rowley and wife and preached the gospel to them and had dinner there. In the afternoon, I made William Beeston a short visit and encouraged them to keep the commandments of God. Also Frank Brunson and wife and preached to them. They all invited me to come again and explain more to them. Tuesday 2, I visited Heber Jackson and read to him the proclamation that the Lord commanded to the prophet Joseph Smith to make to all the world in 1841 and he was much pleased with it and I preached the gospel to him. I had dinner at Reuben McBride's. I had a good time preaching to them and they seemed to appreciate my visit. I went to John Jackson's, he not being at home, I gathered what money I could for Sister Mathena. $1.75 and then came home. Wednesday 3, I visited Frank Brunson and wife and found Annie Hansen there. I read the proclamation to them and they were pleased with it. I preached to Frank and his wife. Annie went home. In the evening I attended high priest meeting. Thursday 4, I gathered means for Sister Mathena and had a good talk with Charlie Laver and then went to Walter Rowley's and took dinner with them. I went on my way gathering money. Friday 5, I went to Charles Laver's and talked with him a while and arranged for him to come to my house Saturday evening and I would explain the principles of the gospel to him. I went out teaching. I called on William Beeston and while there, Liza and her father got to accusing one another of hard speeches and the discussion became quite chronic. After they were through, I asked permission to talk a while and I did so. They all said they would try and do better and try to speak more mild. Saturday 6, I went to Brother Beeston's and told his daughter the consequences of marrying out of the church and talked to them on some other things. Sunday 7, I went to ward meeting and listened to the testimonies of the saints and I spoke on the subject of the consecration and advised the saints to prepare for it. I went to Rob C. Gween's and read the sermon that the Lord preached to Adam in the Pearl of Great Price and I preached the gospel to them and I asked him if he could see anything in it that looked unreasonable. Monday 8, I recorded a patriarchal blessing that I had given to Addie Robinson last year and I made out my report as a priest. Tuesday 9, I visited Charles Robison in the capacity of a priest then to H. Davises and taught them the gospel. I left my record book with them to record their blessings. Wednesday 10, I called on Quince Robison and he gave me 25 cents for Ellen B. Mathena, then I visited William Brunson as a priest. Thursday 11, I went visiting in the capacity of a priest and visited J. Cooper, Quince Robison, and James Kelly. Friday 12, I visited William Hatton and his wife to learn of their conditions and feeling and to encourage them on in life's journey and to teach them the gospel. I administered to her and we set a time to meet the family as near as possible on February 28, after meeting. I visited Sister Powell and encouraged her to be faithful to her covenants. Then I went to Mrs. Hans C. Hansen's house and talked to her about an hour and comforted her, and then went to Mary Payne's and explained some of the principles to her, and she said come again. I then went to see Frank Partridge and wife and talked a short time to him and told him I would come again and stay longer. In the evening I visited Milo Warner. His father being present, I taught them all the gospel, and he acknowledged that he was not living as he should but thought he would do better in the future and said come again. Last summer, during the time I was gathering donations for Sister Mathena, I spent considerable time in preaching, teaching, expounding, and exhorting the saints to faithfulness in their duties and in keeping all of the commandments of God. Saturday 13, I drew off my report as a priest and gave it to the bishop. He seemed pleased and said I was doing a good work. Sunday 14, I attended ward meeting and witnessed the sustaining of the priesthood both general and local in our ward conference. Monday 15, I visited among the saints gathering donations for Ellen B. Mathena. Tuesday 16, I visited Brother Milgate and Ralph to get donations for Sister Mathena. Wednesday 17, I attended High Priest meeting lecture on faith given by Nephi Anderson and one on repentance by John Peterson. Thursday 18, I visited Melissa Olson and instructed her in the line of her duties as counselor to the president of the Relief Society, then to Annie Bishops, and preached the gospel to her, also to Nelson Bishop as he came in while I was there, and he thanked me for my talk. I had a good visit with Marion Lyman. I got 25 cents of Richard Ashley for Sister Mathena and then went to see Jenny. Friday 19, I received a letter from Lydia A. Russell stating that they were intending on moving to Idaho in the spring. Saturday, I visited Herma King and preached the gospel to her, exhorting her to search the scriptures and learn for herself the mind and will of God and to attend meetings. I visited Harvey King's wife and exhorted her to study the scriptures and try to live for the blessings in store for the people of God. I visited James Swallows, Mame Day, Josh Nicholas' wife, Mary Smith, Marion Owens, Sims Nichols, James Day, and his son Frank, and taught them the gospel along different lines as I thought best needed to them. I visited Charlie Frampton Jr. and he said he did not belong to the church but was keeping a saloon. I asked him if he thought more of the saloon business than he did of the church and its blessings, and he said he did not know much about the church or its blessings. I asked him if he would listen to me sometime explain the gospel to him, and he said, yes. I visited Jack McBride's wife, he not being home. Sunday 21, I attended ward meeting and listened to the remarks of J. Greenwood on the subject of fasting, including the Savior's fasting 40 days and 40 nights. President T.C. Callister gave remarks on tithing. After meeting, I visited Brother John Ashman. Monday 22, I directed my letter to Lydia. I gathered donations for Sister Mathena. I visited Rhoda Holbrook as a priest. Tuesday 23, I went visiting in the capacity of a priest and gathering donations. Wednesday 24, I took donation money and gave it to Bishop Anderson. He wrote down the names of who had donated. I attended High Priest meeting and listened to the reports of conference. I spoke a short time on Reformation, then Brother Ashman spoke requesting the high priests to donate to Ellen Mathena. I opened by prayer. Friday, I visited Joseph Wades as a priest. I received a letter from Richard with $5 in it. Sunday 28, I attended ward meeting and listened to the reports of conference held in Deseret. Monday 29, I paid 60 cents tithing and I had a nice chat with the bishop and learned that the Lamanites spoken of in the 9th chapter and 20 verse of 3rd Nephi, who were baptized with fire and the Holy Ghost and they knew it not, were the Lamanite that Nephi and Lehi were captured by and put in prison by as they were on their way to the land of Nephi. I made Heber Jackson a visit and had dinner at Brother Maycock's. I preached the gospel to William Trimble. Wednesday, March 2nd, I attended High Priest meeting lectures given by Bishop Anderson and Rufus Day. Thursday 3, I visited John Rasmussen's and preached the gospel to them. Sunday 6, I visited Joseph Smith as a priest, then went to ward meeting and opened by prayer. Also mouth in the blessing. Sunday 13, I made Edward Trimble a visit as a priest and had dinner with them, then I went to meeting and listened to Brothers Theobald and Webb as home missionaries. After meeting I visited William Payne and wife. Neighbors came in to see the babe and I did not get to say much to William but appointed another time. Saturday 19, I attended funeral services of Alfred Day and spoke a short time. Sunday 20, I had dinner at Rodney's and then on to ward meeting. Remarks by N.S. Bishop and James Peterson. Tuesday 22, I visited N.S. Beauregard in the capacity of a priest. Friday 25, I heard that Gonder's boy had shot himself. I wrote letters to my children asking them to send me some money so I could go to conference in the spring. Saturday 26, I went to priesthood meeting and listened to the organization of a farmers' district in Millard County. I was sustained as a help to Brother Ashman in getting money for Ellen Mathena. Sunday 27, I attended ward meeting. Speakers were Joseph Finlinson, Hoagland, and Jay Bennett. All gave good instructions. Thursday 31, I was getting things into shape to go to conference. Friday, April 1, 1904, was busy preparing to go to conference. Borrowed $5 of President T.C. Callister to help bear my expenses. Saturday 2, got $2.50 cash of Ted Davies, $2 on trees. The 50 cents I borrowed of him. At 1 p.m. Alan Olson started with me for Oasis. Got to Bishop Styler's at dark and I went with Bishop Styler to Huff's and slept until train came. Sunday 3, took train for Salt Lake City. Went to Delilah Olson's. She received me courteously. I attended conference in the afternoon in Council House. First speaker was Nephi Pratt. In the evening, I gave Ethel Olson a patriarchal blessing. Colbert and Edwin King stayed at Delilah Olson's during conference. Monday 4, I attended the fore and afternoon sessions of conference. Also priesthood meeting in the evening. Tuesday 5, I attended special priesthood meeting in the afternoon, made the Thomas Turner a visit and comforted him as much as I could. His wife Eunice was not at home. Wednesday 6, I attended conference in forenoon and went to Ogden in afternoon. Fare $2.25. Got to Eliza Hutchins about 4 p.m. Had a good visit. Thursday 7, I was ill and could not travel. But visited with Eliza and had a good talk with John Hutchins, Williams, and Eliza's oldest son and preached the gospel to him. Friday, visited John Hutchins' wife. Then went to Ogden and visited Leora at George Hansen's. She went with me to the depot and I returned to Salt Lake City to Delilah Olson's and wrote a letter home to Julia Warner for to have someone meet me at Oasis as soon as convenient. Posted my letter and took the train for Oasis. Arrived there between 3 and 4 o'clock, was very cold. I stopped at Huff's Tavern and slept until sunrise. I then went to Bishop Styler's and his wife said Brother Ashman was inquiring for me. She sent her son to Brother Christensen's to see if he had gone. He had left about an hour before, so I stayed there at the bishop's and Brother Jacob Hawley's until the next Saturday and gave a patriarchal blessing to Jacob Hawley. Sunday 10, I attended Sunday school and spoke to the school a short time and also attended ward meeting and preached the gospel to the saints in Oasis. I stayed in Oasis until Saturday 16 when I came to Fillmore with Brother Beckstrand of Meadow. Sunday 17, I attended ward meeting, also the memorial services of the demise of President I.N. Hinckley. I spent the week doing manual labor. Sunday 24, I attended Sunday school and ward meeting, then visited William Payne, and taught him the gospel for 2 hours. Had a chat with Seymour Brunson. Made Sister North a short visit and by her request administered to her and blessed her. Then I visited Annie Hansen for a short time. I worked in the garden most of the ensuing week. Sunday, May 1, 1904, I attended ward meeting then wrote some. Tuesday 3, Brother Ashman made me 2 visits and told me the south part of town was my beat as a priest. Friday 6, there was a campfire meeting to consider pensions for the Walker War. Saturday 7, went with Brother Ashman to Kenosh to arrange for money for Sister Mathena and old folks party. We put up at Joseph M. Robeson's. Visited Brother William Hunter, Sister Abrahams, and Tom Charlesworth. Sunday 8, Brother Ashman called at the bishop's but did not find him. We then went to Orson Whitaker and administered to his daughter. We then went to Sunday school and each spoke a short time. We then went to Bishop Christensen's and talked the matter over with the bishopric and recommended George Crane and William Hunter to gather money for Sister Mathena but both declined. We attended ward meeting. I preached about an hour. Then Brother Ashman spoke a short time with regards to old folks' party and getting someone to gather money for Ellen Mathena. We had supper at Orson Whitaker's. I borrowed $2 of him and we started home, arriving there about sundown. Spent the week gardening. Sunday 15, I went with Brother Ashman to Holden. Arrived there at 10 o'clock am in time to attend Sunday school. We listened to their exercises and listened to a speech from Brother Stevens, who had just returned from a mission. We visited the advanced grade and listened to their parts, which were very interesting. I spoke 5 minutes. We took dinner at the bishop's. We attended ward meeting. I spoke on the subject of preparing ourselves for the Lord's work in the future. We got home in good season. Monday 16, Jed came home. I received a letter from Brother Mins in Europe containing about 24 names to do work for in the Ashley family in the temple, which cost $20. I paid $17, which left $3 yet due Brother George Mins. In the evening I attended a meeting in the courthouse that was called for the purpose of completing the organization for getting the pension that Congress provided for the survivors of the Indian War in 1853 and later on, to wit, the Walker and Black Hawk Wars. Tuesday 17, I was sick and kept my bed most of the day. Wednesday 18, I sent the letter I got from Brother George Mins from Liverpool, England to H.P. Robison at Hatton. Sunday, May 22, I was not feeling well, so did not attend Sunday school, but I went to ward meeting and closed the meeting. I came home and spent the afternoon reading. I was not very well during the week. Friday 27, H.P. Robison, wife and mother were here and I read to them the 128th section in the book of Cov. Treating upon the redemption of the dead. In the afternoon, I received my medicine from James and James of KY and blessed it that it might do me good. Margaret gave me 50 cents in cash out of it. I paid freight on my medicine. Sunday 29, I was quite sick all day, so I didn't go to meeting. Sunday, June 5, had not been feeling well all week, so I did not go to meeting. Tuesday 7, I wrote a letter to M.F. Farnsworth of Manti and sent him the names of the Ashley family that we got from George Mins in England to look over, with a request from him to send us word what he thought of them. Wednesday 8, wrote a note to Brother James Jack of Salt Lake City and sent in it $3 that Mary Robison gave me to pay balance due. George Mins of Liverpool, England, for his search for name of the Ashley family. Sunday 12, I was feeling a little better, so went to ward meeting and took the sacrament to Brother C.P. Beauregard. He seemed very pleased. Brother Hans E. Rasmussen went with me. He seemed a little better. Friday 17, I received a letter from M.F. Farnsworth in regards to the Ashley family. 38 persons to be worked for. He charged me $75 for his time and trouble. Sunday 19, I attended Sunday school and listened to Frank Day's argument against Dines having no mercy shown him by Abram, who had Lazarus in his bosom, not even dip his fingers in water and touch tongue. I attended ward meeting and listened to the remarks of Dr. Robison and Jesse Giles. Wednesday 22, I went with Brother Ashman to Holden celebrating old Sister Bennett's birthday. She was 80 years old and it was an enjoyable time. Thursday 23, Brother C.P. Beauregard died. Saturday 25, I attended funeral services of Brother Beauregard and with Brother Ashman administered to Millard Ashman. Sunday 26, I went to Sunday school and listened to remarks of Bishop Anderson and Joshua Greenwood in teaching the advanced grade. Also ward meeting where memorial services were held in honor of Apostle Owen Woodruff, who died in Mexico with Gloria 2 weeks after his wife had died with the same disease. Friday, July 1, 1904, I went with N.S. Bishop and we administered to Millard Ashman. Sunday 3, I attended Sunday school, also ward meeting, and then N.S. Bishop and I administered to Millard Ashman. Tuesday 5, Brother Ashman and I commenced our private prayer meetings. He opened and I closed, then we administered to Millard Ashman. We administered to him almost every day. Sunday 10, I did not attend Sunday school but went to ward meeting. I read part of the 25th chapter of Matthew to Frank Warner. Tuesday 12, prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject: Are we doing what we agreed to before we came here? Wednesday 13, Hiram P. Robison and wife came and made me a short visit and gave me 75 cents to send to Brother Farnsworth for his services in looking over the record of the Ashley family. Sunday 17, I did not attend Sunday school but went to ward meeting, home missionaries Eddie Lyman and Joseph Anderson, they gave very good instructions. Monday 18, I was sick all day and did nothing except go to the courthouse and signing my name to a writing, asking the Secretary of the Interior to do what he could in regard to our getting the pension that the government awarded us for services in the Indian Wars, in the early settling of Utah. Thursday 21, I was sick all day and did no work. Sunday 24, I attended ward meeting and took worse and was sick all day Monday. Tuesday 26, I visited Brother Ashman in our prayer meeting. Subject, being strict and honest in all things so that we will not get on the devil's ground. Saturday 30, I attended priesthood meeting. Brother Summerhays and son were present and spoke very interestingly. Leora recorded Mary Crandall's blessing for me. I received a letter from Margaret Dearden. Sunday 31, I was not feeling very well. I answered Margaret's letter. Millard Ashman died and was buried. Funeral at 4:00 p.m. Wednesday, August 3, I suffered much pain all day. Thursday 4, Bishop appointed me to gather money to repair the Manti Temple and I commenced at once. Friday 5, I visited in the capacity of a priest, Sister Adeline Smith and Frank Cooper. John Kelly died at 6 a.m. Sunday 7, I attended ward meeting. Alex Melville's child blessed by F.M. Lyman, then Mrs. Babcock spoke, then F.M. Lyman spoke to the congregation, said to listen with open ears. Tuesday 9, I was feeling a little better. We held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was what was done at the dedication at the Kirtland Temple. He gave me 25 cents for temple donations. Thursday 11, Leland Warner was very sick. I administered to him 30 or 4 times during the night. Friday 12, Leland died at 3:00 am. He died easy. Saturday 13, Leland's funeral was held at my house at 2 p.m. The ward choir was present. Speakers, T.C. Callister, Joshua Greenwood, John Ashman, James McMahon, and Alan Russell. James McMahon directed the services. 9 carriages formed the procession. Sunday 14, I attended ward meeting. Home missionaries present. Joseph Stott and John Anderson. A large flood came. Tuesday 16, I spent most of the day gathering donations for the Manti Temple for repairing the grounds. I called to Mrs. Thomas Waltons and consecrated a bottle of oil and administered to her sick babe. Thursday 18, I gathered donations then gave them to the bishop $22.60. We had a good visit talking on the principles of the gospel. Sunday 21, Jed and Russell got home. I attended ward meeting. Remarks given by Brother Kirkham and Stevens. They were good. Sunday 28, I attended ward meeting. Small congregation. Stevenson speakers, Abraham Carling presiding. Tuesday 30, we held prayer meeting. Our subject Brother Ashman related conference news held at Deseret. Sunday 4, I attended ward meeting and listened to Ed Hinckley speak on education. Friday 9, A.F. Carling and I administered to John Golter's little babe. He anointed and I sealed. Sunday 11, I attended ward meeting. Remarks by W. P. Payne and Rufus Day. After meeting Bishop Anderson, Rufus Day and I administered to Mary Holbrook and then to her sister-in-law. Sunday 18, I wrote a letter to Aunt Eliza about going to the Manti Temple this fall. Tuesday 20, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject, the vision of Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, I opened and he closed. Saturday 24, I attended priesthood meeting and wrote a letter to Hiram Robison concerning going to the Manti Temple. Sunday 25, I attended ward meeting and listened to remarks given by Brother Richards of Parowan and Brother Whitaker. Monday 26, I consecrated a bottle of oil for Martha Seguin. Tuesday 27, prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject what we heard at priesthood meeting. Saturday, October 1, 1904, I wrote a letter to Mary E. Hutchins of Ogden about going to the temple this fall. Sunday 2, I attended ward meeting and bore my testimony as to the truthfulness of the gospel. A.F. Carling and I administered to Mary and Williams. Monday 3, I paid 25 cents fast offerings. Tuesday 4, prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was, the necessity of training ourselves to be willing to conform to the will of the God in all things and under all circumstances. Thursday 6, I went to see Brother Rutherford's and administered to Alice Williams who had typhoid fever. In the evening, William Swallows and I administered to John Brunson's oldest daughter. Saturday 8, I received a letter from Mary E. Hutchins saying she would go to the temple, also her daughter. Sunday 9, I went to John Brunson's and we administered to his daughter Emma. I attended ward meeting. At 12 o'clock, Emma Brunson died. Tuesday 11, I attended funeral services of Emma Brunson and was the first speaker. Patriarch John Ashman and Bishop Anderson also spoke. Received a registered letter from Richard with $10 in it and answered it by return mail. Sunday 16, I visited Emily Warner, Rhoda, and Elzania at Joe Ray's house and preached the gospel to them. They said come again. I attended ward meeting. Instructions given by Joshua Greenwood's report of General Conference. Monday 17, Old Lady Smith died at 4 o'clock and I attended her funeral and spoke a short time. I attended ward priesthood meeting. Sunday 23, according to previous appointments, I went to J. E. Ray's to preach to him and wives, company came and I went home. In a short time a girl came and wanted me to come and administer to Rodney Ashby, married to granddaughter Jenny Warner, and his babe. I went to meeting, then came back and Brother Ashman came and read in the book of Alma what he said to his son Coriantor where he said that the Lord gave the priesthood and how strict were his commandments. 13 chapter and 10th verse. Tuesday 25, I attended prayer meeting and Brother Ashman's. I read the 34 and 35 seconds in Doctrine and Covenants and commented. In the evening, we held meeting at my house. Present, J. E. Ray and wife, her two sisters, Rhoda, Elzania, Jed, Julia, Russell, Violet, Newell, Melissa Olson, and Kate Warner. Wednesday 26, I administered to John Brunson's son Abraham and consecrated a bottle of oil for Sister Giles. Friday 28, Abraham Brunson died. Saturday 30, I attended funeral services. Sunday 31, I administered to Rodney Ashby and attended ward meeting. Remarks by Brother Stevens, Ova Peterson, and Brother Whitaker, choir leader, he desiring the old members to continue until after conference if no longer. Tuesday, November 1, 1904, I went to Rodney Ashby's, grandson-in-law, to see him in his sickness and found him much worse than I expected. He lived only a few minutes. Bishop Anderson and Alonzo Robison was there and had just administered to him and he died easy but it caused his wife Jenny and his near relatives much sorrow. George Olson, myself, and some others washed and laid him out. I received a letter from Margaret with a muffler in it and a $5 bill from Richard. Wednesday 2, I helped dress the corpse and put it in the casket. I spoke at the funeral, also Bishop Anderson, J.V. Robison, and Brother J. McMahon dismissed. Thursday 3, Newell, grandson, was quite sick. Jed and I administered to him morning and evening. We got A.F. Carling to assist and he felt better. Friday 4, Frank moved Jenny's furniture, chickens, and other things down to my place. Saturday 5, Rhoda and Elzania started for their home in Oregon. We administered to John Rasmussen's little babe. He anointed and I sealed. Friday 11, we administered to it and we blessed it and gave it the name of Violet Eileen. I went with Abraham Carling and administered to Frank Carling's little babe, also Rasmussen babe. I took 50 pounds onions to the tithing office $1. Saturday 12, I went to high priest meeting. Sunday 13, I attended Sunday school and stake conference in the afternoon and joint meeting in the evening. Monday 14, I attended conference in the forenoon. Then it adjourned until February. Tuesday 15, prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject was preaching the gospel to outsiders as well as the saints. I attended high priest meeting. Brother McMahon was released from being a counselor to Brother Ashman. Thursday 17, I was not well but wrote a letter to Joseph H. Dearden thanking him for the birthday present. Sunday 20, Brother Ashman and I went to Holden, put up at Bishop Stevenson's who treated us kindly. We attended meeting and talked about hour and he talked the rest. We stayed at the bishop's overnight and Brother Ashman gave one of the boys a patriarchal blessing. Monday 21, we came home, got there about noon. Tuesday 22, we held prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject, we read 4 and 5 chapter of Alma in the Book of Mormon. Wednesday 23, Brother Ashman and I started for Oak City. Got there about 6 p.m. Put up at Fred Lyman's and they made us welcome. Thursday 24, we visited Brother Lovell's and administered to his sick baby, and then we administered to Brother Nielsen's sick babe. Called to see the bishop, but he was away from home. We visited with his wife a short time, then we went back to Fred Lyman's where we had a good Thanksgiving dinner. Friday 25, Brother Fred Lyman furnished us a fresh horse and we drove to Leamington. We had dinner at the bishop's and visited with him, and then we went to Louis Nielsen's and visited with his people. His wife came and said Joseph Nielsen's 2 children were very sick and wished us to administer to them. We did so. We had supper and breakfast and slept at August Nielsen's. Brother Ashman got $5 for Sister Mathena, then we drove back to Fred Lyman's and had dinner. We walked over to see Christensen's. He was not at home, but his wife wished us to administer to her, which we did. Brother Christensen came and we talked about old folks' parties. Patriarch John Ashman gave Brother Christensen a blessing. One of the boys acted as scribe, then he gave the boy one and I wrote it. We had supper there but went to Lyman's to sleep. Sunday 27, we attended Sunday school and each spoke a short time. Then we went to Joseph Finlanson's and blessed his newborn babe and had dinner there. Then on to ward meeting. Counselor George Finlanson presiding. I was called upon to speak. I spoke a short time on the subject of the patriarchal order of the priesthood. Brother Ashman spoke on the same subject. Then George Finlanson spoke of the good qualities of Brother John Ashman and Alan Russell and said nothing about their bad qualities, and by invitation we went home with him, it being a birthday supper for his wife. The first meal in their new kitchen. After talking over old times and circumstances, we bade them good night and went back to Fred Lyman's. Monday 28, we hitched up and drove home rejoicing. December Tuesday 1, 1904, President T.C. Callister and I administered to his daughter Edna. I had dinner there and went to Brother Ashman's. We had no regular prayer meeting but a little sociable chat. Subject, should we administer to a patient if a doctor is treating them? I attended priesthood meeting. William Swallows took the lead and called on J. Greenwood, then on me. I spoke upon the beneficial results of strict obedience to the priesthood and their several callings. Rufus Day spoke. Bishop Anderson made a few remarks and changed meeting to 7 o'clock and by voice of the meeting then dismissed. Wednesday 7, Brother Ashman, A. Carling, A. Greenwood and myself went up to President T.C. Callister and we administered to his daughter Edna. Then I went to Albert Day's as a priest. He was very tired and sleepy and asked me to come again. I went to George Day's but he was too busy working on his house but said for me to come again in 10 days or 2 weeks. Then I went to John Day's. He was after wood. I talked with his wife a while, then I called on George Wade. I talked to his wife and she enjoyed it very much. I also called on Arthur Day and Catherine Brunson. Thursday 8, a crowd went and with Dr. Robison, we administered to Edna Callister. I called on Albert Day and Frank Robison. They were not at home but I preached to their wives. L. Robison came in and we administered to his babe. Alfred Robison was not at home so I saw and talked to his wife. Friday 9, we administered to Edna Callister twice. I went up to Marion Owens to see his wife. She was in a poor state of mind. I reasoned with her and she admitted she was in the fault and that she would try and do better. Saturday 10, we administered to Edna and she was better. I talked to Albert Day and family. Sunday 11, I went with Brother Ashman to Kenosh. We attended ward meeting. I spoke upon the general duties of the saints. He spoke on the same subject. The bishopric came and talked on gathering money for Sister Mathena. They gave us $5 for her and talked of an old folk party. Monday 12, we went to see William Hunter and family. Tuesday 13, I went with T.C. Callister and we administered to his daughter Edna. Prayer meeting at Brother Ashman's. Subject, administering to the sick. Wednesday 14, I went to Charles Frampton's. He was not at home, so I talked with his wife. I went out visiting in the capacity of a priest all week. We administered to Edna Callister. Sunday 18, I went to meeting. Richard came home. Tuesday 20, I attended priesthood meeting. Lecture given by Brother John Cooper on the use of the church in regard to organizing of the quorums of the priesthood, giving date and place. Sunday 25, Christmas, snow on the ground, 10 inches. Brother Ashman was better. I attended ward meeting. Lecture given by Brother Stevenson on the life of Joseph Smith. Joshua Greenwood lectured on the life of Christ, which was very interesting. I had dinner at Frank Warner's. Tuesday 27, Brother Ashman was about the same. I ate supper with them. Paid $1 tithing and 25 cents fast offerings. Wednesday 28, I held a little family meeting at George Olson's and taught them the gospel. I visited several families this week preaching the gospel to them. I called on Brother Ashman to see if he was better. I called every day and sometimes twice a day. Sunday, January 1st, 1905, I called on Brother Ashman. They were both better. I fasted until after meeting and spoke a short time upon the blessings that the Lord had promised, such as having an inheritance in Zion and dwelling of God the Father and His Son Jesus Christ through the thousands of years in eternity, and with all the holy angels with our resurrected bodies. George Olson made me a present of 50 cents for New Year's. Monday 2, I had a talk with Richard Russell, son, and Jed Warner, son-in-law, on the principles of the gospel. They did not agree with me on all things, but Richard said he believed there was a God and that Joseph Smith was a prophet of God and that the works that followed his ministry were evidence of his divine mission. I went to see Brother Ashman and called on William Payne, and by his request gave him the history of how the Book of Mormon came in existence. Tuesday 3, I went with A.F. Carling and administered to old Sister Williams, and she seemed to feel better. I preached the gospel to Russell Warner and read some of the 6th article of faith. Wednesday 4, I went out preaching the gospel to the people. Saturday 7, I had a talk with Brother McMahon regarding the poor in our ward. Sunday 8, I went to meeting. I did not feel well, so went home after. Tuesday 10, I looked over my patriarchal blessings and was going to record them, but they were mixed up so bad I could not. I went to see Brother Ashman. Brother McMahon came in and we felt like blessing one another, which we did in turn. I went home and found patriarchal blessings of myself and wife Margaret that I thought were lost. Thursday 12, I went to William Payne's. He not being at home, I went to William Golter's and had a good talk with him. But I could not make him believe that he had no right to partake of the sacrament while out of the church. I went to Jed Warner's and administered to Frank Warner. Friday 13, I wrote patriarchal blessings. Sunday 15, I attended ward meeting and listened to Rufus Day's sermon on the duties of the saints and one by Brother Whitaker on perseverance. Monday 16, I took a letter that I had got from the Pension Bureau to T.C. Callister and he said we are noting going to give it up. Wednesday 18, I started again visiting in capacity of a priest. Thursday 19, I went to Bishop Anderson's and asked him if he had a copy of the manifesto. He thought he did but could not find it then. Friday 20, I visited 2-day families and preached the gospel to them. They seemed pleased and interested and invited me to come again. Saturday 21, Brother Ashman came with his horse and buggy and we went up to Martha Mathena's and administered to her. She had a cancer in her mouth. I anointed and he sealed. Then we drove to Robert Wicker's and administered to his babe. Brother Ashman sealed and I anointed. Sunday 22, I attended ward meeting and partook of the sacrament and listened to Brother Stevenson speak of the mercies of God towards his people. J. Greenwood also spoke. He spoke of the pride of the people and fast living. Monday 23, I visited the families of Sim Nichols, Mr. Miller and Hans Peterson and preached the gospel to him. Tuesday 24, I visited William Payne's and left him a tract which he said he would read. Wednesday 25, I went to Brother Miller's and preached to him and his wife. I took dinner there, then I went to Heber Mitchell's and talked to him about an hour. He talked like he was not trying to live his religion nor reading the scriptures. I tried to encourage him as best I could. I then went out and met Ortha Brunson by the corner. I asked him if he would listen to my talk a while. He said he would the next day at 3 o'clock. I read the proclamation to Richard. Thursday 26, I made several calls but found no one at home until I went to Alfred Robeson's. I talked with HM about an hour. I found that he was not feeling very well about the leading men of the church. He said they were using the tithing for vain speculations such as salt air. Friday 27, I tried to get my reports into shape. Laboring in the priest's office in the evening. I visited George Olson and administered to Melissa. Saturday 28, I attended priesthood meeting and listened to the instructions of the presidency of the stake. President Hinckley said that out of the 11 wards, only 3 had their lesser priesthood organized so as to hold meetings so as to receive instructions. Sunday 29, I attended ward meeting and listened to the remarks of Lyman Robison. Also the remarks of Patriarch John Ashman, how he got into the temple the first time and the fasting and prayers that were put up in his behalf. Monday 30, I spent the day in writing. Tuesday 31, I spent most of the day in drawing off my priestly labors and attended priesthood meeting in the evening, the 70s having charge. Wednesday, February 1, 1905, I finished my priestly report and took it to the bishop. I read it to him and he seemed pleased with it. I spent a good part of the day reading the Book of Mormon and other works of importance. Thursday 2, I went and asked James Kelly for a donation for Ellen Mathena. He said for me to call at his shop and he would give me some. I went to James Anderson's and preached the gospel to him and his wife. They said, "Come again." Friday 3, I spent the forenoon in gathering means of Sister Mathena. In the afternoon, I went to George Melville's and preached the gospel to him and his wife. I then went to Adeline Smith's and administered to her and she felt better. Sunday 5, I attended ward meeting and bore my testimony to the truthfulness of the gospel. I then listened to the remarks of President F.M. Lyman on temporal and spiritual affairs. Bishop Anderson spoke of putting a roof on the meeting house. Tuesday 7, at 3 o'clock I went to Brother J. Ashman's birthday anniversary party. I opened it by prayer. We had a short speech from Patriarch J. Ashman and songs by the young folk. Elder F.M. Lyman gave the closing speech. He also offered the benediction prayer and blessed all present. Wednesday 8, I went to James Peterson's and preached the gospel to him and his wife. They were much pleased and invited me to call again. I then went to Brother Beeston's and with him looked over his family records. Thursday 9, I went to F.M. Lyman's to get an apostle's blessing sealed upon my head preparatory for the labors that were before me that I might be strengthened by the same. He was not at home. I then went and preached to Thomas Nielsen's wife. Her husband was not at home. She seemed much pleased and said, "Come again." I then went to Sister Jackson's and gave her words of encouragement. She also was pleased and invited me to call again. I then went back to Susan's and waited until Brother Lyman came. He gave me the blessing that I desired, which was very comforting. Brother Frank Hinckley came in to see me and we had a pleasant visit. Sunday 12, I attended ward meeting and listened to the remarks of A. Greenwood and John Jackson, which were very good. Monday 13, it was the coldest day yet this winter. I stayed in the house most of the day and did some writing. I read some in the book on the lesser priesthood and found some interesting points. Sunday 19, I went to Albert Day's as a priest but he was not at home. I then went to Alfred Robeson's. No one was at home there. I attended ward meeting and listened to the remarks of Frank Hinckley on the Christmas question and I.N. Hinckley on the preaching question. I went to Melissa Olson's and gave her a father's blessing with promise of a long life. Monday 20, I gathered money for Ellen Mathena and had a talk with James Stokes with regards to Reed Smoot and others. Tuesday 21, I gathered $1.50 for Ellen Mathena and attended priesthood meeting and listened to a lecture on the 3 degrees of glory by A. Greenwood. Thursday 23, Melissa Olson gave birth to a fine boy. He weighed 9½ pounds. I administered to Melissa and she got along fine. Friday 24, gathered donations for Ellen Mathena. Saturday 25, J.M. Robison came and made me a visit. Sunday 26, I attended conference of the lesser priesthood in the afternoon where much good instructions were given and also in the evening session. Monday 27, gathered 75 cents for Ellen Mathena besides working in the lot preparatory for planting peach trees. Friday, March 3, 1905, I visited James A. Melville and got 25 cents for Sister Mathena. I visited Virgil Balding and preached the gospel to his wife. She told me of a dream she had had. I then went to Dorus Warner's and read the proclamation to him and his wife and others. Saturday 4, I gathered money for Ellen Mathena and preached the gospel to Florence Reese. In the evening I administered to Thomas Hatton's 2 little children and went to see Brother Ashman. Sunday 5, I went to Walter Rowley's and preached the gospel to him for 2 hours. He seemed pleased with my talk and wished to have another talk when convenient and said he wished he could believe it the same as I could. Said he should take his book of Doctrine and Covenants with him. I visited Brother Ashman and then went to ward meeting. Parker Pratt and others told their missionary experiences. Monday 6, I went to Melissa's and administered to her. Tuesday 7, went to priesthood meeting. Spoke a short time. Wednesday 8, consecrated a bottle of oil for Melissa. Saturday 11, had been busy working getting the ground ready for a garden most of the week and Brother Ashman said I would not got to see him if he was dead and buried so I called on him. I consecrated a bottle of oil at his place for T.C.'s wife. Sunday 12, I visited Mr. Miller and wife and read the vision that the Lord had given to Joseph and Sidney concerning the 3 degrees of glory and explained some of the points to them. I attended ward meeting and listened to Clark Callister tell of the sights that he had seen in Southern California. In. Hinckley told the people how to bond the city and put up electric lights and to pipe the water into town. In the evening, I visited James McMahon and read the proclamation that the Lord commanded J. Smith Jr. to make to all the kings of the earth, President-elect, and the high-minded governors of the nation in which we live. Tuesday 14, I got $5 of the bishop as a donation from the church. Sunday 19, it rained nearly all day so I stayed home and wrote letters to my doctor. Wednesday 22, I went and administered with Samuel Greenwood and Dr. Collier Robison. Greenwood anointed and I was mouth and sealing and the child got better. Sunday 26, I attended ward meeting and listened to instructions given by the bishop and Rufus Day which were very interesting. It was stated that Nathaniel Baldwin had seen a vision that Joseph F. Smith would be struck dead by lightning on the 6th day of April. After meeting, I went up to H.C. Hanson's and gave Mary Hanson Russell a patriarchal blessing and her father wrote it as I gave it. Monday 27, recorded 2 patriarchal blessings, one of Mary and Spencer's and one of Hazel Riddle. Tuesday 28, I recorded Alfred Levi Riddle's patriarchal blessing. Thursday 30, I wrote 1 patriarchal blessing and then went and made Brother Ashman a short visit. Then went home and commenced to record Brother Wright's blessing. Saturday, April 1, 1905, did some work at home then went to see Brother Ashman who was still sick. Sunday 2, went to visit Brother Ashman and washed and anointed him. I also went to ward meeting. Monday 3, called on Brother Ashman and bathed him. Wednesday 4, worked in the garden and called on Brother Ashman. And saw to his needs. I also read a sermon of J. F. Smith given in conference. Sunday 9, called on Brother Ashman. He was feeling better. I attended ward meeting. Tuesday 11, I recorded 1 patriarchal blessing. Wednesday 12, called on Brother Ashman. Recorded 3 patriarchal blessings. Saturday 15, I went and settled with the bishop and paid him $15 that I had gathered from the Fillmore ward for Ellen Mathena. Sunday 16, I was sick all day but attended ward meeting and listened to conference reports by J. Cooper, Bishop Anderson and President T.C. Callister. I was sick the first half of the week but was better the latter part. Sunday 23, I attended ward meeting. Brothers Whitaker and King spoke. Brother Woodhead played the music. Brother J. A. Melville, one of the committee of the meeting house, called for 4 men to work on the meeting house all next day. I worked in the garden the following week though I was not feeling well. Saturday 29, I attended priesthood meeting. Sunday 30, I attended ward meeting. J. Greenwood spoke on the subject of the stability of the gospel. I worked in the garden most of the next week. Sunday 7, I attended ward meeting. President F.M. Lyman and Bishop C. Anderson were the speakers. Monday 8, I gathered $6.75 for Ellen Mathena and turned it over to Bishop Anderson, which settled up the allotment for Fillmore Ward. He gave me a receipt. I preached the gospel for 1 hour to Alfred Robison. Wednesday 10, it snowed, so I stayed in the house and recorded patriarchal blessings. Thursday 11, I recorded patriarchal blessings. Also on Friday and Saturday. Sunday 14, I recorded the patriarchal blessing of Mrs. Wallace Riddle. Attended ward meeting. There was no singing. Brothers Walker and James Peterson were the speakers. I offered the benediction. Thursday 18, the snowballs were in full bloom and they were very beautiful. Sunday 21, I rested in forenoon. In the afternoon I attended ward meeting. Charles Whitker, who was going on a mission to India, gave his farewell address. George Olson spoke on the Book of Mormon and the antiquities of South America, how they agree with the Book of Mormon according to the Spanish and French writers. Sunday 28, I attended primary convention. Sister Smith and Bunyan spoke many good things concerning the children of the Latter-day Saints. I worked in the garden all next week and had quite good luck selling strawberries. Sunday, June 4, 1905, I attended Sunday school ward meeting and teachers meeting, then visited Ed Brunson as a priest and taught him the gospel. I gardened during the week. Sunday 11, I attended ward meeting. Alex Melville and Jesse Giles were the speakers. They spoke good. I worked in the garden during the week. Sunday 18, I was not feeling very well. I did not go out to meeting. I worked in the garden this week also. Sunday 25, I attended ward meeting. Brother Smith and Jay Greenwood were the speakers. They spoke on the principles of progression. I visited Sister Powell, also H.C. Hansen, who was getting better. I also went to see Sister North, Sister Gull, and James Payne. After supper, I went with Brother James Payne to administer to Lo Brunson, and she was blessed. Thursday 29, I was very tired from watering the day before and stayed in the house most of the day and looked over my papers and found that my wife Margaret died on the 6th of September, 1899 at 9:00 p.m. Sunday, July 2, 1905, I went and made Ova Peterson a visit. I talked to him in a peaceable way and told him to be sure and keep truth on his side and exercise charity where it was due. I attended ward fast meeting and bore my testimony to see the truthfulness of the gospel. During the week, I worked in the garden. All this time I had been taking treatment from Dr. Lister and paid $3 per month. Dr. Kidd's medicine did not seem to help me much, so I had given him up. Sunday 9, I attended ward meeting and listened to the remarks of Brother J.D. Smith and others, which were very good. Sunday 16, attended ward meeting. Alma Greenwood and Brother Stevenson gave interesting remarks. Thursday 20, I went to celebrate with the veterans of the Utah Wars. We had a good time. Friday 21, I attended the meeting of the war veterans and was chaplain in the forenoon meeting. Sunday 23, I went with Brother Ashman to Kenosh. We each preached to the people a while. Brother Ashman spoke mostly on business matters. Dr. Lister's medicine seemed to help me. Monday, July 24, I attended the meeting of celebration. Tuesday 25, I made Sister Powell a visit. Wednesday 26, I received a letter from Brother George Minns of Liverpool, England, concerning the genealogy of the Ashley family. Saturday 29, I went to priesthood meeting. After church business was over, temporalities took the lead, such as reservoirs, water, railroads, land, and beet culture, all of which were discussed quite freely. Sunday 30, I attended ward meeting and offered opening prayer. Bert King and Andrew Anderson were the speakers. I went to James Swallows in the capacity of a priest. He was not at home, so I talked to his wife about an hour. I then went to Mia Days. He had to go away, so said for me to come again. Friday 4, I went to see Jay Greenwood about getting money to buy ginseng roots and seeds. But he thought he would not be justified in spending money for that purpose. I then spoke to Jay Cooper about it. But he did not think it would grow in our dry climate. I then went to see Sister S. Polk about it, but she did not have the money to invest. I went and visited me a day and took supper with him. I taught him the gospel in part. He said that he could not support Joseph F. Smith as president of the church. Saturday 5, I visited James Swallow in the capacity of a priest and preached the gospel to him and his wife. Sunday, August 6, 1905, I rested in the forenoon and attended meeting in the afternoon. I then visited with Sister S. Polk and read the narrative of Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery. When Moroni came to Joseph 3 times in one night and told him where the plates from which the Book of Mormon was translated were to be found, Oliver wrote for him. Saturday 12, I went with Brother Ashman to Meadow to attend conference. I attended High Priest's meeting. Sunday 13, I attended Sunday school in the forenoon, conference in the afternoon and mutual in the evening. I spoke to President Hinckley about ginseng. Monday 14, I attended both sessions of conference and opened the afternoon meeting by prayer. Apostles Hiram M. and George A. Smith were present. They gave many good instructions to the people. We returned home and found all well, for which we were very thankful. Tuesday 15, I went to President T.C. Callister and he wrote 2 letters for me to Salt Lake City firms concerning the reliability of the character of D. Brandt, a ginseng grower of Bremen, Ohio. Thursday 19, I received a letter from D. Brandt stating that my favor of the 6th was okay. Saturday 19, Bradstreet had sent word that D. Brandt's word was good, so I went to President T.C. Callister and he gave me $1 to buy ginseng seeds and roots. J. Swallow gave me 50 cents for the same purpose. Sunday 20, I was not feeling well but attended ward meeting. W. P. Payne, T. C. Callister, J. Cooper, and C. Anderson were the speakers. After meeting closed, Drs. Robison and Hinckley called the congregation to seat themselves. The DRS then spoke of conducting a hospital in Fillmore. They wanted the head of each family to pay $1 per month. Monday 21, I sent off an order to D. Brandt. Tuesday 22, I filled out a coupon for Brother McMahon. Friday 25, had heavy thunder showers and large floods. I preached the gospel to Joshua Greenwood. Brother Ashman was ill, so I stayed with him for a few hours. Saturday 26, called on Brother Ashman. He was better. In the afternoon I attended Old Folks' Party and had a nice time. Sunday 27, went to call on James Day. Met his son on the way to Sunday school, who said that his father had gone to the farm. I returned home and wrote letters. I attended ward meeting and listened to a good lecture delivered by Bishop Anderson on the different conditions of men and women in this life and the life to come. I also listened to the remarks of Brother J. D. Smith on the duties of this life. They were all interesting. Tuesday 29, I visited as a priest, James Day, and family. Also his mother-in-law, Sister Mitchell. In the afternoon I visited Sister Spake and preached the gospel to her. Thursday 31, I preached the gospel to Jed, Julia, and Jenny. Saturday, September 2, 1905, I worked in the garden in the forenoon. In the afternoon, I made out my report of my labors in the priest's office from February 2 to September 2, 1905. Sunday 3, I attended ward meeting. I opened by prayer. Also spoke a short time of the goodness of God towards his people and offered up a short prayer of thanksgiving unto God. I blessed Melissa's babe and gave it the name of Julian Harold. Sunday 10, I visited Sister Dorcas, spoke in the capacity of a priest and read the 45 section of Doctrine and Covenants to her. I made many comments upon it and explained it to her for her encouragement. I also attended ward meeting. Sunday 17, I visited Charles Robinson and talked to him on the principles of the gospel. He acknowledged what I said was right. In the afternoon I attended ward meeting and listened to J. V. Robison's lecture. Friday 22, received a letter from Isaac Riddle with a check of $2.50 in it for me to use, for which I was very thankful to get it. Sunday 24, I attended ward meeting and listened to the good talks of the home missionaries. Brothers Joseph Anderson and Eddie Lyman. Elder Francis M. Lyman spoke on the history of the church. Monday 25, I went to see Elder Lyman, but he was not at home. I then went to Charles Robinson's as a priest and talked with him for an hour and a half. He was pleased with my talk and said that he had commenced having family prayers since I was there. I went to F.M. Lyman's again and had a good talk with him, and he gave me such advice as he thought proper. I then went and found Rufus Day, and he said he would mention my taxes for remittance to the county court. Elmer Robison, Aunt Mary, and the girls came and made us a visit. Friday 29, it rained and snowed all day and broke down fruit trees. I recorded Claytie Snow Riddle's Patriarchal Blessing number 104. Saturday 30, I recorded part of Charles Edward Riddle's Patriarchal Blessing. Sunday, October 1st, I preached the gospel to John Day. He acknowledged all that I said was true, but he did not live up to it and had not paid tithing for 2 years. I attended Ward Fast meeting in the afternoon. Tuesday 3, H.P. Robison and wife came up and made us a short visit. They took Aunt Mary home with them. I sent Dr. Brandt $5 to finish paying for the ginseng roots and seed. Also for the golden seal roots. I told him I was read for the roots and the seeds and for him to send them. Friday 6, received a letter from Nancy Riddle desiring me to come over and see her. Sunday 8, I wrote a letter to my doctor. Also attended the funeral services of old Sister Day, who was about 80 years old. There was quite a large attendance. 12 or 13 vehicles as an escortage. I was not feeling very well most of the next week. Saturday 14, received ginseng seed and roots. Sunday 15, I was ill but had a little talk with J.D. Smith concerning the visit that he had with Nancy and Isaac in Escalante. During the week I planted my ginseng and golden seal roots. Also the seed, and put them to sleep for the winter. Sunday 22, Brother Ashman and myself went to Holden, stopped at the bishop's. We attended meeting. I spoke upon the necessity of a preparation being made by the saints for the coming of Christ. Monday 23, I visited Daniel Rutherford and wife and preached the gospel to them. I visited Lena Rowley and spoke encouraging words to her. I also visited Abraham Carling. Tuesday 24, I visited Hans C. Hansen in the capacity of a priest, also Elmer Hinckley, and encouraged them on in the ways of eternal life. I also visited Thomas Hatton in the capacity of a priest. Wednesday 25, I visited James Anderson in the capacity of a priest and taught the gospel in part to him and his wife. Saturday 28, I attended priesthood meeting. Brother Joseph M. Robison came home with me and had supper. Sunday 29, I attended ward meeting. Then visited Sister North in the capacity of a priest and spoke comforting words to her. Monday 30, I visited Daniel Rutherford and his wife and taught them the gospel for 2 hours. Wednesday, November 1st, 1905, I visited Will Williams' wife. D. Rutherford and wife were present. I taught them the gospel. In the evening I visited John Kelly and family and taught them. The gospel subject was tithing. Also attended funeral services of Brother Albert R. Day. Thursday 2, I visited Sister Smith and family in the capacity of a priest. Friday 3, I visited Brother William Beeston and wife, Sister Smith, and William Swallow's family and exhorted them to faithfulness. Saturday 4, I received a letter from Richard with $15 and from Margaret with $5 in it and one from Nancy with $1 in it, for which I was very thankful. I visited Bishop Anderson and family in the capacity of a priest and taught them the gospel. Sunday 5, I attended fast meeting and spoke a short time. Also teachers meeting and listened to their reports. Monday 6, in the evening, visited William Frampton and wife and taught them the gospel. Tuesday 7, I visited Will Williams' son and explained some of the principles of the gospel to him in the presence of his mother. Wednesday 8, I visited James Frampton and wife and preached the gospel to them. Friday 10, Brother Ashman and I went to Deseret to conference. We stopped at J.W. Reed's, who treated us with great courtesy. I attended high priest meeting. Brother Ashman was very tired and did not attend. He was excused by Brother President Mehmet. Much good instructions were given by the speakers. Saturday 11, we attended conference in the forenoon and afternoon where good instructions were given. Sunday 12, we attended 3 good meetings. Brother Reed gave me a blessing in the evening in his house, then Brother Reed and I blessed and administered to Neil Stewart and James Stewart of Meadow, and all seemed satisfied and pleased. Monday 13, we reached Fillmore a little before dark. Tuesday 14, I attended priesthood meeting and spoke a short time. Bishop Anderson reported conference news. Friday 17, I visited William Swallows and read them a proclamation and exhorted them to faithfulness. Also Sister North and read it to her. Sunday 19, I attended Sunday school and opened it by prayer and ward meeting and listened to a good lecture given by Professor Stewart. I went to visit Lester A. Stevenson. He was not at home. Then I went to Will Brunson's and visited them and encouraged them to do their duties. Tuesday 21, I went to Bishop Anderson's and asked him when the times of the Gentiles coming. In his answer was, when the church was organized. I called at Dan Melville's, he not being home. I talked with his wife, then went and visited Sister Williams. Wednesday 22, it snowed and rained the most of the day and I read in Doctrine and Covenants and the Book of Mormon and wrote a letter to Joseph M. Robison of Kenosh for Brother Ashman for the receipt of the money sent to Laura to the Manti Temple. Thursday 23, I visited Brother J. Clovier and wife and read the proclamation to them and taught them the gospel. I visited Walter Rowley and wife and read the revelation on tithing to them and made comments on it. Saturday 25, the night before I received a great light and manifestation from the Lord in regard to my duty and the condition of the saints, and I was deeply impressed that if we the latter-day saints did not live near to the Lord, we would be scourged by famine and pestilence, and if myself and others were called to labor in the lesser priesthood were not more faithful, we would be held more or less accountable for it. Sunday 26, I visited John Day and wife and preached the gospel to them and attended ward meeting in the afternoon and listened to the remarks of J.D. Smith, which were very interesting. Tuesday 28, I attended priesthood meeting. Wednesday 29, I visited H.C. Hansen and family and preached to them and visited William Brunson and read the proclamation that the Lord commanded Joseph Smith Jr. to make to all the kings of the world and presidents of the United States of America. Thursday 30, we had a good Thanksgiving dinner at Julia's. Frank Warner's family and Melissa and family were present. In the evening I read to Jed, Julia, and Jenny some of the proclamation on page 7 and some in the Book of Mormon in 3 Nephi 20 and 21 chapters concerning the destruction of the Gentiles by the hands of the remnants of the lands. Friday, December 1, 1905, I called on several who were not at home and some were busy but asked me to come again. Sister Gull was feeling better. Sunday 3, I attended ward meeting and listened to Dr. Miller, which was good. I visited George Olson and got him to read the proclamation and second chapter in the Book of Mormon 20th and 21 section and asked him what he thought of it. He said he did not like to see people scared, but it may be all right. I attended meeting in the evening and listened to Dr. Miller. Tuesday 5, I attended priesthood meeting and spoke on strict obedience to the laws of God. Wednesday 6, I visited John Trimble and taught him the principles of forgiveness. Thursday 7, I visited William Beeston and learned that he had hard feelings towards J. Trimble, and I called on Lamira Brunson and Jesse Giles and wife and taught them the gospel. Saturday 9, I visited James Payne and read the proclamation to him and his wife. Sunday 10, there was no ward meeting, so I read the proclamation to Lester A. Stevenson and wife, Sister Gull and son Ephraim, and made arrangements to give Ephraim a patriarchal blessing on Monday 11. Tuesday 12, I read a pamphlet called Reminiscences of Joseph Smith the Prophet. I attended priesthood meeting and listened to Lainey Robison on courtship and marriage. Wednesday 13, I visited Brother James McMahon and family and read the proclamation to them and some in the Book of Mormon and some in the Doctrine and Covenants. Thursday 14, I visited Frank Brunson and family and preached the gospel to them and urged him to perform his duty as a teacher faithfully. We had a hoodlum party at our house. Friday 15, I visited Martha Seguin and taught her the gospel for 1 hour. I hunted up temple passages to refer to Tuesday night in priesthood meeting. Saturday 16, I attended general priesthood meeting. Saturday 16, I attended general priesthood meeting. A large number present. In the forenoon, the local missionaries were called for Millard Stake, namely, Hosea Stout, E. Peterson, E. M. Workman, Thomas B. Allred, Evan Stott, D. S. Dougherty, Samuel Greenwood, Jesse B. Martin, Hans C. Hansen, James E. Stevenson, Edward Wood, Richard Dutson, and Antone Christofferson. After that, the patriarchs were instructed by J. D. Smith, the senior patriarch in the Millard Stake of Zion. Sunday 17, I read in the forenoon about King Solomon building a temple to the name of the Lord, and King Hiram of Fire helped him and furnished him material and hand labor. All he asked for, and he said unto Solomon, I have sent a cunning man endowed with understanding of Hiram's my father's, the son of a woman, the daughter of Dan, and his father was a man of Tyre. He was skilled to work in gold and silver, brass, iron, stone, timber, purple, blue, and in fine linen. 2 Chronicles 2nd chapter and 13th verse. In the afternoon I attended ward meeting and listened to home missionaries. Jesse B. Martin lectured on the travels of ancient Israel from Egypt to the land of Canaan and the rebellion of those who wished to study the Ark of God like some do in these days. Brother Robison spoke of the duties of everyday life. Also President Hinckley and President T.C. Callister all spoke encouragingly to the saints. Monday 18, I studied my lecture again, and in the evening I delivered it to a small crowd of high priests, 70s, elders, teachers, and deacons. Wednesday 20, I took my patriarchal record book to John Davis by the help of his wife, by her reading the pencil writing which was very dim. I finished recording Charles Edward Riddle's blessing. Thursday 21, I attended relief meeting as they celebrated the birthday of the prophet Joseph Smith, and with others spoke a short time. Saturday 23, I took some blessings to Mrs. Davis to record. I visited James Hatton and wife and talked encouragingly to them and administered to his wife. Sunday 24, I attended ward meeting where the birthday of the prophet Joseph Smith was celebrated when he was 100 years old. Monday 25, we had dinner at Melissa's. Jed, Julia, and family were present. I visited Thomas Hatton and family and preached the gospel to them and exhorted them to the faithfulness in keeping the commandments of God. Tuesday 26, I spent most of the time reading, took a tract for James Hatton to read, one by Benny Rich, and let Frank Warner take one to read. Thursday 28, I took my tithing receipts to the tithing office and compared them with the book, and they were both alike. Friday 29, I got my patriarchal book home and attended the funeral services of Sister Warren. Speakers, J.D. Smith and T.C. Callister, benediction by Alan Russell. I took J. Kelly's book home and Patriarch J.D. Smith made me a visit in the evening. Sunday 31, I attended ward meeting. Monday, January 1, 1906, Brother J.D. Smith made Ma a visit and I read part of the day in a pamphlet called The Mormon People, by Elder G. Duffin. Thursday 4, I had a heavy cold and nearly had a chill. Did not do much work. Sunday 7, I attended ward meeting. It being fast meeting, I expressed my gratitude for having my probation on the earth in this the last dispensation, and that I had got through with it as far as I had, and that I had done as well as I had. 3 of the stake missionaries spoke a short time, and then F.M. Lyman spoke a short time. Monday 8, I had a little talk with J.D. Smith, and he let me have the letter that Patriarch John Smith sent him to read to Brother Ashman, and I took it to him to read. Tuesday 9, I recorded patriarchal blessings this week of Claytie A. Snow, Daniel Jared Spencer, George William Spencer, Isabel Spencer, Samuel Robert Spencer. Sunday 14, I attended ward meeting and opened by prayer and listened to ward missionaries. Elmer Hinckley spoke encouragingly to the saints. Monday 15, I recorded patriarchal blessings again this week and administered to Brother Wicker's little child. Tuesday 16, Margaret Dearden sent me $5 for a Christmas present. Wednesday 17, I paid 50 cents tithing and answered Margaret's letter. Thursday 18, I recorded blessings of Lydia E. Wilcock, Louisa Jane Spencer. Friday 19, I went to see Nellie Brunson and with her father and husband, administered to her. Saturday 20, we administered to her again and she gave birth to 2 boys. Sunday 21, I attended ward meeting. Brother Badger opened by prayer. Bishop reported the conditions of the ward. President Callister spoke a short time. Brother Stevenson dismissed. After meeting, T.C. Callister, Abraham Carling, William Beeston, and I administered to Nellie Brunson. Tuesday 23, I partly recorded a patriarchal blessing for Sa Pia Woolley. I attended priesthood meeting. J. Greenwood lectured. Wednesday 24, I recorded Louisa A. Spencer's blessing. Friday and Saturday, I recorded blessings. Fillmore and Holden had a rabbit hunt. Fillmore killed 924 and Holden ate 12. total 1,736. Sunday 28, I attended ward meeting. Sister Mary Payne died about 1 o'clock. Speakers at meeting, F.A. Robison and John Cooper. Monday 29, I finished recording Sarah Eveline Hall's. I received a letter from Mary Crandall with the genealogy of her family. Tuesday 30, I recorded patriarchal blessings. Quite foggy. Wednesday 31, I recorded George Davis blessing. William Swallows gave me 50 cents for our temple worker Laura Robison. Thursday, February 1, 1906, I gathered $2.40 for our temple worker. Friday 2, I wrote a letter for Brother Ashman to Fred Lyman and one to Laura Robison. Saturday 3, I recorded Hans C. Hansen's blessing as his wife read it to me. I had a good talk with L.A. Stevenson's concerning the Holy Ghost and the Spirit of God. I gathered $1.50 for our temple worker. Sunday 4, I read in 3 Nephi 20 and 21 and 22 and so on to 28th chapter. In the afternoon, I attended ward meeting, fast meeting, and I spoke a short time. I spoke to T.C. Callister about our pensions and went to Peter Huntsman and he read the names of those whose pension money was ready for them. I found that my name and my brother Horace and Uncle Peter Robison's names were there. I wrote a letter to their wives telling them about it. I visited Thomas Hatton's wife and Joe Swallows and got 50 cents for temple worker and preached to them. Tuesday 6, I went to President T.C. Callister with the proclamation and got him to read it, also some in the Book of Mormon. One place in 3 Nephi, one in 16th chapter, one in 28th chapter and one in 21 chapter, all in 3 Nephi, on the subject of the remnant of Jacob going through among the Gentiles like a lion among the beasts of the forests and as a young lion among the flocks of sheep, who if he goes through both treadeth down and teareth in pieces. Wednesday 7, I went to see Peter Huntsman and he said he would see T.C. Callister and tell him to send to Smoot for blanks. I gathered money for temple workers. Thursday 8, I had a good talk with Joseph E. Ray and his wife. I gathered money for Laura Robison. Friday 9, I preached the gospel to William Brunson, also to Maggie Forty's daughter, and gathered money. Saturday 10, I received $1.50 for temple worker. Preached the gospel to Ted Davis. He said he had been baptized but did not think it would hurt him to be again and said he desired to have his wife sealed to him. I preached to Albert Day and he said he was convinced of his error. Sunday 11, I visited Ted Davis and talked with him in the forenoon, came home and had dinner, then went to ward meeting, but few were present and none of the bishopric. I called the meeting to order. They sang and I prayed and they sang again. Speakers, brothers James Storley, David Smith, and myself. John Davis dismissed. Monday 12, I took my patriarch book to Elizabeth Payne's and she read her blessing and I recorded it. Had dinner with her, then I came home. Frank Warner gave me 25 cents for our temple worker. Tuesday 13, I visited Albert Day in the capacity of a priest and preached the gospel to him and he seemed pleased with what I said. In the evening, I attended priesthood meeting and spoke a short time. Diary from February 13 to October 24, 1906. Is lost. During the summer, Sister Powell and I decided to come to Manti to work in the temple. Wednesday, October 24, we went through the temple and were sealed for time. Sunday 28, I attended High Priest's meeting and Henrietta attended Sunday school. Saturday, November 3, 1906, I went to Bishop Peterson's with Brother Isaacson and got contract drawn up with regard to buying his house on the temple grounds. Tuesday 6, we went through the temple this week. Friday 9, I gave Sister Olson a patriarchal blessing. Friday 16, I commenced giving a blessing to Sister Wixon. She took sick and I had to finish the next day. Sunday 25, we wrote letters and attended primary conference. Tuesday 27, I got pension papers and a letter from Jenny. Sunday, December 2, fast day. I attended high priest meeting and ward meeting and bore my testimony. Tuesday 4, I sent off my voucher for my pension. Saturday 8, I gave a patriarchal blessing to Josephine Anderson. Sunday 9, I wrote to Melissa Olson and went to ward meeting. Sunday 16, I attended ward conference of Manti South Ward. Received pension check and I paid Brother Isaacson $15 on the house. Sunday 23, it being the birthday of our prophet, and I with others had the privilege of speaking of our acquaintance with him in Nauvoo. Tuesday 25, we spent Christmas with Sister Coleman and had an enjoyable time. Friday 28, I got a letter from Nancy Riddle stating that she was willing for Henrietta my wife to do the work in the temple on the Russell line, that she would have been glad to do herself but that she would try and come in the spring if possible, and wanted to know if she could have the credit for the work that was done if she paid for it. We work in the temple all working days. Scribe, Bertella Allred. Note, Allen apparently hired Bertella Allred to combine and handwrite all of his previous journals that he could locate. The remainder of the journal was given to his grandchildren at a later time for them to type up and add to Bertella's. Tuesday, January 1, 1907, we commenced to clean our house, put down our carpet and made quilts. Thursday 3, I had an attack of pneumonia. Saturday 5, Brother DeLos Crandall came. Sunday 6, it snowed a blizzard, my wife went to Sunday school. Tuesday 8, we went to the temple. Henriette was baptized for 19. I was honored by being invited to assist in blessing 10 bottles of oil by Brother Malvin. Wednesday 9, my wife and I went through the temple this week. Monday 14, it snowed all day and I looked over my papers. Tuesday 15, I went to the temple and watched the baptizing. Wednesday 16, I went through for names on the North Line this week. Sunday 20, in the afternoon we attended Sunday school conference. Brother Summerhays present. Wednesday 23, I went through for names on the North Line this week. Saturday 26, I wrote a letter to Margaret M. Blythe, SLC. Sunday 27, I attended High Priest meeting and in the afternoon fast meeting where we were received as members of the Manti North Ward by a unanimous vote, and I thank the ward for their kindness. We made Brother DeLos Crandall a visit in the evening and by his request I was mouth in dedicating their house to the Lord and we blessed one another and had an enjoyable time. Monday 28, I wrote a letter to John William Butler. Tuesday 29, Sister Broadhead came to our house. We worked in the temple this week. Thursday 31, I gave Sister Elizabeth Broadhead a patriarchal blessing. Friday, February 1, 1907, I gave patriarchal blessing to Chancey Howell and Olive Allred. Saturday 2, I gave blessings to Vern Cox, Otis Jork, and Alvina Teresa Crandall. Sunday 3, Henrietta and I went to Sunday school and then to conference and listened to Elders Hiram M. Smith, Antone H. Lund and President Joseph F. Smith talk on the subject of parents teaching their children the first principles of the gospel before they were 8 years old, and if they did not, the sins be upon the heads of their parents, for this shall be a law unto the inhabitants of Zion or in any stakes that are organized. Monday 4, had a good visit with DeLos Crandall and read the 48th section in the Doctrine and Covenants. Tuesday 5, I went to the temple and got President Louis Anderson to send to England for 3 volumes of genealogy on the Russell line. I gave him $5 for it. I borrowed $5 of Brother Harp's. Then Brother Thompson honored me with the privilege of sitting as a witness for the baptism in the front for Brother Bruderer. Wednesday 6 and Thursday 7, Henrietta went through the temple for relatives in the Russell line. Saturday 9, I wrote in my journal. Sunday 10th, Henrietta went to Sunday school. I went to ward meeting. The bishop invited me to take a seat on the stand. At the close of the meeting I offered the benediction. Monday 11, I wrote letters. I had one written to Richard. Tuesday 12, we went to the temple. Henrietta was baptized for some, about 16 on my line and about 17 for Sister Malter. Wednesday 13, Henrietta and I went through the temple for relatives on the Russell line. Brother Combs and family came. We let them have the east room to stop in. Thursday 14 and Friday 15, I went through the temple for relatives on the Russell line. Saturday 16, I gave DeLos Crandall a patriarchal blessing. Tuesday 19, we went to the temple. Henrietta was baptized for 16 on the Crandall line. Wednesday 20, Thursday 21, Friday 22, I went through the temple for relatives on the Russell line. Saturday 23, Henrietta read the Smoot Chase and Reed Smoot's statement to me. Sunday 24, myself and Henrietta attended Sunday school and meeting. Monday 25, I assisted Delos Crandall in administering to his wife and made arrangements for giving patriarchal blessings to Sister Thorne and Johnson. Tuesday 26, I went to the temple and made arrangements for George C. Russell to be baptized for. I gave patriarchal blessings to Sarah J. H. Johnson, Martha Eleanor Hall Thorne and Mara Louisa Cox Tatton. Sister Tatton gave me $1 for her blessing. The next day I gave my wife Henrietta a patriarchal blessing. Sisters Thornes and Johnson gave me $1 each for their blessings. Wednesday 27, Thursday 28, Friday 29, Henrietta and I went through the temple for some of the Russell line. Sister Sanders went through the temple for some of the Russell line. Sister Sanders went through the temple for some of the Russell line on Friday. Sunday 3, I attended High Priest meeting in the forenoon and Ward meeting in the afternoon. I bore my testimony. Tuesday 5, I went to the temple. President Anderson looked over my temple book and said that it was all right, only needed cleaning up and filling up. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I went through the temple for the dead. Saturday 9, I wrote a letter to George Crane telling him we would do his work if he would send his genealogy. Sunday 10, Henrietta and I went to Sunday school and ward meeting. We had dinner at Sister Shan's. I assisted Brother Crandall in administering to 2 of his children. Monday 11, I looked over papers for Mary Robeson's genealogy that we got from England, but did not find it. I gave a blessing to one of Brother Crandall's little girls. Tuesday 12, I went to the temple and had a little talk with President Anderson on temple work. I posted a letter to C.N. Ashman about the house and lot. I told him he could have them for $1,300 cash down. I wrote a copy of Sister Sarah Johnson's blessing to send to her. Wednesday 13, Thursday 14, and Friday 15, I went through the temple for relatives on the Russell line. Thursday 14, Delos Crandall's house burned down and nearly everything that was in it. I gave his wife 50 cents and Nellie Carlson 50 cents. I received $25 from C. Anderson of Fillmore, Utah. I also received my pension check. Sunday 17, I had a good talk with Delos Crandall and read some to him from the Doctrine and Covenants. Monday 18, I got my pension check changed and settled with Brother Anderson, also with Brother Harps. Tuesday 19, I went to the temple and got a bottle of oil. Thursday 22, I was washed and anointed in the temple for my health for the first time. Wednesday 20, Thursday 21, Friday 22, I went through the temple for the dead on the Russell and Andrew line. The temple closed to be opened April 10th. Saturday 30, I wrote a letter to Jenny Ashby, daughter, concerning record book and one to Lydia Russell about her pension. I attended priesthood meeting in the tabernacle. Sunday 21, we attended Sunday school and ward meeting. Received a letter from ex-Bishop Anderson with $10 in it. During the week I worked about the place. Sunday 7, attended Sunday school and fast meeting. I assisted in blessing 2 babies and I bore my testimony as to the truthfulness of the gospel. Monday 8, I worked about the place and recorded patriarchal blessings. Tuesday 9, I went and saw Sister Coleman, also Sister Thornton. She was better. I finished recording Claudia H. Crandall's blessing. Also his brother Martin's. Wednesday 10, Thursday 11, Friday 12, Henrietta and I went through the temple for members on the Sanders and Russell lines. Wednesday 17, Thursday 18, Friday 19, I went through the temple for members of the Russell line. Sunday 21, Henrietta and I attended Sunday school ANS ward meeting. We went to Adeline's and she came home with us. Tuesday 23, I took the genealogy of the Ashley family to President Anderson for him to look over. Wednesday 24, Thursday 25, I went through the temple for members of the Mons Monson line. Thursday 25, at the temple we met James Duncan and wife. His son John and his wife, also James M. Stewart and his 2 wives. Friday 26, I went through for a man on the Duncan line. Sunday 28, I went to High Priest's meeting, also to ward meeting in the afternoon. Tuesday 30, went to the temple as I sat as a witness. Wednesday, May 1st, 1907, Thursday 2, Friday 3, went through the temple for members of the Mons Monson line. Saturday 4, I was not feeling very well so I did not work much. Sunday 5, I stayed at home and wrote a letter to Joseph A. Hutchins. In the evening we went to the Tabernacle and listened to F.M. Lyman and George A. Smith. Tuesday 7, we went to the temple and attended the services and saw some baptisms. There were 6 children baptized. I bought a bottle of oil. Wednesday and Thursday August 9th, I went through for relatives on the Russell line. We also had some sealings and adoptions done, thus we ______ links together. Friday 10, I was not feeling very well so did not go to the temple. Saturday 11, I was feeling some better. Sunday 12, Brother Harps made us a visit. We read a pamphlet, Book of Mormon and Doctrine and Covenants. It rained and snowed nearly all day so we did not attend Sunday services. Tuesday 14, we went to the temple. Henrietta was baptized for about 50. Wednesday, Thursday 15 to 16, I was endowed for members of the Russell line. Friday 7, the boiler leaked. No endowments given. Saturday 18, I gave a patriarchal blessing to Lila Mae Alstrom and received a recommend from Thomas Memmott, president of the High Priests' Quorum in Millard Stake, for me to join the Quorum of the High Priests in Manti, Sanpete Stake. I also received a letter from Margaret Dearden saying that Joseph would give me $500 down and the rest in 5 months. Sunday, May 19th, I wrote letters in the forenoon and attended sacrament meeting in the afternoon. The following week I worked about the place building some. I also received letters from Melissa Olson and Julia Warner, daughters, also one from Jenny Ashby, daughter, with $5 in it. Saturday 25, I attended High Priests meeting in the Tabernacle. Sunday 26, I attended ward meeting. Monday 27, I wrote letters to Jed and one to J.H. Dearden about my home and lot in Fillmore. Tuesday 28, I wrote a letter to Christian Anderson concerning my tithing, asking why it had not all been sent to Bishop Peterson of Manti. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday 29, 30, 31, I was endowed for relatives on the Russell line. We also acted as proxy for the sealing of 8 couples on Decoration Day. Laura Robison came to Manti on Wednesday and started to work on Thursday. Saturday, June 1, 1907, I went to the bank and inquired of their customs in regard to money being put in their care. The cashier offered to assist me in getting my pension increased, said he would write to Senator Smoot concerning the matter. Sunday 2, I went to High Priests meeting. Henrietta to Sunday school. We both went to Ward Fast meeting and bore our testimonies. I was accepted as a member of the High Priests' Quorum of Manti. Tuesday 4, I sent a voucher to Fuller of San Francisco for pension. Wednesday 5, Thursday, Friday, I was endowed for members of the Patton line. Saturday 8, I gave a blessing to J.H. Taylor. Sunday 9, went to ward meeting and listened to Dr. Halliday's preaching on telegraph wire from heaven. Monday 10, wrote letters about the selling of my house and lot. Tuesday 11, I went to the temple and looked over my temple record. Had a good talk with Laura Robison and sat as a witness for those being baptized for the dead. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I was endowed for relatives on the Russell line. Friday I figured up my accounts and found $26 to pay tithing on outside FO my pension. Sunday 16, we went to sacrament meeting. I got my pension check $24. Monday 17, paid my tithing and some small bill that I owed. I took my record of patriarchal blessings to Josephine Anderson. Tuesday 18, we went to the temple and attended services on baptismal day. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 19, 20, 21, I went through the temple for members of the Russell line. I received a letter from Jed Warner saying he did not want to give up the place to Joe. I also received a letter from Margaret McMahon with 2 names for endowment. She also sent me $1. Sunday 23, I attended ward meeting. Tuesday 25, I attended services at the temple. I received the slippers Flora sent me. Wednesday 26, Thursday 27, I went through the temple for relatives on the Russell line. Friday 28, I went through for a member on the Shand line. Saturday 29, I attended general priesthood meeting and I offered the benediction. Sunday 30, I went to ward meeting and partook of the sacrament and listened to 2 of the brethren speak. Tuesday, July 2nd, we went through the temple for a member on the Shand line. Friday 5, I was endowed for a member on the Russell line. Sunday 7, I went to high priest's meeting in the tabernacle and spoke a short time. Tuesday 9, I attended services at the temple. Wednesday 10 and Thursday 11, was endowed for members on the Larson line and Friday on the McMahon line. Sunday 14, I went to sacrament meeting and listened to Brother Spillman speak about the prophet Joseph. Tuesday 16, I went to the temple. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday I worked on the McMahon, Taylor, and Larson lines. Friday 19, I finished fencing my home in Manti and settled with Fred Miller for logs and posts. Saturday, July 20th, Laura Robison and I took the train and went to Sevier Station. The 21st we went to Kenosh. On the 22nd I gave Laura and her sister patriarchal blessings and visited Thomas Charlesworth, George Crane and others. I then went to H.P. Robeson's and with others administered to a Robeson's boy. On the 23rd I went to Fillmore and visited among the people. I administered to May Rasmussen. I then went to Mariah North's and visited her about an hour. She seemed to be well pleased. August 28 and 29, I was endowed for relatives on the Russell line. Saturday 30, I went to priesthood meeting. Sunday, September 1st, I went to ward meeting. Adeline Tuttle came to call on us. Arthur John Henry and wife came to stop with us. Wednesday 4, I was fixing up my place this week. We had heavy rain and thunderstorms. I went to the courthouse and got my voucher fixed and sent it off for the pension. Thursday 5, I went through the temple for a member on the Shand line, and Friday for one on the Russell line. Saturday 7, Arthur John Henry gave me $2 and started for home. Sunday 8, I wrote letters to Jenny and Nancy. On Tuesday the 10th I wrote letter to Joseph Beckworth and Melissa. John W. Butler came to see his mother. The following week I was endowed for members on the Russell line. Thursday 12, I gave patriarchal blessings to Joseph Jewett, Throckmorton, and John W. Butler. They each gave me 50 cents. Saturday 4, we took dinner at Adeline Tuttle's. John Butler went home. I received my pension check. Sunday 15, went to Sunday school. Also to ward meeting and listened to the missionaries talk. Received letters from Jenny and Melissa. Alan was some better. Monday 16, I attended funeral services of Sister Thornton. Posted a letter to Melissa Olson with encouraging words concerning Alan. Tuesday 17, we went to the temple and I sat as witness for those baptized. Wednesday 18, Thursday 19, Friday 20, I went through the temple for members on the Russell line and the Carlson line. I had settled my tithing about the middle of June, which was $6. I got the receipt for it. Sunday 22, I attended ward meeting. Monday 23, I gave a patriarchal blessing to Nettie M. Boyington. She gave me 50 cents. Tuesday 24, I was not well but I recorded Nettie Boyington's blessing. I was endowed for men on the following lines: Wednesday 25, Carlson line, Thursday 26 Anna C. Anderson line, Friday 27th, Polson line. Friday 27, I gave a patriarchal blessing to Jürgen Madsen. Sunday 23, I attended ward meeting and the funeral services of Father Whitbeck. I received a letter from Portia Olson. It rained nearly all night. Tuesday, October 1st, 1907, I gave Brother George S. Rest a patriarchal blessing. I chopped and sawed wood during the week. Friday 4, I gave a patriarchal blessing to Henrietta Anderson. Saturday 5, I gave a blessing to Sarah R. Stat Dame. Sunday 6, I attended high priest's meeting. In the afternoon we attended fast meeting. We both spoke a short time. Laura Robison also spoke. Monday 7, I gave patriarchal blessings to Jane Dame. Wednesday 9, Thursday 10, Friday 11, I was endowed for men on the Russell line and Janitor line. On Friday I gave Brother Martin a patriarchal blessing. He wanted me to be endowed for 2 men. He gave me $1 for it. Saturday 12, I gave his son a patriarchal blessing. Sunday 13, I attended ward meeting. Wednesday 16, I worked on Sirit and Mary Peasland lines. Sunday 20, I went to ward meeting and listened to the remarks of Joseph W. McMurrin. May Rasmussen came. I got my unknown check changed on Monday 21st, and I got Jane Dame to record Brother Rest's and others' blessings. Brother Hans Rasmussen came. The following week I worked on the Mendenhall line by order of Mary Peasland. I also gave patriarchal blessings to May Rasmussen and Mary Miranda Turner. Saturday 26th, I got Jane Dame to copy Flora Russell's blessing. Sunday 27, I attended High Priest's meeting. We attended fast meeting and each spoke a short time. Monday 28, I sent Flora Russell's blessing to her. Tuesday 29, I preached the gospel to George Littlewood and wife in the forenoon. They seemed interested in what I said. Wednesday 30, I was endowed for Parley Pratt Safford and stood for Parley Pratt Safford, who is dead, to have his wife Eliza and Littlewood sealed to him, also their 4 children adopted to them. Thursday 31, I did not go to the temple as Edward Davis brought Sister North. I stayed at home to care for her things. Friday, November 1st, my birthday. I was endowed for Robert St. Clair. Henrietta went to conference. Saturday 2, Mariah North and I settled up concerning the unknown check. The way it happened was when I was in Fillmore in August, Sister North had handed me a check to take to the bishop to pay her tithing. I put it in my pocket and forgot it. I returned home to Manti and was in the temple. I wanted a piece of paper to make a few notes on. I took a slip out of my pocket and saw it was a check. I was astonished and could not tell where I got it from until Mariah came to Manti and I asked her if she could tell me anything about it. Then she told me that she had handed it to me in Fillmore. I could not remember the circumstances plainly. But she handed me $7 and I sent it to Bishop Frank Partridge for her. When I got to the post office, I received a letter from Jed Warner which contained $10 for interest. I then paid Mariah North, which settled the unknown check problem. The check was $5.90. Sunday, November 3rd, I wrote a long letter to Melissa Olson and preached the gospel to her. I attended ward meeting. Tuesday 5, I fixed the path that leads to the temple. Henrietta and I went to the polls and voted. The following week I went through the temple for relatives on the Russell line and a man on another line. Sunday 10, I went to ward meeting in the afternoon. I also attended a night meeting and listened to a lecture. Wednesday 13, Thursday and Friday, I went through the temple for the dead. Sunday 17, we attended ward conference. Tuesday 19, I wrote a letter to May Rasmussen and we went to the temple. Wednesday 20, I went through the temple this week on the Russell line. Saturday 23, I wrote a letter to Elizabeth Broadhead. I paid Bishop Peterson 25 cents for a pamphlet containing conference news. Sunday 24, I wrote a letter to Lily Rogers and in the afternoon, we both attended meeting. Monday 25, I wrote to Sarah Payne and gave a blessing to Christian Anderson, Margie Mamahone scribe. Wednesday 27, we went through the temple this week. Saturday 30, I attended priesthood meeting. Sunday, December 1st, I attended high priest's meeting and ward meeting and spoke a short time. Paid 15 cents fast offerings. Tuesday 3, we attended services in the temple. I took my pension vouchers to the courthouse to have it fixed ready to send off on the 4th. Wednesday 4, I went through for names on the Russell line all this week. Saturday 7, it snowed and rained nearly all day. Margaret McMahon made us a short visit. Sunday 8, I wrote a business letter to Nancy Riddle. Monday 9, I gave patriarchal blessings to Esther Bench, Henrietta Anderson acting as scribe. Wednesday 11, I went through this week for names on the Mecham and Sean line. Sunday 22, I read J.F. Smith's sermon and we both went to meeting and listened to Brother Robertson's lecture on the history of Joseph Smith Jr. laboring in early times. Monday 23, I looked over my record book. Tuesday 24, I got letters from Lily Rogers with a picture of her little ones and a letter from Sadie Payne and one from Mary Dame with a Christmas present, a handkerchief and the Deseret News. Wednesday 25, we spent Christmas with Sarah A. Tuttle. Sister Higgs and Claus Harps were there and we had an enjoyable time. Saturday 28, priesthood meeting. I not feeling well did not attend, not did I go out on Sunday. Wednesday, January 1st, 1908, I visited Sister Higgs and took her a chicken as a New Year's gift. I called on Brother Rust a few minutes and then to Peter Polson's on temple business. Thursday 2, I looked over my family record and found that my father's family record was not there. Friday 3, I attended high priest meeting, came home and found Mariah sick and I did not go to meeting. Monday 6, a lady stopped with us who had been born in Iceland and went to the temple. Wednesday 8, I went through for names on the Russell and Martin line. Sunday 12, we both went to meeting. I spoke a short time. In the evening Jed and Julia came to work in the temple. Monday 13, I wrote a letter to Simon A. Russell. Tuesday 14, we all went to the temple. Wednesday 15, I went through for names on the Russell line and so did Jed. On the 15th, 16th, and 17th of January, 51 couples were sealed by Andrew Thompson, Alan Russell, and Julia Warner, proxy. Saturday 18, Jed and Julia went home. Sunday 19, I attended ward meeting. Monday 20, I dedicated S.A. Tuttle's house. Tuesday 21, I went to the temple and got baptizing done for my great-great-grandfather and mother and great-grandfather Stephen Wilson and wife, Henrietta was baptized for the women. Saturday 25, I went to priesthood meeting and there was none. Sunday 26, I went to high priest meeting and spoke. We both went to meeting. Wednesday 29, I went through the temple for names. I gave blessings to Lizzie Pace, Thursday to Mary Ellen Pace and Mary A. Broadhead. Saturday, February 1st, my wife, Sigridur Gudensson, and I attended quarterly conference and we enjoyed the instructions. I attended priesthood meeting. Sunday 2, we attended conference, instructions given by President Antone Lund, and Elder O.F. Whitney and others. I gave President Byrd 15 cents, who presides over the high priests, to buy a book for the quorum. I administered the sacrament in my house for Anna Marie Jensen. Wednesday 5, I went through the temple this week for names on the Gudensson line. Saturday 8, I gathered some names to do temple work for out of one of the books of history on the Russell family that President Anderson sent to England and got for me in 1907-8. Sunday 9, I attended ward meeting and listened to a lecture on the life of Christ. Monday 10, I received a letter from Portia Olson desiring my thoughts on regards to Alan. Tuesday 11, I wrote a letter to Joseph Beckworth encouraging him to serve the Lord and keep his commandments. Wednesday 12, I went through this week for names on the Gudensson line. Our Allred and daughter came and gave me about 30 names on the Russell and Wilson family line. I had a talk with President Anderson on temple work. Friday 14, in the evening, Brother Carpenter came and gave me instructions how to get names out of those histories. Saturday 15, Brother Olaf Jensen came and made me a visit. Sunday 16, we all went to meeting. Home missionaries present. Brother Beal and mate. Wednesday 19, I went through the temple this week for names on the Gudensson line. Sunday 23, we both attended meetings. Tuesday 25, we went to the temple. I was baptized 21 times and Henrietta 43 times. Wednesday 26, we both went to priesthood meeting and listened to good instructions given by the president of the stake. Sunday 30, I attended high priest meeting and afterwards ward meeting. Monday, March 2nd, 1908, I was sick but went to the temple to see where the wall had fallen and I gave President Anderson $5 to help build it up again. Tuesday 3L got my pension voucher fixed to send off March 4th. Wednesday 4, I paid doorkeeper $1.50 as donations. I went through for names on the Butler line this week. Saturday 14, I visited Henrietta Anderson and spoke comforting words to her and received my pension money, got it changed at Tuttle's store. Sunday 15, we both attended ward meeting. Brother Olaf Jensen called to see us. Monday 16, I paid my tithing, $5.35. Wednesday 18, I went through for the names on the Butler line this week and the 3 days next week. Sunday 29, I was not feeling well and did not go out. Monday 30, I settled up some of my expenses. Sunday, April 5th, I attended high priest meeting and we both went to fast meeting and spoke a short time in favor of the gospel of Christ. Tuesday 7, it snowed nearly all day. Brother Rust told me that Elias Blackburn died on April 5th. Wednesday 8, I was endowed for Thomas Blythe. Thursday 9, I was endowed for my great-grandfather Russell. Friday 10, I was endowed for my second great-grandfather Russell. Sunday 12, we both went to ward meeting. Wednesday 15, I was endowed for great-granddad Wilson on my mother's side. Thursday 16, I was endowed for my second great-grandfather on my mother's side. Friday 17, I was endowed for Joseph Taylor on the Butler line. Sunday 18, I attended ward meeting with my wife and a funeral afterwards. Monday 20, I received letters from John L. Russell and children, Lendon, Chris, and Marjorie Luella Hanson. Sunday 31, I wrote a letter to Melissa and attended meeting. It hailed dreadfully. Thursday, June 4th, I sent off my pension voucher. Sunday 7, I attended high priest meeting, also sacrament meeting, and I bore my testimony. Saturday 13, I gave a blessing to Sister Martha _______________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Sunday 14, we both went to meeting and afterwards went to Sister Shoemaker and gave her a blessing. Monday 15, I settled my tithing and paid Bishop $14.05. Tuesday 16, Brother David Combs made us a visit and had dinner with us, before starting off on his mission to Europe. We were working on our new house all the time. Saturday, Clarence Owens' wife, Sister Copley, and Henrietta started for Fillmore. Sunday 21, I went to meeting and then made Charity Thornton a visit and had supper there. Saturday 27, I attended priesthood meeting and listened to good instructions. Sunday 28, I wrote to my wife and attended meetings. Sunday, July 5, I was not feeling well, so stayed at home. Monday 6, I was feeling a little better and wrote a letter to Jed Warner. Brother Axelson came and wished to put up at my house. Sunday 12, I wrote to my wife and posted it and attended ward meeting and listened to a returned missionary who had been among the natives in the Samoa Islands. Tuesday 14, I received a letter from my wife. Sunday 19th, I attended ward meeting and listened to a Sioux Indian talk in the evening. Saturday 25, I had been sick nearly all week, received a letter from Mary Crandall. Sunday 26, I was sick. Brother Harps brought me a mess of green peas. Friday 31, I was sick. It rained. Saturday, August 1st, 1908, Jed, Julia, Margie, and my wife came. Sunday 2, Jed, Julia, and Margie started home. I was sick and they prayed for me in fast meeting and I got better. Sunday 9, I attended ward meeting and dismissed it. Also evening meeting and listened to Andrew Jensen talk. Wednesday 12, it rained very hard nearly all week. I wondered if it were possible to put my house up. Sunday 16, we both attended ward meeting. Thursday 20, I gave patriarchal blessings to Sister Hogan and her daughter Lacey, she recorded them. I had engaged Brother Danielson to put up my house, he could not, so I gave the job to Brother Axelson. Sunday 23, my wife went to Sunday school and I to meeting. Sunday 30, I answered Jenny's letter and attended meeting. Monday 31, my wife and I went to primary convention where Iverson and Christensen were nominated and voted for the district judge. We were busy putting my house up. Thursday, September 3rd, I heard that President Anderson's son had drowned up at his ranch the day before. September 4th, I sent up my pension vouchers off. Sunday 6, I was sick and did not go out. Received a letter from Jed and Julia and in the evening I gave a blessing to Martha E. Harmon, her daughter acting as scribe. Tuesday 8, I was sick and Brother Miller and Brother Dennison administered to me. Wednesday 9, I was prayed for in the temple. Brother Rees Oved administered to me and I felt better. Sunday 13, I did not attend church on account of ill health. I received a letter from Nancy saying she intended coming to see me, also my pension check. Worked on the house this week. Sunday 20, attended ward meeting, home missionary spoke. Sunday when carrying coal I took a stitch in my back and did not go to church. Sunday, October 4th, I attended high priest meeting and spoke a short time. William Bench read a piece in the Millennial Star. Tuesday 6, I was called to the telephone office but no message came. It was a telegram from James M. Russell stating that if I would answer it, he would come from Provo and I told him that I would be pleased to have him do so. Thursday 8, Brother Alan Cameron came and made us a visit. Sunday 11, we both went to ward meeting and listened to a returned missionary, also Brother Carpenter, report the conference news. Tuesday 13, I was very poorly. James Morgan Russell, my grandson, came from Provo and made us a short visit. Said he did not think I ought to suffer the expense of hunting up genealogy for the Russell family. Said he would assist me in the work and sent me a check for $50. He took supper with us. Sunday 18, I was not well, so I stayed home and wrote letters. Sunday 25, I started to church but met Flora at the gate, so went back. Flora Russell went home next day to Loa. November 1st, Sister A. Tuttle with others got up a surprise party on me as it was my birthday. We had an enjoyable time. Saturday 7, Quarterly Conference. I attended. Anthony H. Lunda and Elders Richards present. They spoke. Sunday 8, I attended conference. Tuesday 10, I received a letter from Peter Huntsman requesting that his youngest daughter be paid for in the temple. Sunday 15, we both attended meeting and I received a letter from Melissa saying that Julian, her baby boy, was dead. Sunday 22, we both went to South Ward Conference and listened to instructions. Got a letter from Flora A. Russell with the genealogy of her family. Perry Russell came and stayed with us a while and worked in the temple. Saturday 28, I attended priesthood meeting. President Anderson desired the teachers to preach to the people to pay their tithing at the end of each year. Sunday 29, we both attended ward meeting. I had a talk with William Bench about writing to the War Department about where my grandfather came from and when he came to America. December Tuesday 1, 1908, William Bench promised to help me hunt up genealogy. He wrote to Joseph F. Smith, Jr., or the clerks in the library to help me trace my genealogy back to my grandfather and where he was born. Friday 4, I sent off my pension voucher. Saturday 5, I was helping unload a load of wood and fell and hurt myself and had to stay in the house a few days. Sunday 6, I was better. Brother Rust and Oved administered to me. Saturday 12, I wrote letters to Hiram P. Robison, Violet Warner, Jenny, and Julia. Sunday 13, I stayed at home and read the Bible. Monday 14, my pension check came. Sunday 20, did not go to meeting, it was too cold. Tuesday 22, I settled my tithing. $13 for 3 months. Saturday 26, I attended priesthood meeting and listened to the remarks. Sunday 27, we both attended ward meeting. Monday 28, I paid my tithing for this year amounting to $33.15. Johnson's Army. The flower of the American military forces came to Utah in 1857 to exterminate or destroy the saints of God from a desert land, a place that the Lord had led them to, that they might be freed from their enemies, when they left the city of Nauvoo. Friday, January 1, 1909, I read in the Book of Mormon. Sunday 3, I attended high priest meeting, also fast meeting and paid fast donations. Wednesday 6, I gave a blessing to W.A. Cox and Margie McMahon. Sunday 10, I wrote a letter to Melissa Olson and went to church. Wednesday 13, W.A. Cox and Margie McMahon were married in the temple. I made Brother William J. Johnson a short visit. He told me he was going to California to gather up some of the names of the dead who died in the Mormon battalion and to do work for them. The Manti Temple was completed in 1887. Sunday 17, we both attended ward meeting. Sunday 24, we attended ward meeting, then went to George Bench's and I gave a blessing to Miss Bench. Monday 25, I attended priesthood meeting. Sunday 31, we attended Danish meeting in the council house and we both attended fast meeting. Monday February 1st, I attended priesthood meeting, which was very interesting subject, the organizing quorum of the holy priest treated by brothers Madsen and Nielsen. Saturday 6, my wife and I attended conference. We both went to meeting. Tuesday 18, I posted a letter and 2 sermons to Richard, Margaret, and Joseph. Sunday 23, we both went to meeting. Sunday 30, I went to ward meeting and 2 funerals. Monday 31, I attended high priest's meeting in the evening. June 1, 1909, I have doing temple work for names on the Lamanite line. Saturday 5, Clara Russell came and stayed with us a few minutes, then went back to the train. Sunday 6, Nancy Riddle came. I attended church. Tuesday 15, Jed and Julia came and made me a visit. Thursday 17, Mary Crandall came and we had a good visit. Saturday 19, Jed, Julia, and Mary started for Fillmore. Sunday 20, I attended ward meeting. Monday 21, I attended high priest meeting in the evening. Tuesday 22, I settled up my tithing with the bishop for the last 3 months amounting to $5.30. Saturday 26, I attended priesthood meeting. Sunday 27, my wife and Nancy attended Sunday school and we all went to Sunday school conference in the afternoon. I administered the sacrament for Anna N. Jensen. Tuesday 29, Nancy started for home. Friday 2, I gave Josephine Anderson a father's blessing. Sunday 11, we attended ward meeting. Sunday 18, I attended church with my wife. Saturday 24, I attended service in the tabernacle and listened to the oration. My wife and I took dinner at S.A. Tuttle's and it was a good one. Sunday 25, I attended ward meeting. Sunday August 1st, we attended fast meeting and each bore our testimony. Monday August 9th, I took the train for Escalante to Marysvale. Isaac met me there and took me to Jones Hotel. We had supper and breakfast. Tuesday 10, we drove to Charles Riddle's and stayed overnight where I was kindly treated. Wednesday 11, we drove to Forest Pastures. It rained hard and we stopped there overnight. Thursday 14, we drove to Isaac's mill. Got there about 10 o'clock. Friday and Saturday, I was not feeling well and read some in the Book of Mormon. Sunday 15, we all came to Escalante and stopped at Samuel Spencer's and at 2 o'clock went to meeting where we listened to a good lecture by Professor Anderson from the Beaver Academy. I also spoke a short time. Monday 16, I went to see Edgar Riddle and he was not at home so I visited with his wife a short time. I had dinner at George Riddle's and visited old Sister King, then came to Clara's and stopped a while. Also Sister White's. It was raining. I stopped at Samuel Spencer's overnight. Tuesday 17, I was feeling a little better and went to see the old house where Nancy was living when I was there before. Wednesday 18, I attended the funeral services of Brother Thompson's child, had dinner at Brother Richard's and returned to Mary Ann's and gave blessings to Eliza Rowe. I called to see Sister Heaps, also Joseph Spencer. Thursday 19, I gave a blessing to Sarah Osborne, also to Hazel McNally and Lillian Osborne and wrote a letter to my wife. Friday 20, I visited William Alva, called to see the bishop, he was not at home. I had dinner at Brother Churchill's house, it rained hard then I came back to Mary Ann's. Sunday 22, I attended Sunday school then went to Brother Lay's and gave his daughter a blessing, had dinner with them and attended meeting. I then went to Brother Richard's and gave him a blessing. I talked to his wife a little, then she went back to the mill. Tuesday 24, I went up to the mill, the men got down from the mountains. Thursday 26, I was feeling better. Had a good talk with Nancy. Friday 27, Isaac sent word up for the boys to have the wagon ready to start early morning. It rained and stopped then we did not start. Sunday 29, we started for home. Went to Mrs. Liston's and stayed overnight. They treated us kindly. It rained nearly all night. In the morning I had a good talk with one of Salma's sons on Mormonism. Tuesday 31, we drove to Coyote and in the morning I had a good talk with Thomas Riddle and family on religion, and they listened attentively. Wednesday September 1st, 1909, we drove to Marysvale. I stayed at Jones Hotel. Thursday 2, took the train for Manti and was glad to get home again. Saturday 4, I fixed my voucher for my pension and posted it. Sunday 5, we both attended fast meeting and spoke a short time. Sunday 12, I was sick and did not go out to church. I looked over my accounts for paying tithing and it came to $69.50 for the last 3 months. Monday and Tuesday, I was very sick but I got better. My pension came Monday. Saturday 18, I went to an old folks party and had a good time. Sunday 19, my wife and I attended conference in the North Ward. Monday 20, I settled my tithing for 3 months. $9.45. Tuesday 21, I gave Bishop Peterson $5 cash on the new chapel. Thursday 23, I received a letter from Nancy Cordelia Daniels with plain genealogy of the Daniels family, which I was glad to get. Sunday 26, I attended ward meeting and read a sermon of B.H. Roberts. Sunday, October 3, 1909, I went to fast meeting and paid 15 cents fast offerings. Monday 4, I sent Richard a letter with B.H. Roberts' lecture in it. Mary Robeson's address is 127 Meade Street, Salt Lake City, Utah. Take West Temple Street car to 10th South. Sunday 10, we both attended meeting. Sunday 24, my wife, Christian North, his mother, and I attended ward meeting. November 1st, my birthday. Friday 5, Violet Warner sent me a flannel shirt. Sunday 7, I went to church. Thursday 11, I assisted Peter Polson in administering to his mother Nicolina Polson. Sunday 14, we all attended meeting. Tuesday 23, I attended the pioneer meeting of Manti veterans. Wednesday 24, a sister came for a patriarchal blessing before I had eaten my breakfast. I gave it to her. Thursday 25, we had Thanksgiving dinner at Brother Joseph Carpenter's and were nicely entertained. Sunday 28, we both attended meeting. Saturday, December 4th, I took my pension voucher to the courthouse and got it fixed and sent it off, then called on Brother Hogod and told him I desired to have my pension increased, and he asked why, and I told him I was getting too old and feeble and was not able to do any work. After asking me a few more questions, he told me to wait and see if Brother Rust got his increased, then there would be some indications for me to get mine increased. Sunday 5, it being very cold, my wife went to meeting and heard a Josephite preach. I stayed at home and read 4 sermons and administered the sacrament for A.M. Jensen and myself. Wednesday 8, I attended Bishop's meeting, held at William J. Johnson's. We had a very good meeting, nearly all spoke who were present. Friday 17, I received my pension check. Saturday 18, I settled my tithing for 3 months with the bishop and paid for the Deseret News, also $1 for church history. Saturday 25, Christmas Day, I did not feel very well, did not go to the Opera House. Sunday 26, at 2 o'clock we attended the memorial services of the prophet Joseph Smith, and out of the large gathering, there were only 4 that had seen the prophet. We all spoke a short time, that is George Roos, Frederick A. Cox, Alan Russell, and Sister Squires. Sunday, January 2nd, we both attended fast meeting and spoke. Sunday 9, we both attended meeting. In the evening my wife took sick. Thursday 13, my wife was still sick and I stayed at home all week and waited on her. Sisters Madsen, Cloman, and Brian all came to see her. Sunday 16, she was still sick. I attended meeting. Tuesday 18, a lady clerk at Tuttle's gave me a hood for my wife. I administered to Brother William J. Johnson. Sunday 23, we all went to ward meeting and listened to a nice sermon by a returned missionary. Saturday 29 and Sunday, Mother, Mariah, and I attended conference. Saturday, February 5th, a Roman Catholic made me a visit and I gave him something to eat. Sunday 6, we all attended meeting. Saturday 12, I was not feeling well. Brother Joseph Carpenter came and made me a short visit and took my record book home with him. Sunday 13, we had a very good meeting. Monday 14, I was not feeling well and stayed in the house most of the day. Sunday 20, I, my wife, and Chris North went to meeting. His mother was sick. I administered the sacrament for her. Thursday 24, I received a letter from Nancy Riddle stating that Mama V. Riddle was going to be married. Saturday 26, I attended priesthood meeting where good instructions were given. Brother Harps made us a short visit. Sunday 21, I wrote a letter to Jonathan Walton, Dryden, Lapeer County, Michigan, and attended meeting. In the evening I gave a blessing to Sister Metcalf and Margaret Crandall. Tuesday, March 1st, I wrote a letter to Clark Russell in Michigan asking him to send me the genealogy of his father's family. Wednesday 2, my wife took sick in the temple but we administered to her and she got better. Friday 4, I fixed my pension voucher and sent it off. Sunday 6, we attended fast meeting. After meeting, Brother and Sister Folding came in and wanted me to administer to her for her long illness, which we did. Sunday 13, we both attended meeting. Wednesday 16, I received my pension check $24. Friday 18, Richard S. Hatton and his sweetheart came to my house Saturday and I gave them both a blessing before they went home. Sunday 20, home missionaries were present at meeting. Sunday 27, we attended meeting, subject, the resurrection of the church. Friday, April 1st, Brother Reddick Allred took my wife and I to the theater. Sunday 3, we attended fast meeting and each spoke a short time. There was a light blizzard. Sunday 10, I read a sermon in the Doctrine and Covenants and went to meeting. I attended priesthood meeting in the evening where Brother Tingey spoke concerning industrial schools for the ward children and he explained it very well. Janet Twist died February 1, 1858. April, Tuesday 12, Julia Warner, her son Newell and Nellie, Ellen March, Johnson came and they were married Wednesday 13, 1910 in the temple. Sunday 17, we went to meeting and listened to Brother Ernest Works talk. He was a returned missionary. Wednesday 20, I read one of President Woodruff's sermons, stating that he and President Brigham Young were in the city of Boston when the prophet and Hiram were killed in Carthage jail. Sunday 24, we both attended meeting. I gave Bishop Peterson $5 for the new chapel. Saturday 30, I gave 2 blessings. One to A.C. Anderson who was leaving soon for a mission and one to a girl who was working there. Sunday, May 1, 1910, we attended fast meeting and each spoke. Monday 2, I gave patriarchal blessing to Sister Anderson. Sunday 8, I went to meeting. Sunday 15, I attended priest meeting, also ward meeting. Tuesday 17, I was baptized for 44 on the Russell line. Saturday 21, I attended the dedication of Marie Jensen's house by Bishop Peterson. Sunday 22, we attended meeting. Sunday 29, I attended church. Tuesday 31, I attended the high school exhibition. Sunday, June 5, 1910, I attended priesthood meeting and was requested to give the lesson on the atonement. Sunday 12, did not attend ward meeting but went to priesthood meeting in the evening and delivered a lecture. Sunday 19, we both went to ward meeting. Tuesday 21, I was baptized for 40 people in the temple. Sunday 26, we attended Relief Society conference and enjoyed it. After meeting I gave a blessing to ________________. Friday, July 1st, I gave a blessing to Alice Peterson of Kishoran. Sunday 3, it rained and I did not go to meeting. I attended priesthood meeting in the evening. Sunday 10, my wife and I went to Sunday school and meeting. Sunday 17, Home Missionaries Day. I attended meeting. Tuesday 19, I took my picture to Bishop Peter on to send to Salt Lake City to the Pioneer Company. Sunday 24, we attended ward meeting, also the celebration on Monday 25. Thursday 28, I was sick and did not do much work. Sunday 31, I did not feel well so stayed at home. Monday 1, I took my Pioneer blank with me to the bishop's and he helped me with it. I brought it home to fill out the dates that I could remember. Wednesday 3, I got the names and births of my children by my first wife and gave them to the bishop. I received a letter from Clark Russell with some genealogy. Saturday 6, I attended conference and was pleased with the instructions. Sunday 7, we went to conference and it seemed that all were filled with gladness. Tuesday and Wednesday, I wrote letters to my children asking for the dates of their marriages so that I could complete my record. Brother Rust made me a visit and preached the gospel to me. Sunday 14, I attended ward meeting and partook of the sacrament and listened to good instructions. I came home and administered the sacrament for A.M. Jensen. I also attended high priest meeting. Monday 15, I commenced looking over my journal to prepare to continue my writing on the history of my life. I got them together and found 1891 missing and could not find it. Sunday 21, we attended ward meeting. Monday 22, I gave a patriarchal blessing to Sister Rust and daughter. I worked on my history all week. Saturday 27, I attended priesthood meeting. Sunday 28, I attended meeting. September 4th, I sent my voucher off and go the place of my first marriage located at being in South Dakota. I had a good religious talk with Brother Golding on fasting. Friday 9, I received a letter from Mary Crandall in Idaho. Sunday 11, we both attended ward meeting. Monday 12, I received my pension check $24. Saturday 17, I settled my tithing with the bishop. Sunday 18, we both went to ward meeting and I attended priesthood. Monday 19, I read in the Doctrine and Covenants. Brother Rust came and we had a good talk about Joseph's speckled bird. Thursday 22, I took sick and had to leave the temple. Sunday 25, we both attended priesthood conference. Sunday October 2nd, we attended meeting. Tuesday 4, I got the bishop to finish filling out the pioneer blanks ready to send to Salt Lake City. I went to see William McMahon about William Cox and had a good talk with him. Then went to see Sister Keller about helping me write up my history. Friday 7, my eyes were too weak and sore to write on my history. Sunday 9, I attended meeting. Monday 10, I received a card from Jenny stating that she could not help me with my history as she was nominated for county recorder on both tickets. Tuesday 11, my grandnephew Lorenzo B. Walton and his son Percy L. came and made me a visit. They stayed all night and until 12 o'clock the next day. We had a grand visit concerning the Russell family, also the Wilson and Walton families in Michigan. Sunday 16, we attended meeting at 2 o'clock. Monday 17, I wrote Julia concerning the Walton boys that had been to see me. Tuesday 18, Sister Sanders commenced writing for me on my history. Saturday 22, I called on the printer and asked him what it would cost to get my history printed. Sunday 23, we both went to church. Sunday 30, we went to meeting. Paid 50 cents as fast donations. Tuesday November 1st, Sister gave me a chicken for a birthday present. Melissa Olson sent me $3. Saturday 5, my wife and I attended conference in the forenoon and took dinner with Brother Carpenter. We attended the afternoon services also. J. Smith said, "Keep on giving patriarchal blessings." Monday 7, I bought a pearl of great price from the bishop. Friday 11, I took my history to Miss Allred to commence to write for me. Sunday 13, we both attended church. Monday 21, I gave blessings to Sister Della Hunter and her little boy Ross. Tuesday 22, I called at Reddick Allred's and gave a blessing to Bertella Allred. Saturday 26, I attended priesthood meeting and received a letter from Frances Sawyer, Henderson, Michigan. She was a sister to George and Dwayne Russell. Lyman Russell's second wife, Amanda Eldridge, was the mother of some children by her first husband, Eldridge. Sunday 27, no Sunday school. We both went to church. Monday 28, my wife had a Thanksgiving coat given to her by Sister Perry. Tuesday 29, President Anderson was helping me with my temple work, names of the Martin Russell family. So many came in that we had to quit as I had to go home. Thursday December 1st, I wrote a letter to Reed Smoot about getting my pension raised. Sunday 4, we both attended meeting. Sunday 11, it rained nearly all day but I went to meeting and listened to very good instruction. Monday 12, I received a letter from Reed Smoot and took it and my certificate to Mr. Hagen. Saturday 17, I figured up my income for the last 3 months and paid my tithing to the bishop $8.40. Sunday 18, my wife and I did not go to meeting, we were waiting on Sister A.M. Jensen. Saturday 24, Bishop N.S. Peterson sent us some nice beef. The Relief Society sent us some very nice things. Sarah Bartholomew sent us a pair of shoes and $3. Sister Reed and another sister sent us some fruit and butter. Margaret Dearden sent me $5. Melissa Olson sent a pair of slippers and a collar. Sunday 25, we both went to meeting and heard Fred Miller preach. It was Christmas Day. Monday 26, I wrote letters to my children and told them that temple work was necessary. Thursday 29, I settled up my tithing for 1910 amounting to $29.95. The bishop gave me the amount of tithing I had paid since coming to Manti, which was as follows. First year, 1907, $21.102 ND year, 1908, $33.153 RD year, 1909, $24.154 TH year, 1910, $29.95 total $118.35. Friday 30, I received a letter from Richard A. Russell with $10 in it. Saturday 31, I attended priesthood meeting and gave the bishop $1 more on tithing, which amounted to $119.35. Sunday, January 1, 1911, I fasted and went to fast meeting. It was very cold. Monday 2, I wrote letters to Richard and Francis Sawyers. Tuesday 3, I gave the bishop $5 for the chapel and 25 cents for ward expenses. Sunday 8, my wife and I went to meeting. Saturday 14, I visited Brother Golding and he was better. I got Brother Rust to write a letter for me to the president of the Southern States Mission to obtain the genealogy of the Hutchins family. Sunday 15, we both attended Young People's Conference. Saturday 21, I received genealogy from Francis Sawyers. Sunday 22, we attended meeting. Brother Miller made a find Samuel Russell saying that his father procured books from England over 20 years ago and he had done work for the Russells. Wednesday 22, I worked for names on the Butler line this week. Sunday 26, I attended meeting and afterward we went to Brother Reed's and had a good visit. Wednesday 29, I went for William Hoyt on the Allred and Russell line, Thursday for S. Hoyt on the same line and Friday for William Hoyt on the same line. Saturday, May 2nd, I visited with George Peppers and wife and in the afternoon gave them each a blessing. I attended high priest meeting and we both went to meeting. There was no fire so I went to Adeline's and gave Charity Thornton a blessing, also Brother Reed and his wife, and they gave us supper and took us home in their buggy. Monday 4, in the afternoon, I went and witnessed the dedication of the new meeting house grounds. Tuesday 5, I wrote a letter to John Russell. The number of names I have been through the temple for I will put down later as I have them in a separate book. I went to the temple every working day that I was able, but to save time I will not put it down by the day. Friday 8, I wrote a letter to Samuel Russell. Sunday 10, I attended ward meeting and gave 2 blessings to Brother Reed's girls. Sunday 17, I wrote a letter to Chris North and attended meeting and gave Brother Reed's boy a blessing, also his girl. Friday 22, I received a letter from S.A. Russell. Sunday 24, my wife and I went to Sunday school and we both went to meeting. Tuesday 26, I gave blessings to Johanna Hansen and her 2 children. Monday 23, I gave Brother and Sister Safford each a blessing, she acted as scribe. Sunday 29, I did not feel well so I stayed at home. Monday and Tuesday I did some writing. Saturday 4th and 5th, my wife and I attended stake conference and listened to good instructions from President Anthony H. Lund, Orson F. Whitney and others. Sunday 12, we went to church and received a letter from Henry Russell and Monday Miss Allred drew it off on the temple sheets for me. Sunday 19, we went to ward meeting and heard Maori talk. Monday 20, I wrote a letter to Hiram Robison and one to Henry Russell and gave him a little of the Emmett trip and of my first marriage and our trip to Council Bluff, and a little about the Mormon battalion and crossing the Missouri River to Pawnee Station. Tuesday 21, I received a letter from Clark Russell stating the address I wanted, which was M.E. Russell, Martin, 6804, Halsted Street, Chicago, Illinois. Saturday 25, I attended priesthood meeting. Sunday 26, I attended meeting and received a letter from Reed Smoot saying that the president had signed a bill which increased my pension. Father Nielsen said I was road supervisor in 1867. Friday, March 3, I received a letter from Martin E. Russell from Chicago. Sister Miller is helping me write. Sunday 5, we attended meeting and bore our testimonies. I received a letter from Lorenzo B. Walton, Attica, Michigan. Saturday 11, I wrote letters to my folks. Sunday 12, we attended meeting and listened to good instructions. Monday 13, I received a letter stating that Congress had made a law and that my pension had been increased. Tuesday 14, I wrote a letter to James M. Russell in Goldfield, Nevada. My pension came and was thankfully received. I settled my tithing, paid the bishop $2.50 on the chapel and bought a record book to record the names of the Russell and Wilson families to leave to my children. Thursday 16, Brother Carpenter came and I explained to him how I wanted the names recorded in the new book. Saturday 19, we went to ward meeting. Brother Noyes and Hanson, home missionaries, were the speakers. Tuesday 21, I was sick all week and did not work, did not go to the temple. Sunday 26, we went to meeting and listened to Brother Winters and President Anderson talk. April 2, I attended fast meeting. Monday 3, Nancy Riddle came to see us. Sunday 9, we attended meeting and I administered to the sacrament for Anna M. Jensen. Friday and Saturday I was sick. Sunday 16, I attended meeting. Wednesday 26, I was endowed for my brother-in-law, Jonathan T. Walton. We had Finley Page and his first wife sealed, also their little girl Cecilia, and my sister Sally Page sealed to Finley as his second wife. Sunday 30, my wife came home from Sunday school sick. May 1st my wife was still sick. I got Martin Russell and Louisa Moore sealed as husband and wife, also some of their children sealed to them. Sunday 14, I went to meeting. Monday 15, I took sick in the evening and was very sick. Brother Rust and Golding administered to me and I felt better. They blessed me again the next day. Sunday 21, I attended ward meeting. Saturday 27, I wrote a little on my history. Sunday 28, in the evening, the old people had their first meeting in the new chapel. Sunday 9, I attended sacrament meeting. Mary E. Scherner address, 122-2 ND Street, Ogden, Utah. Saturday 20, I started on my history and wrote 2 pages. August 4th, temple closed for cleaning, the weather was quite warm. Saturday 5, I wrote some on my history, almost all day. Sunday 6, I read part in Apostle W. Woodruff's history and attended meeting. Thursday 10, I gave patriarchal blessings to Delvia L. Allred. The next day I gave a blessing to Bertie G. Allred. Tuesday 15, I gave a blessing to Tressa A. Allred. Sunday 20, we both attended meeting. Monday 21, I wrote on my history all the time I could for 2 or 3 weeks. Sunday 27, we both went to ward meeting. Sunday September 3rd, I attended fast meeting. October 1st, we attended fast meeting and each spoke. Monday 2, I took sick. Tuesday 3, Jed and Julia came in the evening. Thursday 5, Melissa gave me $1.50 to apply on the Pioneer book. Melissa and Dan started for Provo. Friday 6, Jed and Julia started home. Sarah Bartholomew, Jed, and Julia gave my wife $1 worth of honey and lard. Sunday 8, I went to meeting and was the second speaker. Thursday 11, I gave Brother Carpenter $2 to have my name on genealogy ________ record. Saturday 14, I got a record book from the temple for Julia. Sunday 15, I went to ward meeting. Friday 20, I gave a blessing to Sister Tuttle. Saturday 21, the bishop held funeral services for Mary Bryan. I attended. Sunday 22, we went to ward meeting. Monday 23, I wrote a letter to Utah Pioneer Book Publishing Company. Friday 22, I got a picture map of the world, one of the United States, and one of Utah. Sunday 29, we both went to meeting. Wednesday November 1st, I had another birthday. Friday 3, I fixed up Sister Sanders' fence. Saturday 4, I attended stake conference and the dedication of the chapel and pronounced the benediction. Saturday 11, Margaret Dedden sent me $5 as a present. Sunday 12, we went to ward meeting. Monday 13, I wrote a letter to German E. Ellsworth and finished it on Tuesday. Wednesday 22, I went through the temple this week on the Russell line. Saturday 25, I fixed up Julia's and Melissa's temple books and sent them to Lovelock, Nevada. Sunday 26, I attended ward meeting. Monday 27, James Hatton and wife came about sundown to work in the temple. Tuesday 28, Mary Robison came from Ogden to do temple work. We all went to the temple this week. December 2nd, James Hatton and wife started for home. Sunday 3, we both attended fast meeting and spoke. I gave the bishop $1 for Snow Academy. Monday 4, I posted my voucher, also some other letters. Tuesday 5, the afternoon was spent at an old folks party. Brother Perry manager, we were served bounteous dinner by the young people of Manti, there was not a word of discord heard. Bishop Peterson was chairman. Friday 8, I gave a patriarchal blessing to Brother William Twitchell and wife. Sunday 10, I attended ward meeting. Monday 11, I received my pension and attended priesthood meeting in the evening. Tuesday 12, I settled up my tithing with the bishop. I paid him $7.57 for the last 3 months. Sunday 24, President Anderson spoke on temple work. When he was through, I spoke a short time. Monday 25, Christmas Day. My wife received $2 from her daughter Sarah to buy Christmas dinner. Mary Scherner sent us 2 handkerchiefs, Melissa sent me a muffler. Tuesday 26, I was not feeling well all week. Brothers Miller and Allred administered to me. Friday 29, Julia and Jenny sent a skirt and a sweater. Saturday 30, I felt better and attended priesthood meeting. I gave a blessing to __________ bench. Sunday 31, I attended ward meeting and administered the sacrament to Anna M. Jensen. January 1, 1912, I gave a blessing to Jane Coleman, and received a letter from German Ellsworth saying he had been at Attica. Wednesday 3, I worked in the temple this week. Sunday 7, Brother Rust and I administered to Valentine Hammond. Friday 12, I wrote a letter to Samuel O. Benyon asking him if he could assist me in finding the address of some of my brothers, Daniel Russell's children. They left Nauvoo in 1846 and went to Iowa's. A few years afterwards I received a letter from his wife Henrietta Eggleston Russell. She told me my brother was dead. She told me where she lived. I answered her but never heard from her again. I would be glad to get the addresses of any of the children. Sunday 14, I attended ward meeting. Wednesday 17, I worked in the temple. Sunday 28, fast day, quite a number bore testimonies. Monday 29, I gave a blessing to Brother Bowen. Saturday February 3, we attended conference all day. My wife and I had dinner at Brother Carpenter's. Sunday 4, we attended conference. I attended high priest's meeting. Sunday 11, attended church. Tuesday 13, the bishop from Aurora and some others stopped in our west room to do temple work. Friday 16, I wrote a letter to Julia telling her about my dream. Tuesday 20, I received a letter from James Russell stating that Daniel Russell's descendants were living in California, also some in Salt Lake City, and in East Mill Creek, Salt Lake County. Thursday 23, I did not go to the temple but called the Lurie family that was stopping with us into my west room and preached the gospel to them about 10 minutes and prayed with them in behalf of their son and brother that was paralyzed. I gave blessings to Joseph Whitehead and his wife and also to his daughter Reva. Friday 23, I did not go to the temple on account of ill health. Saturday 24, I attended priesthood meeting. Sunday 25, we attended ward meeting. There was 8 or 9 inches of snow on the ground. Monday 26, I gave blessings to the sick Terry man. We had about 18 stop with us this week. Wednesday 28, I did work in the temple for President Anderson. Monday March 4th, I fixed my voucher and sent it off. Wednesday 6, I went to President Anderson. I put Hazel Riddle's name on the prayer roll. Sunday 10, I attended ward meeting. Monday 11, I settled up my tithing and paid the bishop $12.75. Wednesday 13, I did temple work this week. Saturday 16, did not feel well. It snowed about 4 inches. Sunday 17, I went to meeting. It was the anniversary of the first organization of the Relief Society. Wednesday 20, I went through the temple for names of President Anderson. Sunday 24, I had not felt well for a week or more and did not go out. Tuesday 26, I did work in the temple for President Anderson every working day up to the time I went to Fillmore in July. Sunday 31, I was not feeling well so I did not go to church. Monday April 1st, I received a letter from Clark Russell. I posted a letter to George Wilson in Michigan. Thursday 4, Brother Hiram C. Healy, who was canvassing for life insurance, came and asked me to give a little sketch of my life to make some stories to tell to the children in their association. Sunday 7, I attended meeting. Tuesday 9, Brother Reddick Allred and I had a good talk with Sarah Tuttle and we administered to her and she seemed better. Wednesday 10, I went to Brother Allred's and the girls commenced reading my history for me that they had copied. Sunday 14, Germany Ellsworth talked in our ward meeting and he came home with me and drew off the record of the Attica branch in Lapeer County, Michigan, where I was first baptized. Tuesday 16, the girls finished the reading of my history. Wednesday 17, I gave a blessing to Royal D. Madsen. Saturday 28, I wrote a letter to Nancy C. Daniels. Sunday 29, I attended fast meeting and spoke. Friday, May 3, I got permission from President Anderson to act as a priest in the Manti ward to preach the gospel to the people. Saturday 4, I spent most of the time writing letters. Sunday 5, I went to church. Received a letter from Nettie Hutchins in Oregon. Monday 6, I answered the letter. Tuesday 7, I wrote a letter to Nancy Riddle, also to George Wilson in Macomb County, Michigan. Thursday 9, I received a letter from George Wilson for the first time. Sunday 12, Sister Jensen was ill. I stayed at home and administered to the sacrament for her. Thursday 16, I got 5 letters from Lydia and Russell. Monday 20, I visited and taught the gospel to Brother Samuel Hunter and wife of Holden at Brother Allred's. Saturday 25, I wrote a letter to Daniel C. Russell giving him the names and dates of the most of my father's family. Sunday 26, I went to ward meeting. Saturday, June 1, 1912, I received a letter from my cousin, Mrs. C.C. Crozier with the genealogy of her family. Sunday 2, we both attended fast meeting and spoke a short time. Monday 3, I gave a blessing to Sister Peterson, and Perry, and one to Winifred Perry. Tuesday 4, I sent off my voucher. Saturday 8, I sent a letter to Melissa Olson asking how the girls were getting along with my history as they were typewriting it. Sunday 9, I went to the meeting and listened to Brother A. C. Anderson, a returned missionary, speak. Monday 10, I wrote 2 letters to the Wilson girls in Attica, namely Rhoda Webster and Dora Whitaker. Saturday 15, I settled up my tithing for the last 3 months, paid the bishop $7.70. Sunday 16, I went to ward meeting. Monday 17, I visited Sister Dalton and family as a priest and taught them the gospel, also Brother Works and family, and he said come again. Tuesday 18, I visited Sister McAllister and family, also Lute Tuttle and family as a priest, and preached them the gospel. Sunday 23, I went to meeting. Monday 24, I was sick all day and felt like I would sink away into nothing. Saturday 29, I gave a blessing to Emily Diantha Newton and one to Ethel Miller. Sunday 30, I went to ward meeting. Monday, July 1, I gave a blessing to Ruby Miller. Tuesday 2, I commenced writing down the number of baptisms and endowments myself and wife had done since October 24, 1906. I gave patriarchal blessing to William C. Pack and Wendell Snow Stout. Thursday 4, Celebration Day. We both attended and everything went off fine. Saturday 13, I was very sick. Sunday 14, I was a little better but did not go to church. Monday 15, I was a little better and continued to get better. Wednesday 17, I had a plaster put on my chest. Jed, Violet, and Margie came just after dark. Thursday 18, we all started for Fillmore about 2 o'clock. We stopped overnight in Dover at Brother Pace's, and were treated kindly. I taught them the gospel and they received it kindly. Friday 19, after thanking them for their kindness, we drove over the mountain to Scipio, fed and had dinner while there. I called in to see Brother Daniel Thompson who was very ill, and by his request I prayed that the Lord would relieve him of his suffering and take him to himself, and I then dedicated him to the Lord. We reached Fillmore about 5 o'clock and had a time of rejoicing. Saturday 20, we rested and visited a few of our old neighbors. Sunday 21, we attended both Sunday school and meeting. Monday 22, I visited William Swallow and wife and taught them the gospel and encouraged them to be faithful and true to their covenants. My wife and I visited Edwin Bartholomew and wife. After dinner I went to see John Davis the sexton, and he said he would be at the cemetery the next day. Tuesday 23, I did not get a chance to ride to the cemetery so did not go but visited among my old neighbors, Brother William Hatton, Anna Beckworth, Frank Warner, Isabel Carling, and others. Wednesday 24, By invitation we rode with the pioneers. The exhibition was very pleasing. The parade started near the courthouse and drove north across the bridge to George Greenways on Main Street, then back across the bridge and 1 block west, then back to Main Street, then south 3 blocks, east 2 blocks, 1 block north, 2 west, to the courthouse, north to Dan Stevens' store, then 1 block west to the new chapel where we stopped in and went in and listened to the program. Benediction was pronounced by T. Callister. In the evening I made brothers Clothier and Beeston each a short visit. Thursday 25, Jed took John Davis and I to the cemetery where we found the graves needed fixing. We drove to Bishop Brunson's and made arrangements for a headstone and one for my father's grave. Saturday 26, I attended priesthood meeting and opened by prayer. During the day I had a joyful time shaking hands with old friends. In the evening my wife and I visited Charles Iverson and wife and taught them the gospel, also John Kelly the night before. Sunday 27, we attended Sunday school and meeting. I spoke a short time. In the evening my wife and I visited Brother Wicker and wife and had supper with them. Monday 29, I paid John Davis the sexton $10 for 2 lots in the cemetery and left the receipt with Jenny Ashby. Tuesday 30, I made arrangements for 2 headstones, one for my father, Jonathan Russell for $30 and one for my second wife Margaret A. Russell, for $17. I paid $10 down. I visited Willard Rogers and found him much better. I started home and met my wife and Anna Rasmussen going to her house. I got in the buggy and rode with them and listened to the phonograph for about an hour. We had dinner, then came home, I rested then wrote in my journal. Wednesday 31, I went to see Frank Warner and his sick horse, then came home and wrote. My wife and I had supper at Frank Warner's and I preached the gospel to them and warned them of some of the things that were coming upon the earth and they seemed to enjoy it. August 1st, I visited Daruse Warner a short time. We were very glad to see each other and talk over old times. I took the names and dates to Bishop Brunson to put on the headstones. I preached the gospel to William Brunson and family. Friday 2, I looked over the garden and found many peaches, some grapes, plums, and apricots and many weeds. My wife and I visited William Swallow and wife and had supper with them. When we came home we found quite a number of children in the house having a merry time. I received a letter from Olive Olson stating that Julia would start for home in a few days. Saturday 3, I visited William Brunson and wife and read some to them from church history, stating that children who had not come to the age of accountability and had died, would be saved in the celestial kingdom of God. In the evening we visited James Kelly and wife and taught them the gospel. Sunday 4, fast day. We both went to Sunday school and meeting. Jed and Julia came about 1 o'clock and we had a time of rejoicing. After meeting my wife and I went to Brother Isaac Wicker's and had dinner and I gave him a blessing. Monday 5, I made Brother James Starley a short visit. I gave blessings to Barbara Brunson, also Neva Brunson, Hazel Giles, and Betsy Wicker. I came home and found Jed had fallen from a tree and hurt himself quite badly. This was on Tuesday. We sent for Bishop Brunson and I assisted him in administering to Jed. The doctor came and put some plasters on him and gave him some medicine to ease the pain. Wednesday 7, I gave Lois Brunson a blessing and Maggie Giles. After I reached home, a little boy came for me in a buggy and took me to Sarah Bartholomew's where my wife was visiting. After a good dinner and a short visit, Sarah brought me home in her buggy and I wrote in my journal. Jed was much better. Thursday 8, I called on William Brunson a short time, then my wife and I went to Mary Dame's and had dinner. I gave a patriarchal blessing to Mary Dame. Friday 9, in the afternoon I called on Anna Carling and Annie Beckworth. Jenny and Frank looked over the temple book and found the missing dates. Saturday 10, I called to see Julia Stewart, nobody home. In the evening, I made Lizzie Payne a visit and talked comforting words to her. Sunday 11, I went nearly to the meeting house and met my wife, and she said meeting was dismissed, so we came home and I rested a while, then called on Frank Warner and preached the gospel to him and he said he knew that he was not doing as well as he should but said he would do better. Monday 12, I went to see J.V. Robison and asked him some questions and he answered them the best he could. He read some in the Book of Mormon and explained it to me quite satisfactorily, and said the dividing of time was up in 1901, and the silence of the heaven was now when there was no prophecies and no revelations. I went to Willard Rogers and had dinner and preached the gospel. In the evening, I made John Trimble a visit and encouraged him to be more faithful to the end. Tuesday 13, my wife and I made Hans Peterson a visit and had dinner with them. I called on Lamira Brunson and talked encouraging words to her, also Ted Davis, Maddie Brunson, John Davis, then Sister Gull, and spoke comforting words to her, then to Hans C. Hansens, then to Catherine Brunsons and talked a while and then came home. Wednesday 14, my wife and I made Susan Lyman and Aunt Helen Callister a visit and encouraged Aunt Helen to write up her history and do all she could in that direction. We had an enjoyable time and partook of a good dinner. Aunt Helen related some of the old scenes of Missouri and Illinois and the crossing of the plains, the scenes of the first settling of Utah and the fighting of the Crickets without any bread to eat for 3 months, living on thistles and greens. Thursday 15, my wife and I visited Alvaretta Warner and her son Lawrence, to whom I preached the gospel in part, and they seemed to enjoy it, especially the preparation that was necessary to make ready to go to the temple. Friday 16, my wife and I called to C.B. Owens. She was not at home, but I had a good religious talk with Carl Day and Josephine Owens, and exhorted them to be faithful in keeping all the commandments of God. I received a letter from Sister Jane Sanders from Manti, stating that she had lost her home and all she had in Old Mexico. Saturday 17, I stayed at home not feeling well. Sunday 18, I attended meeting. J. Abraham spoke. Also the new bishopric. Monday 19, I went with Brother J. D. Smith to Meadow to the funeral of Hiram B. Bennett and I spoke a short time. I had a very pleasant trip. Tuesday 20, we made J. D. Smith and wife a visit and had dinner with them. Had an enjoyable time talking over old times. I received a letter from James M. Russell stating that he and his brothers were willing to help bear the expenses of fencing in the graves in the cemetery. Wednesday 21, I gave patriarchal blessing to Henry Wicker. Thursday 22, I gave a blessing to Theodore Rogers. Friday 23, Jed, Julia, and I went to Peter Brunson and looked at stones and concluded to take more costly tombstones. I went home and fixed the names to put on the headstones. Harriet's children are John Russell, born June 24, 1850, died February 1854. William Russell, born March 22, 1852, died February 1854. Elizabeth Russell, born February 7, 1855, died February 1855. Harriet M. Russell, born March 20, 1860, died January 19, 1862. Jonathan Russell, born October 4, 1862, died February 11, 1877. Jonathan Russell, my father, was born May 11, 1783, died July 27, 1855 in Fillmore, Utah. August 23, William Robison came to see me. Saturday 24, we had dinner at Edwin Bartholomew's. After dinner we drove to Peter Brunson's. Sunday 25, I attended ward meeting at 4:30. We held our first reunion of the Russell, Warner, and Powell families on the lawn in front of the house. There were 19 adults and 9 children present. Singing, prayer by Alan Russell, then we sang again. Then I spoke an hour upon the subject of gatherings and reunions and their benefits and many other principles that were good. We all had an enjoyable time and made arrangements for another reunion. After singing and benediction, we adjourned. Monday 26, I made arrangements with P. Brunson for 2 marble stones, one to represent my wife Margaret and Harriet's families, and one for my father's grave, which came to $104. I paid him $12 in advance. In the evening, I visited with Brigham Melville and wife, and she told me that Nancy's health was fairly good and she was intending to go to the Manti Temple this fall, which I was glad to hear. Tuesday 27, I asked Jed when he thought he could take us home and he said he thought about Thursday. Thursday 28, we started about 6:30 by home by buggy. We drove to Lizzie Payne's and got her and her baby. We nooned at Scipio. Sister Payne went to Manti with us. The wind was blowing quite hard, then we drove to the river near the railroad, stopped and fed the team and had supper. Then we drove to Manti. Though tired, we were glad to get to our home where we could rest. Friday 29, we rested and took a few peaches to Sister Sanders and A.M. Jensen. Saturday 31, Jed and Julia started for home. Sunday 1, fast day, I spoke a short time, also my wife. Tuesday 3, I gave Brother Tough a patriarchal blessing. Wednesday 4, I commenced working in the temple, again on the President Anderson line, and am working for him yet. Sunday 15, I attended ward meeting and received my pension. Tuesday 17, I settled up my tithing and paid the bishop $7.60. Friday 20th, I took my old family record book to President Anderson to draw off the record of my cousin Emma Wilson Cozier. September 20th, 1912.